Welcome back to CreepCast. Today we are diving into a very, very, very notorious online story, complex story, one that is, to some of you, it'll get a lot of bells ringing in your head, or it might fall on deaf ears to others. It is Mother Horse Eyes, aka the Interface series.
Yes, so Mother Horse Eyes, this is a classic internet horror story. I've heard it talked about a ton. Never actually read it myself, though. I remember I watched Frederick Knudson's Down the Rabbit Hole about it several years back. But if I recall right, that was before the series had finished, I think. And I've forgotten most of that video anyway. So I'm mostly new to this, but I know it's a huge deal. People talk about the story in very high regards all the time. The way the story was structured is a user who went by 9M, 9H, 9E9, or Mother Horse Eyes, as most people know him, began to post in replies to various Reddit threads all around Reddit. So in like r/funny, r/true detective, like the first post seems to be posted in r/mildly interesting. So just random post where people were talking about unrelated things. He would go to the comments and start typing out this story. And in individual parts, it seems disconnected, just like incoherent ramblings. But when you combine all of those replies together, we get a story that involves MK Ultra and concentration camps and weird, like, changed unhistory from the past and future prophecies and stuff like that. And people talk about the story in high regard, so we're going to tackle it today.
Yeah, we were doing some research before this. And it seems like no one actually really knows the author. It's just possibly somebody that was under the influence of LSD, which I do think which I think is just under the guise of the subject matter of the story as well.
Right. There was so this story actually got popular enough that it was picked up by a bunch of mainstream publications.
Yeah, I remember
like
seeing back in the day like Vice, like a Vice deal about it.
Yeah, because people like it attracted attention really quick, got a lot of people on from the jump. And Vice and like those publications said they reached out to the author, and all that seems to be common between them is that the author was at the time of writing a 30-something male in the United States who had previous experience with hallucinogenic psychoactive drugs. And that's it. That's all that we know for sure. So which I imagine, from what I know about the writing, is also who our protagonist is of sorts. So the entire series is sort of like an ARG, in that it is the writer of the story putting himself in the place of the script. But because, the author also has a history with psychoactives, as does our character in the story, or at least talks about them, then it's like maybe some of this is from their real, hallucinations that they've had, or like weird psychogenic experiences they've had and stuff like that. So who knows? But it certainly makes it interesting, like borderline between like fiction and like maybe they have some real effects they brought into it.
Yeah, it's an evolution of which I don't want to say it's the evolution. I guess it's just whenever we read a lot of these stories from like r/no sleep, it's always in the first person, as if to give the illusion that what the poster is posting is real, versus this goes just so many levels above by commenting on random like subreddits, and you have to know the user to piece the things together in chronological order. It's just very interesting, and I don't really know where the story is going to go, but I will say that just the description at the top of the subreddit that just says, "Do you hear the screams and laughter calling you? The interface is waiting." So sick. So I'm hoping that
pretty cool.
This turns into just some kind of weird trippy nightmare.
That's actually what you said to me the first time we met. If you remember.
Did you hear the screams and laughter calling you? You're like, all right, I gotta go. Sorry.
Mom?
Yeah. I was like,
oh, I'm scared.
Help. Yeah. Well, first, so it's 100 posts. This is going to be probably a bit of a long one, so buckle in, and we will get to the first post, which was posted on 4/21/2016. What is that? March? June?
March
21st, 2016. First post. And it's titled a United.
Hold on. Before we do that. So do you want to talk about what the thumbnail was to the Sugar Daddy episode?
What's up? What do you mean?
So for those that don't know, Hunter, he's got the team. He's got like cool people who do it. The same guy that does his thumbnails for CreepCast is the guy that does his thumbnails for like Papa Meat and stuff like that. Right. So, he does his thumbnails. So he talks to that guy. I don't see any of it. Most of the time I don't see it until, the episode's up. And then yesterday on Father's Day, I'm out with my family at church. And I'm like, oh, did the episode go up? And I pull up my phone in the house of God to see the thumbnail of me naked, collared by a geriatric man performing sexual favors.
Well, a sugar daddy.
Sugar daddy. So, yeah. Do you want to talk about what your thought process was there, where you had the audacity, why you thought that was okay?
Yeah, I can kind of give into some thoughts of that. You're a little whore, so I thought that I would, present you like the little pay piggy you are, and it just felt right. Also, too, it's funny. Is mostly why I was just kind of chortling to myself. Because at first they had you in your normal, like in the whenever he came out, he's taking pictures with like his shirt on and stuff, and I was like, yeah, no, right. I was like, yeah, no, take that off, make him shirtless. And then they're like, okay, that's cool, and I was like, yeah, he's okay. I was like, let's throw a dog collar and a leash on him. And they had I think they had me at first, like holding it. And then with the money, and then I was like, "Now just put like a random guy, like a random stock photo guy, and get me out of there." I'm pretty sure is the was the
so you're not even willing to say that you're present in this scenario, because that's actually that is now I think the first thumbnail that both of us aren't on.
Yeah,
I required yourself from the only one on the channel.
Yeah, and I think that it may be in my situation creatively. I was thinking, well, maybe I'm taking the picture. Right. Maybe I'm in the room, but I'm just behind the camera. Is kind of the idea.
Right. You're shooting the snuff film that's about to take place.
Exactly.
Right.
So,
right. Interesting.
Yeah. It's a cute thumbnail. I had a nice chortle out of it, and I think people got a good kick out of it as well. There was a lot of concerned people, though. There was a lot of people that were, I think, moved by it in a negative or positive way. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was one of them. I'm for sure. I just can't describe what that's like, being like, I wonder if the episode. Oh,
well, dude, that's what that's Hunter. The creative liberties that I like to take, and I think it works in our favor.
Yeah, liberties, all right.
Also, check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Be sure to check us out on the audio platforms. It helps us out and give us a nice rating there. All right, are you ready to jump in this?
Why not, Hunter? Why not? Okay. First post. A unite, a stage, a coup, a revolution, a bring, a genocide, a new world, In the MKUltra experiments, the CIA dosed unwitting subjects with LSD to see how they would react. What has not yet come to light is that MKUltra was an intra-agency project. The CIA created new departments within the CIA and fed them steady doses of LSD and other psychoactives to see how the departments would diverge and mutate away from normal departments. Whole projects and hierarchies were created, with everybody involved being more or less unwittingly under the influence of LSD. This is how the restraint bed portals and flesh interfaces were first created, i.e. from a heavily psycho-mutated hierarchy. The entire thing had to be eliminated, but the technology it created has been revolutionary. Whoa. Restraint bed portals and flesh interfaces? Dude.
Yeah. I mean, talk about some big keywords there. Also, first, for people that don't know MKUltra, because I'm not going to act like I even know what it is. It's a form of mind control, right?
Well, so MKUltra was an experiment that got declassified years later, that back around the 70s, maybe late 60s. No, 60s into 70s. The CIA was trying to understand the effects of things like psychoactives, psychedelics, stuff like that. So they began administering them to people, some knowingly, like people would come in for an amount of money, take drugs. Other times people were effectively dosed or like spiked with it to see what would happen. And there were a bunch of experiments related to MKUltra to see if new pathways of the mind, stuff like that, could be opened up. through the effects of psychedelic drugs. So it was a real CIA experiment to see what these drugs were capable of. But people tied into like conspiracy theories. Sirhan, the guy that assassinated RFK, claims to this day that he was a victim, that he was dosed with it and made to shoot RFK. The Manson cult, there's a bunch of stuff around Charles Manson being an MK Ultra test subject, and that the cult that came about it and then wanting to start a race war was all through the CIA's request after he was dosed and all of his subjects drugged. There's ties that a lot of the hippie culture of the 70s was like a psyop in that sense, stuff like that.
Okay.
Also, just it is funny because the original post that was in reply to was just someone talking about, the cover of this book's kind of weird. Yeah. And then the reply is just a stage.
I'd feel really fucked up being the poster, being like, huh? But,
What? Dad? Huh? Oh. Anyway, yeah, second post was made same day. This one, second post was made same day, and it says, in Vietnam, the U.S. government tried to pacify the country village by village using the Strategic Hamlet Program, basically creating villages where there was no or little Viet Cong influence. Is that true?
It links to a fucking Wikipedia page. It says
this is a real thing.
Yeah, it says the Strategic Hamlet Program was implemented in 1962 by the government of South Vietnam with advice and financing from the United States during the Vietnam War to combat the communist insurgency. The strategy was to isolate rural population from contact with the influence of National Liberation Front. So basically, it just seems like it was trying to stop them from getting influenced by communism, is what it feels like.
Yeah, but if it required them to set up like fake village, anyway, we'll keep reading. But yeah, that is a real thing. Interesting. They tried more extreme experiments where they completely isolated villages or groups of villages, allowing absolutely nobody to enter or exit for periods of up to 4 years.
Jesus.
Some of the villages, people simply starved to death. In others, more self-sufficient villages, the people managed to scrape by. It was noted that in many of the villages where this technique was tried, Messianic or millenarian movement sprang up. What is a millenarian? Is a fundamental transformation of society. Okay, so like Messianic, like people think that they're God or they're going to bring about a new world order, stuff like. Okay, yeah. Or like
basically, it seems almost like cults or new religions were forming.
Yeah.
New religions were almost forming inside these like uncontacted villages. Yeah.
Man, I am not beating the 5th grade reading level accusations today, but I'll keep pushing through. In 16 separate incidents, villages were able to independently invent flesh interfaces and non-electrical portals, and it was surmised that these villages were being collectively dosed with LSD for long periods of time, and their intellectual mutations allowed for these advances. The flesh interfaces were eventually destroyed by the North Vietnamese army at a terrible cost in lives.
Flesh interfaces.
Oh gosh,
that's so crazy.
That goes so hard.
I still don't know. So cool. We're still kind of lost in what they are. I mean, I imagine we'll keep getting into it. But so, are they saying that the flesh interfaces or these portals were created by the people that were hit with the LSD, or they were created so people could come in and give them these things and experiment on them and then leave?
To me, it sounds like the implication from these first two is that people were given LSD or psychoactives in order to turn them into flesh interfaces.
I see. So the people living in them are I see. Okay. So the people living in the villages are the flesh interfaces.
Yes. And he also talks about restraint bed portals, which sounds like people being held down and turned into a portal.
Yeah.
So people in the villages are forced to become these interfaces to bring about whatever means other dimensional being, whatever. All right. Third post, once again, same day, says, I'm surprised they used nuclear subs in the Falklands, considering the battle's proximity to the undersea incident zone surrounding the so-called Artemis portals. As I understand it, the portal was opened because of experiments taking place in the CIA's Antarctic station in the early 80s, and Falklands quickly became a center for portal research. Being underwater, the portal had an enormous incident zone. segmented whales, and other undersea debris would regularly wash up on the island shores. They found one well that had been segmented cleanly in half by an incident zone disturbance, proving a perfect cross-section of the creature. They also found hundreds of the chitinous cruciform creatures, certainly non-terrestrial in origin. Anyways, if a nuclear sub had wandered into the incident zone, it could have been disastrous, but I guess they considered the risk acceptable.
Wow. So they're saying that the sea life is like
cruciform creatures.
Yeah, cruciform creatures is insane, like weird. So it's almost like the portals have like are they trying to say that there's like some kind of like religious angle to this, or it's like a spiritual angle? You know what I mean?
Well, so one of the things that's common with these, I don't want to say, well, I guess conspiracy theory, but like some of these theories around true hidden facts or whatever. Yeah, I guess conspiracy theories. I talked about a lot of stuff similar. This is a conspiracy theory iceberg I did a while back, but it's the idea that everything's connected, right? It's like, yeah, well, these things look like religious symbols because religious symbols are tied back to the true beings that are out there that understand this. It's the idea that there's like this hidden narrative that connects everything beneath the surface of reality.
Pretty much that conspiracy theory that you're always being controlled, or it's like, you know, like these things like not that. Well, I guess it just mean that like everything is connected in some kind of weird way. There's something in play or in power, right? Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, it's kind of like the idea that there's this one hidden narrative or truth that dictates everything else in society. Like are these flesh gates and militaries and stuff like that run into things that look like crosses because crosses come from this hidden like past knowledge we know not of and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That connects to aliens and you know,
yeah, it's almost like the ancient aliens things where it's like, you know, the pyramids look this way because of like this white, like, yeah, basically like visitors came and did X, Y, and Z. So, but just to also clarify, I don't want to get bogged down too much because there's so much we have to read, but I was just going to say, is it literally portals are opening though and like slicing whales in half? Is that what's happening?
I think that's the implication because it's talking about, so Arcticus is a CIA base in Antarctica.
Yeah.
But it's saying that there is a portal there. So like they've opened a portal down there. And it says it's incident zone, which I imagine is the opening of it. Yeah, cuts whales in half. And then through these portals are where the chitinous cruciform creatures are. So chitinous is in like a natural shell, like what insects have. But they're like cruciform shaped. They're in like the shape of a cross effectively, which is interesting. It's so unique. It's like so far it's like not really narrative. It's just like kind of establishing this strange.
Well, yeah, it's almost like weird factoids. Theory. It's like weird conspiracy factoids right now, or you know, like weird weird obscure history facts.
Yeah, I think it's like these portals are causing to be opened up around areas where the CIA is doing operations, and these creatures are coming out of it. Next post, once again, same day. Also, by the way, that whole thing about chitinous creatures, cruciform, and like CIA Antarctica puzzles is in the reply of someone talking about Winston Churchill. Like, hey, here's a cool little history factoid. The chitinous cruciforms are coming from Antarctica. They're coming from... The Soviets designated large portions of the Ukraine countryside as harvest populations. Basically, their food and water supplies were dosed with LSD until they had achieved what the Soviets called integration. This meant that the local populations had independently invented flesh interfaces. The Soviet army would then quarantine the area and try to remove the flesh interfaces for their own use. This was usually without success and with great loss of life. Many of the soldiers and scientists were segmented, as often happens in an incident zone, so they ended up with people missing limbs, cut in half, etc. What's interesting is that people would live for quite some time despite segmentation. This is what led the Soviets to believe that their missing body parts still existed, albeit in some unknown place. So one of the leading theories of the time was interdimensionality. Quite mistaken. Man, what the... every post is like...
Well, you know what's kind of interesting, and we should just keep pushing. I mean, it's just first off, it's like getting hit with a fucking bat every post. But this also reminds me of like the schizophrenic ramblings of like the Temple OS guy as well. It's like something because the thing too, which the Temple OS guy was insane, but the guy was like a genius, like an amazing software operations, software engineer, whatever. And the idea too, that this guy is like hyperlinking these things to where you're getting like actual cases and places and stuff like that, to where it's almost like he's backing up everything he's saying, like, yeah, I mean, this is, here it is. It is like a conspiracy board, like it's like when you see a conspiracy and you're like, oh shit, that is kind of weird. But now we're getting into like some fun stuff of like, now like portals are opening up and cutting people off. But not only are they like, they get cut in half, but they're living like way longer than they should be, even though they're missing half of their body or something.
There's a lot of overlap between, or not overlap, like we're starting to get through lines that we can piece stuff together. So it's like, okay, people in Ukraine took enough LSD that they themselves were integrated, so they willingly turned themselves into flesh interfaces. So it's like, okay, people take LSD, they become integrated. That's where the flesh interfaces come from. And then it says that the soldiers and scientists were segmented, as often happens in incident zones. So in incident zones, I assume where flesh interfaces, which are people who take LSD, are, they can open up these portals that cause people to be segmented when they're in the incident zone, or in other words, like you said, cut in half as the portals opened. But then people would live some time despite segmentation. So it leads to the theory that maybe they're not segmented. Half of their body is just in a different reality or some unknown place. So you can just walk around like in half because the other half of your body is just somewhere else. Fifth post, once again, same day. Dubai probably has the highest rate of free-floating, non-interface incidents of any major metropolitan area in the world. In one incident, a large group of migrant workers was segmented in an underground facility. Perfect cross-sectional segmentation along the frontal plane. You could see their lungs working, food being digested, blood pumping on the inside of the heart, everything. They lived for almost 5 months in this condition.
Well,
absolutely fascinating to see in person. There was also a group of school children who were very slightly segmented, just ends of fingers and bits of the calves and such. Hardly fatal wounds, yet they all died within 2 months. Some showed signs of intellectual mutation. There are no known flesh interfaces in Dubai. However, it is surmised that the architecture is actually based on interface geometry and carries some latent interface-like power. Mass segmentations remain one of the most mysterious aspects of the interfaces. They seem to show that the interfaces do indeed concentrate on flesh, living up to their name. Interesting. Man, this is getting me in all the good way. Interface geometry. Oh, because all of these have like roots in, I won't say real, but like commonly held, like I guess conspiracy theories or like hidden secrets of the world and stuff like that. Like sacred geometry, like there's certain shapes that can elicit or summon creatures or like ideas or spirits of sorts. So tying that into like science and stuff, it's really cool. If it fits right in the whole conspiracy theory niche. I do like the idea of people being cut in half frontally. So like, they're split in half long ways, but they still exist like that for several months. But it's like in other cases where people just lose the tip of their fingers, they die because maybe just coming into contact with the interface or this being segmented can be like poison to the body of sorts. Look, we talk about claustrophobia, being eaten alive, decapitated, even Hunter's bathroom experiences. And sure, all those things are terrifying, but what's even more terrifying is trying to figure out how to split the bill when you're on a road trip with friends. Well, thankfully, today's sponsor, Cash App, has got me covered. Cash App is straightforward and gives you all of the tools you need to help you cash in, or in this case, cash out. It's a fast, safe, easy, and personalized way to share money between friends or businesses. Doesn't matter if you're sending money to a friend to cover a gas station run, or you're trying to buy something online. Cash App is always secure, and if there's a transaction that feels sketchy or might be a scammer, the app will warn you before you hit send, which is someone who has had some very negative experiences with scammers in the past, I certainly appreciate. And if you don't already have Cash App, then there's never been a better time to get started, because right now you can download it from the App Store on your phone and enter our code CreepCast into your profile, and you send $5 to a friend within 14 days, you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. That's the easiest $5 you'll ever make. Again, to do it, simply download the app, use our referral code CreepCast, of course terms apply. That's money, that's Cash App. Get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all for watching the ad, and thank you to Cash App for sponsoring the channel. We are now back to the episode. Sixth post, same day. We look at Elizabeth Bathory as an example of pre-LSD enlightenment. I know that name. Who is that?
She's the murderer who like rumored to bathe in other people's blood. She's like a woman who killed like hundreds of other women and would bathe in their blood, rumor wise, but she was like an infamous serial killer.
Yeah.
In like the 1590s to 16, like 1500s to 1600s, whatever.
Yeah. Accused of torturing and killing hundreds of girls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she was said to bathe in blood, right?
Yeah, that was like the folklore thing. It got so, too, because it was like to
keep her
stop
young.
her aging. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We look at Elizabeth Bathory as an example of pre-LSD enlightenment, i.e. somebody seeming to attempt to build a flesh interface before the invention of LSD. How can this be explained? Perhaps she ingested some ergo or some other naturally occurring psychotropic chemical. Or perhaps her mind was simply attuned to whatever intellectual process need to occur to invent a flesh interface. The Book of Revelations is all the themes in this are Hunter. Thank you for finding this. You treat me so well. The Book of Revelations is also considered to be a description of a flesh interface. Whoa! That sentence is insane. Especially the description of New Jerusalem. Oh, okay. So New Jerusalem. The Book of Revelations is the last book of the Bible that's like prophecy of the end times and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And at the end, it talks about how after the rapture or the end times, there will be a new heaven and a new earth created. And it talks about there will be a new Jerusalem, as it's called, for the souls within heaven to preside in. And there's very specific directions for how long it's supposed to be, how wide it's supposed to be. I think it's like... It says there'll be like so many cubits that up, so many cubits to the side. I can't remember the exact dimensions. But yeah, it's effectively like a giant building or a giant city structure that we think of as being in heaven that is meant for souls after the rapture to go into. So it's saying that sentence as well. The Book of Revelation is considered to be a description of a flesh interface. So that description of New Jerusalem is what a flesh interface is. But there's also the mention earlier that perhaps Elizabeth Bathory attempted to build a flesh interface before the invention of LSD. And we know that she's a serial killer that would bathe in blood and, you know, supposedly kill people and stuff like that. So is a flesh interface a physical structure? When it's talking about the CIA building flesh interfaces, or like they were built in Vietnam, or like the Ukrainians do it naturally because they're dosed with LSD, does that mean they're killing people and building structures out of their blood and bones? That looks like the New Jerusalem of Revelations.
God, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I mean, that would be sick. It kind of does seem like it's made of people's bodies. Everybody's like severed bodies through these portals are like propping up this like utopia or whatever.
Yeah. It's like what's the house that Jack built at the end? How he has a physical house made out of the corpses. It's like that, but there's like a portal to Agartha in the middle of it. Oh man. My problem with this is that it is all speculative. Yeah. Yeah, that's your problem with it. That there's no way to know this. It's like when modern psychologists diagnose historical figures. I'm uncomfortable with this level of speculation. I will always regard the first instance of a flesh interface to have occurred in Treblinka, 1944. The geologic disturbances, partial tunnels, so-called interdimensionality, and wealth of clearly segmented bodies leave no doubt of its existence. Soviets have documented this. Treblinka was a prisoner camp, I thought, in Russia, but I mean, it's the second deadliest. Oh, sorry, no, it was the Nazis. It was the second deadliest extermination camp to be built and operated by Nazi Germany and occupied Poland. Okay, so it was a concentration extermination camp. But now they're saying that this was according to the author, Mother Horseeyes, which, by the way, that name is insane on its own.
Yeah.
This is the first, Mother Horseeyes believes, location that a flesh portal was created. Anyway, seventh post, same day. Basically, when you look at stories of Elizabeth Bathory's behavior, it seems like she is trying to build a flesh interface. But it is known that in order to invent a flesh interface, one must be under the influence of LSD for extended periods. As LSD hadn't been invented during her life, it's probably just a coincidence. Still a tantalizing theory, though. Which, again, that is such a funny post to just be on its own in the comments of r/funny, where someone is discussing a cameo of Prince on Animaniacs.
It's kind of interesting that possibly what he's getting at too is that it's like a form of enlightenment, whatever, but LSD is like literally a gateway or key gateway to actually unlocking like this kind of enlightenment or this revelation, you know? It's like a cheat code to be able to get there.
It unlocks the mind, so to speak. Yeah. Okay, post date, same day. Obviously, I can't define a flesh interface in terms of purpose or composition or mechanism. I can only list the various phenomena which are related to them. Chief among these is the creation of an incident zone wherein objects are spontaneously segmented. In other words, parts of the object simply disappear, yet the objects continue to behave as if the missing parts are still present. Okay, that makes sense. Like what they were talking about earlier with people surviving for a long time after being segmented. It's not that you're getting cut off, it's that piece of you is now in a different dimension. Also, you see complex tunnels created in the earth. These have been termed ant farms. In undersea interfaces, you get chitinous cruciform organisms. These sui generis organisms are thought to be the result on evolutionary processes which took place in an environment other than Earth. Sui generis is a Latin phrase which means of its own kind or in a class by itself. It denotes an exclusion to a larger system. So basically things that don't have near relatives in their evolutionary tree. This is speculation, but in this case, I agree with it. Then there have been the giant metallic cylinders, which appear and experience continuous spontaneous segmentation. These are usually at least 10 meters in diameter and can get much larger, and only occur in very large interfaces, in other words, portals. Beyond this, the phenomena are too various to mention and different for each interface.
So also,
next, which by the way, the link on the giant metal cylinders takes you to a page that is now gone, but it was talking about weird shapes appearing in Death Valley. So that's what that was in reference to.
Oh, okay. They keep bringing up the chitinous cruciforms, like these bugs, even undersea, like kind of like creatures. Just kind of interesting. That's just the second or third time they've brought that up.
It's like a natural, like when they do these undersea portals, it's like the thing that comes out of it. It's an evolved creature from a world we can't experience. It's very similar to that book, All Tomorrows, where it's talking about like in, millions of years, what evolution would look like on different planets to fully adapt creatures to different environments and stuff like that. Like how different and strange things could look. It's also reminiscent of, actually, it's not reminiscent. The image that's coming to mind when I think of it is Ween's Ocean Man album cover, The Mollusk.
Yeah. Ocean Man. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like the weird kind of like bug shrimp or like whatever.
It's made up of all the different fish of the sea and like the lobsters and stuff like that. Yeah, I think it's called The Mollusk is the name of that album. Yeah,
it is. It's a fucking creepy album cover.
It is, and the music's great. I love that album, but there's such a weird, not to say liminal because that's overused, but there's a weird strangeness to some of it, combined with the album cover and the music and stuff like that. It's great, but it's very unique. 9th post, same day. Many people think that a portal is simply a large flesh interface. This is true. A portal is a large flesh interface, but it is also more than that. A portal is, as the name implies, a way of sending objects between the portal site and wherever the various locations that have been found beyond the portals are located. In other words, the so-called alien sister cities. Whoa. Portals are usually, but not always, accompanied by the large, fluctuating metallic cylinders. The largest above-water portal that I know of occurred in Novaya Zemlya, and existed for several weeks before it was destroyed by the Russian so-called Tsar bombs. In this case, the metallic cylinders were miles high and covered with features rarely seen on other cylinders. Blinking lights, nodules, so-called antennae. They took on a very artifactual appearance. They seemed to be constructed technology rather than naturally occurring phenomena. Are the cylinders themselves artifacts being sent through the portals, or are they phenomena created by the flesh interfaces in the way a mushroom cloud is created by a nuclear explosion? This is unclear. I wish I could show you guys pictures of the Nova Zemlya cylinders. They truly were beautiful, rising miles into the clear Arctic air, like great alien towers, tinged blue by the vastness of the distances involved. Though it was certainly necessary to destroy them, and we owe the Soviets a great debt for their tireless efforts to collapse the interface, I sometimes wish they were still there. At least then, there would be some evidence. It is funny too how this like goes back and forth between like this, fictional extra worlds history to like the things the guy outside of the subway say coming out of an overdose,
Well, yeah. I mean, I love the idea of the visual of an organic matter growing like a nuclear explosion, like starting up and like just kind of like quickly ascending, whatever being built. That's such a sick idea.
Yeah. All the visuals for this are great. It feels like excellent, like science fiction material.
Oh, the 10th post is finally the next day. This is our first post outside of the 21st.
And only technically, because this is at 12:46. So, in other words, midnight 12. But technically, yes, the next day. In response to what the CIA had accomplished with their Antarctic station in Artigas, the Soviets built a larger station in Novaya Zemlya in the Arctic. 30,000 prisoners and an exceptionally pure gas concentration created a flesh interface, which went through all 7 stages in less than 13 minutes and became a full-fledged portal.
God.
Within a day, the typical fluctuating metallic cylinders were visible, and within 3 days, they were extending miles into the sky. The Soviets quickly realized that the portal was growing out of control. In previous instances, they had simply bombed the site from the air, but in this case, the enormous cylinders and attendant incident zone extending to the edge of space prevented this as well as missile strikes. There were also an exceptionally large lateral incident zone around the portal, with segmentation occurring miles out from the site. Alarmed by the zone's uncontrolled growth and the growing underground tunnels, aka ant farms, the Soviets worked feverishly to construct a hydrogen bomb of unprecedented power, which could be detonated from outside the incident zone and still collapse the portal. Steady rate of growth in the incident zone provided them with an exact deadline, which they managed to meet with only 2 hours to spare. Any later, and the bomb could not have been placed so as to collapse the interface. In short, the world came within 2 hours of being subjected to an uncontrolled flesh interface, and perhaps the end of civilization as we know it. Before the portal was collapsed, however, Soviets had gained first-hand knowledge of one of the so-called sister cities. In other words, somebody had gone into the portal and come back.
Oh.
And the idea it grew to space, and like they had to take 30,000 prisoners and fill them with a gas that made them become these things quickly. And like the larger the portal, the more stuff that can come out of it. Oh, man.
Well, the idea too that the portal gets so big that pretty much what he's saying too is like it would like sever the earth. It's kind of sick.
Yeah. Man, that's so cool. It's so cool. Anyway, okay. 11th post, same day as the last. I've always found Lisa's dream to be a good starting place when trying to understand the psychological effects of travel. Lisa was a 9-year-old girl sent through the Groom Lake Interface in 1975. The Groom Lake Interface connects to the so-called sister city, technically persistent locus, known as the Hanging Temples. Interesting. Okay. So Groom Lake is Area 51, basically. And then the Hanging Temples sound like Hanging Temples out in like Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Or just Eastern Asia.
Yeah. Literally just hanging temples off the side of like an pretty much right outside China, or it's in China.
But that is the nickname for the sister city, or in other words, the alien city the portal connects to. She stayed there for 5 days of normal time, but only 48 seconds of beyond time, a marked discrepancy. Upon returning, she did not recall anything beyond becoming drowsy for a moment. She slept well that night, and in the morning she recounted a dream to the doctors before dying later in the day. A direct transcript of the audio from the interview.
It was spring and it had been raining all day, but the rain stopped just before it was going to be sunset. So all the clouds were purpley and the sky was really orange. And the grass was all wet with rain, and there were fireflies around, like all in the sky, way up in the sky, big ones. Me and my grandma went out to these hills, way out past the edge of town, and under the hills, there were people sleeping. Not in caves, they were buried under the hills. The people were asleep, but they were hugging each other. Families, like moms and dads and little kids, just packed together, a few thousand. The hills were just blown up like balloons because they were so full of people, like a pregnant woman's stomach. My grandma told me to lie down, but I didn't want to. She laid down and got sucked into the ground, and I heard her voice coming out of the ground telling me to come inside.
Oh, man. Jesus Christ. That was fucking awesome. First, I just want to say, like, the idea of, like, basically the interface impregnating the ground with people. You're just like, it's kind of like a fun parallel, too, with, like, when you die and you're literally, like, laid to rest. These people are just, like, hugging each other, sleeping forever in the ground. Fuck that. And then, yeah, basically the ground being like, come inside. Come here. Pretty crazy.
It's also like, because this is in an alien world. This is wherever the, what did he call it up there? Beyond time. This is in beyond time. It's like wherever the portal leads you to. And this little girl was with her grandma, probably just one of the people who accidentally got segmented, as it's called, or went through the portal in the course of, it says she got sent through the interface. My bad. For a second, I was thinking we were still talking about the Russian experiment. Yeah, this was a girl that was sent through the interface.
Yeah, she was only gone she was only gone in the portal time for 48 seconds, but it was for 5 days in our time.
Yeah. But it's like whatever's through the portals, like it takes these families, like they said, and they're hugging each other and they're packed together. It's like, as she describes it, like a pregnant woman's stomach, like it's feeding off of them, or it's like gestating them. Like,
yeah, I did too that she died later that day. She was gone for 48 seconds our time. She comes back and then she dies later in the day. I'm wondering why if you like when you go into that side and come back, or when you go into that side, what's so, I guess, poisonous about it?
Yeah. This is also really fun, by the way, how it incorporates so many like real conspiracies into it, like Groom Lake and just weird history. It's so sick. Okay, next post, same day. It would be easy to say that the Soviets discovered the secret of survivable travel because they were more ruthless, more willing to sacrifice innocent lives. But there was really no lack of ruthlessness on the part of the CIA. It was really just a matter of approach. The Soviets approached the mystery of the flesh interface the same way they approached their space program. The first humans in space, so-called lost cosmonauts who were never officially acknowledged, were just ordinary people, culled from the gulags, with no more control over their mission than Leica the dog. Aw, Leica. That's so sweet. My wife has a Leica tattoo thing.
Cool.
The Americans, on the other hand, started with professional men, usually from the military. Likewise, when it was discovered that objects and even animals which entered the flesh interfaces occasionally returned unharmed, the Americans began training men to enter the interfaces. Because they called their men from certain military ranks, they were all of similar age. Soviets, however, used prisoners who had a much wider age range, and so they were able to discover the essential correlation. The younger a person was, the more likely they were to survive travel, and the longer they would survive after travel. They discovered that 20-somethings were much more likely to survive, albeit in a horribly altered state, than older people. They discovered that people in their early 20s fared better than those in their late 20s. Teenagers fared even better. So, despite all moral compunction, it was really a matter of time before they sent a child through. And it was only after the first round of children went through that they gained any idea of what was on the other side. Oh, man, that's that's so cool. I also love how it says they would come back altered. Like, what do we mean by that? I get the idea where it said that there's these chitinous cruciforms that are found that are believed to be evolved from like another Earth. I feel like those are altered people.
Yeah.
Like, say someone spends too long over there. Like, that's what they come back.
Well, it's kind of cool if it is like almost like a crust over bug or something. Almost like, I like to think that it's almost like, there's that disease that people have where it's their bones don't stop growing, or if like they break their bones, they like regenerate and it just like mangles their body, Yeah. Almost in some kind of way. It's like whenever you go through the portal and when you come back and you're like re-put together, or like after that transfer, you just like, you don't get put back in the correct order, or things get added from whatever parallel side. If like, you know what I mean? Almost like two instances coming together.
Yeah. I think certainly those things are like people in some way, or if that's not them, people are being turned into something else. Okay. So the next post was made a day after the previous one. 13th post for those at home keeping score. Until we found the village, we had suspected that the detectors were just props, just toys given to us by the CIA guys to reassure us. Nobody trusted the spooks. 3 days through the jungle, and these detectors had not detected a thing. But before we even saw the first hut, the needles on all the detectors started moving in unison. If they were phony toys, it was a cool little special effect. The needles swayed back and forth, and all the little metal boxes let out this spooky ooh sound, all in unison, like a school choir. Very weird. We turned them off. As instructed, we treated every Vietnamese as combatants and killed them all. There wasn't any resistance, though. A few had weapons, but most were unarmed. None fought back. They didn't even run. They were just sitting around, blazing in the sun, and we shot them where we found them. Grim work and very weird. That probably spooked us out more than the detectors. It was like they were waiting to die. After clearing the village, we didn't know what to do, so we turned one of the detectors on and wandered around to see what was up. The detector started going nuts around one of the bigger huts in the middle of the village. We'd already cleared it, but we went in again. There was a big altar inside, with candles and Buddhas and gold signs with dink writing and shit. We figured maybe one of the Buddha statues was setting the detectors off, but no. Hut was very hot, muggy. Even by the incredibly humid standards of Vietnam, it was incredibly humid in there. Even the Buddha statues were sweating. Their faces were literally coated with drops of moisture. Everybody noticed that there was something weird going with the air. There was something off about the pressure. So we just tossed everything. Picked all the shit up and tossed it out of the hut. Sure enough, we picked up the big platform that held the altar. There was something under it. It was a pit made of flesh. Oh, gosh. Maybe 5 feet across and going down about 20 feet before curving out of sight. When I say made of flesh, I mean it looked like the inside of somebody's throat. Wet, reddish, flesh-looking stuff. We had heard of them building tunnels, but we really couldn't even understand what we were looking at. It was breathing. The flesh kind of rippled and this hot air came out, and it felt and smelled just like somebody breathing right in your face. Enough to make you sick. They told us we would know it when we saw it. Well, we saw it. We knowed it. Radioed the coordinates and got out of there. Oh my gosh, dude.
Is this also the first time that the author has referred as like we, you know?
Yeah.
Like a personal account?
Well, it makes it sound like whoever's writing all this, the reason he knows this is because he was
a part of the extraction team, or like a part of the American team that would go and find the stuff.
Like he was a Vietnam soldier who stumbled across this, and it opened up like his discovery of it. Dude, oh gosh, I can see it in my mind. It's so cool. A team of like dudes in Vietnam. Like they kill a village because they're ordered to, and then they find like a throat compiled of flesh underneath the temple, and the people there were like worshiping it or in like ecstasy over it. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, that was so good. Okay, 14th post. Encasement was certainly not something we were expecting. It really changed our whole perspective on what exactly was occurring. We thought that the flesh interfaces were just like pipes that went from one location to another, perhaps extra dimensionally or by some other magic. But when the first subject came back encased, we realized that, well, I'm not sure what we realized. We realized for the thousandth time in our dealings with the flesh interfaces that we were dealing with something really beyond us. That's why I call it magic. They were so far beyond our understanding. It was basically like meddling with some kind of black magic. The first subjects to come back encased was an 8-year-old girl we had named Jingles. We started naming the kids' dogs' names to try to depersonalize them, to assuage the guilt. This was done by the recommendation of CIA psychiatrist, but it didn't work very well. We all still felt like shit. But what choice did we have? Could we just ignore the flesh interfaces and not study them? Perhaps, but you must realize that the Soviets were also studying them. That changed the whole equation. If they... the ethical issues have been debated to death. What's done is done. We dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. We gave those blankets to the Indians, and we sent those kids through those portals. Now it's all just part of history. Anyway, we sent Jingles into flesh interface with an object returned 2 minutes later, which is a pretty long time for an interface. It was a large organic sac lined with veins, vaguely resembling a human lung, about 4 feet long. We x-rayed it and saw the skeleton inside and cut it open. Sure enough, Jingles was inside, naked and covered with blood, with no hair on her head. There was an umbilical cord attached to her belly button, which was attached to a sort of placenta. Oh. Hunter.
Fucking brutal, man.
Hunter, baby
So
girl.
metal. Also, how fucked up is that as like using random children as scapegoats for this experiment?
Just shoving them through. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like they found out that, you know,
They live the
have a better
longest.
chance of surviving if they're young. So guess what we got to do?
Operation
Oh, man,
Baby
so-
happened.
She goes in, and then 2 minutes later comes out in a uterus, in a womb, effectively. Oh gosh, we had a problem with the surgeons trying to harm her. It was later realized that her blood, the blood from the sac, had high concentrations of an exotic LSD analog. It was getting absorbed through the skin. The placenta was like an LSD factory, pumping out millions of doses. This particular blend made people pretty violent, so we had to put on containment suits. Jingle's skin was flawless, like a newborn's. No wrinkles on the back of her neck, no wrinkles on her palms except the major ones. She had the form of an 8-year-old girl, but seemed a lot newer. We did MRIs on her bone plates and found they were still highly undeveloped, as if she was newborn. We wondered, is this really Jingles or some kind of clone? What sort of apparatus could have possibly produced this clone, and why? After a day of observation, she awoke. We weren't sure if her mind was still there. Perhaps she had been wiped clean, so we waited, asking her questions. At first, her behavior was like that of an infant, just smiling and gurgling and clasping her hands. It was pretty eerie seeing that kind of behavior from an 8-year-old. Really, it was pretty eerie looking at her at all. Her skin was so pure and glowing, she looked like an absolute angel. Anyways. After a while, she started babbling, saying little phrases. In a matter of hours, she seemed to progress through the various stages of development, her sentence structure and awareness becoming more and more sophisticated. As soon as she could understand sentences, we started questioning her again. Who was she? She said her name. She knew her past. This wasn't just a blank clone. This may or may not have been the original girl, but she seemed to have the same mind as the original. So then we asked her the questions that we wanted to know. The question that had plagued us for years. The question that had led us, in the face of all humanity and morality, to send a child into a living apparatus of death. What did you see? What's on the other side? Her expression grew thoughtful. She was such a thoughtful, bright girl. We chose her for her intelligence. So young and bright, and we just threw her. Anyway, she thought about the question. And it seemed then that we would finally get an answer, a real answer. I remember the sense of anticipation in the room. It was like nothing I've ever felt before or since. Remember, I quit the program that day, so I was never able to question another subject. Anyway, she said to us,
Inside the chamber, I started to feel drowsy. Everything changed, and I knew what I saw. I had seen it before. I said to myself, this is like the room in my Grammy's house, the quiet room.
We asked her what she meant by this. She replied with these words, her final words before she simply stopped living and sat there dead with her eyes still on us. She said,
Come unto these yellow sands.
Oh,
Man. The idea of her like just dying there with her eyes open, probably smiling or something is just so crazy. Come unto these yellow sands. What do you think that means?
That's Shakespeare, I think. Hold on. I think I've heard that before. Let me look it up. Oh gosh, that's so cool. The child going through. And I love that buildup when he's like, the thing we sent children into it for, the thing we wanted to know, what did you see? Just having to know what it is.
Yeah, you're right. Shakespeare. Good call.
Yeah, it's from the Shakespeare play The Tempest.
Ariel song is what it says.
The poem goes, come unto these yellow sands and then take hands, curtsied when you have, and kiss the wild waves whist. Foot if featly here and there, and sweet sprites the burthen bear. Full fathom 5 thy father lies, of his bones and coral made. Those are pearls that were his eyes, nothing of him that doth fade. It sounds like
not as good as Harden the Paint by Waka Flocka, but Shakespeare did a good try there.
Could you imagine that little girl?
Yeah. I go hard in the motherfucking paint. She starts dropping the N-bombs too. Whoa! What you thinking? What you stanking? That'd be so sick.
It sounds okay. So the poem sounds like I don't know the context and the tempest for what's going on here, but it sounds like the character Ariel is singing for like them to join her to follow, like kind of come with me down the rabbit hole, so to speak. It says, "Come to these other sands and then take hands, curtsied when you have, and kiss the wild waves whist." So. Yeah, it sounds to me like there's this whole... Because the last thing she says is, I was there. Or the last coherent things he says, I felt drowsy, everything changed. So it's like she fell asleep. That's when she started to be wrapped inside of the womb and then the LSD given to her. And she's back in her grandma's room, or grandma's house, the quiet room, which that has so many implications. But she's back in the quiet room. And then... when they're like, what do you mean? She says, come into these yellow sands. And that sounds like what I've seen, I can't explain. Or like, it may not even be the girl talking. It's like the LSD that's pumping through her talking. Like this higher mind she's reached. But whatever entity or voice is speaking within her is like, you're going to have to see it for yourself. These are beyond things that you're supposed to know.
Yeah. She's got that.
Gosh, this is so cool.
Or that Waka Flocka possession going on. I really wish that out of her trance she would have said Flocka, Waka, 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 Flocka, like at the end of that deal. Waka, 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 Flocka.
They shoot her.
Yeah, riding real slow, bending corners. No!
Stop her quick. She's going to say it.
She deserves it. She went through hell and back.
It's funny again to look at these because like that whole thing is in reply to r/movies. China officially says that The Martian shows America's want space cooperation. Just the comments you get that. Someone talking about like the guilt they have over a child that died in this experiment. They're sent through a flesh.
Yeah, is Matt Damon good in The Martian? And then they get hit with that. And you know what's kind of cool with this too is that somebody sees it and they're like, "What the fuck?" And then it makes you want to click on the profile and be like, "Yeah, this guy's crazy." And that's kind of how people discover the story, though.
That's why it works.
Yeah,
that's why it works. Yeah, it's also the equivalent of like showing a pilgrim an iPhone. Like
their mind just melts.
Yeah, they were like, la la la, I really like Matt Damon in The Martian, and then just wah 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 wah.
Wah, wah, wah.
You remember in The Sun Vanished, the blue light,
yeah, exactly,
with the dubstep. Yeah, that's what these comments are doing to people asking, like, do you like Captain America or are you Team Iron Man? And then just, I was in the jungles of Da Nang. I felt the breath of the village we slaughtered. Just dropping these bombs on people. Anyway, next one, 15th post, same day. And which, by the way, this author, whoever he is, I don't care if he's like out of his mind on LSD or what. He is great at setting up this world, this tension. It's awesome. Post 15. In explaining our cruelty, which I admit was quite beyond scope of all humanity, I feel I must remind you of how we lost the war. Oh, what a great opening to a comment. Gosh. We lost the war in the cruelest way imaginable. Island after island fell, and enemy drew closer and closer. More and more bombs fell in our cities. Food grew more and more scarce. People starved. House burned. People burned. Children burned. We were punished by our own sense of dignity, by our own inability to admit inevitable and total defeat. It was like watching a sword slowly being sunk into your chest, millimeter by millimeter, but you refused to cry out, refused to whimper or beg for mercy. There's nothing you can do but watch the metal disappear into your weeping flesh. By the end of 1944, it was clear that both Japan and Germany were doomed, barring some divine intervention. Yet the stories we knew from childhood told us that we had been saved by divine intervention before. When the fleets of Kublai Khan were on our shores, moving from island to island, conquering and raping, till a miraculous typhoon sent their ships to the bottom of the ocean. Though we were modern men and trained in Western science, we still believed that there was some sacred destiny in store for the Japanese people, and we kept an eye out for something, anything which hinted of the divine. Two intriguing pieces of news had come to us through Germany, developments which suggested that perhaps the tide of the war could turn suddenly. Both, however, were ominous. One was that America was developing a superweapon, a bomb which could level entire cities, which used the latent power of the atom, unleashing very forces which held existence together. We assured ourselves that this was American propaganda, that no such weapon actually existed, but our scientists acknowledged that it was theoretically possible. The second piece of news was more puzzling. It was said that a Swiss scientist had synthesized a chemical which, like the American nuclear technology, could unleash latent forces. This time, forces of the mind. This chemical was said to fuse the various disparate areas of the mind and allow for incredible insights. Apparently, teams working under the influence of this chemical for long periods of time were capable of inventing techniques and devices previously unheard of. By the end of 1944, various high-ranking Germans were slipping out of Germany, like rats from a sinking ship, often trying to fund their escapes by selling various pieces of artwork, technology, intelligence, etc. It was from one of these that we obtained an enormous supply of this wonderful chemical, LSD, which was supposed to be secret even from Germany's allies. Along with the chemical, we were given a piece of news which was positively tantalizing, given the position we were in. According to our contact, experiments with LSD had been conducted at the Treblinka extermination camp. A group of prisoners was given the drug for a period of several months, and the results were so impressive that somehow the prisoners were able to convince the camp leaders to take the drug as well. Soon, the entire camp hierarchy was taking the drug and working together on a new device that was some sort of destructive radar which could bring down planes as easily as ordinary radar found them. It was said to be powerful enough to slice bombers right in half. Of course, we found this piece of news hard to believe. Nazi death camp commanders worked side by side with Jewish prisoners to invent a magical radar? It was utterly fantastical. Our good sense told us to ignore it. And yet, how could we? The Americans had already taken back the Philippines. Soon they would take Iwo Jima, then Okinawa, and all the home islands. We were facing the end of the Japanese as a free race. Perhaps the end of all Japanese existence. The Germans would have it easy compared to us. Many Americans were German in origin. There was a blood affinity between the countries. This did not exist for us. The Americans would burn our cities and rape our women and enslave us, make us servants, like that word. We would be crossbred with the whites until we had become self-degenerate half-castes. Japanese culture would crumble. Stories of our childhoods would be forgotten. We were watching a sword disappear into our hearts, and we were desperate for some kind of divine intervention. So in late 1944, a glass jar of LSD crystals, enough for several million doses, was taken aboard a submarine and slipped under the cover of the sea back to the home islands. We were looking for divine grace. What we found was a hell beyond our darkest dreams of destruction. Oh my gosh, dude. Every entry I read, I'm like, gosh, that was so good. As just like its own little vignette, something by itself talking about it. And that one's no different. Oh my, how we lost the war. Oh man. The LSD was passed around at like Treblinka. Everyone took it, and like it's like they forgot all the war they were fighting for, why they were there, and it's like they became directed towards this new objective. And so the Japanese want to get their hands on it, so in their desperation they do, and then things get much worse. What's interesting is the use of we, because the use of we's come up a few times. There was the one mentioned earlier, is the Vietnam guy, and then there was the mention of the experimenter when Jingles came out in the womb, which I now think are two different people, and now there's this one of a Japanese soldier scientist in World War II. So it sounds like the we, either this account, the Mother Horse Eyes account is multiple different accounts that are being shared and posted, or it's the Mother Horse Eyes or whatever is like a sort of hive mind. Almost, you know?
Hive mind, yeah. It's just interesting, yeah.
Like everyone who's involved with it or everyone who's had experience with it is now speaking from a first-person perspective, or at least whatever entity who knows of these accounts is turning it into a first-person perspective.
Right.
Interesting. Anyway. All right, so all those things that we have read thus far have been replies left again on random Reddit threads. The next post is a actual post that was made by the author, Mother Horse Eyes. So it was a self-post in a subreddit that's now locked. So this was actually like for the first time Mother Horse Eyes sort of, or the user 9 Mother Horse Eyes addressing the people who are reading the stories. Hello, friends. Thank you for your interest in my post. I want to apologize to the community at large for posting them to threads whose relationship to their content is at best tangential. I simply had nowhere else to post my information where anybody could read it. Previously, I was operating a website wherein my information laid out in a rather straightforward manner. I was quite convinced that the undeniable truth of this information would attract attention on its own accord. I was quite sure that somehow this grand truth would shine out as a beacon and resonate with receptive people and quickly become widespread. As I recall, my best month brought about 400 visitors and a total of 4 non-spam comments. 75% of these recommended psychiatric intervention. So here we find ourselves. I'm attempting to use the techniques of fiction and suspense to hopefully generate interest in this information. Your subreddit furthers this aim, and I sincerely thank you for creating it. Yeah, so the r/Mother Horse Eyes was created by people who found the previous post and were discussing it. Then Mother Horse Eyes made an appearance and posted this message I'm reading now. I should clarify that this information is not fiction, nor is it true. It is a mix of things which happened and things which almost happened. Ooh, I like that. Things which were and things which could have been. You must understand that the present moment in which we exist is simply a nexus from which trillions of possible past and possible futures branch out. The important thing to realize is that these unreal past and unrealized futures are related to each other. By examining what might have been, we can come to understand what might come to be. I am writing about what has never been and what must never be. Unfortunately, our generation has been given a special burden. We are doomed, as the apocryphal Chinese curse has it, to live in interesting times. Soon, technological advances in the field of information technology and bioengineering will fundamentally reshape human existence. There are a number of possible outcomes, and I believe that most of them will result in the human race entering an unending era of absolute slavery. As a free species, we have seen totalitarianism before and we have destroyed it. But when it arises again, aided by advanced information and biological technology, it will have a new and unprecedented ability to envelop the entire Earth and place humanity in an unalterable state of total mental and physical slavery that will last for uncounted millennia until the Earth becomes uninhabitable. Not only do I believe that this outcome is possible, I believe that it's overwhelmingly likely. Out of all the trillions of possible futures arrayed before us, 99.999% of them result in this outcome. As Christ said, "Wide is the gate, broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But narrow is the gate, and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." We must find and enter the narrow gate, but it will not be easy. In order to find it, we must sort through the many possible paths to find the possible futures which result in a humanity free to live and die as humans, and not as an unholy agglomeration of mindless flesh. Fortunately, as we fight against the forces of slavery and death, it will precisely be our instincts towards the preservation of freedom and life that will lead us to destruction. In short, we live in precarious times. I want to make clear that while this post shows clear and appalling signs of megalomania, I am actually aware that I am not a prophet or an expert. I am a 30-something American male without the benefit of a college education or a stable job. Sadly, I have spent most of my life drunk. My post will contain a number of historical errors, both intentional and unintentional, as well as bad spelling, bad grammar, and laughably overwrought prose. Readers with the proper education will easily see through my attempts at erudition. In short, I have no proper formal qualifications for the task I have set out for myself. But I have personally experienced the intellectual mutations of which I write. Through repeated self-experimentation, I have fractured the time state of my brain, and now it exists in an ever-shifting state between various pasts which didn't happen. As such, I have been given what I believe special insight into our possible futures. They are dark. The shadows of past atrocities pass and overlap with the shadows of future atrocities. Time is short. Recently, I have been beset with a persistent creativity that seems to grow stronger as the days go by. I fear this state is unsustainable. Perhaps eventually this productive mania will turn into an unproductive psychosis, and soon, on a larger scale, mankind's productivity will turn into its own sort of psychosis. Billions of years ago, the so-called primordial soup arranged itself into a self-replicating form which multiplied and flourished and divaricated into countless species. From our vantage point in the present, this singular moment of origin has become lost in the midst of time. Equally obscure to us is the future singularity towards which we are heading, the endpoint in which all countless species are once again reintegrated to a new and singular form, a new abomination. We are on the verge, all of us. Times are dire. We are about to be gathered again into the arms of the mother to become one flesh with her. The mother who gathers lost children. The mother I have seen in dark spaces since I was a little child. Back when I called her the mother with horse eyes. We are about to meet her again. We are about to be unborn.
God damn. God damn, dude. I'm like, that was me honestly just being like, yeah, dude, I guess times are pretty bleak. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ.
We are about to meet her again. Mother I saw in dark spaces as I was a child, back when I called her the mother with horse eyes. Oh gosh, dude. This is so gas. This is so good.
Yeah.
Man, okay.
It's very eerie too. Like it's weird because the beginning of it really throws off you're like, oh, okay. So, you're like, oh, well, you get a break about being like, oh, this isn't really fiction or is it not fiction, whatever. And then it kind of like, I don't know, like around the halfway mark, it really starts divulging back into him. Like, just like, I mean, it's just so threatening, or it's just like scary. The ominous like dread, the never ending dread is just, it's pretty crazy.
This captures what to me, I think, because a lot of people are like, oh, conspiracy theories are dumb or stuff. They're not that interesting. I think what is so interesting to me about not like was JFK assassinated, stuff like that. I'm talking conspiracy theories about like, was this ancient civilization real, stuff like that. One of the reasons they interest me so much is because they all point back to this unified theory that there is a secret out there. And if we can find that one secret, it will rewrite our understanding of religion, of culture, of society, all of it. And there is something so haunting about that. The implication that there is a narrative we're not aware of that has shaped everything, every interaction, every societal structure. There is one thing that has dictated it and has convinced us it was our own decision, that it was our own free will. But there is something behind the curtain that has puppeted us this whole time. There's something so menacing. It's overwhelming fear. And it evokes the same fear that this story is evoking right now. And they use the same themes of conspiracies, of lost history, of unhistory and stuff like that. It is a conspiracy theory horror story. And that is awesome.
Yeah, it's sick.
Also just the mother with horse eyes, like, oh man, to become one flesh. So he's talking about, it sounds like our author of the story, or at least, our self-insert author protagonist of the story, has taken enough LSD that he has started to, as he said, fractured his mind. And now he sees all the previous pasts that haven't happened, but he's not sure which one's real yet. So he's talking about them. And that explains why he always uses we. Because he is like fractured across these different consciousness, seeing the past. So he's speaking from their perspectives as he's relaying this history that never came to be. So he's like the nexus point that all these stories are coming through.
His hyper obsession on LSD and stuff too makes it seem like, is he a reliable narrator,
Yeah.
Or is he, it's one of those things where it's just, I don't know. It's when you go into thought patterns like that, it really questions like, well, who is this person? How are they affected? You know, is this a person that's mind has just gone completely crazed? You know what I mean? But they're very well spoken, and that's what throws it for a loop. You're like, fuck. It's not rambling. Yeah. It's like very concentrated, well thought out sentences.
There's a cohesion to the stuff he's talking about, even if on the whole it doesn't make sense, it makes sense to him, right? But I love that, like, we have to know what wasn't, so we will know the things that can never be. And it's like we're all being unborn, which ties back to the jingles coming out and like the sack. It's like, and the girl with the Russians who was sent, or not the Russians, the one at Groom Lake who saw their grandmother go beneath the ground and like everyone was curled up like a pregnant woman's belly. It's like people are being reverted into previous states of existence. Yeah, maternal, exactly. Mother horse eyes, right? Like it's wanting to drag people into it to make them into like infants again, into embryos. The mother with horse eyes. It's like the void. It reminds me of Ensorcelled in the Earth.
Yeah.
The talk of like the mother, the darkness that our character leads itself into till it becomes a part of it again. It's very familiar with that.
I will say too, when our narrator here is talking about Mother Horse Eyes, it doesn't seem like he's trying to reject it either. I think he's very much in the eyes of like, it's time, which also, I think it's just the level of confidence in which he's speaking of like the certainty of everything is what also gives the story such a hit. Like it just hits you in the stomach really hard.
Yeah. So I think a lot of these comments we're going to see because I'll call him the narrator who put that last post together is seeing all these different futures and like memories of past that never were. So I think each one of these individual posts where it's talking from a first person perspective is completely different people. So that's probably why the language shifts some between different ones. Some are more personal, some are more impersonal, stuff like that.
Right.
Some swear, some don't, All right, so now, next post, 16, this looks like the next day. Yeah, 16th post. When you're hanging out with the tribe of Nazi acid heads, magical space pussy doesn't even register on the weirdo meter. Okay, immediately what I said about different, different accounts have different ways of speaking and stuff like that. I mean, they talked about so much weird shit, and so much of it was total bullshit that I didn't pay any attention to it. It was the 60s. Talking about magical space pussies was like asking somebody how their day went. It was just conversation to me. But to them, it wasn't. That was a strange time in my life. I'd spent the last 6 months going from commune to commune, just checking them out. They were all bullshit. Every one of them just some guy on a power trip and a bunch of women, grown up with bad fathers, hanging on his every word, hoping he would solve all their problems. That's the only way the commune system worked. The guy got control of the women, and the women attracted a few guys to do the manual labor, but in the end, it was basically just a new system of pimping. I mean, I'm from Brooklyn. I've seen pimping. These chicks had tried to escape society and just gotten themselves pimped out. It was tragic, but too tragic for me to give a shit about. So I went out to Death Valley. Why did I go there? Why does anybody? Because it has a cool name. If it was called Some Scorpions and a Bunch of Rocks, which is what it actually is, nobody would go. I had decided I was done with counterculture. I was done with the regular culture. I was done with it all. I would go where nobody would bother me and just try to figure myself out. Get a little peace and quiet. A month later, the Manson family moved in next door. Yes. Oh my gosh. What I said earlier about the Mansons. Yes. Let's go. For a while, it was just a nice little guy named Paul and some girls living a few miles from my little shack. Seemed harmless. Then the whole family came in. Charlie too. They had already committed the murders at this point. It was big news, but nobody knew who did it. I surely didn't connect it to this band of weirdos next door. They seemed too stupid to pull off anything newsworthy. Just another bullshit commune. Once Charlie got there, the family seemed to spend most of their time driving their doom buggies around, pretending to be the Africa Corps. I mean, Charlie would put on a helmet with a SWAT stick and lead them in maneuvers. I never met racist Nazi hippies before, but there's a first time for everything. Some of them even talked about Uncle Adolf and how he knew the score, how he should have won the war. I was a mechanic in the army. So I helped them out with the buggies and got to know them a little. Slowly, their little philosophy trickled down to me. They thought America was on the verge of an apocalyptic race war. Blacks on white, helter-skelter, the Watts riots in every city. That part actually seemed pretty plausible. I mean, you gotta understand. In 1969, the country had been getting weirder and weirder, more and more violent every year. Nobody was quite sure if it would end. Nobody knew that in the 70s, the counterculture would just kind of peter out into a bunch of James Taylor albums. They said they had come to the desert to find a hideout so they would be safe while the helter-skelter race war was going on. They said that somewhere out in the desert there was a bottomless pit full of wonders and treasures. In the Bible, Revelation speaks... In the Bible, Revelation speaks of the tree of life, which bears 12 kinds of fruit, one for every month. They said this tree was growing inside the bottomless pit and would give them all the food they wanted while they waited out the war. When it was over, they said, they would emerge, Charlie would rule the world as the new Christ. So that part was a little less plausible. And then I started hearing about the magical space vagina. I'd become friends with Paul, who was actually a nice guy who just wanted to screw the girls and get stoned and didn't really get into the whole Nazi thing. He said they were searching for the entrance to the bottomless pit. He said that entrance would be made of flesh growing out of rocks, like a giant vagina so big you could just stroll right in. I told him he thought about pussy way too much, but he was serious. He said that the technology to turn rocks into flesh was from outer space, and its secrets had been taught Charlie by Uncle Adolf. Till then, I had thought that Uncle Adolf was their name for Hitler. Slowly, as I learned more, I started to realize that they weren't talking about somebody who was still alive, somebody they actually knew. They told me he was coming soon. So, the implication here is that they got on LSD, and then that's what wanted them to bring about the whole race war and stuff like that to end the world. And then they became obsessed with finding one of these flesh portals, like the one that was mentioned in Vietnam earlier. And then our author, who's being, diminishing of the idea, refers to it as like a giant vagina, but it is a flesh portal through the ground that we've heard about before. And Charles Manson, then we're trying to find a way to it.
Yeah, I was almost wondering if it's like Tree of Life kind of a allegory too, or not.
Well, see, bottomless pit is also a thing in the book of Revelation, but that's normally in reference to hell. It talks about that after the rapture and stuff like that. Like hell's more of a holding place, so to speak, depending on how you look at it. And then after the battle of the end times, the devil will be thrown into the bottomless pit and locked away. So that's like a hellish place. But then that they believe in there will be the tree of life, which is a good thing that's involved with like heaven. And like the New Jerusalem, as it's mentioned in the Bible and stuff like that. So it's like walking into hell because there's a good thing of heaven there, or like they have their symbolism of it mixed up. But this Uncle Adolf is a real person who's coming very soon. Interesting. Again, the world building's great and how it drip feeds information. Next post, 17th post, same day. This kind of psychological mirroring was exploited in the design of the flesh interfaces. When a human body, hold on. That might be because he said sometimes these replies are in comments. Okay, yeah. So this is in reply to a post in r/GIFs, which is now deleted. Or the thing that was linked is now deleted, but it's talking about soldiers running drills on LSD in the 1960s. So then in reply to that, Mother Horseye says, this kind of psychological mirroring was exploited in the design of the flesh interfaces. When a human body is embedded in an interface, the independent, in other words, non-human interface glands produce massive amounts of LSD, which cause intellectual mutations, in other words, time fracturing along several dozen axes. Meanwhile, the independent hormone regulators produce an emotional oscillation between two states, euphoria and terror. Thus, we have the typical sound of an interface, alternating waves of giggling and screaming that move through the interface population, running along the length of the interface as the hormones travel along the independent conduits. These successive waves of giggling and screaming create a steady rhythm that washes over the traveler as they move through the interface. Natural empathetic responses, mirroring, prepare the traveler's body for the process of embrace. Yo.
God, imagine being shot through a portal and you just hear people screaming in pain and laughing.
But yeah, it goes between euphoria and terror. So it sounds like, okay, so it says in the construction of the flesh interfaces, there is human glands, like human stuff, that is being pumped with this LSD material from the non-human stuff, and it's causing them to time fracture. And the regulators throw them between terror and euphoria. So that is the tunnel, I believe, right? The flesh interface from everything we've established, made out of people. So as people pass through, it oscillates between the laughter and the terror, and it creates these waves of it creates a rhythm, as it says, that washes over the traveler and prepares them for embrace, which I imagine embrace is, it's using the word embrace because it's like a mother, right? Mother horse eyes that's embracing them. But the embrace is probably the process that turns them back into the womb, that turns them back into an infant just in their own body. That one's out of the way. 18th post. When I was little, they took mommy away and put me with a new mommy in a smelly dark house. They said she was a real person, but I knew she wasn't. They had made her. Her face was made from pieces of animal. Pig cheeks, hairy goat jaw, old horse eyes. They sewed her together badly, and the seams were crusty. I hated her. Real mommy called me from underground. I opened the attic window at sundown and let the spring breeze flow in. I heard her song floating in on the cool air, soft singing from the grave.
God. God. I want to see right now. My fucking mind is just getting fucked. Like I'm just getting raw dog. It's just like, yeah, 1957. There was a group of people in Indonesia that didn't. You're like, okay. And all of a sudden it's just like, I see her from the ground. I hear her crying and singing. I miss mommy. I'm like, what the fuck is happening, dude? I'm
gonna be honest.
I'm having a panic attack.
I'm going to be honest, that one. So I, like I said earlier, there's kind of this uneasiness about, ooh, what if there's this great secret that contains humanity and stuff? That entry, I immediately became aware of the open door to my right. Like that of course freaked me out a little bit. Oh, what did it say? She had pig cheeks, goat jaw,
a hairy goat jaw,
and old horse eyes. They sewed her together badly. I hated her. Oh, but they're trying to. Okay, so they took mommy away and put me in the smelly dark house with new mommy. This sounds so much like the little girl earlier saying she was in the quiet room at Grammy's house, right?
Yes.
Said she was a real person. I knew she wasn't.
It almost made me think it was like a body made of all the parts that have been cut off from portals and shit is what I was thinking.
Oh, that's actually a really good idea. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, you're probably right. All the what they call it, segmenting.
Yeah,
all the segmented stuff.
Wherever the things are going, it's like because also they always sound like it's from a child's perspective. So to me, it's always like this is the perspective of the kid in the portal or in the flesh interface.
Yeah, you know? What they see, and that's what the girl said at not Groom Lake. The other experiment they did with Jingles.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the experiment with Jingles where she was like, they asked what she saw when she went through the portal, and she was like, I was back in the quiet room at Grammy's house after I got really tired. So this sounds like the same thing. There is these... She goes to a house and whoever they is tries to convince her it's her mom, but it's not. It's just pieces of living things. And then real mom called out to me from underground. So that sounds like the Grammy that sunk below the ground. So this sounds like it's in the other plane. It's on the other side of the portal. And they're trying to, whatever they is, the aliens or whatever, is trying to convince this little girl that this is her mother. These pieces. Gosh, that's good. But then, hold on. If that's the case, then maybe our author, the one who's made this whole story, also went through that. Because he said, I saw the mother in dark spaces when I was a child. I called her the mother with horse eyes, which, you know, she just described that this thing had horse eyes, so we can assume that's the same one. But if that's the case, then that means he went through the portal too, probably when he was younger. Interesting. Okay. Or he just saw memories of kids that had gone through the portal, like this little girl, for instance. Okay. All right. Ready? Number 19. Post made a day later. Watching the flesh interface process known as embrace is kind of like watching those Japanese subway groping videos. Well, that's a crazy intro. That was honestly the first thing I thought of when I watched it, but of course I wasn't going to put that in the official report. You ever seen those videos? Well, you wouldn't admit it if you had, right? It's a whole genre over there. Not the most progressive stuff in terms of gender equality, but compelling nonetheless. Hunter, do you have any idea what he's talking about?
No. What is it? I don't think
Japanese groping videos on subways.
I think it's literally like smut videos where people go and they'll like grab women, or they're like basically peeping Tom. I'm guessing it's also stuff too where it's like, you know, grope videos, grabbing girls' tits, ass, that kind of stuff. Is what I would assume. That or I'd also assume if it's like subway stuff, if it's also like people like hidden footage, or, you know, they don't know they're being recorded.
Probably.
Blah, blah, blah.
The videos start with a woman's... Oh, we're about to get a description. Well, I'm glad I took the time to do that. The video starts with a woman standing in the subway, minding her own business, when some guy starts feeling her up. She protests demurely and attempts to deflect his roaming hands. He persists. Other men on the subway, perhaps sensing her weakness, join in with the groping. Oh gosh, a sort of group madness takes over the subway occupants. The men are transformed from ordinary travelers into an agglomerated mass of arms and hands and fingers, grabbing every part of the woman's body. The woman's attempts at protecting her personal space are always absurdly ineffectual, and soon she is divested of her clothing.
God damn.
Depending on the video's subgenre, a variety of acts ensue, most of which surely violate local transportation statutes. So hold on, this is saying it's a genre of porn, then?
Yes. Well, I'm also wondering, I think it might be an illegal thing, too. Yeah. I don't know. Or unless it's just a bunch of people, like actors that go, and it's like a fantasy thing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Man, anyway. Embrace is kind of like that. That combined with a school of piranha stripping a live cow of its flesh. Oh.
Interesting. Well, so it's like a bunch of things like tearing the skin off of you.
Maybe the maybe embrace is just the process of getting put in the womb. Maybe it's worse than that. Unless they rebuild you. Yeah, so the way he describes it, where it's like someone goes through, because it says in the previous one that embrace comes at the end of the tunnel, right? After you go through the flesh gateway. And then you get to the end of it, and then embrace happens. And this person is describing an embrace as someone like at first, like demurely, like they're not really trying. It's kind of like half awake, like trying to push stuff off. But it's these hands and pieces and stuff ripping the flesh off of people in the same way as described here. Man, okay. All right, 20th post. The island made the next day. Lying in the hold, listening to the bombardment, there's no sleep. The booming of the guns travels through the shivering metal of the ship. Hour after hour, without end, the arsenal of democracy rains down on the tiny island. What could it be like for the Japs huddled in their bunkers, surrounded, doomed? Do they know they have no hope? Do they expect death? Do they wish for it? Death. The island is death, waiting for them. Ancient. Waiting since before they were born. Thousands of young men have crossed vast oceans to come here, following paths they can never have seen. Thousands of young lives will converge on her shores, converge and end. After 3 days of round-the-clock bombardment, a clear and bright morning. Whispers through the hold about problems with the shells, many of them never exploding, disappeared in the air. There have been stories of bombers being cut in half, of bomb crews emerging limbless from their planes. What is on the island? Some new kind of weapon? Something the Japanese have been saving until now? Just talk. The men feel the death out there, waiting on the island. Okay, so I know I'm in the middle of this. Before we continue, this seems like the ending of the story we got from the Japanese scientist earlier, that they were desperate and they looked for any weapons, so they start to incorporate these portals or instances.
Yeah, they're weaponizing
and now they're being
them.
used against America. They're weaponizing them, yeah. The landing vehicles ride through the waves, and the Marines climb out onto the beaches of ash, an alien surface, crumbling under their boots. There's no fire, no sound but the motors and the clinking of gear and the sergeant shouting, urging them on. No movement from the interior. Then screams. Bloody stumps. Men cut in half, but still no fire. How is there no fire? More men screaming. Groups of men on the ground. howling, bright red lumps where limbs had been. How? No sign of the Japs, no fire, no shells. More vehicles land. The beach has become a crowded, screaming nightmare. There is something here, something beyond their understanding, invisible, killing at will. Is it the island itself? A few men manage to advance up the steep beaches and across the rocks, but soon they're cut apart as well. Other men follow and advance farther. They've been trained to advance. Take the beach, forward, always forward. Slowly, the men find their way farther and farther into the island interior. Through horrible trial and error, they begin to understand. They don't speak of their discovery. They don't believe it, but their overwhelming will to go forward and their overwhelming fear of death teach them that their minds cannot accept, teach them a lesson about the island. They notice tracks through the ash and rock where there is no grass. These tracks are not foot trails, but deep tracks carved at strange angles, striated like dry streams, places where it seems the ground is simply missing. They realize they must avoid these tracks. If they step onto them or let any part of themselves pass over them, that part will disappear. Whether it is their fingers or feet or limbs or even their heads. Sometimes parts of their bodies disappear even when they don't cross the tracks, and they realize there are unseen tracks through the air, invisible boundaries they must not cross. If they lose a part of their bodies, the blood does not flow, but there is pain, pain beyond flames or knives or bullets, pain unbearable. Unholy, inhuman. There are screams all around them of men who have accidentally run afoul of the invisible power. There's no time to understand this, to reason it out. They simply adapt, moving carefully, holding out blades of wild grass or shirts or gear, probing, waiting for part of the object to disappear, and stopping, testing for a way forward. Sometimes they find it, sometimes they're forced to turn back. Less than an hour. They've forgotten entirely about the artillery and snipers and bayonets. There's no soldiers, only entrances to empty bunkers, abandoned pieces of artillery, some cut in half, but no enemy. They're playing a new game now, taught to them by some unseen teacher, playing it with total concentration. Playing and winning. The Marine wounded, with their strange unbleeding wounds, are taken away. Their screams fade. Orders from command are unchanged. Take the island. So they move forward, up, towards Mount Suribachi. The mountain is shaped like a bowl, a dead volcano. They approach by various paths, each man following another, taking a narrow path of safety. Makeshift markers are set up to show their boundaries. Our Marine turns and sees, floating like a butterfly, a severed human arm. It turns and floats away and disappears altogether. Minutes later, a disembodied pair of legs scrambles past. The Marines curse and speculate and even giggle, but keep moving forward. There's no time to understand. They expect to spend weeks taking the island. Now it seems that they could have it in a couple hours. A shot rings out. The first shot since the confusion of the landing. A Marine is firing at the mountain. Others peer through their binoculars and spy a man sitting on the rim of the mountain. Simply sitting. Alone. Just a vague shape. Snipers are called in and they fire on him, but the island's air seems to swallow the bullets. The man's untouched. They press forward. Deadly tracks wind around them, growing more numerous. Some of the men find themselves at dead ends. One Marine slips and disappears entirely without so much as a shout. Come to the foot of the mountain. It's small but rugged and steep. The lone man sits over them, looking down on them. They hear sounds now, coming from the other side of the ridge, coming from within the giant bowl of the mountain. Human voices, many of them, thousands. Sounds of laughter, giggling and cackling and howling laughter. Like a wonderful party where somebody is telling a hilarious story. The Marines listen to it dumbfounded. Slowly the laughter fades and there is a new sound, a strange rushing roar that quickly breaks apart into discrete sounds. Screams, shouts, gasps, weeping, terror. The sound rises and rises and the Marines shudder. This too fades and the laughter returns, and so these two sounds trade places over and over, fading in and out above the sound of the waves. A Marine trains his binoculars on the mountain again. The man is still sitting there, Japanese, wearing a uniform. His head is floating several feet above his body. The body is in several pieces with lines of sunshine between them. His face, sweat dripping over the smooth eyelids, shows no emotion. Slowly, he raises his hand as if to wave to them, and his fingers float away from his palm.
That is so sick. That was wonderful.
Bro, that's its own story. That's so just all.
The idea too of like looking into a tunnel, you're standing outside and you just hear, like really picture 1,000 people laughing and then 1,000 people weeping and like, screaming. Like that would just be so fucking crazy. Also, it seems like the entire army is down there. Where they're like, where is everybody?
It's so cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's almost unfair because that's just entry 20 of this whole story. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, so it sounds like the Japanese were given LSD to try to construct these portals, when the Swiss scientists made the drug, and then they set about building a flesh portal. They set about building a flesh interface, and they did. And then this Japanese soldier is one of the guys that fell to it. And that further goes with the idea that if your body pieces are cut off, they're still alive just somewhere else. Hence the floating arms, the legs running by, stuff like that. The Japanese soldier with his head removed from him. Oh, bro, that was so cool. I mean, I really don't know what to say about it beyond that was so cool. Like the idea of like they hit the beaches and men are screaming like they're being shot, but there's no gunfire. And then they never fire a bullet the entire time. And then when they finally get to the end, there's a Japanese soldier who turns to wave at him and he floats away. He's
I love that he looks to wave at him and then his fingers pop off of his hand and they just start floating.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm, yeah. That was just, yeah. Man. Okay. All right. I really don't know what else to say about it. That was so cool. But I feel like it needs more said about it. But yeah, you get the point, everyone. That was dope. Okay. All right. I'm ready to keep going. This is quickly working its way into one of the most memorable things we've talked about on the show, for me at least.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. All right. Entry 21. And we're only a fifth of the way through. Entry 21. So this is actually a post that Mother Horse Eyes, the actual account, made on r/crippling alcoholism, which is funny. Title is the Simple Nemesis. When novelist Philip K. Dick was 42 years old, his fourth wife left him. Lonely and devastated, he opened his home to whoever wanted to stay there. This being San Francisco in 1971, the house quickly became filled with drug users. Dick himself was heavily abusing amphetamines, eating pills by the literal handful and foregoing sleep for days. The mood in the house quickly became paranoid, and at one point, multiple occupants were sleeping with guns under their pillows. The house was broken into, and Dick suspected government involvement, thinking he had gotten too close to some kind of secret in one of his novels. He moved away shortly after. But his time at the house hadn't been all paranoia and firearms. There were also many good times. Dick was a mesmerizing conversationalist with an easy command of facts and theories about art, religion, philosophy, and numerous esoteric subjects. He and his new friends, usually kids in their early 20s, would rap for hours and days about everything under the sun. He grew close to many of them. Many of them were runaways or otherwise clinging to the margins of society. After the break-in, Dick went to rehab and quit speed, but as time went on, many of his friends fell victim to the drugs. In the epilogue to A Scanner Darkly, a fictionalized account of this time, he wrote,
"This has been a novel about some people who were punished entirely too much for what they did. They wanted to have a good time, but they were like children playing in the street. They could see one after another of them being killed, run over, maimed, destroyed, but they continued to play anyhow. We really are all very happy for a while, sitting around not toiling, but just bullshitting and playing. But it was for such a terrible brief time. And then the punishment was beyond belief. Even when we could see it, we could not believe it. For a while, I myself was one of these children playing in the street. I was like the rest of them, trying to play instead of being grown up, and I was punished. We were forced to stop by things dreadful."
In the grip of withdrawal, I read that epilogue many times, read it and wept. I remember, after a week-long binge, lying in my bed and weeping, nightmares crowding my mind, my hands shaking, the mental suffering unbearable, thinking to myself, should I really be punished like this? What have I done that was so horrible? Was it so wrong to drink, to want to feel comfortable, to want to feel okay, to want to forget about things for a while? Was it so horribly wrong, such a crime that I should go through this mind-crucifying torment? But it wasn't really a matter of right and wrong. It was simply a matter of cause and effect. My brain had adapted to the inhibitory effects of alcohol. Once the alcohol had been removed, it had entered a state of hyperactivity. Adaptation had become a maladaptation. That was all. There was nothing out there administering this suffering as a punishment. My only crime had been knowing that this would happen and drinking anyways. I've been a child playing in the street. Dick wrote in his epilogue,
In Greek drama, they were beginning as a society to discover science, which means casual law. Here is this novel, there is nemesis, not fate, because any of us could have chosen to stop playing in the street.
There is no magical fate causing my suffering, just the impersonal cruelty of casual law. That was my only nemesis. Perhaps one day they will invent a substance which prevents the neuroadaptation to alcohol, and we will be able to drink forever, like the Greek god Dionysus. We will drink and dance and laugh, and there will be no nightmares. We will be made children again. We will play forever on a street where there are no cars. Till then, there will be suffering beyond belief. Okay. Man, the writing's so good. These segments. So that one, I assume, is the same author because it was a post made by Mother Horse Eyes. That is the same one who was talking earlier about being the nexus point for all these different things. So the same one who saw the mother who says we're all going to fall into it. And then he's, like you said earlier, almost resigned to it by saying we will be children playing in a street where there are no cars. It's so, man, gosh, it's so good. But the suffering beyond belief, he's talking about we have to go through this process where Mother will take us, embrace us, turn us into something new, and then we can all be happy. Then we won't have to worry about all the bad in the world. All right, so let's go on. 21st post made same day. Yeah, same day. They crawl up the mountain, bare hands on the sharp volcanic rocks. The sun beats down on them. It's a grueling test. The island has a secret that it doesn't want to reveal. They draw close to the man at the top of the mountain. Oh, sick. Okay, we're back there. Cool. They draw close to the man at the top of the mountain, keeping their guns trained on him. He has no weapon. His body is fragmented like an image in a broken mirror, various pieces floating without connection, the brightness of the sky shining between them, and the blood of his insides bright red. His head's like a balloon, floating several feet over the rest of him.
Hello, America.
The head calls, breaking into a sickly smile. The whites of the eyes are clustered with red hemorrhages. Sweat rolls down the face. The Marines don't know how to respond. They ask if he's armed. The question strikes one of them as funny, and he giggles. The tide of giggling comes from the other side of the ridge, behind the fragmented man. Giggling turns to screaming.
What's going on here? You alone?
A Marine asks. The man doesn't seem to understand. One of the Marines tries his basic Japanese. The man makes a sour face.
No Nippon. Korea. Korea person.
The man says, and a disembodied hand points to a nearby fragment of his chest.
I. Christian.
The man says, pulls a necklace out of his shirt. On the end of it is a small metal cross. A tiny, suffering Jesus gleams in the sun. The Marine tries English.
What's happening here? The devil came here. What? The soldiers had built a gate. The child's with the command. I don't understand.
Gosh, the devil came here. Oh. A wide smile splits the Korean man's face, and he lets out a loud laugh, and the smile flees, and suddenly he is weeping. His emotions seem to follow the giggles and screams that come from inside the mountain. The Marines feel it too. Strange urge to laugh, followed by a harrowing fear. The sound beyond the ridge rises, the screams becoming higher and louder. A wave of manic giggling joins the screams so that both sounds fill the air at once. An electric feeling touches the skin of the Marines' arms. They find their minds filling with strange, dark thoughts. Somewhere in a castle in Japan lies a mad god emperor who has sent his men across the ocean to defend his glorious empire with their blood. On the other side of the world lies the great humming factory called America, the heart of an empire of commerce, which once forced Japan to join the world in trade. Machines and flesh now flow along tendril-like courses, delivering goods and death, ensnaring the globe. The sun goes dark, like a light switch turning off. The Marines instinctively duck, they look up and gasp. Above them, extending miles into the sky, is an enormous metallic cylinder, filling the sky, blocking out the sun. It spins slowly above them, pieces of it flickering and disappearing like the image in a broken movie projector. In a day filled with madness, they find themselves confronted with something wholly beyond their capacity for surprise. They simply mutter soft curses and get closer to the ground. The earth seems to tremble with the sound of the screaming and laughing, which swirls like a storm all around them. Somewhere near the beach, a Marine pats another Marine on the back, interrupting his stunned gawking, shouts something into his ear. The second Marine pats the man in front of him, and the message goes up the line like this until it reaches the Marines talking to the fractured man. Pull back. They're to withdraw from the island. The men do not question the order for a moment. They turn and crawl away from the Korean. Below them, the ashen island flashes with pieces of sunlight that manage to slip through the flickering cylinder. When they are almost at the foot of the mountain again, the man stands up and shouts something over the hideous screaming. The Marines cannot hear it and would not understand it anyways.
The devil took Jesus and went to the mountain to show him all the kingdoms of the world glory. If you fall down and worship me, saying, I will give it all to you.
Bro.
Also, all the things there, I just want to say all the things I read, there is a Korean manuscript there as well. So just let you know. It's just the translation of him speaking Korean.
Yeah.
Oh, but I don't speak no Korean, so I can't.
Bro, every piece of that, my word. They walk up and they're talking to him and he says the devil came here, and then they all get the same ideas in their head of like the world's connected by these dark forces and these tendrils that pull economy and governments and stuff like that. And then the giant pillar, the same one that was seen in Russia, goes up to the sky. And when it's saying it's flickering, is it saying it's spinning, or is it like visibly flickering?
I'm wondering if it's flickering because of the light that's like passing by it, but it feels like there's some kind of movement. Like spinning would make it seem like it's the flickering is the
slowly. It spins slowly. Yeah. It's like like you said, like a broken movie projector, like it's glitching in and out of existence. So they all get ordered to turn back. But then the Korean man shouts, the devil took Jesus, went to the mountain to show him all the kingdoms of the world, which is a story in the Bible. It's in the book of Matthew, but it's in a couple of the other gospels as well, that the devil tempted Jesus for, the 40 days in the wilderness. And he took Jesus to the mountaintop and said that if Jesus would fall down and worship him, the devil would give him all, the kingdoms, the glories of the world. And it says, if you fall down and worship me, I will give it all to you. So he is equating what they have done to that they were the figurative Jesus in the story, that the devil offered the treasures of the world and they took it. And now this is what it's got them. And we never see it, but we know that behind him on the other side of the mountain is a massive flesh gate, a massive, flesh portal made up of the Japanese army.
Jesus Christ.
Bro,
a lot.
Is this not
it's a lot to take
insane? This is insane. This is great. How is everyone not talking about this all the time? It's so unique. All right. Next one, 22. Many people believe that Michael Jackson died due to propofol. Not so. He was murdered. He had actually been taking propofol nightly since around 1980, not in order to make himself sleep, but to suppress REM sleep. After several months of REM sleep suppression, the user becomes receptive. In other words, they enter the same state achieved by prolonged continuous immersion in aerosol LSD. The brain can physically restructure itself simply through thought. By reordering thought, one can physically reorder the brain. LSD or long-term propofol use makes the brain's neurostructure malleable. High-energy rays from outer space are able to penetrate the body, and these can lead to random mutations and cancers, and sometimes they lead to changes that are not random at all. Changes which have been intentionally programmed, changes designed to bring about civilization-level transformations. Michael Jackson was unaware of this. He merely knew that propofol allowed him to enter sort of waking dream state of heightened creativity. The side effects were horrifying paranoia and obsession, but he felt that he was strong enough to endure these side effects. Success of Thriller seemed to vindicate his theories about propofol, and unfortunately, he was damned by his own success. So how did he die? Through the lyrics of Another Part of Me and the vegetable part of Wanna Be Startin' Something, it was quite clear that he had become receptive and neuro-altered in line with Master Design 9. But he was considered to be a minimal threat and even perhaps an asset until his mounting financial problems had made him a liability. He was terminated, though I'm not sure of the exact means. That is so funny to be like, well, Michael Jackson was actually one of the agents in this thing. Michael Jackson, super soldier for the collective consciousness of Mother Horseyes.
She was more like a beanie queen on the moon. In do you mean?
There's just the goat's head mother behind him.
Yeah, exactly.
Ow! All right, 23rd post. I suppose it's time to tell you what was inside the magical space pussy. Okay,
Please.
This is the same guy from before.
Yeah, where the Manson family stuff.
Yes, the Manson family stuff. I'm also going to say vagina because that feels gross to say a lot for me.
No, dude,
'cause
say
I'm a good little
pussy.
Christian kid. That's gross. It's nasty. It's demeaning to women.
Magical space Zaza, dude.
Can I say Zaza? That's good. That one doesn't feel as bad.
I don't see why not. You could also say,
all right.
Yeah.
Were you going to go anywhere with that?
No, never mind. I gave up on
You
it.
can also say, yeah.
Yeah, never mind.
You can say.
I had one,
yeah.
but it's going to be unfavorable, so I'm not going to say it.
You can say, yeah. You can say, yeah. You can say, yeah. That's what you sound like. What were you going to say?
No.
I can't hear what.
No.
What are you going to say?
No, I'm not going to tell you.
You're really going to do this? You're really going to do the whole I'm not telling you thing?
I'm holding on to it because one day I'm going to hit you with it and you're going to chortle.
Okay. All right.
But not now. Not on a recording.
All right, 23rd entry. I suppose it's time to tell you what was inside the magical space Zaza. You can believe me or not. What do I care? I'm the guy who's been inside the magical space Zaza. My life has been pretty much downhill since then. I mean, screw Neil Armstrong. What did he see? Bunch of gray rocks? Big deal. I saw a cooch growing out of the side of a canyon. Top that, NASA, you Tang drinking cocksuckers.
God damn, dude. Jesus Christ. Old boy's got some malice towards NASA.
He's upset. Anyways, where was
Also, I just want to say, love Tang.
Good.
I love Tang.
Is that? I don't think I've heard that. Is that another word for it?
No, well, there's Pootie Tang. I think that also means pussy. But I mean, there's like a drink called Tang. It was like you put in water.
Interesting. You know, I actually feel like. Do you want to read this entry? I feel like this is like your kind of character.
Sure, I can. Anyways, where was I? Oh, yeah. Uncle Adolf. So I was living in Death Valley, hanging out with the Manson family, and Charlie kept mentioning this guy, Uncle Adolf. And I figured he was talking about Hitler because he's sort of into the white supremacy thing. But then I started realizing that he's talking about a guy who's still alive. Then one day, the guy showed up. They asked me to come over to their cabin, and this old guy was sitting there. White hair, deep tan, lined face, pale eyes. He introduced himself as Adolf. And he's got a German accent. If they say this is going to be Adolf Hitler still alive, I'm going to laugh really hard. He's got a German accent, and he made no secret of the fact that he was an ex-Nazi. This made me nervous. It's kind of something you keep under your hat. He said he found Charlie at Berkeley, and Charlie was perfect for my purpose. I asked what his purpose was, and he said, testing. I kind of shrugged because I didn't really give a shit about this little coy answer, and I got up to leave, and this mongoloid motherfucker they called Klim punched me straight in the face, and I suddenly was on my ass. There was a couple of girls there, and they jumped on me and held me down and tied my hands behind my back. And if I had known what they had done to Sharon Tate, then I would have been unspeakably terrified. But as it was, I was merely really just scared. They tossed me to the back of the dune buggy and drove out into the desert. It was midday and the sky was just one giant glare. We drove for over an hour And eventually they got me out and hauled me down into this deep sandy arroyo. And they started marching me down it. They had to put wooden stakes in the ground in various points. And when we came to them, they seemed to be really careful as to stay between the stakes. Later, they had chains tied between the stakes. And we all had to go under the chains with some kind of obstacle course. I didn't know what to make of it. I had a lot to process at the time. I started to notice that the rock walls of the arroyo were abnormal. There were strange striations to the rock and what looked like the cross sections of a giant insect tunnels. I'd never seen rocks like that. The whole thing was just, I don't know, very alien. Then I started to hear the screaming. Up ahead, I could hear people's voices, thousands of voices, all of them screaming and howling at once. Slowly, incredibly, the screaming changed into kind of a laughter, an insane laughter, giggles and chuckles and titters. I wonder if this was in my head, if I was scared in my mind and cracked, or if they had dosed me with LSD or something. Finally, we were on the bend in the arroyo, and well, there it was. They said it would be a pussy, and I guess it kind of looked like one. Maybe after some kind of drastic dildo mishap. It was just flesh, wrinkled, lobed, flabby flesh, growing out of the rock like mold or something. It had hairs and pores and freckles. Some of it was pale, some of it was black. It was taller than me, and in the center there was an opening, pink and wet, like a pussy. The Kraut told me he wanted to see its level of development. He took a revolver from one of the girls and pointed at my face and told me to walk inside. It was either get shot or go into the big mangled pussy. It was honestly a tough choice. There was something completely fucked up and completely not right about that thing. Something in my bones told me not to go into it, not to go near it, to just take the bullet in the head. But I figured maybe I could go in for a little bit and then wait for them to leave and get the hell out of there. Not a great plan, but the best I could come up with. So I went in. The entrance was barely wide enough for me to slip into, and all I could see was this glistening pink flesh ahead. There was this sound like laughter, and then screaming, and then laughter, and then that was coming from deep inside. The walls were blood warm on my shoulders, and the smell was, well, what you might expect. Not great. Let's just say it was not great. I pushed forward, and the walls kind of gave way and found myself through the slimy, suffocating flesh. And I'm starting to panic because my hands are still tied behind my back, and I'm feeling like I'm about to choke on the stuff. And the walls are moving, like pulsating. I feel like I'm being digested. Then suddenly, I'm pushed through into this kind of chamber. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. The chamber was just a nightmare. I mean, I've just never seen anything like that. It was unholy. There were faces and heads and legs all kind of fused together. The walls were just all these crawling limbs and these terrified faces and fusions of teeth and cheeks and hair and fingers coming out of knees and just all those people. Were they still people? Had they ever been people? Had they been made a part of that thing? I started to scream. Everything around me was screaming. All the mounds on the walls were screaming, and I was screaming too. And I was laughing. And I felt hands and mouths all over my body, and they were tickling me and touching me all over. Then I was screaming again. I had to get out of there. I had to get out of this nightmare. I started pushing back towards the entrance, but the hands were all over me. I felt something bite into my lip. My mouth was biting me. I screamed at the sharp pain and moved away from it. I started to think that maybe I could get one of the mouths to bite through my ropes. Then I would at least have my hands free. I struggled to turn around and move the ropes towards the mouth, but just when I got into position, the mouth bit right into my finger instead. The pain was incredible, but I was giggling, just laughing and laughing. The mouth pulled the flesh from my finger like it was chicken wing. Another mouth bit into my shoulder. I was chuckling away at this point. The hands were grabbing me, pulling on me, pulling me apart, tearing my arms right out of their sockets. Fingers were digging into my ribs. I was slathered with blood and screaming as the fingers dug into my eyes. Well, I guess at this point you're probably wondering how your intrepid narrator managed to escape the bottomless pit. How I managed to survive to tell you this tale. I simply didn't. I never escaped the bottomless pit. I am the bottomless pit. I am the tree of life. Bruh.
Thank you.
That's the appropriate answer. Brr.
Bro, this is a certified bro. Okay, so he's forced to go in by the Manson cult. His Uncle Adolf figure needs a test subject, so they force him in. And then he's killed by it. This is the embrace thing that was spoken about earlier, where it's like piranha. They describe it as like piranha eating a cow, but like the way the groping videos that was talked about,
Yeah,
where it
they're just
slowly
ripping
pulls you to
apart.
pieces.
Mm-hmm.
But then he's become a part of it. So does that mean that if like you die or you're torn apart inside one of these flesh portals, you become a part of it, or you become something
I'm
else?
guessing
deeper within
so.
it?
It's kind of the thing you said earlier. It's like a hive mind. That's what I think.
Yeah,
So when he's like, I
yeah.
became part of it, it makes me think that he's a part of that like collective conscious now.
Man, a giant room of flesh. There's also there's also obvious imagery to maternity, femininity, right? Like, I mean, they here literally, but the image of the flesh portal several times has been equated with like a uterus, right? Like you walk into it, you open up and you're torn apart, and then you're made back into a womb and then passed back through, reborn, so to speak, which ties into Mother Horse Eyes, the mother that, they want to convince is real. But every piece of this is so cool. Every instance, every conspiracy we see attached to it. Like, how does that connect to the portals that open and the, visible? Like, somehow this connects to the spaces that are created. The striations in the rock appear around it. The same thing we heard from the Marines working their way up the Japanese island in the Pacific. There's these striations in the rock where these portals appear, and then anything that falls into them is cut into pieces. It appears around wherever these gates are made. Gosh, that's cool. Okay. All right. 24th post. Next day, I think. Pretty sure, yeah. Is that right? No, same day. Man, he was cranking these out, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, I mean, multiple times a day for this year.
And they're so I'm sure he had the whole thing thought out before he started, but man, the North Korean situation, 1980s, was unique, as most North Korean situations are. They built something we haven't seen before or since, an independent flesh interface of enormous size and power, but within a contained incident zone and no metallic cylinders. We detected it via the cosmic ray information signature, which was concentrated on a secure shielded facility outside of the Hwasong prison camp. I will mention that thing earlier where it talks about, this was early on, but in Death Valley, there's these cylinders that appear and disappear. We now know those cylinders were probably the ones created by the Manson cult in Death Valley. Like that flesh portal opened it up, or that flesh interface opened it up. This was a huge underground facility which they had been constructing for over a decade. We anticipated that they would construct a portal-level interface and were fully prepared to bomb it before it became uncontained. What we didn't expect is that it would achieve level 7 cosmic transmission rates without all the other normal signs of full-fledged portal. We considered bombing it anyways, or using our Brilliant Pebbles kinetic orbital strike system, but instead we managed to get 2 agents into the facility to take a look at it. They achieved high-level security clearance and found that the Koreans were using the flesh interface as an information processing facility. This was quite novel, as we had always considered it to be a potential weapon system. Our curiosity had truly piqued. Clearly, the Norks knew something we didn't. Unfortunately, our agents weren't able to access the enormous mainframe chamber, which actually housed the interface. All they knew was that it was in a huge chamber full of temperature-regulated water. We instructed them to breach the chamber to get a look at it. They send us the data by satellite. We knew full well that it would probably cost them their lives, but we pumped them up with a lot of do-it-for-the-planet rhetoric. So one night they put on dive suits and went into the chamber. It was basically like a huge lake contained within a massive, darkened steel box. Imagine a flooded warehouse with endless rows of dim ceiling lights shining down on rippling black water. They jumped into the water, and pretty quickly they picked up some pretty interesting audio signals with varying frequencies, kind of squeaking, mewling sound. They recognized the sound for what it was right away, but had a hard time believing it. Whale songs. The chamber contained several adult humpback whales. So does that mean that whales have something to do with it specifically, or are these the whales that are showing up from being segmented earlier by the Americans in Antarctica? Or is this like, maybe if you open the portal or you open the interface underwater, it has less adverse effects. Like it doesn't cause the little pockets to form that cause people to get segmented, and it doesn't cause the giant cylinders to form. Maybe it just, I don't know, makes whales or something.
Yeah, it just makes whales.
Yeah, it just spontaneously creates whales everywhere it goes. 25th post. How do I explain Mother? What was she? And then there is a text that is in Greek that translated reads, Great Babylon, the mother of prostitutes and the abominations of the earth. Okay, that's once again Revelations, the horror of, or Revelation, the horror of Babylon, used as symbolism of like the mother of evil, of wickedness, of sin in the world, stuff like that.
So they're
Also
saying
known
that the
as
mother
Babylon.
horse eyes is that embodiment?
I think that's what's, well, it goes back to that idea that everything's connected. Like, sure,
Right.
the Bible may call it the whore of Babylon, but that's just the same name for this different entity, this different creature. Refers to the symbolic female figure, and a place of evil is mentioned in the book of Revelations in the New Testament, known as the mother of harlots and the abominations of the earth. Yeah, so just indicative of like a symbol of evil. That's what whoever this author is equating the mother to.
Right.
I used to lie in my bed, the blinds pulled against the summer sunlight, listening to the sounds of other kids playing outside. I lay there for hours, not sleeping, wondering who had made Mother. She was made from all different sorts of animal parts. One of her feet was big, heavy hoof. The other was a tiny little kitty cat paw. I could hear her clumping around downstairs. Her smell, the smell of cigarettes and disease, was everywhere in the house, pooling in the darkness. Slowly, night would come, and I would imagine floating out of my window, floating up into the deep starry blue, looking down at all the houses shrinking into tiny boxes, the clean breeze blowing on my face. Oh, how I would cry in my little bed. I was very young when Mother first came. I had another mommy before her, a good one, who wore pearls and had a voice like music. And one day I got sick. Fever. I was crying all day, and it went on for weeks. I guess my first mommy couldn't take it anymore. One night she left forever. When I came down for breakfast the next morning, this new thing was waiting for me in the kitchen. At least I think that's what happened. Mother never talked. She just snorted, made horse sounds. Awful. Her parts were sewn together with yarn, and there were patches of wet burlap. I didn't see her eyes until she had been there almost a year. Have you ever seen a horse's eyes up close? They're like goat's eyes. They have a sideways pupil. Come home after school, there'd be kids sitting at the breakfast table. She gave them medicine, so they did whatever she wanted them to. It made them just sit there, staring and shaking. Then she would take them down to the basement and make them into things. She tried to make me do it too, but I didn't want to. I realized she was afraid of the Bible. I realized it had power, blood power. When I read it to her, her different pieces would shudder and pull apart, and she would howl like a wolf. Blood would run from her segments. The Bible brought transmissions from the cross that floated in the red summer sky. Everything in time is arranged around the epicenter wherein the nail drove into Christ's hand. Lines of possibilities radiate outward from it. Kingdoms rise and fall, men grow and die like flowers in a field. A hunter.
So I'm wondering, do you think that the mother horse eyes? It almost feels like a Satan parallel, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the idea that not literally Satan like Lucifer, but Satan is like what the prophets would write about when describing this thing, right? Like, again, this is the truth. This is what the Bible was getting at and all the stuff in it. I think that's a Bible verse, too. Kingdoms rise and fall, men grow and die like flowers in a field. Hold on.
Yeah, it looks like it was almost... Oh, and then also there's Greek to English, the beast you saw was in CDR Estin and future Anavanian. What?
Oh, you can click on the link. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, yeah, it is a Bible verse, Isaiah 48, which the King James version. Look at, hey, it's me. That is my name after the prophet Isaiah. Which the King James version is, the grass withereth, the flower fadeth, but the word of our God shall stand forever. So
also Revelation 17:8. The beast that you saw was and is not, and is about to come up out of the abyss and go to destruction.
The beast of Revelation. So it's saying that all the stuff in the Bible, all those symbols are the same as Mother Horse Eyes, that her power is lost. But it sounds to me like, so the first time we hear like, oh, I was in the scary room and stuff, I was there and whatnot, that sounds like the visions that are seen when you go through the flesh port, when these kids are sent through, right? Like, I was very sick, and then one day Mother Horse Eyes was there, and like, maybe it's the kids that like the America is shoving through the interfaces, and then they wake up in this world that's similar to theirs, because the one girl remembered it as her Grammy's house, and this kid remembers it as his mother's house. So it's a house they're familiar in, but Mother Horse Eyes is there. And it's like the entity that controls you as you go through the embrace process, the rebirth process, whatever. It's like this house with the mother is a state of mind they're pushed into by the LSD and by passing through an interface.
Yeah, all the religious undertones of it all is just really sick.
Yeah.
Without being too heavy-handed either. Like...
Yeah, it's not explicitly religious. It's like, well, this thing is so awful that we've been talking about it in our religious texts for centuries, right? Like, this is what we've been afraid of. Man. All right, 26, next day, post 26, or same day. So 2 of our agents had breached the underwater chamber. Oh, thank God. I was, for a bit, I'm like, I hope we get some clarification on the humpback whale thing.
Well, that's one thing I like too, is that he doesn't just like, it kind of hops back and forth between different stories and perspectives. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the Japanese one, like we got the end of that. We got the end of the Manson one. So it's like we're not left in the dust about like why were there humpback whales in a North Korean facility. So 2 of our agents had breached the underwater chamber containing the North Korean flesh interface and found nothing but several humpback whales. Now this was a head scratcher. We knew it was a flesh interface because it was receiving information-rich rays coming from outer space, yet how could it have been taken the form of humpback whales? All previous interfaces had taken on decidedly less conventional form. Well, our agents decided to get a closer look. There were 3 whales, 2 adults and a calf. They appeared normal in every aspect, though it was difficult to get a close look at them. They seemed to be in quite a bit of distress, though the agents were not biologists and had a limited understanding of what whale distress looks like. The agents noticed some very loud, low-frequency percussion sounds coming from the bottom of the chamber, which was entirely hidden in darkness. So they headed towards the bottom, a distance of several stories. There, they shined their lights around and made a fairly alarming discovery. Bones. Enormous, curving rib bones and jaw bones and vertebrae. They were apparently whale bones. They also noticed a large circular gate on the floor of the chamber, which was closed at the time. At this point, one of the agents began to panic. He had come to the conclusion that the whales were not the interface itself, but were merely food for the interface, which was perhaps being held in another chamber below this one. There were some problems with this theory. Why use whales, a fairly rare and very difficult animal to corral, when they could just use a large amount of smaller fish? Well, it's all just speculation. Yeah, which, by the way, my theory, not to stop the story, but my theory is that whatever is fed to these gates has to experience empathy, because that's the whole point, right? The screaming and the laughing and stuff like that. They have to experience emotions, and whales are one of the only complex creatures of the ocean, enough to feel those things.
That's actually probably a really good call.
That's my bear trap. I'm playing it.
I think it's a good bear trap to lie.
Good card. I'm lying it right there. The agents quickly swam out of the chamber and never found out what was behind the gate, if anything. Later, gave us some very valuable information on the facility's information processing capabilities, which were staggering and quite appalling to imagine in the hands of a regime such as the DPRK. Since there was no incident zone and segmentation wasn't an issue, we were able to solve the problem quite neatly by releasing a nerve agent into the water chamber. Cosmic ray downloads stopped shortly thereafter, indicating success, though it did result in the loss of both agents and a major loss of life in the facility overall. Anyways, that was our first encounter with a MBIS, Massive Biological Information System, and a near encounter with what we could later come to call a skin ship. Oh.
Sick.
Oh, brother. Skin
ship is so sick.
Dude, let's go. Oh my gosh. Its destruction has allowed for the continued validity of prime number-based encryption systems, though some of the secrets uncovered by the DPRK during that time have forced us into the unpleasant position of supporting the regime. Blackmail, basically. Man, that's so cool that all of these, geopolitical issues and stuff are because of these secret games that are being played regarding information from space and flesh portals and whatnot. That's so cool. All right, 27, same day. Last night, I dreamt I was a dog. Uh-oh, Hunter.
Preach.
Let's hope Grandpa's not around. I lived on a small family farm somewhere on the American frontier. Back in the time of plow mules and butter churns. That's when you were a kid, right? Around that time?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. It was one of those long dreams. It feels like an entire lifetime. I remember the end of the dream with an awful clarity, but the beginning seems like something that happened many years ago. The first images are vivid but disjointed. I recall the shape of my master walking against the sunlight overhead, the smell of his leather boots, the shadows at the edge of the forest, a little pigtailed girl hugging me, fresh mud in the spring, warm floorboards in the winter. Everything had a peaceful storybook quality to it. Except one thing. Sometimes, late at night, I heard singing. It came from outside, out there in the far distance, from somewhere in the deep forest beyond the boundaries of my world. Some nights it was one voice, but usually it was many, singing a strange, aching song. It sounded like a haunted crying. When I was little, I had whimpered and cried like this to my mother, but who was crying out there in the night? What kind of dark mother was listening? When I first heard the singing, I was filled with a blood dread. The hair on my back bristled, and I growled and barked at the darkness. Even after the night finally went silent, I trotted around for hours in vigilant anger. Later, as I heard it more often, I learned to accept it was a sullen unease. Of course, the singing was the sound of wolves howling, but I didn't know this in the dream. In the dream, I'd never seen a wolf in my life. One winter, I began to see them prowling in the woods. To me, they were ghost dogs. Shadows sneaking between trees, eyes glinting in the twilight. I growled and barked at them, but didn't pursue. For several months, they never encroached on my world. They finally came on a late winter's evening. The sun had sunk into an orange glow beyond the edge of the world. The family was in the cabin, and I was out trotting through the snow, anxious to get back to them because I knew food would be coming soon. Then, atop a small hill by the apple tree, an apparition. My body snapped to attention and I growled, the hairs on my back standing on end. It was a wolf, just a stone's throw from me, a silvery coat half lit in the dying light of day. It came towards me in a sleek, soundless jaunt. I barked and snapped at the air. It slowed and stopped just before my lunging distance. Now, crazed with fear and anger, I saw that it was a large female, healthy, well-fed, with a gorgeous coat, misty gray, the color of snow seen at a winter's distance. Its smell was alien, confusing, but laced with a clear and potent confidence, supreme assuredness. Indeed, it did not seem to be afraid of me at all, nor did it threaten. Its mouth hung slack, and steam issued from its muzzle in steady, happy puffs. This calmed me for a moment, and in the next moment redoubled my anger. I growled from the deepest, most murderous part of my dog self. It spoke to me. Its mouth didn't move, there was no sound, but by logic of the dream, it spoke to me in a clear, dignified voice.
Hello, child.
I snarled at it, took another step forward, and its eyes caught the last of the sunlight, glowing in a fantastic array of yellows. Those eyes, rimmed in jet black like mascara, produced a powerful allure, otherworldly glamour.
You bark and snarl, but look at my face. Am I not your kind?
I could not answer. I could only growl softly.
Is my face not like your mother's? Do you remember her?
The sudden sense of distant memory came to me, and I felt a pang of loneliness. I had not seen my mother or any other dog since I was small, since I had come to the farm. My only family had been the people I lived with and a few of the more tolerant pigs. I searched now for dim, fragrant memories of my mother. I felt her huge, bristled muzzle licking at my face. I saw her giant, sweeping legs as I followed them through high fields. She had seemed taller than a horse then. I remembered the softness of her teats, feeding from them with my brothers and sisters. What had become of my family? I had spent every day with them, and then one day, all gone. The wolf paced back and forth now, keeping a small distance from me, its eyes ranging over the farm. Again, I saw some strange, haunting glamour in them, something that glittered with secret, distant power.
The people in that house, they're not your family. We are. We share ancient blood.
Its voice deep and resounding with the rhythm of wisdom. My master had a voice like this, but it didn't have the total authority of this alpha female's. I saw with alarm 2 dark shapes come over the hill by the apple tree. More wolves, moving silent with heads lowered. I barked at them.
You hate us and love them. But do they love you? What are you to them? Aren't you the lowest of the low? Always getting the last of the food, the smallest scraps. Imagine living differently. Imagine taking your own food. Killing, drinking lifeblood. Being masters over others.
2 other wolves slunk down the hill. Skin on my back tightened again, but the strange hypnotic power of the alpha wolf held me still.
You could leave this house and come with us. We ranged the forest. We've seen rivers wider than this whole valley. Mountains that go up into the clouds. Lakes with no end but the end of the world. Places with no houses or men at all. You could be with us. We could be your brothers and sisters.
The other 2 wolves came closer. They were unmistakably females, both young and well-muscled. Their confidence was not as absolute as the alpha wolves, but they showed no fear as they came to me. I smelled on them a strange longing, a deep winter's desire for warmth. The alpha wolf stepped closer, close enough that her steaming breath tickled my nose. Her eyes danced with cold, burning light. She spoke in a voice that made my blood hum.
Outside your life waits everything you've never known. There are worlds, child. There are ecstasies.
I then recognized the allure that lit her eyes, the unspeakable longing that glimmered in their depths. It had seemed this whole time to be some fantastic alien desire reaching out to me from a distant world. Perhaps it truly was, but more simply than this, it was hunger. Plain hunger. That ancient, unsleeping hunger, older than the first furred thing that ever gave rise to the races of dogs and wolves and men. Hunger had brought this wolf across rivers and mountains and endless frozen plains to meet me in that moment. I can still see her face, the final image of the dream before the other wolves tore into me and I died and I awoke. Her face with eyes that spoke of open loneliness, her face so noble and gentle and motherly, her face as beautiful and ancient as the stars.
I've never been so moved by being into like a furry fantasy, pretty much.
I was over here about to gas it up for how good it was.
No, it's awesome. It's so good. I'm just saying, like, it's literally, you're like a wolf right there.
Oh, dude. The idea that Mother Horse Eyes comes to you in your dreams of different areas when you're in different places. Sometimes you're a dog, sometimes you're a child, sometimes you're a person, and she whispers to you. But she's also the whore of Babylon. She's also the devil. She also gives men. She's like She's like Lucifer and the angels coming to earth and teaching men gunpowder, teaching them how to, fight wars with each other. They've given us Pandora's box and we've opened it. And that they speak to us about possible things, a hunger that's deep within us. It's the two other wolves, the female wolves that came to him and he felt wanting to be their wards. It was like succubus. It was like, it was like the reference the Korean man gave when the American soldiers were on the Japanese island, that it was like Jesus being tempted by the devil, that he could have all the pleasures of the world if he just bows down and worships him. It's like in the creation of LSD and organizations like the CIA and stuff like that, looking for what was really out there, trying to find aliens or unexplored worlds. They opened the gates of hell, and now the devil has come out to tempt us. Oh man. It's such a unique take on it's so many unique ways to tie in different stories, different lores, from conspiracy theory to religion to, and it's so poetic too. Like, man. Oh, okay. And I keep being like, well, that was great. It's going to go downhill, but it keeps proving me wrong.
Do you feel this?
Right,
is that your fear that it's going to dip in quality?
Well, I mean, I've just like everything we've read, I've been like, it can't maintain this. There's no way it can pull out another, like after the Pacific story or the World War II one, I was like, well, they can't, there's no way this author's good enough for a Reddit comment series of stories to throw out another short vignette that's going to be just as impressive. And then the dog one was about being a dog missing its mother. And then like a motherly figure comes to fill the void and stuff like that. Like
only to kill him.
Do what?
Only to kill him, then to like rip him apart.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the idea, right? It's similar to the flesh interfaces.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it makes you want to walk into it. It makes you want to be a part of it. Like with the laughter and the sorrow, you feel empathy for it, and then once you're in, you're torn to pieces, and you resist, but you don't resist enough to stop it. It's the embrace laid out.
I think that the story helps so far too by being, it isn't just focusing on one person. It's like all these different vignettes and stuff and how it kind of circles back within each other. It's just like, it's constantly refreshing, Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, it doesn't stick around in one place. It's like, yeah, something like this would change the world. So rather than having a single, perspective, it gives you several. It gives you a bunch of different ways this affects people. It reminds me a lot. I've thought about this a few points, especially with like authors kind of commenting on their own story and stuff. It reminds me a lot of House of Leaves. How that story had like 5 different authors talking about different effects of the house in different places, or like the thing the house came from. It feels very familiar to that, I think. All right. 28th post, next day. What do you do when a child who bleeds and sweats and pees LSD suddenly goes missing? We conducted a massive search, as massive as we could manage. Almost every mentally elevated CIA department was involved. We didn't trust anybody else. We never trusted anybody else. Shit, we didn't even trust ourselves, considering that it was one of our own who had taken the child. We searched for about 2 months, but never really turned up any leads, since every other returned child had died within a few days of being freed from their amniotic sac. We scaled the search down pretty quickly. It's one thing to search for somebody like Bin Laden, when everybody knows you're looking for him. It's another thing to search for somebody you had just worked quite hard to erase from official existence so you would be free to perform tests on her. We felt that the search itself was more of a security risk than the missing child, since she was almost certainly dead. There was also a feeling that maybe it was for the best. Maybe she would survive. Maybe she would have a happy life. Maybe it was best not to know her fate. But then, about 7 years later, we learned what happened. If you'll allow me to wax philosophical for a moment, I'd like to quote a poem by Aeschylus that I've actually never read. Quote, "Even in our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart, until in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God." End quote. While I'm no literary scholar, I believe this means learning can hurt sometimes. So she had survived. Her genes came up in our program to collect a global genetic snapshot. Total boondoggle, by the way. So where was she? in some Russian laboratory, living out in the jungle, being worshipped as a god by some doomsday cult like Johnny's 2, floating through space in a bubble to Jupiter and beyond. Estonia. She was found in Estonia in a Swedish-speaking village on the island of Hous. She was living a normal life. Apparently the issue with the bio-LSD had resolved itself after the detachment from the placenta. Otherwise, anybody who got a kiss from her would have found themselves going on a very strange journey. She was about 13 years old at this point and had survived travel far longer than any other child. This meant she was an asset we absolutely had to obtain. She contained the secret to survivable travel, something that had eluded us for years. Would have been convenient if she was living a life of abuse and drudgery in some orphanage somewhere. We could have simply considered her a victim of fortune. But she was actually living in a quaint little village on the edge of a beautiful forest with an old couple who had been given some phony story by her former agent. It was a nice life, quiet, maybe a little boring, but a nice one. We took her in the middle of the night back to our facility in Colorado. In the end, she wasn't a victim of fortune. She was a victim of us. All right, so that are these children being passed through the same flesh interface that like has the hands and teeth that rip you to shreds, and they're just letting these children pass through?
Well, that's what I'm wondering too. Is there multiple, or like, because it reads sometimes like it's growing, right?
Yeah,
like there's different variants of them.
There's several of them that can do different things. But whatever way it is, the children are passed back out in an amniotic sac, like they're being born.
Or
right?
they're being reborn, yeah.
Okay, so the next post the same day, but this is a post by the author back onto the r/Mother Horse Eye subreddit. And it's a link to the song Fairy Queen by Tammy Stronach. Some of the lyrics: if I could be a fairy queen, and I would hold a magic key to reveal the hidden secrets of the mind.
Oh,
and
sing
I could
it,
see
dude.
the darkest blue, the mystery. You go ahead. You're the singer.
If I could be a fairy queen, I would hold a magic key to reveal the hidden secrets of the mind. Then I could see the darkest blue, the mystery that's part of you. And I'd weave a spell to take away your sorrow. Fairy queen, changing teardrops to a smile, holding daydreams for a while. Fairy queen, she's your shelter in the night, the guardian angel by your side. Fairy queen, if I could be a fairy queen, I'd find the long forgotten dream that is deep inside the memory of a child. If I could hear that words don't tell from way down in the wishing well, then reality would turn into illusion. Fairy queen, changing teardrops to a smile, holding daydreams for a while. Fairy queen, she's your shelter in the night, the guardian angel by your side. Fairy queen, if I could be a fairy queen, I'd take a walk behind the scene where the puppets acting plays that never ends. I pulled the strings to set them free. They'd play the parts most perfectly, and my magic harp would make them laugh forever. Fairy queen, changing teardrops to a smile, holding daydreams for a while. Fairy queen, she's your shelter in the night, the guardian angel by your side. Fairy queen.
Did you like that? Fairy Queen. Fairy Queen. You there?
At what point in that did you realize you were going to do the whole song?
Well, I thought you said the whole thing. Fairy Queen. Changing teardrops in the night. Dude, I kind of had a good flow there for a bit, though, huh?
I was going to read some of the lyrics that I thought maybe related to our narrative. But no, I'm glad we used 4.5 minutes of airtime for that. That was great.
Changing
That was really good. Thank
teardrops
you.
in the night.
Have you ever heard this song before?
No.
Okay, so you have
this
no
is
concept.
that was
What
you know
the-
what? I think that I was probably pretty close.
So here's what I want you to do now. I want you to go to the top where they link the song,
Yeah.
and I want you to listen to it.
Were you listening to it?
Before you started singing, I was.
Also, this beat already, I like it.
You were not singing it right.
That
I like
was-
how you just made up a rhythm.
Pretty much identical, but I will say this is a bop and a half. Unironically, this is on Spotify. I'm putting this shit into my playlist. Boom, 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 boo. Fairy Queen. I think mine's a little better, but Fairy Queen. Changing teardrops to a smile. Holding daydreams for a while. Fairy Queen. Fairy Queen. She's your shelter
all right,
in
all right.
the night.
Okay,
The guardian
we get it.
angel by your side.
I can't do this anymore.
Fairy Queen.
Okay, look. Okay. The purpose.
Fairy Queen.
Okay.
Very
So the lyrics in here that I can't work under these conditions, I swear.
Go ahead, dude. What?
You'd like that, wouldn't you? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Being free of me so you can just do this by yourself all the time. Just scream lyrics to songs you don't know. Okay. Where I was going is some of the lyrics in here seem indicative of like Mother Horse Eyes, reveal secrets of your mind. The second verse particularly where it says, she's your shelter in the night, the guardian angel by your side. And then I'd find the long forgotten dream that's deep inside the memory of a child if I could hear what words don't tell. Way down in the wishing well, then reality would turn into illusion. And then at the end it says, I take a walk behind the scene where the puppet acting plays that never ends. I'd pull their strings to set them free. They'd play their parts most perfectly, and my magic heart would make them live forever. So that's like speaking back to, world events, everything, like the visions people are getting. They're starting to see clues of what reality truly is.
Fairy Queen.
Okay. All right.
Fairy
All right.
Queen.
Okay. All right. Next post. 29th, same day. Hold on. It's in reply. It starts in. You can't make up a song and get it stuck in your head.
Fairy Queen.
All right, so this is in the it was in response to a post on Today I Learned where someone said there's no historical evidence for a pirate having ever owned a parrot. So then Mother Horse Eyes replies and says, that's interesting. When I was working for the CIA, we found that animals could often survive travel through the flesh interfaces.
That's interesting. The guy's like, huh? I thought that you talking about parrot. What is this? Yeah, Fairy Queen. Fairy Queen. That's what Habit probably is thinking.
This entire story is so incomprehensible if you come to it midway through. Just any level of it is like, what? Huh? The flesh interface? Oh, okay. When I was working for the CIA, we found that animals could often survive travel through the flesh interfaces, much better than humans could. We regularly had success sending dogs and cats through. Somebody hit upon the idea of sending some Gracula religiosa, which is a type of bird, a common hill myna, Mina birds? Okay. Through the interface because they are adept at imitating sounds. Oh, okay, so they do mimic. That's cool. This was the next best thing to sending a tape recorder. The interfaces did not accept non-living objects. We worked on grafting a tape recorder to a turtle, but this was unsuccessful on several levels. That's so funny. They tried to hook a tape recorder up to a turtle. That was unsuccessful on several levels. We sent the birds through. They returned unencased, but covered with the typical fluids. Those of us who subscribed to the alien theory had high hopes that they would record alien speech. Instead, or indeed, they came back imitating a strange flute-like speech music. The music was quite interesting, though having all the birds sing at once created a distinctly unpleasant effect. Somebody in the department ended up killing all the birds, though we never found out who. Okay, speech music. Click on that link.
Fucking creepy.
Bro, that freaked me out so hard. It's like haunted mall music. You know, flute-like speech music. So it's like the things they recorded on the other side were like speech, but being made through music. Well, then that ties back into the whole Mother Horse-Eyes theory of her being like there from the foundations of the earth, because it's like music is just what she sounds like, is like, you know, the noises she makes or the noises that play around her.
Also very angelic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. All right, next day, 4 a.m., 30th post. Hold on, just because it was funny last time. Let's see if it's funny this time. In reply to, today I learned that the red liquid in a rare steak isn't blood. It's actually water and a protein called myoglobin. In reply. After the orbital arrays incinerated the city, they dropped our platoon into... After the orbital arrays incinerated the city, they dropped our platoon in to take a look around. We had seen it before, an endless graveyard. Everything ashes, ash buildings, ash people. For 6 days, we trudged through the dead city before finding the first sign of life. On the edge of the blast zone, 4 frozen winter fields, a small flowering bush. Perhaps the heat of the bombardment had tricked it into blooming early. We all looked at it for a silent moment and quickly moved on. We were young and tired and just miles from the rendezvous. Yet sometimes at night, that silent moment returns, and I see them fluttering again, the cold uncaring wind, doomed flowers, soft and pale. Interesting. So this, remember how he said that these are a past of what is not and futures that cannot be, right?
Yeah.
This sounds like a future war that hasn't happened yet. Orbital arrays incinerated the city. They dropped our platoon in to take a look around. Ash people. So this is either the powers that be, because they're talking about North Korea getting access to the interface stuff and they don't like it, so a war starts there in different parts. So maybe this is in the future, like a war on Earth, or it could be a war on another planet. If it was a war on another planet, I don't think he'd talk about Ash people. But yeah, this sounds like a war that will come if, you know, courses aren't changed. So this next one's unique. So all the previous ones were on Reddit, right?
Yeah, and I will say this seems like the longest gap between posts, by the way, right here.
Posted at motherboard.vice, which the past couple weeks. Yes, okay. So Vice, as we talked about earlier, Vice did an article about Mother Horse-Eyes, right? And then on May the 5th, after the article came out, this was posted in reply to that article, I think. Or on the board discussion for the article at Vice, on Vice.com, effectively. So that's where this one comes from. Okay, so with that context, Terraform. I'm not sure who came up with the idea of sending a dead body through the portal. Such a simple idea. And yet at the time, it made no more sense than buckling a dead body into a space capsule and sending it up into space. We wanted to find out what was on the other side of the portal, beyond the event horizon. We had been studying the so-called flesh interface for years, and of all the mysteries that surround them, the portal phenomena, the apparent teleportation of objects which occurred within the fleshy tunnel, was the greatest mystery of all. So sending a dead body made little sense. Remember, this is what we knew at the time. 1. If an inanimate object went into the portal, it returned a short time, less than 3 seconds later, at a random location within the interior zone. Cameras and sensors picked up nothing of interest. 2. If an animal went into the portal, it sometimes returned, either alive or dead. Most returned altered. 3. If an adult human went into the portal, the person was likely to return, but would either be dead or too altered to describe the other side. Those who returned alive died shortly after. And 3, if a child went into the portal, the child was likely to return alive, but was invariably altered. However, the altering was relatively mild, and some even remained cognizant. Fortunately, information gleaned from them was cryptic and seemed to generate more questions than answers. They all died shortly after. Okay, so portal being used here is not the flesh tunnel, right? It is the random portals that appear and segment people, correct?
No, I thought that the portals were taking and putting people into those flesh pits, but not all of them were the flesh pits themselves, you know? But I could be wrong.
Yeah, maybe, but those are always referred to as interfaces. And we know that portals appear dramatically and like segment things, cut them in half. So maybe that's what portals are, because we know there's the interfaces, which is the flesh tunnels, and we know those cause like those little pockets of air to form that if people fall into, they get segmented, and like it segments the ground and anything that goes into them. So maybe the portals it's talking about are the segments, or are those instances, you know? I don't know. Like you build one, like you take LSD and it compels you to build one flesh interface, and then portals pop up around it. Basically, I think. Because there's the one that's an invisible pocket of air you fall into and disappear, and then there's the other one that you walk into the flesh tunnel and get ripped to pieces, right? Not sure which one is considered the portal. Anyway. Sending children through the portal was distasteful to us for obvious reasons, and we were searching for an alternative. One day during an experiment, somebody was about to send a group of genetically altered mice through when they noticed that one of the mice was dead. Perhaps out of curiosity, they sent it with the others anyways. All the mice came back alive. This was obviously of great interest. Now we were not only dealing with teleportation, but resurrection. Of course, we immediately started sending all manner of dead animals through the portal. We joked that if the portal was actually some kind of alien office mailing tube, they'd probably be pretty pissed about all the dead rodents. Most of the animals were rejected in the manner of inanimate objects, but occasionally, if they were quite freshly dead, they would come back alive. Not only that, but none of the returned animals seemed altered at all. This was exciting. Naturally, we progressed to people. We wanted very fresh, very intact corpses, so we had to face the question of how to kill a person with the least harm, as the official recommendation absurdly phrased it. We settled on a method of stopping the heart with electricity. Very neat. First 16 subjects were rejected by the portal. We felt pretty low. In our attempts at resurrection, we had racked up quite the body count. Finally, the 17th subject came back to us. Not only that, he was cognizant and seemed entirely unaltered. Now, finally, after decades, we were about to find out the secret of the other side. In 1963, the Roman general... Okay, I made the joke earlier about this being like House of Leaves. That was a House of Leaves transition. You have the line, and then you have more stuff about like unrelated parts in history or something that connects back to the story. But the symbolism of the story we're getting ties into what we're reading. Gosh, that's great. Okay, anyway. So they send a dead guy through, and the dead guy comes back alive. So he's not only seeing the other side of death, but he's seeing the other side of the portal. In 63 BC, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus marched his soldiers across the kingdom of Judea and laid siege to Jerusalem, its heavily fortified capital city. Known to history as Pompey the Great, he was 43 years old at the time and one of the most powerful men in the world, an ascendant general tasked with expanding the mightiest empire on earth. In his dealings with the occupants of the obscure kingdom of Judea, He surely had become aware of their peculiar devotion to a mysterious god. Oh my gosh, this is gonna. Oh, it's tying back in the religious themes to it. The story is like crack to me. It's conspiracy theories and Christianity.
I seriously, I feel like you literally have cum in your pants right now. Some of these reactions,
dude, like going between conspiracies and like Antarctic bases and hell portals and these glowing flesh gates that people walk into and sending children. And there's something called Mother Horse Eyes on the other end that's symbolic of the devil, and it's using Christian themes to tie it back in. I feel like if I did acid for like a decade straight and then like woke up and wrote something down, it would be this. This is awesome. Only my writing wouldn't be as good. It'd be much more screaming and incoherent. But he surely had become aware of their peculiar devotion to a mysterious god, which they worshipped to the exclusion of all others. Strange notion for a cosmopolitan Roman accustomed to a bustling marketplace of competing gods and cults. He also knew that at the heart of Jerusalem there stood a great temple, even more well fortified than the rest of the city, where this curious god resided amongst angelic statues of gold and other symbols of occult majesty. This temple was the holiest site in a holy kingdom and contained within its walls a small sanctuary chamber, known as the Kodesh HaKodashim, or Holy of Holies, where the very presence of this god was said to dwell in the darkness. Nobody in the kingdom was allowed into the Kodesh HaKodashim except the high priest, and then only once a year on the Day of Atonement to sprinkle animal blood on the ground as an offering. The Kodesh HaKodashim was separated from the rest of the temple by an elaborate curtain, and the high priest was required to ritually cleanse himself before entering. It was said that any unclean person who entered the Kodesh would be met with death. And legend has it that the high priest only entered the sanctuary with a rope tied around his ankles, so that if he did die therein, he could be pulled back out. Not only that, but he was said to wear bells around his waist, so if the bells ever stopped ringing, that meant he was dead. How much did this Pompey the Great know on the day the city finally fell after a 3-month siege? On that day, he and his soldiers slaughtered 12,000 Jews who were defending the sanctuary, and he strode through the entrance of the imposing temple as a conquering hero to the Romans and a murdering intruder to the Jews. Inside the temple, he saw the glittering wealth acquired from the faithful Jews throughout the region, but rather than wealth, it seemed that he was more interested in finally laying eyes on this reclusive god he had heard so much about. Ancient historians record that he did not relieve the temple of its treasures, but instead went to the Kodesh HaKodashim. Maybe he wanted to see what sort of magical creature could maintain such a peculiar hold over its faithful that they would not abandon the temple even after it was hopelessly overrun, that they would stay and die by thousands, sacrificing their own blood on its grounds. Perhaps he was unaware of the tales of death that surrounded the Kodesh. Perhaps he didn't know that this was a god which had leveled the world with a flood, which had rained fire on cities, which had delivered the Jews from the yoke of the mighty Egyptian empire, which had destroyed armies and kingdoms. Or perhaps he had heard the stories and simply didn't believe them. At any rate, history records that he went to the inner part of the temple and pulled back the curtain which hid the holiest of holies from the world so that he might stand and gaze upon the very presence of God. The man was an illegal immigrant from Honduras. Oh gosh, dude!
My God, dude!
Bro! Oh, that transition! Oh my gosh! Oh!
All right, so we got done with the Roman. Now we're back into. I gotta
call someone.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're to transit. We have the flowing. There's a scene in House of Leaves where the characters are working their way through the house. They have the rope tied. It's right before Holloway, I believe was his name, goes mad and tries to kill him. And they're walking through the house through the different corridors. And on one part of the page, one of the authors is describing that. And on the lower part of the page, another author is describing the story of the Minotaur in Greek mythology. and how the Minotaur was given this maze to work through, and how men would search the maze in fear of, or like they would go into the maze to slay the Minotaur and never come out. So in one half, you're reading about the men walking through the house, and in the other half, you're reading about Perseus hunting the Minotaur through the maze. And it does the same thing, where we get like one side of the story with like symbolism of another story that the two connect to each other, but otherwise unrelated.
So probably this was slightly inspired by how that narrative structure works then, I would assume.
Even down to the line that separates the two stories as they pop up next to each other.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's right. But gosh, he pulled back the curtain. He left the gold. He wanted to see what God these people would die for. And then the man was an illegal, going back to the dead body they shoved through and then pulled back. The man they resurrected. The man that they are resurrecting to see what God is on the other end of this portal, mixed with Pompey, wanting to see the God behind the curtain. Oh. Okay. The man.
So now I think we're back to him basically like going back to our narrator who was talking about the kids earlier, you know, and like his kind of the moral quandary of all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of putting kids to the portal and stuff. I think we're back to that perspective now.
The man was an illegal immigrant from Honduras. Illegal immigration has always been a great help to us. I mean, why bother to erase people when they can do it themselves? Anyways, he was under the impression that he had been in the custody of immigration enforcement for the last few months while we ran the standard battery of tests. He was 24 years old, 171 centimeters tall, about average intelligence. We stopped his heart with electrodes and put him inside the flesh interface. Okay, so there's your confirmation. The flesh interface and the portal are one and the same.
Oh, okay.
He came back quite jittery and minimally responsive. Posing as doctors and nurses, our technicians took him to a medical room for testing and interviews. We assumed he had been altered, but we tested his blood for the presence of the exotic LSD analogs that accompany alteration, and there were none. Slowly, over a period of several hours, he began to calm down. Then he began to talk. We asked him what he remembered about the last few hours. He was under the impression that his experiences had merely been a dream, that some sort of calamity had happened during his sleep, which left him reeling. He assumed that the part where we dragged him out of bed and stopped his heart was a dream too. He said that after that part of the dream, he suddenly found himself inside something that looked like a giant sausage casing, like a tunnel of meat. That's
got to be the throat that we kind of have been referencing.
That's the throat, before. Yep. With the arms and things that reach out to you. That's the interface.
Yeah. The pussy area basically is what it reminded me of that.
This was very exciting to us because it roughly corresponded to the appearance of the flesh interface, which contained the portal. But given how he was brought into the interface tunnel dead and returned within the interior zone, he couldn't possibly have seen the interface tunnel. Therefore, he surmised, he was describing the interface on the other side of the portal. This was our first concrete knowledge of what was on the other side. What did Pompey expect to find on the other side of the curtain? In many Roman temples, there was an image of the honored god occupying some central place in the structure. It can be assumed that he expected to find one of these. But did he expect to find the actual presence of God? Could he have possibly expected this? For if he had believed in the Jewish lore, wouldn't he have also expected death? Wouldn't he expect to be punished for defiling the temple? Would he have been so cavalier about pulling back the curtain? Perhaps in his polytheistic mindset, he assumed that his gods, which had seen fit to give him yet another glorious victory, were more powerful than this backwater Jewish god. What did we expect to find on the other side of the portal? Some kind of intelligence which could explain the bizarre living technology of the flesh interfaces. If the interfaces were the product of an intelligence, was it really something we wanted to make contact with? Did we expect this intelligence to be kind of benevolent? If so, how could we have sent so many living creatures, so many people, so many children to their deaths? What would a benevolent intelligence possibly make of our ruthless or rapacious quest for understanding? According to Tacitus, the ancient historian, when Pompey pulled back the curtain and gazed upon the holiest of holies, quote, it contained no representation of the deity. The sanctuary was empty and the holy of holies untenanted. He found nothing, an empty room, nor was he met with his death. Instead, he strode out of the temple alive and healthy. destined to go on to greater political glory until 15 years later, when he was finally stabbed to death on the shores of the Nile Delta after his defeat to Julius Caesar in the Roman Civil War. As the man spoke of walking through the unearthly, living tunnel of the flesh interface, he said he saw a bluish light ahead and heard what seemed to be music, almost like flutes, but much, much deeper. As he told his story, sitting on the edge of a hospital bed wearing a loose gown, his hand wandered to his chest and he touched the skin above his heart. There he found 2 slightly singed patches of skin where he had attached the electrodes that ended his life. I still get chills when I recall how his face changed when he realized that it had not been a dream at all. It was a pitiful, almost childish look of terrible, unwanted understanding. Tears quickly flooded his eyes. This man, who had been brought back from death itself by an unimaginable technology, by forces beyond all our understanding, slowly went limp and died for a second time. And so we were left with disappointment once again. More mystery, more frustration. We had already heard from our child subjects about the strange flute music, but always in cryptic, disjointed terms. We had hoped that this man would give us something more concrete, but the answer had eluded us once again. So we went back to our experiments, selected a new round of subjects to send through the portal. We had already sacrificed so many lives in our quest, and there was no reason to stop then. Knowing what I know now, I sometimes wonder, was Pompey lucky when he pulled back the curtain and found nothing?
So philosophical. I don't know. Really great way of like blending those two things together. It's insane too to be like that these are just on random comment sections, you know? Which granted, you can still click on the guy. You can still click on the guy's profile and read it there. But I think it's just the idea of stumbling across this thing randomly, unprovoked, it's very fascinating.
Why that? Yeah, go ahead.
Just disjointed. You could see that it would almost read like you were saying earlier, like a schizophrenic's posting, but reading them in order like this, it's just interesting seeing how it's not as if the story's really developing, but more so we're just given more information to get a fuller picture of this like kind of crazy idea that you're thrown into. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing where you can enter this story at any point and then you can go back and kind of get the full picture. But it's just kind of interesting how I wonder if some people have just started at like, well, I just started then. I haven't read before. I just read from here until, you know what I mean? When you go.
Dude. Okay, for clarification, for one, the flesh interface, all that stuff we just read, it seems that after Vice did a story about it, they let him post that whole thing there, because that whole thing is just like the Vice article in itself.
Yeah.
But, okay, so that segment, you remember earlier how I was like, this, I keep thinking to myself, like, well, it can't keep being this cool, right? Like, there's no way. Yet it continues to be that cool. That segment was, to me, hands down the coolest part of the story so far. Just to go back between them resurrecting a guy and Pompeii and stuff. That felt just like the feeling of euphoria I got from that is one of the coolest moments I've had on this show.
The horror too of it all, of like the horror of knowledge, is just kind of very subtle, and it just like lingers a bit longer. There's a lot of things in stories that we read so far that are like, ooh, that was creepy. But there's a lot of just kind of interesting questions the author keeps leaving us with, where it's the parallel of like a great war general who has conquered this army and he's getting ready to go see this entity that he has been wanting to see. And then basically it's like the disappointment of finding nothing, but that's also a gift, versus the same kind of thing of these people having this technological thing and finding basically this random gateway. And the more they know about it, or like this kind of, like a person that gets to go through died and they get to sit here and suffer before their death is, it's like it's the terror of knowledge, the terror of knowing, you know, peeking into the unknown and revealing secrets that I feel like humans weren't meant to have is, just kind of an interesting concept, you know?
it pushes forward into that idea of like reaching a singularity, right?
Yeah.
Like we reach a point with technology where it's like you've gone too far. You can't come back from this one. And all the consequences that would carry with it. Phew. Brother, I'm on cloud 9. Like this is I'm gonna punch something. I'm gonna put a hole in the wall, in the computer or something.
You got a pants full of cum and a big smile on your face.
I'm gonna complete. I've got the smile. I'm gonna ignore the other thing you said, but I certainly got a smile.
Well, some of the reactions. I mean,
true.
you have to realize, ladies and gentlemen, I don't see I can't see him, so I just hear a man bricking on the other end of this call. And I hear him going with him. So I'm just picturing he's leaning back. I mean, he's just caking his pants. And for all I know, he's done 3 pants changes. I haven't seen it while he's reading.
It would be funny if every time I stood up, I had a different pair of shorts on.
Yeah, different khakis or shorts just keep coming on.
I'm just switching through them. Yeah. No, like this
It's
feels almost like if it wasn't good, I would feel mocked.
It's
like
a
with the switch between conspiracy theories and Christianity and like flesh portals and monsters made out of animal parts, you know?
Yeah.
Literally a Wendigo, like a Wendigo shaped creature.
I always find that usually in stories, whenever I'm not saying a lot of things, it's just like digesting, is always stories that I feel like linger with me longer, or like it's just a thing where it's posing interesting things that I feel like I'm thinking about internally, and I need to be better about like actually vocalizing some of the stuff. But I do wonder, because obviously there's going to be some people who aren't faring with the story or whatever, but how lost it is, you know, or are people like on this ride as well, and they're kind of like excited, piecing it together themselves. Curious to see what people say.
Look, if someone's upset over this story, this is my moment. This is my time.
Yeah, it's about me.
This is about me today. Okay,
it's
this
about
is my
me.
Thing. This is like it's definitely probably the coolest story I've read on the show, or one of the coolest stories I've ever read. Just like how much I love the themes, I love the writing style, I love the way it works, the horror, the new all of it. If it maintains this. We'll see. See, this is crazy because I thought everyone told me Mother Horseye is like, oh, it's kind of like an ARG. It's posted around. No one grabbed me by the shirt and shook me and was like, before you do anything else with your stupid life, read this story.
I wonder too, you, as we all know, you love like religious themes and, you know, the conspiracy stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's like such a huge part of like what gets you going. So this feels extremely catered. That's why I was curious too. If people are like, you know, the theme is okay. I'm curious if it hits people the same way. I will say that it's written in a brilliant, really fun, interactive way. Yeah. Like I think that's undeniable. It's kind of giving me, the more I sit here, it's like, I feel like that's how you see stuff like Midwest Angelica, which I don't know if they reference this at all, but it feels like when we were just even the towers and all that kind of stuff, it has that kind of vibe to it. Along with that, I've read this SCP before that's called The Flesh That Hates, I think is what it was.
Yeah.
Just the way that these things kind of tie together. But it's interesting that so far, I mean, here's the thing too. We're 3.5 hours in. We're on post fucking 31 of 100, by the way. Gotta be mindful of that. And really, it's just little interactions of people being like, what's a flesh interface? Well, I showed up to this place and did this. I think that the story so far has been most successful and most effective when talking. Like, I like the little vignettes. Like, I really love being like, we were soldiers. We saw this guy sitting on a hill. We would try shooting at it, but the fucking bullets would disappear. It's just like the anomaly built around the actual interface itself, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think that I have the most fun. Like, I love being put in these tiny vignettes that ultimately accumulate into people getting fucked. It's pretty much the vibe.
Another connection to go with the themes of it. So it talks about Pompey, 68 or 63, whenever it was, went and sacked the temple at Jerusalem. This was not long after Jesus' crucifixion. And the story said earlier, all parts of history are at the nexus point of Jesus' death, right?
Mm.
And in the Bible, when Jesus is crucified, it says that the temple veil, the veil that it mentions Pompey walked through to go the other side, the veil was torn in half. Because the reason the temple had to exist and all that is because there was not yet the sacrifice for the sin debt. People still had to commit animal offerings. They had to sprinkle blood through the holiest of holies in order to get forgiveness for sin. But when Jesus died, all that was done away with. And in his death, it says an angel tore the temple veil in half, saying we don't need the temple anymore. So by the time Pompey got there, the temple was already done. It was just at that point an empty room. At least within Christianity's belief. Now, Judaism, obviously still holds holiness, but the story specific, like this so far is given specific reference to Jesus Christ's death. So it's like that death that was mentioned earlier is the reason for Pompey's lack of finding a god on the other side. So maybe, which I could be reading in too far, but maybe if that theme ties all the way back around, maybe the reason that they're not getting anything out of these experiments yet, passing dead bodies through the flesh interface, is because they're missing something. Something's been done in the past, or they're going about the wrong way. There is a reason. There is a God on the other side of the veil. They just haven't figured it out yet. There's a step there for getting, so to speak. Or maybe it's too late, like it was for Pompey, to find the God on the other side of the veil. Man, I've heard that story so many times of like Pompey destroying the temple in Jerusalem, but I have never thought about that moment when he would have got to the holiest of holies. Like, I know that was there. I know the significance it had in the Old Testament of the Bible. I know Zechariah, didn't believe God when he was speaking to the angel and he was made deaf for it. Like, I know all the great stories around it. And I know Pompey went and, destroyed the temple, but I never thought about the moment when he got to that room, what that would have been. Man. I can feel the story like printing itself onto my brain. Like for the rest of
it's going to stick with you for sure.
For the rest of my life, I'm going to be like, well, this is kind of like Mother Horse Eyes. So like, it's going to be one of those point of reference things, which I will say, if you like the way the story's written, like the stuff, I highly recommend House of Leaves. I think this took a lot of inspiration off of that in a good way. Anyway. All right. 31st post made, so this actually came 3 days before the Vice article, but according to the subtext, on which I'm going to trust the people who are the moderators on r/Horse Eyes because they know the story better than I do. They say that the article would fit into this place in the timeline. So maybe the author wrote this and then gave it to Vice and then it got published a few days after. So we're now technically going 3 days back to May the 2nd when the 31st post showed up. Of all the children who have been returned from the portals, only one survived in the long term, though we didn't even realize it until years later. She had been stolen or rescued from us by a rogue technician shortly after return and was thus lost to us for many years. Finally found her in Estonia and kidnapped her from her adoptive family in the middle of the night. She was 7 when we lost her and 13 when we would have found her again. So this is good because we had already seen the story repeats, and when we read that first part, I was like, we'll probably come back to this girl, and sure enough, we are. We did a preliminary interview, and she seemed normal in every aspect. Mind you, this was a girl who entered a massive, possibly alien biological device called a flesh interface, disappeared from existence for several minutes, then returned encased in an amniotic sac. Attached to a placenta via umbilical cord with enough LSD in her bloodstream to turn all of Utah into one massive orgy. Naturally, we expected some sort of mental changes, especially since every child who returned from the portals had shown signs of mental aberration. Why did I say it that way? Aberration. Then again, every other child had died shortly after return, so she was clearly something special. But no, she was normal. Frustratingly normal. So we started prying into her past. She was reticent, but young and fairly trusting, and it wasn't hard to get information out of her. She said she was born in Brazil, which was correct. We had acquired her from a Brazilian orphanage where she had lived since infancy, the daughter of a dead prostitute and an unknown father. She vaguely remembered her time at the orphanage, and they were not very happy memories. She then began telling us about the first day she met her adoptive parents, but we wanted to know about the time in between, when she was in our possession, when she went into the portal and came back. We asked what happened before she met her adoptive parents. She said she remembered a long, boring boat trip to come over to Estonian Islands. We asked her where she had lived before then. At this question, she grew distinctly uncomfortable. She said she didn't really remember. Pressed her. Her face began to twitch and shudder. This was the first time she had showed any sign of abnormality. Kept pressing her on the question.
There was one summer after I moved out of the orphanage, but before I came to Estonia, where I lived with a woman who said she was my mother.
Okay, yep. So every time these kids pass through, they go to the house where Mother Horse, or a house they remember
basically
from their
marked by her.
childhood.
They basically get indoctrinated by her there, it feels like.
And it's like all of them come out saying she's awful, that she looks disgusting.
Well,
she
yeah,
looks
she's a
monstrous.
monster.
But at the time, they're okay with it, though. You're right. But they all come out born. But it's like while they're in there being pumped of LSD, in their mind, they're transported to this place where they're with Mother Horse Eyes. This was news to us. Our files had it that she lived continuously at the orphanage. We asked her about the exact time, but all she knew was that it was for one summer. This was curious because she had been in our possession one summer 7 years ago. Timelines matched well, but the events were entirely different. We asked her to elaborate. She said that one day, a woman had come to the orphanage saying that she was her mother. The Americans who ran the place had made her go with the woman. They had gone to a crummy old house. She lived there for a summer. As she said this, she began to sob. She said that she had forgotten all about this. She hardly remembered it at all. She didn't want to talk about it.
She wasn't my mother. I knew. Her face wasn't right. It wasn't a real face.
Yep. Back to Mother Horse Eyes. Which, by the way, I know we've said it, but I think we've said it before, but what a haunting name for an entity.
It's
Mother
awesome.
Horse Eyes.
It's so good.
Yeah. Gosh. I mean, like, that's one of the reasons I think this had so much success to people who heard about it, because they just hear the name and they're like, the what? Mother what?
Well, it's just so uncanny. It creates such a visceral reaction, in my opinion.
You know what's also frustrating about this? No one knows who the author is outside of user Mother Horse Eyes. So this guy could be writing anything, and I can't find it. Like, I don't care about the rest of you, but me specifically, I can't find it.
I can't dig in there and get it.
Where's it at? I need at it. Somebody let me at him. What's his home address? Where does he live? Okay. Same day. Oh no, this one is real. This was always the first thought when waking up after a blackout. After hours of flitting between different varieties of nightmare, you start to dream that you are lying sick and insane in a stained bed in a shithole apartment that smells like cigarettes and spoiled ham. Your slowly crystallizing consciousness begins to note this particular nightmare is more persistent than the others, that it has a certain uncanny clarity to it. Oh, no, you realize this one is real. You wake to the utter ugliness of your reality. It's too much, too awful. What's the last thing you remember? God, it wasn't even midnight before the madness set in. You look at your hands, tiny vibration runs through the fingers. Your entire mind feels like the raw, meaty patch that is left after a fingernail is torn off. How many hours were you blacked out? 3, 4? You sit up and look around for evidence of mischief. Smashed plates, bags of takeout food, and a nightstand drawer filled with vomit. All clear. You feel your face for bruises, nothing major. Wallet and phone, present and accounted for. Your phone says it's 2 p.m. Not bad. You check the calls and text. Nothing unusual. No 2-hour conversation with your boss started at 5 a.m. You log into your bank website and take a look. $94.56 spent last night. King's ransom by your standards, but at least you didn't go on a $400 blowout. You sit and wonder why you have this feeling of black guilt in your stomach. It's just the hangover, right? Just your poor brain snapping back from all the depressant you gave it last night, entering a hypervigilant state, paranoid state, an intolerable state. God, you need a drink. You deserve a drink for not blowing the rent last night. Medically, you need a drink. Just a little drink, but nothing overboard that will get you drunk at 3 in the afternoon and blacked out again tonight. You go out of your tiny bedroom to the front part of your apartment, and your heart stops. A woman is lying asleep on your couch. Not a young woman, an old woman.
Oh, God.
Tiny old grandma with messy gray hair. God, what have you done? Her eyes slowly open. At least she's alive. She asks if you're okay now. You nod. Question is sinister. Okay now? What had been going on before? You can't deal with this without a drink. Who gives a shit if she sees this old lady in sweatpants? You go to the freezer and get the vodka and take in 2 good belts. Stomach makes a violent protest, but your brain almost weeps in relief.
Who are you?
You ask the woman directly. She smiles and lets out a shy, grandmotherly little chuckle. She says she didn't expect you to remember last night, that you had repeatedly warned her that you wouldn't. Her demeanor is so warm and kind. You begin to worry that you have screwed this woman, that you have screwed this elderly woman, and now she is in love with you and wants to move her posturepedic bed into your apartment. You ask her with great urgency who she is, and you tip another shot into your mouth. She says that she wants to hear the end of your story. She says that last night you came into the cafe that she owns carrying a bottle of wine. Before she could tell you to leave, you began telling a story. A wonderful story, but you got too drunk and didn't finish it. So she got you into a cab and made sure you got home and slept on the couch because she very much wants to hear the end of your story. You tell her that you don't recall telling any story. She expects this. She says that it's a story about the children in the forest. You must know it. It was too wonderful to have just been made up. You shrug. You don't know any stories about any children in the forest, unless it's Hansel and Gretel. Was it Hansel and Gretel? It was not. Well, that's the only child forest story you know. She tells you that it was a very beautiful story and it made her cry, and she was very much wants to know the end of it. Her mind churns through the possibilities. This woman is crazy. She is about to ask for money. She is going to rob you. She wants to get your information so she can have you arrested. The cops are already on their way and she's stalling. But the pleading look in her eyes is quite convincing. She does just want to hear the story. Vodka's starting to loosen the paranoid script. Take another sip. How many drinks was that? 2? Okay. Don't want to get too drunk too early. No more drinking for the next hour. You take another sip. If you can't drink for the next hour, you'll need that last sip. You sit down on the couch next to her. Sweet relief of the vodka is melting away some of your anxiety, and you let out a big sigh. You ask her to tell you some of the story. Maybe it will jog your memory. She insists that she can't tell it as good as you told it, but you brush her protest aside. She begins to tell you the story. In her warm, grandmotherly voice, she begins to tell you about the magical children who lived in the forest, who danced and sang and never died, who fought bravely against the nightmare forces of the ancient queen. It really is a beautiful story, and the woman tells it so well. Lots of nice little touches that make you giggle softly. You see in your mind for a moment sunlight through the fluttering leaves and smell the apple-scented air, so much sweeter and freer than anything your tiny grim shithole apartment full of empty bottles. Once again, your eyes grow damp. You have heard from various people at various times the beginning of this story, but you've never heard the end. Perhaps it has none.
It's beautiful. Also, it feels like it's kind of catering like the children of the forest. Do you think it's referring to the tree of life kind of thing, that the reoccurring theme we have there?
I think absolutely. I think this is also reminiscent of that thing that was mentioned earlier about by the Mother Horse-Eyes narrator when he says, what's the phrase? Oh, we'll be children playing in streets with no cars. It sounds like that. Like, after Mother embraces us, after we go through what she wants us to, we're all going to be happy. We won't have to suffer anymore. We're going to have to suffer a lot to get there, but in the end, it'll be okay. Which is so interesting because it's almost an idea of heaven, right? That almost sounds like an afterlife people would describe, but it is from a character who is symbolic of the devil. So It's like the devil trying to tempt you with heaven. It's such a fascinating, not really narrative, but like, I guess, antagonist, if that makes sense to set up, or threat that these people are facing. This is just like a guy who was afraid he had a one-night stand with an old woman, but then turns out like, oh, she just wanted to hear the story. And like, he gets drunk and tells these stories, but he never knows how they end because they haven't got there. So even subtly in the back of his mind, Mother's calling to him. Like the guy who had the dream of being a dog on the farm. The mother reaches out to people in different ways, and it drags them in with these visions of grandeur, even though, as we know, it always ends with you being ripped apart.
Yeah.
Which is very devilish. That is very like Christian devil oriented. Which ties back to the themes. Gosh, it feels so, everything feels so wrapped in on each other. All the themes, all the different, as you know, set aside as they are on their own, it feels so tied in with each other at the same time. That's so cool.
What can we say? We like it.
What can I say? We like it. That entire part, also, not to keep bringing it up, but that entire part felt like a Johnny Truant segment from A House of Leaves, like word for word almost. Not literally word for word. I mean, the way it was written, the way information was given, he's drunk, he's like sad and stuff, feels like apart from that game. Anyway, all right. Part 32, same day. And again, all these the same day. Gosh, man. Okay. Imagine a dead cat wearing an old jockstrap. This is the smell of the bed sores. This is the smell that comes out of the hygiene beds when we open them up. It's not just a smell, but a feeling. Sickly warmth that the masks cannot block out. Even through the filtered, scented air, you know it's there, coming through the filters. In less than 0.1 micrometer sized particles, touching your face, touching your clothes, adhering to you, fouling everything it touches. I think what makes the smell so putrid is that it's a combination of living tissue and dead tissue. Somehow this unnatural intermingling of life and death creates a potent stench that is repellent to basic human sensibility. This is why I am saving up to go to school and become a readjustment specialist. Pulling people out of malfunctioning hygiene beds is no way to make a living. Certainly, it is not the calling of a sensitive, erudite soul such as myself. When a hygiene bed breaks, say the healthy limb system fails or a catheter gets blocked up, it's supposed to cut off the internet feed, forcing the sleeper to go, okay, hold on. Internet feed. It was talked about earlier with the North Korean thing, how the flesh things, or the flesh interfaces make there to be a line of communication from space, right?
Right.
That the information feeds itself back into. So it talked about earlier, I can't remember where. I think it may have been talking about Vietnam or Groom Lake or something, but it talked about restraint beds. So maybe some of these people are tied to beds so that it lets them receive information from space, whatever that information is. And that's what it's talking about. When a hygiene bed breaks, say the healthy limb system fails or a catheter gets blocked up. Yeah, healthy limb system. So the other system that's maybe been, I don't know, segregated or whatever they said the word for it was. Segmented, that's it. Not segregated. It's supposed to cut off the internet. Oh, no. It's supposed to cut off the internet feed, forcing the sleeper to get the bed fixed. But it's easy enough to override this cutoff function. Immersed in their feeds, people often forget that the bed is broken. But eventually, pain or discomfort will force the sleeper to get their bed fixed. The pain of bed sores or the stench of a backed up evacuator is a strong motivator. But if the sleeper has direct sense feeds, they can switch off these smells and discomforts. They can even switch off the worry associated with the broken bed. Actually, nope, I take it back. This is one of the potential futures.
You think so?
How there was that whole thing earlier that technology will lead us to a place of slavery and stuff like that. This is a potential future where people, like, he talks about the smell, or whoever's writing talks about the smell of it. And he says, I think the worst part is the combination of living and dead particles. And they're in hygiene beds and there's bad limb systems or a catheter gets blocked up. So it's effectively people like laid out on a bed and kept alive for insanely long amounts of time as they control which emotions they want to feel and get a constant stream of the internet through their brain. At this point, there is only one thing which can impel them to save themselves: basic human dignity. The age-old desire to not spend one's days playing Princess Romance Cafe, lying in one's own shit while one's dick rots off. I'd also say that on occasional fleeting desire to see the outside world could also prove advantageous, but for the sort of people I'm talking about here, this is simply not a factor. Sadly, for some people, this desire is not strong enough, and we come to the very last line of defense: the smell. The smell eventually leaks out of the hygiene bed's encasement. Nearby tenants start to notice. The building manager calls us and we go and pull them out. For the most hardcore sleepers, those who have entirely rejected reality in favor of their feeds, it is the smell and the smell alone that saves their lives before the bacteria devour them alive. It is the stinky hand of salvation that plucks them from the abyss. I don't know what God looks like, but he smells like a dead cat wearing an old jockstrap.
Jesus.
Man, everything bangs. But yeah, the idea of people hooked up to these machines just being in place of internet in a stasis almost, so they don't have to exist. They can just experience pleasure constantly. Gosh,
it feels so Feels so true too, just with like the state of media and stuff right now and consumption.
I don't know, man. I don't know what God looks like, but he smells like a dead cat on jockstrap. Man. 34 made the next day at 4 a.m. How quickly they turn to complete animals. They come out of the wagons already quite bestial, crying and lowing for water. Yet there is still the facsimile of humanity about them. They wear clothes, spectacles, wedding rings, and the women have their long hair and jewelry. Strip away all this deceit quite quickly. At the front of the camp, there is a phony train station with a phony name and a phony clock with hands that are painted on. All of it is just as phony as all their posing, they're insinuating, they're pretending to be normal folk. As soon as they come down the ramp, the blue prisoner units are screaming at them, beating them, lashing them, drawing blood, and they move through the front gates in huddled, weeping herds. There we separate the men and women and have the women's hair cut to make socks and such. And in a moment, it is complete. Centuries of hiding among us, poisoning and passing, is all erased, exposed, and their nature is plain. Looking at their hideous gnarled faces, all the varieties of bloodline impurities, the women's sagging udders, the fatty hanging bellies, the men's mutilated penises and thatches of pubic hair, you see it quite clearly. And you absolutely cannot deny that they are utter beasts. That we allowed them to infest our cities like vermin, to hold power over us while we were tilling the soil and building the fatherland. It absolutely appalls. This will be our great shame in history's eyes. Okay, so this one is either a prison guard, like an SS guard at a concentration camp in World War II, or one in a future that's just adopting the same language. But I think it's literal because it says fatherland, which is what the Germans refer to Germany as. So this sounds like a past of the, like a prison guard at a concentration camp. We moved them through the long tube to the gas chambers. Yeah, okay, well, I think my assumption on the previous line is pretty correct. We moved them through the long tube to the gas chambers. The men can go first, as their hair does not need cutting, and the women. Women panic, screams everywhere. You watch the mottled haunches of the old women shudder and ripple as their legs shake like newborn calves. They realize that we will not be wasting any time, that it will all be immediate. Streams of fresh shit run down their legs. Now the helpers must club them every step of the way or they will turn back. Marchenko carries a sword. Hold on. There is a link to who Marchenko is. Yes. Nicknamed Ivan the Terrible. He was a guard at Treblinka. So this isn't only a Nazi concentration camp. It is the Treblinka camp, which we now know in our story to be where the first flesh interfaces were built. Marchenko carries a sword. He thinks it is an Imperial cavalry sword, but it's just an imitation. Still, it's an actual sword, and in his hands, it's more effective than the clubs. He hacks at the crowd like a jungle explorer in an American film. He makes all sort of sneering, dramatic faces as he works. Whenever he scores a particularly impressive blow, his whole face red with delight. And once he sliced an old woman's breast clean off, picked it up and showed it to me. Inside was made of corn-colored pearls of fat. Ugh. I made him take it to the work camp and have a good chuckle watching a prisoner devour it. Oh man, I had a good chuckle watching Marchenko's face. There are only a couple dozen SS at the camp. Almost everything is run by the Red Army watchmen and special prison units. And yet, we can process 15,000 a day. Wonderful. It's because of the way the camp has been built. There is the fake train station, the tails of showers and uniforms and assignments, the narrow tube to funnel people into, the walls to hide the chambers and the pits, and there is the hierarchy. Captured Red Army men, special unit prisoners, all set against each other with proper incentives. Everything in the structure concentrates power on us. Perhaps if the right structure was built, an entire race could eliminate by a single man with an unloaded gun. Dark, haunting, but it's about the situation at the concentration camp, which, yeah, pretty heavy. Man,
that's crazy. Though.
All right.
I've never heard of the Ivan the Terrible thing. Or I feel like I have heard of the Ivan the Terrible thing, but just haven't thought about that in a long time. It's crazy.
All right, May 5th. This was the same day the article came out with the Pompeii stuff in it that made me freak out and lose my mind. Consider this case. A woman, 28 years old, lives in a bedrock apartment block in Alabama. She is engaged in heavy feed use since childhood, spending 70 to 80% of her free time connected. Okay, so this sounds like it goes back to the future where people have internet feeds beamed into their head, right? She is engaged in heavy feed use since childhood, spending 70 to 80% of her free time connected. At age 16, she finds global success as Mix Guide, netting her a considerable sum of money. One day, when she is 19 years old, she connects to her feed. She does not disconnect again for 9 years.
God.
9 years of continuous feed. 9 years without any direct human contact. 9 years alone in a hygiene bed, dreaming. Meanwhile, her feed is a veritable flurry of digital contact. Mixes, life stories, role swaps, rooms, hunts, avatar makers, empathy games, sex play, and on and on. For a while, her mixed tours sell well, and she enjoys her celebrity. Man, it's so cool how they're establishing so many just things, you know? Like so many new pieces of the story to use as like all the new pieces they're creating in order to tell the story the way they want to. And they're so fascinating. Like her mixed tours sell well and she enjoys her celebrity. Like, what does that mean? Oh, man. But over the years, tastes change and her income falls. Try as she might, she cannot revive her popularity. She tries sorting, tutoring, crowd matching, whatever will make her money. But the competition in these markets is harsh, and she has significant debts to several promotion companies. Her money runs out. She manages to credit bounce for a while, but the writing is on the wall. She must disconnect. Man, you stay inside the system. It has its own currency where there's credit and like you can get into trouble. And she knows this, yet she cannot bring herself to do it. Within the feed, she is well liked by her spheres, known as a talented mixer and narrator, reasonable wall mediator, and a sensitive and capable participant in sex play. But she has a direct sense feed with complete safety overrides, and she has been on increasing pain dampening for the last 4 years. She knows she has bed sores and perhaps will need multiple amputations. She has assumed that she will live feed to grave, cannot bring herself to disconnect.
Man.
She wears...
That's so crazy.
So many different angles of horror get introduced in the series too.
Yeah.
Like so many different kinds of fear. Mostly around the idea of like, you know, eventual futures or like inability to stop it, but they're each so unique. She researches cortical suicide methods, but decides against it. She contacts emergency services and arranges for them to remove her from her hygiene bed. One day, shortly after her 28th birthday, she is disconnected after a 9-year dream. She awakes to a world of horrifying pain. Pain dampening has blocked her opioid receptors, and the removal technicians can do nothing for her agony. Her entire body is atrophied, and she has severe calcification around her ports, catheter, and evacuator, as well as numerous sores and abscesses and general muscle atrophy. Think about stuff like that. She has calcification on her ports, so the port she has to plug herself in, her catheter and evacuator, which I assume is a catheter for your bowels, right?
Yeah.
It pulls the crap out of your gut. She is taken to the hospital for physical rehabilitation. After several operations, she is stabilized and her pain has subsided to manageable levels. Thankfully, her limbs are still intact. After eye treatments, she looks at herself in the mirror and finds something she does not recognize. She has aged 9 years, though a lack of sun exposure and facial expressions has left her face smooth and unlined, albeit inhumanly gaunt and pale. Within a few days, the hospital sends her home. She must use a scooter to return to her apartment, which is little more than a weatherproof box to contain her hygiene bed. What will become of this woman? Sitting alone in her apartment with no job and no touch friends, without even a bathroom other than the hygiene bed, she will find it... Gosh! The amount of detail that goes into this world. She will find it very difficult to resist the lure of the feed. The lack of stimulation will mean that she is often bored. The lack of predictability will mean that she is anxious whenever she's not bored. She will find unmediated socialization torturous. According to our statistics, there will be a 90% chance of her making another long-term connection within a month. There will be a 30% chance of her dying within 1 year. This is the price of long-term connection. It is inescapable. Less than 1% of users connected continuously for more than 3 years are able to go on to lead successful disconnected lives. In America, there are currently over 30 million users on long-term connections. Unless something changes, they will stay connected until they die. This is why we have created Companion 12. Oh, dude. Bro. Just all... That whole setup of how dire straits this is, how terrible this connection is to technology, establishing it is awful. It sounds like it's someone making a case against it. And then at the end, it's just the marketing to sell you another product. Another thing that can... Another band-aid to this new problem that's been created, this new wound that's been induced on society. This is why we have completed Companion 12. Gosh, dude. This story is almost so good that it's too much. It's almost like I like if any one of these vignettes we read by itself, we'd be like, wow, great episode, man. All right, that was CreepCast. Thank you all for being here. But there's 100 of them. It's like, how do we... Also, so there was the mention that it's shown up a couple times. There was something of like, we were surprised this girl became a level 7, right? And we don't know what that means. Or it's like they somehow, I think it was the Vietnamese village early on. It's like they had somehow gotten to category 4 on their own. Or maybe it was the North Korean whale chamber. All of these things are insane phrases. Maybe it was the North Korean whale chamber of like, they had got to be a level 8 facility. But there's these numbers connected to everything. And here it's saying there's a Companion 12. And remember how the children that come back out of the flesh interface, how they're attached to the amniotic sac that gives them LSD? Yeah. Well, what if like that stasis that they're inside of is the same technology or the same idea that is allowing people in this alternate future to hook up to this program, to hook up to this feed? Because we know from the North Korea thing mentioned in the 1980s that it was beaming internet from space down to them in North Korea whenever they were hooked up with the interface. So maybe it's the same technology. Like maybe if the governments keep doing their investigations, they'll eventually find out how to synthesize this amniotic sac that gives you LSD. And that's what now the technology that gives you a quote unquote internet feed or this alternate reality to exist in comes from. It beams it down to Earth. You hook up to it, and that's where this... Wait a minute. Yeah, they managed to synthesize it in order to get people to be a part of this greater internet, this greater connected structure. And then once they're in there, it's the same place or the same kind of place that the kids were going with Mother Horse Eyes back to the house, only Mother Horse Eyes isn't there. So what if this Companion 12 that's being introduced is Mother Horse Eyes? What if the company or whatever is writing this, we have created Companion 12, is a way for Mother Horse Eyes to insert herself into the system that they've created, that they have cut her out of in their synthesizing of it, but now she's found a way back in? This is entirely speculation, but...
Yeah, but still, just, you know, the story's lending itself to create theories and stuff.
All right. 36 posts, same day. Our form is our story, the story of all the world. The world does not sleep. Everywhere, 10,000 things are darting, skittering, flitting, scuttling, burrowing. Sleep is righteousness, but the world wakes. We are made in the image of the world. The world is a giant of our kind, and we live on its back. Its trees and grasses and hills are like the hairs on our backs. Our paws are soft and our ways are subtle and silky, so we are in harmony with the world. But everywhere, 10,000 things are scuttling out of harmony. This causes the world to itch and to suffer, just as the little scuttling things on our backs cause us to itch and suffer. So the world cannot sleep, and everything turns and spins, and we cannot sleep. For we are made in the image of the world. This is why we hunt. It is our duty. To hunt out of all the little scuttling things, to devour them, expel them, and bury them back into the world, leaving no trace. We must hunt night and day. We hunt the 10,000 things on the world's back, just as we hunt and clean the little scuttling things from our own backs. One day, we will destroy all the 10,000 things, and the world will sleep, we will sleep, and everything will sleep forever. This will be a great righteousness. We can feel this righteousness every time we sleep, and we can feel a great injustice every time we are woken. So we hunt, so we must hunt. Truth is in our bones, in our claws, in our form, for we are made in the image of the world, and our form contains all truth. Our form is our story, the story of all the world. But now we are confronted with a great mystery. We do not abide mysteries. They plague our sleep. We must solve them. What is hidden must be uncovered. So we search, sleuth, this mystery eludes, scuttles and slips away time after time. We do not sleep. But it seems there is no message in our form which give us any answer. Is our form incomplete? I, above all others, have become obsessed with the mystery of the oily ones. Oh, I bet the oily ones is talking about the people that come through, right? People that
Yeah, I'm
pass through
thinking
the
so.
thing.
That or
Yeah.
it's setting up, it's just planning another thing to be uncovered later.
Yeah. All right, this next post was made the next day, 37.
37.
One day during the final summer, a team of doctors came in from Berlin. They were in the midst of a grand experiment which they considered to be of the utmost importance and needed access to a large number of prisoners, something beyond what they could acquire in Berlin. We protested that we were not equipped for any sort of medical experiments, that our camp was designed for a single purpose. They insisted, and we were forced to accommodate them. I was immediately irritated by their senior doctor, a haughty man in his late 40s named Engel, who always wore a crisp white coat and fine leather shoes. He arrived with his team of doctors, and I could scarcely believe it, a Jew. This was perhaps the ugliest Jew to have ever personally offended my eyes. He was a very tall man, full head, taller than average, with a fiery black beard, gnarled, claw-like nose, very prominent eyes. The eyes were something of a source of fascination to me, as they were not the rat-like black color of a normal Jew, but a much lighter shade of brown, almost like bronze. He wore a shabby suit, followed Engel around quite closely, almost as if they were associates, and always his strange, flashing eyes were roaming about in a suspicious way. When I first met Engel, I asked who this Jew was, but my question was brushed aside. They immediately set about converting one of our buildings into a station for their experiments, details of which were kept from me entirely. Engel and his team made no contact with the other staff except to demand various supplies. After a few days of being subjected to Engel's imperious behavior, I could feel that my SS subordinates and even the Ukrainians were smirking at me behind my back. So I decided to give Engel a tour of the other part of the camp which he had not yet seen, the part where we processed prisoners. Of course he refused, but I insisted. Fortunately, a trainload of prisoners was arriving at the moment, and we went out on the platform. The odious Jew with glittering eye followed us, which pleased me all the more. The train arrived with the cries of its passengers blending into the squealing of the metal wheels. The blue units worked themselves into their usual frenzy, pulling the passengers out, shouting and clubbing and herding them towards the main gate. Amidst the crush of passengers, the limp bodies of children occasionally came spilling out onto the platform, and the blue units tossed them into a pile. Engel watched all of this impassively. A woman came out of the train clutching a child of perhaps 3 years. She looked about frantically, screaming for a doctor. I gave her a sympathetic look and held out my arms. She approached me. The handsome, stolid-looking authority figure that I am. I took the child from her, tenderly examined it. It was still alive. I placed it gently on the ground and used my boot to reshape its skull. The woman I shot.
God, crazy.
What a nice little entry.
It's interesting though to go back, and now we're getting the perspective of like some of the fucking Nazis that saw the gate probably for the first time.
That's what I think it's going to lead to. So we had our first one.
It's going to lead to all them getting fucked up, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because our first one was him just talking about it, and then it's this one. But then there is there's the Jew who's with Engel and their friends. So I assume both of them are already under the effects of LSD to make the flesh interface, and that's about to happen to the rest of them. Also, Engel could be, it's mentioned down there at the bottom, but Engel sounds a lot like Mengele or Mingle, who was the angel of death, the famous concentration camp guy. So maybe it's like the names are almost the same, but without the M. So maybe it's like a alternate universe version of him. Anyway, 38 posted 2 days, 1 day later, I think. 1 day later, yeah.
Rachel does not dream. Rachel does not sleep. Rachel does not wake. Rachel feels all the time. Rachel Head has a direct sense feed with Reinhardt Emotive FPS blending for stunning clarity and total sensory presence. With the entire cultural library at her fingertips, Rachel can put herself into any scenario and create precision mixes at speed of mind. Watch as she blends Beethoven's Fifth Symphony with the Asteroid Orbital Catalog, the 2018 World Cup game, and the hot new anal coming video from Angelica Alenia. What mastery! See the subtle crafting and non-stuttering blends. That's because Reinhardt's proprietary technology blends splits 240 visual FPS on the fly to create an eye-popping visual stream of over 1,000 FPS, while simultaneously delivering 60 tactile FPS and 60 olfactory FPS. Now this is salvation. But hey, forget the specs. Check out the feelings. Her Holocaust child victim, disco muscle thumps, have walls around the world shedding tears and making those real feels. You can't fake this stuff. Are you tired of distant, deadened emotions? Reinhardt Emotive FPS blending gives you realistic, immersive feelings without excess rumination or thought lingering. This kind of subtlety just isn't possible at ordinary 2040 FPS. That's the difference for Rachel. That can be the difference for you. Rachel does not dream. Rachel does not sleep. Rachel does not live. Rachel does not die. Rachel feels. Can you?
Yeah, that's funny. That's the advertisement for the product. It's also interesting how they can't create art. You know, they can't be artists and make new things. They just mix things that already were, and people buy and like those.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely, it's lack of creation. It's people just ingesting. It also, too, is kind of an interesting take on, you know, I guess it's just a blend of everything. Like every feel and every sensory is blended together into one, which also, I think, weakens and like dampens your own experience to it. So it's just numbing you. So you're just a perpetually numb state of like ingesting media, whether it be like sad, happy, sexual, anything.
You can split like two different emotions at the same time. You can have all the experiences and like mental feelings of watching the World Cup game and also porn at the same time, just like constantly dosing.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that there's no difference between them. They're just things, you know? Like that's the idea. Like the excitement of winning a game is going to be the same as you watching a girl get anally fisted.
There's also the mention in there where it says this is salvation. So it's directly tying themes we've heard before, like religious themes or words like salvation and stuff, into this new way. It's like even in the far distant future, the remnants of like these weird past histories and experiments and stuff like that still take their root just later on. It's just a new phase for it.
Yeah, well, you also have the parallels too of like people being like, you know, knowledge is power or knowledge is hell, that kind of thing, to where you've had these people that in past, present, future, to where people have been, you know, asking themselves questions, looking for like this kind of answer to these things. And then the future is the future seems to be the predicament of like, we have everything we want. The salvation is like basically total freedom and total lack of like the human existence from these digital technologies that basically numb your senses, whatever. So the salvation is that thing to where it's like, it kind of goes back to, you know, looking into the temple and finding God. That's like what that's like, that's what feels like the thing is here, you know, versus being like, maybe if without this, we would be happier and be able to like actually exist.
Yeah. Maybe this is a bad move. Nah, can't be that. Yeah.
Post 39.
Right. Post 39, same day. Okay, this is back to the concentration camp guard. After a week at the camp, Dr. Engel put in a rather perverse request. He wanted to move his laboratory to the old gas chamber. I had no problem with this. We'd installed new, more efficient gas chambers with the help of an expert on the matter. And although they had a capacity of over 20,000 a day, we were seldom ever able to produce more than 15,000 in a single day, due to the unreliability of the trains, which were often slow enough to preemptively process many of their passengers for us. At this point, we had orders to cremate the bodies, and they burned in open pits day and night, and we warned Dr. Engel that the old gas chamber would be a rather distracting environment to work in, as it was between the smoke of the burning pits and the noise of the new gas chambers. He disregarded this, and his team moved in that day. After that, I rarely saw him. as that part of the camp was somewhat hidden from the rest. My headaches, which were growing more severe, had always made me reluctant to visit. Soon, my men began to tell me strange tales from the new laboratory. Nobody except Engel and his men was allowed inside, but we surmised that he had removed or reduced the chamber's interior walls and sealed up all doors except one. I'm getting weird flashbacks to the Russian sleep experiment.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too.
He requested his own SS detail, and 2 guards were posted at the door at all times. A steady flow of prisoners went into the laboratory, whom Engel selected with the help of his odious Jew assistant, often to the great irritation of my units, as their fussy selectivity often slowed down our processing activities. Nobody can make any sense of the selection process, as it mainly consisted of the Jew looking at the person over and making various mutterings. It was reported that every few days, an enormous package wrapped in tarpaulin would be removed from the laboratory and carried over to a special burning pit which they had made. These packages tended to bleed, leaving a trail of blood to the burning pit, where they were burned under the watch of Enkel's personal guard. This behavior was only extraordinary in that there was no need for secrecy when it came to killing prisoners. Thousands were being killed every day just a few meters away in the new gas chambers. Between this and the inexplicable presence of the Jew assistant, I slowly became curious about their project. My men, however, were unable to get any information about what was occurring inside the laboratory. So I decided to focus a few questions of the matter of the team who presumably had the least sense of loyalty: the Jew. On one of our days off, I found the Jew in our little zoo, admiring the peacocks. He looked very much at peace as he watched the birds strut around, while I was suffering from a vicious headache. I began to talk to him, affecting an offhand, friendly manner. His German was perfect. I asked him about his background. He told me he had been a religious student in Berlin until he was expelled to a ghetto in Krakow. I asked him how he had met Engel. Here, he told me something quite surprising. This was actually his second time coming to Treblinka. On his first visit, he was on the very verge of being shot when somebody had noticed his perfect German. Apparently, there had been a request for prisoners who spoke excellent German, and this earned him a reprieve. He was sent back to Berlin, where Engel performed tests on him. I asked about the nature of these tests. Of this, he became more reticent. He had been instructed to discuss nothing with me. I merely informed him that I would shoot him through the face if he didn't tell me everything. At this, he showed no fear, but looked at me with his odd, brazen eyes, gave me an almost pitying smile. Said that the doctors were testing a new Swiss invention, some kind of chemical which administered orally and caused profound changes in thinking. I asked him about these changes. He said that the chemical allowed him to see the mind of God. Naturally, I asked for elaboration. At this, he launched into a rather overworked simile involving a broken mirror, then switched to another simile using a spider's web, neither of which made any sense to me. I informed him that I was a practical man and had little use for philosophy. He told me that after taking the chemical many times, he had become possessed of 2 minds, his own and that of God. In all his doings, he was conscious of God's intentions, God's plan for all human life. I asked him if he was following God's plan, and he said he was not following it entirely.
I am wrestling with God,
he said cryptically.
How does one wrestle with God? Isn't he all powerful?
When God presses forward, you must yield or be destroyed. And when God yields, you must press forward.
That sounds like dancing. It sounds more like dancing than wrestling or making love.
I said with a snort.
Yes, it is. Except that dancing is not so painful.
Why wrestle at all? If God is God and you know what is planned, then why not simply follow it? Surely this is the best course.
Yes, but I cannot bring myself to.
For the first time, I saw the peaceful expression flee from his face to be replaced by an unsettling dread that trembled in his eyes.
God's plan is simply too awful.
So also we have a thing of the past is discovery. The present is like both the past and the present are discovery, and then it feels like the future is the outcome of that discovery. So it feels like the past was people being challenging and trying to basically become enlightened through these things. It also sounds like the Nazis are making like this LSD that will help enlighten them in that way. The people that they're burning are probably subjects that have gone through or transformed or something. And then people in the present are finding the outcomes of that thing and trying to control it. And the future is the price of that enlightenment is what it seems like.
Yeah. It's like, they search for everything. But we also have to keep in mind that we can't trust that the LSD is a good thing, because the LSD is what's making them build the flesh interfaces. Maybe it just possesses their mind. Maybe it's Mother Horsize.
I don't think the LSD
is able to communicate.
I don't think the
her.
LSD is a good thing at all.
Yeah.
Well, I also think that that's also that's also kind of the thing I think the story is trying to say, is that enlightenment is like kind of the death of humanity is what it reads to me.
Sometimes we don't need total knowledge, total pleasure. Maybe it's better if God's not behind the veil. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it also seems like through enlightenment.
What an excellent symbolism for the whole story, by the way.
Yeah.
But you were going to say it seems like through enlightenment.
Oh, I should say through enlightenment, you kill God. Pretty much is the idea.
This next was made 1 day later, 40th post. Imagine Mother Babylon, Mother Rome, Mother America, the world enslaved, flesh network spanning the globe, the blood of humanity moving through veins thousands of miles long, cavernous curving tubes big as superhighways, biological superstructures, bones the size of the Golden Gate Bridge, living engineering. Hearts as big as mountains, pumping with tectonic force, chained in relays, moving blood from across continents, exotic neurochemical pestilence flowing from monstrous glandular ridges, flesh encased nightmares, farms of non-human tongues babbling blasphemous gibberish, a vast seabed dotted with lonely eyes. This is the great queendom of Babylon, a great blood-drunk whore wearing the crown of the atom, as all around her fleshly carcass float orbital platforms of nuclear death. Scattered in the stars beyond, seeds of Israel weep to gaze upon their new mother, the undying queen, blood and corruption.
I really want to see what the link to the comment was in this. It was on r/gaming. Saw this awesome bumper sticker on the way to Denver, and it just says, "My order car is rocket powered," and it's a Rocket League bumper sticker, and he posted on that one.
Imagine Mother Babylon.
Exactly. Can you imagine a guy just like, so how does that pertain to Rocket League? Could you tell me?
This I'm surprised none of these got taken down by the mods being like, please keep discussion to Rocket League and Rocket League.
Yeah, no shit. So actually this
isn't
Rocket League, so we're gonna have to delete the comment. Sorry, buddy.
So it's kind of giving the idea of like this flesh conglomerate eventually taking over the earth, but the other thing it does is this sounds like the vision that the soldiers in World War II had, where they said they saw the world connected by tendrils and tubes. And I thought it was metaphorical, but it may be literal. Maybe in that moment, they were all getting a vision of Mother's eventual goal, which is this.
Yeah, where the mountains are becoming these fallopian tubes.
Yeah, and it's so cool that like back then in World War II and with this like futuristic stuff, like in every part of it, Mother Horsize is always there. Different regards, like casting these ideas into men's mind. Man. All right, next one. Same day? Yes, same day. 41. The worst thing a black man can do is go to church on Sunday. We're not supposed to do that. In the old days, before Jesus paid for our sins, we'd be put to death for idolatry. But now, you see them all dressed up in their suits, and the girls are in dresses with their booty all hanging out. They got the...
Go ahead, put a little stank on it.
No, I can't.
I'm joking. I'm kidding.
This career cannot. My career cannot withstand that right now. I don't think it ever can. Yours can. You can do it. They got coochie hanging out of the dress at church. They're going in there like it's a club. That's not what God wants. He wants us to dress modestly because we are God's chosen people. But they don't know this. They eating crabs and shrimp. It's funny because I'm reading it in my Poindexter voice, like
but they don't know this. They eating crab and shrimp
with they coochie all hanging out.
With they coochie hanging out.
Going to Red Lobster. Shrimp platters, going to Red Lobster. All you can eat shrimp, $9.99. They don't follow the law. Then they go into church and worship this picture of a white Jesus. That's idolatry. That picture of Jesus with the long, soft hair, good hair, that's not Jesus. It's actually a man named Caesar Borgia. The real Jesus had curly hair, black hair, because he was black. He was a Jew. You have to understand what's going on in the world. Right now, they have satellites in space. And they have Is this Kanye West? Is this just his Twitter account? Right now, they have satellites in space, and they have weapon systems, atom bombs, everything. And which way they pointed? They pointed down here on Earth. They pointed out into space. Why? Because the nations of the world, America, the UN, they're all waiting for something to come from space. Watch, it's coming. And they're going to destroy it. Battle of Jehoshaphat. See, there's a thread. That's also another biblical reference, by the way. See, there's a thread, a line through history. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Romans, America, the slave owners. It's all one. Do you know who the Nephilim are? Oh. Okay. Do you know who the Nephilim are? They're mentioned in the Bible, but only twice. They have to understand the mystery of the Bible to understand what they are. First time they get mentions in the story of the flood. It says in Genesis 6:4, there were giants in the earth in those days. Also after that, when the sons of gods came in unto the daughters of men, they bare children to them. Same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. These giants were Nephilim. Nephilim is the original Hebrew word in the Torah. You have to understand Hebrew to know the mystery of the Bible. Nephilim are the children or the sons of God who are fallen angels. Angels came down and had sex with human women, and they gave birth to Nephilim, people who were half man and half angel. The angels looked down, saw the people, the original man, black women, nice bodies, nice booties, thick legs, and they got them a piece of that. I'm serious. They said, we angels, we can do what we want. So they got some. Little later in Genesis 6:12, it says, and God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. That is how the flood came about, all this mixing of flesh. Now what if I told you that the children of the Nephilim are still among us? They are renowned, as the scripture says, that our scientists, our bankers, our leaders, our inventors are Nephilim. Bill Gates, Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, these men are part fallen angels. And they are corrupting the flesh, like the Bible says, by doing all this gene splicing and mixing chromosomes. Because they're made from mixed flesh between angel and human, so they're all for everybody mixing. Men with men, girls and girls, whatever. Pretty soon, you're going to see chicks with two heads walking down the street. We're supposed to say it's cool. I won't say no more because I don't want to get banned. The Nephilim control the internet. I'll just say I've seen it myself, seeing how they mix flesh, experiments, government, making new things. It's out there.
I've probably seen 7 to 10 Instagram comments that sound just like that.
Yeah. Well, I wonder how much of that we're supposed to take away as legitimate. Like the Steve Jobs stuff, we can chalk that up to conspiracy brain. But the thing about the government making new things, we know that's true, right? That in the story they're doing that. And we see that they're talking about, like this guy's saying that like, Jesus didn't look like that and stuff. But then he starts talking about the Nephilim a lot, which, giants, literally the meme that like when I first started my channel. Gosh, this story's so good. I swear I've never read it before. I did not steal from it. But it uses the Nephilim as this device to say they run the internet. They're in the background working. If they're part fallen angel, that could fall into, I don't know how yet, but fall into like a lot of the things we see in the story being like Christian symbolism, or like Christian symbolism is relating back to this true hidden thing, like these half humans. You know, what would the half humans be in this story though?
God, the next one's called finger blasting. Good Lord, we're good.
Great.
Right, he's on a bit of a tear right now, huh? June's looking pretty crazy in the mother horse eyes here.
Had a crazy time.
Yeah, God damn, dude.
42nd post made same day. In the training curriculum for becoming a readjustment specialist. Okay, so this is talking about the earlier when that person was talking about being a nurse effectively that removes people from their hygiene beds in this future world, he says, I'm going to go become a readjustment specialist. So that's what this is talking about.
Yeah, it's coming back to that one.
In the curriculum for becoming a readjustment specialist, they omit finger blasting entirely, which is odd considering what a routine part of the job it is. I can't tell you how many times.
Isn't that the truth, right, buddy?
Being a readjustment. Hey, you know what? Whatever job you're talking about, being a YouTuber, so true, King. I definitely know what that is and have definitely done it before.
Finger blasting, bro.
I know. I'm just
routine part of the job.
About being a virgin. Hey, part of the job. Clock in, clock out.
Clock in, clock out. Hey, now that's true, brother.
Hey, that's true. I tell you what, you get these big contracts, you can get a lot of work done. Especially being in the union and all, they can't kick you out once you're in. You know, you got to stay. If they have any other jobs pop up, it's got to be you, even if you ain't good at it. Can't tell you how many times I've been in the middle of a conversation with a client only to have her slip her finger into her shorts and start diddling away.
Okay.
Oh, I see what he's talking about. He's talking about people who are trying to readjust after they leave the machines. Like they're so used to having constant dopamine shoved into them.
Yeah.
That they just like, they can't stop.
Well, yeah, they're getting in there. They can't, the sensation, whatever.
Yeah. My clients, long-term session heads, in other words, people who have been connected to a direct sense feed for multi-year spans, are practically feral. Even though the feeds are supposed to be all about empathy and social connection, everything is so mediated that they lose the capacity for normal societal interaction. Their session begins at an early enough age or goes on long enough, shit gets really weird. The readjustment client is a stimulation addict. They crave easy, immediate stimulation. Some turn to drug use, but they usually require near lethal or outright lethal amounts to properly stimulate themselves. Others turn to masturbation. The readjustment client has no patience. If they are uncomfortable, they want immediate relief. If that entails an indiscreet bout of onanism, then so be it. Almost all my clients are women. Female clients tend to choose male specialists, and the male clients tend to choose female specialists. In the feeds, they often surround themselves with coteries of admirers of the opposite sex, so they insist on opposite sex specialists. This is an unhealthy impulse, but we must meet our clients halfway. Our job is to slowly transition them away from being fake adoration sponges into being functioning adults. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a therapist, I am trained to think of myself as a paid big brother. Perhaps there's an inherent contradiction. I must be stern without being overly judgmental. I must be empathetic but effective. I can't coddle them. The feed coddles them. That must end. The work could be described as Sisyphean. Trying to reculture a person after years of all that whiz-bang feed stimulation is like pushing a heavy boulder up a hill. And occasionally, the boulder is masturbating.
It's kind of a fun take on the Sisyphus thing. Just a big jacking off boulder. Oh, I'm falling.
That's kind of like
pick me back up. I'm falling.
That's kind of like me with you. Anytime I go with you anywhere,
that I have to push you up because you're masturbating, or which one? Which part?
No, I'm pushing you because you're the big boulder that's jacking off.
Oh, I see. Am I the big boulder just because I'm just fatter than you are? Okay.
I was going to say no to be nice, but I feel like if I say no, you're going to turn that back on me somehow. So I feel like defensively, I should say yes. Like I should put the shield up or something.
Well, thank you for thinking defensively in this occasion.
Well, I just had my guard up. Like if I be nice, he's going to use that against me. There's going to be a turnabout at some point where the bit goes back on me unless I strike first. It's like Hiroshima, Nagasaki. It's like Japan's not going to surrender, so I have to fire hard all at once. Anyway, 43rd, next day. We're back to the concentration camp guard. I asked the Jew exactly what sort of procedures they were performing in their laboratory, but at this point we were interrupted by several members of Dr. Engel's team, and they hurriedly ushered him away, although there were still many unanswered questions. My curiosity was largely satisfied. They were testing a new chemical and probably performing vivisections and such to ascertain its physical effects. Perhaps the bodies were burned separately because they require special handling due to the presence of the chemical. There's nothing especially sinister in that. It's actually rather considerate of them. That night, shortly before I was about to retire for the day, One of the Ukrainians came to me with a small package wrapped in cloth, about the size of a loaf of bread with an irregular shape. He was very excited. He unwrapped the package, and inside was a fragment of pale white bone, an extremely unusual fragment. It's a sort of rounded carapace, like part of a giant skull, but with 5 round holes in it, much like eye sockets, but obviously too numerous to be so. Studded throughout the fragment was extrusions that looked like molar teeth. Looking at it, I could not place it as any part of any animal I'd ever seen. I asked the man where he got it, and he said he retrieved it from near the lobotomy's cremation pit just an hour before. The piece itself did not appear to have been burned, as it had the meaty stink of death about it. I asked him a few more questions, but he knew little else. Still, he insisted the bone fragment was from something monstrous and unnatural which they were creating in the laboratory, that I should shut down their experiments. One of my SS subordinates immediately set to thrashing the Ukrainian with a baton for presuming to advise me on my duties, and with that the conversation came to its natural conclusion. I took the fragment with me, spent a while turning it over in the dim lamplight of my quarters. It was indeed otherworldly, and as the Ukrainian had said, with a kind of wild fear in his eyes, it was truly monstrous. Despite the Ukrainian's impudence, I decided to take his advice. This had all gone too far. Whatever the high command might say, I mustn't let this camp be overrun by secretive madness, but must maintain a spirit of rational cooperation. I would insist on full inspection of the laboratory first thing tomorrow morning. I lay down to sleep and was soon visited with a dream so intense that I did not feel like I was sleeping at all. At first, the bed in which I lay seemed to rise up from the floor and float ever upwards through a large, glowing tunnel which was painted with all manner of designs, from paisley to topographical lines to various kinds of calligraphy and unknown languages. After this, the dream became a series of absurd images ever changing and blending into new images and shapes. Many of these shifts struck me as clever or absurd, and I found myself laughing maniacally at it all. Finally, all of these desperate images appeared at once before me and began to rotate around each other as part of a fantastical wheel. Slowly, I began to suspect that by combining them all, some sort of grand secret would be revealed. Just as this notion occurred to me, all the images began to coalesce into one final image of stunning clarity. It was the image of a woman, or something which was mainly a woman, but also other creatures. It was vastly large and seemed to tower over me, miles in the sky. It looked down on me with filmy, inhuman eyes. Her skin was an inhumanly pale, but she wore a crown of exquisite thorn flowers, and blood ran in shimmering red streams down her skin. She was pregnant, vastly pregnant, with a stomach so swollen it was like she sat upon a huge mountain of distended flesh.
Jeez.
I could sense within her belly there was a hive of activity, of something or many things pulsing and squirming feverishly. Soon the belly burst open like a ripe fruit, rivers of blood poured out. A revolting mass of fleshy tubes came spilling out, unraveling and tearing open to set free hundreds of thousands of monstrous infants who were both human and not human, who had the same filmy eyes as their mother, who were slathered and dripping with blood.
So sick. Ooh, nice.
Man. Okay, so that's Mother Horse Eyes. What were you about to say?
I was just saying the next one is called the Oily Ones. We get to talk about them finally.
Okay, cool, sick. So the half humans that come out of her sound like the Nephilim that were mentioned earlier. It sounds like that is the biblical tie to them, half angel, half human. But that Mother Horse Eyes, it's like here, we've established earlier that anyone who's around these flesh interfaces or like these creatures start to have dreams of them or like of Mother Horse Eyes and stuff. And it's like here, they said this was the first flesh interface that was made at this concentration camp. So this is like her in the beginning, ready to enter the world and wreak havoc. And he has the dream of her giving birth, of her stomach flipping open and these things coming out, which is what they're about to unleash on the world, which we see in the decades and stories that follow. All right, next story, post 44, 1 day later, the Oily Ones. The Oily Ones lack all harmony. They are neither silky nor subtle. They are slow and stupid and loud. Evilly loud. Arrogantly, thoughtlessly, senselessly loud. Night and day they make noise. Their natural things make noise. They cry to each other like kittens. They are far larger and stronger than any of our kind, but they are more hairless than the newly born, and they cry like hungry whelps. It is evil. It is abomination. They make dead things live. Things which do not have the smell of life should not live. But these things are touched by the Oily Ones, and they live and move. This is evil, a natural magic. There are natural things come in all different shapes and contain deadly mysteries and tricks and traps. Some are invisible, some are faster than sight, some never sleep, some cut and claw. These unnatural things lack all harmony, like the oily ones themselves. I've seen the deadly darkness of their magic. I've seen our kind crushed and smeared by their things. I've seen our kind disappear inside their things, never to be seen again. Once I saw a kitten who was struck by their magic, made a bloody foam from the mouth for 3 days, who died in agony. Yes, I have known sleeplessness. I know them as evil. And this would seem to be all, but there is more. There's more. There's mystery. There is the mysterious smell of the oily ones, smell by which we know them. It is both awful and alluring, disgusting and entrancing. It smells like the sweet oily fat that coats the heart of a pigeon, the best part of the flesh. We find ourselves drawn to it, drawn to them, and there is their food, which can contain dark magic, but also feeds many of us. Truly tastes wonderful and righteous, and does not scuttle, but always sleeps and is easy to hunt. Even more mysterious is their kindness. For it is they alone, of all living things, who show our kind any affection, bring us food as if we are their young, as if they are our mother. How could this be? How could these evil beings show us affection? How could they show us more affection than the world itself, who is of our kind? This is a central mystery. Ever since my kitten died, this has become my obsession. I've watched them closely. I've looked into the strange places where they hide, where they appear and disappear. The place is full of mysterious lights and smells, and 10,000 forms of evil and wickedness. If I am to capture this mystery, if I am to feed on its sweet, oily heart, I must go inside one of these places. I must go through one of their portals. So this is talking about the things that come out of the portals, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm also wondering if these are like the evolved version of Mother Horseye's children. You know, which also it seems like they are also. I mean, how much different are they than the people that are tapped into the stream, like the internet feeds? Right.
I think the one for one is the little girl who came out of the experiment. I can't remember which experiment. Jingles, the little girl Jingles that came out, and she was smooth and covered in a sheen. You know, I think that's the one for one. Like they go in and they come out as like children of Mother Horseyes, half human, half her, half angel, so to speak. It's also, it's the same children that the concentration camp saw birthed in his dream. You know. All right, 45th post.
45?
Same day? Yes, same day.
510. Yes.
I sit in my room, watching bright specks of dust floating through the sunlight from the window. Summer heat is pressed against the glass. Somewhere down the street, a lawnmower whines, the air is stale. Corners of the room are filled with damp shadows. My toys lie on the floor, scattered. I hear the fractured music down the hall, sound like wind chimes. A shudder goes through the old house, and I find myself rising. I am walking down the hallway, called to the other end. I smell her as I get closer. Foul meat, gray hair, stomach acid. I walk in her room and her bloody pieces are lying all over the floor. The strange flute music slowly coalesces into a melody, and the pieces rise and float like flies. The music charms them into formation, and they come together to make Mother. The eyes are missing, still fleshy cavities. They come in from the hallway, floating over my head, settling into her face with a squishing sound. Streams of blood falling like tears. Sideways pupils fix on me.
Child, fetch me my bag. I need flesh.
She leaps to me, grabs a handful of my hair, and slaps me across the face with her ragged dog's paw again and again. I scream and cry. She lets me go, sobbing. I go to the closet and get her big bag. We wait until night. So this is one of those people, what they see when they're in the lair, the house of Mother Horseyes. It's so scary to imagine her so violent, you know?
Also, I'm wondering how much too, like that I sit in my room, if this parallel world, if that is like, if there is like some kind of parallel there to where it is like, I sit in my room and this happens, but it's this like, do you think that her room is full of like fleshy bullshit, like the other caverns? Or is it just like a, you know, like a alternate reality kind of thing?
I think this is all in their head. I think this is what they see when they're in the amniotic sac.
I see. Okay, I see. So literally, it's a
take
hell
away.
inside of their mind.
Yes. I mean, real to some degree because we know Mother Horse Eyes is real and controlling this. So maybe you could say the LSD that the placenta is pumping them full of kind of takes them away, takes their consciousness here. But for all effects, it's like a dream hallucination.
Yeah.
All right. Next day, post 46. I call it coming back online. That moment when you first come out of a drunken blackout, it's always frightening. Where am I? What is this neighborhood? What happened to my face? Where's my wallet? Some people, when they drink enough to disable their short-term memory, immediately collapse into a mobile heap. This is nature's failsafe. But I lack this feature. I can walk and talk and carry a tune, yet have no idea of what's going on. I have never come back online to find myself up to any good. I have never emerged from a blackout to find that I have built a convenient spice rack or delivered a moving speech about women's rights. It's always been some calamity. Last time I came back online, I was standing in my front yard having a conversation with my parents. Even in my tottering state, I knew this couldn't be a good thing. I had no idea what we were talking about, why we were talking about it on the front lawn at night. What time was it? Hoping for a clue. I waited for something to come out of my mouth, and here it was.
Didn't you notice I never left my room? I've been living with you for 6 months. I think I've seen each of you twice.
This was bad. I know I shouldn't be saying something like this. It sounded terribly confessional. Ever since I had gotten fired and moved back with my parents, I've been holed up in my childhood bedroom, secretly drinking and basking in an unremitted sense of personal shame. But this was all supposed to be a secret. As far as my parents knew, I was freelancing and getting back on my feet. This mad scene, is not part of that narrative.
We were giving you privacy. We didn't know that you were getting drunk up there.
This conversation was out of control. I should just tell them I'm going to bed. I should calmly bid them a good night. So I said,
Of course. I was getting drunk. Fuck. I've been drinking every goddamn day for the last 10 years. What the fuck else would I be doing?
This was a poor choice of words. This was not how one calmly bids another a good night. Oh, the look on my poor mother's face. That look stayed with me. That look, fallen face of a tired old woman, stayed with me as I lay in bed that night. Stayed with me as the alcohol wore off, as the night turned into queasy morning, as the hands began to shake, the brain tingle set in, as the hell whispers began, as I waited for them to go to work so I could sneak a bit of relief from the liquor cabinet, as the awful day wore on, as we talked that night, as I packed my stuff up, as I went off to rehab the next day. Mother is almost 70. She's small and stooped and old. When did she get so old? I just thought I would be something by now. 33 years old. I thought I would have something to show her, something to give back, something to make her proud. I thought I'd be a man, just a drunken failure. All those little soccer practices she took me to, all the swim lessons and therapy and errands and effort and love. What was it for? So I could be a drunken sack of shit? Why was I so messed up? Why did I require shore leave levels of liquor to operate properly? So I lay in bed in the rehab that first night, listening to the occasional moans of the other patients, asked myself these questions and others. Soon, I found myself returning to the question I had been asking my entire life, one I always retreated to in moments of self-pity, one that seemed to hold some key to my dysfunction, one I'd always been afraid to ask my mom. What about that one summer when you were dead? Is he saying he was dead or his mother?
The one I had was when I asked my mom, what about the one summer you were dead? That's what I was wondering too, because I was like, okay, was he one of the test subjects, or is this, I think that it might be, oh wait, no. So earlier there was that one summer, remember, what was the people were like, they were with us for one summer, the time tracks.
That was the scientists talking, that's the CIA agents talking about the girl they shoved through who came out and then went to go live in Estonia for 7 years.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there was other things, like if there's something like that with the summer. I'm not sure. Could it also be her grown up?
Could be, but he wouldn't remember that unless she just told him about it. This is, I also think, the same guy from the old lady on the couch story. His manner of speaking is the same.
47.
Well, ready for 47? Posted same day. This one is also, again, from the concentration camp guard. The next day, I felt under the weather. The Vivid dreams of the previous night had left my mind feeling dull and exhausted. As soon as I left my quarters, I was greeted with the news that one of our Ukrainians had gone mad during the night and attempted to attack Dr. Engel's team in their quarters. It was none other than the one who had brought me the strange skull fragment. After shooting him, they had come to the conclusion that he had somehow ingested some of their magical chemical, which they referred to as the Swiss invention. Engels insisted that I make an announcement to the camp. Anyone found ingesting this chemical under any circumstance, whether by intention or accident, will be summarily shot, regardless of whether they are prisoner or High Y or even SS. This was by order of the High Command. At this, I was forced to admit to myself what was already obvious. I had somehow been dosed with the chemical in handling the bone fragment. My dreams had been a reaction to the poisoning. Looking into Engel's cold blue eyes, I tried to deduce the consequences of confessing this to him. Despite his disagreeable haughtiness, he seemed like a rational, efficient man with an appropriate level of duty and country. I had no doubt that he would murder me without hesitation. So I had to keep my little nocturnal epiphany to myself. Naturally, my curiosity in Engel's project had been aroused again. He apparently was working with a chemical which could induce temporary madness. The value of such chemical was obvious. But what of the bizarre bone fragment? Where had it come from? I couldn't help but feel that this creature, whatever it was, was somehow connected to the vision of the monstrous Bloody Mother. Again and again, her blood face appeared in my mind, her filmy eyes gazing down at me, inhuman and imperious. I attempted to contact the Jew again, but after our conversation, Dr. Engel's team guarded him jealously. He was never left alone. As the hot summer days went by, my curiosity about the matter grew to obsessive proportions. The monstrous mother visited me several more times in my dreams, of the normal variety this time, but no less vivid and disturbing. I began surreptitiously observing Engel's laboratory, which was guarded day and night, and I asked some of my men to do the same. To our knowledge, the bloody packages had ceased to emerge from within, but something stranger began to happen. This new phenomena was presumably occurring at all hours, but was imperceptible in the bustle of the day. When men were about and the gas chambers were operating, only at night and only when the fires were burning quietly could it be perceived. First observed it shortly before dawn, one muggy morning. As ridiculous as it might sound for me to be skulking about in my own camp, I did just that, slipping along the wall of the new gas chamber to come within a short distance of the laboratory. There, I witnessed what others had reported to me. At fixed intervals, a sound emerged from the laboratory. It was very quiet, but not just my imagination. A creaking sound. The sound that many old houses and structures made as their materials shrink and swell from the temperature and moisture. This came very regularly, every 4 or 5 seconds. Slowly, a realization crept up upon me. The building was breathing, steadily, in and out. Breathing, was alive. This realization, which I'll admit was more of an unconfirmed intuition, filled me with a dread so strong that tears came to my eyes. There was something enormous and alive inside that building. The sight of death, bloody death, beyond most men's imaginings, had left me unmoved, but the sight of life, this new and unnatural life, pressing against the walls of the building, was enough to chill me. Again, I saw the face of the unholy mother in my mind, saw her filmy eyes, saw a slight smile form on her lips between the streams of blood. That night I could not sleep. Fortunately, the next day was our weekly day off, and I was able to spend most of the day in my quarters. It was abnormally, intolerably hot and humid. My thoughts followed disorderly circles around the revolting image of the mother, and I felt as if I had been revisited by the temporary madness brought on by the so-called Swiss invention. I had long loathed life at the camp, but had accepted it as a tolerable hardship. But now, the constant smell of the burning flesh sickened me, and I felt I could take no more. That afternoon, some of my men decided to go off to a nearby lake for a swim, and on a whim I accompanied them. I needed a reprieve from the heart. At the lake, I eased myself into the cool water and floated idly, watching the clouds pass overhead. Here, there was nothing but the gentle twittering of nature. It had been here before our murderous camp had been built, and it would be here long after, gentle and peaceful. I had been in the water for just a few minutes when I received the news. A group of prisoners had broken into the armory, smuggled weapons out, and a full-scale uprising occurred back at the camp. The rest of the day was a whirlwind. I raced back to the camp, and I found myself personally trading fire with the prisoners, as all about buildings burned and everything was chaos. Called for reinforcements, managed to subdue the camp, set out into the woods to catch the escapees. A fair number were intercepted, but over 100 escaped. This was an unmitigated disaster. Coming back into camp after the hunt, I had only to look around the faces of my men to know that I was now in a position of total disgrace. As calamitous thoughts raced through my head, I found myself walking towards Ingalls' laboratory. Deep black soot stains around the front door showed me that the interior had been burned out. All around the entrance lay the bodies of Ingalls' team. Their white coats dyed in fresh red. They had been massacred. Ingle himself had been stabbed or shot several times, and his throat had been slashed. And then there was the Jew. Jew lay on the ground with one of my SS men standing over him, holding a rifle with a fixed bayonet. The Jew's abdomen had been bisected and his bowels spilled out all over the ground. They were now caked with dust. A few feet from him lay a kitchen knife. Apparently he had stabbed Ingalls' whole team to death before being opened up by the bayonet. To kill a half dozen men like this was no mean feat. My officer stood with one of his boots atop a loop of the Jew's intestine, sneering at him. Remarkably, the Jew was still alive and aware. When I approached, he lifted his head and I, for the last time, found myself caught in his strange gaze. Stood like this for a moment, staring at each other. Inexplicable emotions flooding my mind. The Jew opened his mouth and croaked something. Bloody foam spilled out over his lips. He tried again.
Water,
he said. Quietly instructed my man to get some water. He scoffed and I clouted him about the head and screamed at him. Scurried off and returned a moment later with a large ladle of water. I took it and stooped down over the Jew and carefully tipped the ladle to his lips, letting him drink. He drank carefully. I wiped the bleeding foam from his lips. All the while I could not fathom why I was doing this except by the commandment of the man's pleading eyes. His lips trembled and he attempted to speak. I cradled his head and leaned close to hear his words.
I know this is not God. I've killed them, but others. You must.
He waited for him to continue. He did not.
Must what?
You've seen her. Your dream is the future.
The mother? The bloody woman?
There is still time to stop her. You must. You must.
Just like that, his life fled from him. The glimmer in his eyes went dull. Set his head gently on the ground again and stood up. I looked to the burned out entrance of the laboratory. It was now unguarded. I could walk right in. Chill went through me at the thought, but I knew that I must. I walked to the entrance. Just inside was a curtain made of tarpaulin concealing the interior. The smell of charred meat and petrol, which normally pervaded the entire camp, which had been giving me headaches and slowly driving me mad all these years, was especially sickeningly strong here. With a trembling hand, I pulled back the curtain and looked inside.
Parallel again with the Roman story.
Yeah.
So good there.
Yeah, with the story of Pompeii. And then we cut to another story.
Oh, luckily it's the
just so
same.
good,
I
man.
think it's the same one. Is it not?
Oh, is it? Yep, same guy. Looks like. 48. There, mostly hidden in the darkness, was a great inexplicable monstrosity. Everything had been burned and blackened, but still I could see human shapes and forms. Arms, fingers, faces, jawbones, teeth, eye sockets, all burned and reduced to ash clinging to bone. But this was no pile of burned bodies. I had seen piles of burned bodies. I had seen mountains of burned bodies. This was something different. Human parts were coming out of the walls and the floor and ceiling. Arms and legs hung like stalactites. Faces came out of the floor. They were fused together in ways that could not be possible. At seeing this, I was filled with the strongest possible urge to turn away, to back out of the awful laboratory and run for my life, but I heard again the Jew's final words.
You must.
I knew this to be a command. I went inside. As the curtain closed behind me, I was enveloped in almost total darkness. Bones cracked beneath my boots. Near the back, I saw a shaft of light where one of the old doors had been sealed up, but had become partially open again. I walked toward it, stepping over unspeakable, crunching shapes, brushing past nightmarish forms. I reached out to the crack of light and pulled back a board which was covering the door. Though I was not able to rip it free, pulled it loose enough to let in a considerable amount of light, enough to reveal what was set at the back of the laboratory. As a child, I once went to a zoo in Vienna, where I saw an elephant skull. Looking at the object now before me, I was reminded of this long ago moment and of how I had spent maybe half an hour staring at the skull from every angle. How I was titillated by its enormousness, its impossible alienness, and its unsettling similarity to what was familiar and human. Before me was a large obloid shape, almost as tall as me, stippled with hundreds of what looked like eye sockets. The lower portion consisted of a complicated structure which resembled several sets of jaws, each with hundreds or thousands of teeth of all different kinds, including molars, incisors, canines, even animal teeth. Some of them of normal size, some of them as big as my fist. The center of the shape was split vertically, and inside was a set of curving bone tubes that seemed to fill the interior. I stood there in the charred darkness, staring at this thing, this blasphemous alien thing, while my mind filled with images of the awful dream mother and the final gasping words of the Jew.
There's still time. Just stop her.
His commandment became strangely clear to me. This thing that the scientists were attempting to create, whatever it was, must not be allowed to exist. It was an abomination. Engel and his team were dead, but there were others working on the project. It was secretive enough that the essential personnel would be few in number. Lab in Switzerland, a few top scientists. Perhaps that was the entirety of it. It would not be easy, but far from impossible to find them all. It was perhaps in my power to destroy the whole project, especially if we lost the war, which seemed increasingly likely after Stalingrad. And if this chemical that they were using was obscure enough, it might be possible to eliminate the entire world's supply. Thus, I could shut the doors on whatever unholy creature these madmen were attempting to unleash. Yes, I could do this. At least I could attempt it. I felt now a distinct sense of the entire world's history resting on what I decided to do next. Surely moments like this do not come about often. Surely they must come only to men who are worthy of them. Surely. That's the end of 48. Interesting. I like all these characters, like all these threads that are continuing. They all feel real, you know?
Well, with this story, what's insane is that we're getting multiple great character stories wrapped into a central theme of this entity, this hellish entity that's plaguing the past, present, and future. Just, it's very impressive. Very, very impressive.
It's like a ton of awesome, really cool stories just all at once. Again, if any of one of these was on their own, I would be like, wow, Hunter, that was great.
Yeah, exactly.
49, posted one day later. There was once a little boy who loved swinging on the tire swing in his backyard. It was a simple swing made from an old tire and a length of rope tied to a branch of utter non-existence. On many a lazy summer afternoon, he would while away at the hours swinging back and forth under the shade of the big, leafy existential nullity, and in the fall he picked apples from it. One day, his father told him to cut down the apple nullity.
But Paul, I love that old nullity. Mind what I say, boy. I don't like ontological paradoxes, and I don't like you sassing me.
That's such a funny word to have in the middle of
yeah, a hick talking basically.
like a Hank Hill voice. Yeah,
Hey, I tell you what,
the
you little son of a
ontological
bitch.
paradox.
Yeah.
The boy ran crying to his mother.
Ma, Paul said I have to cut down the old nullity. Say it ain't so. I'm afraid it's for the best. Other day I was weeding the tomato patch and I saw Sammy the cat had gotten into the nullity. When I was trying to get him down, I accidentally gazed into an infinitely branching timeline of events which never happened and will never happen. Well, I'll be darned if that old Sammy didn't jump right on my head. But, Ma, what about my tire swing? Come on now. There's all sorts of other things you can tie your tire swing to. What about one of the many giant flayed demon penises that grow abundantly in our world and provide our lumber? But, Ma, I don't want to swing on some dumb old demon penis. You just say that because you haven't tried it. Now mind your paw and fetch an axe.
This would be the comment I want to get into on the story. Someone's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That that interaction sounded like an exchange from one of your cartoons. But Ma, I don't want to swing on the demon penis.
I don't
Well,
want
you
to
haven't
swing
tried
on
it.
the penis, Ma. Well, you never tried it.
The boy got his father's axe and went to chop the non-thing down. But after a dozen swings, he found his hands were red and sore. The axe's demon penis handle was quite rough. He called to his father.
Pa, this darn demon penis handle's got my hands all scratched to tarnation.
Boy, don't you have any sense? Why don't you wear some gloves?
The boy put on some gloves, but his hands were already quite scratched. At the end of the day, they were covered in blisters, and the tree still hadn't fallen. Worked the next day despite all the pain, and finally brought the non-being crashing down.
I'm mighty proud to have you as a son.
The boy's father said, tousling his hair.
I guess it's true what they say. The nut doesn't fall far from the demon's penis.
I have a feeling that he was halfway through and he's like, I just got to get something else out.
Well, that one's funny.
Yeah.
It does have some connection to the story where the mom's like, I accidentally glanced into futures that never will be and a past that never was.
Now you get
Oopsie
out there and you
daisy.
cut down that demon penis, you hear?
You get out there and you cut that right down.
Post 50.
All right.
Halfway through.
Post 50, halfway through, the same day as the previous one. I could tell it was going to be a hair cocoon before we even opened it up. They have a smell, like a mix between a barbershop and an ass crack, which is distinct. They occur when the hair growth regulators in the hygiene bed goes awry. All right, so we're back to the future. At this point, I had not been a readjustment specialist very long and still enjoyed the feeling of standing back in my white lab coat while the technicians did all the mucky work, as I once had to do. This was how I saw the trajectory of my life, moving farther and farther away from the dirty work. When I was discharged from the Marines, I was very proud of what I had accomplished and fully determined to never get myself involved in bullshit like this again. So I went to school to become a bed tech. Went to school again, became a readjustment specialist. Eventually, I hope to become one of those high-dollar panty sniffers at the Halcyon Psycho Monitor Clinic. 1,000 coins an hour. Not bad. Wonder if you think they're actually panty sniffers, or do you think
I hope so.
So I was standing there in my spiffy jacket while the working Joes opened up the bed. I was pretty sure there would be a little need for me today. We were pulling out a 33-year-old woman who had gone into the bed at age 9. Phew, man. This was approaching a record. The younger a person is when they go in, the lower the likelihood of viability. Even if she had gone in at age 20, spending a full 24 years in the bed made viability unlikely. But at age 9, it's almost certain that she would be a gibbering smear. Technicians lifted the lid on the bed to reveal a nest of black hair. Guided by the glowing ER outline, they started working through it with scissors, cutting around the shape of the sleeping figure until her yellowish limbs were revealed. She was emaciated but unfortunately the soft, moisture-wicking hair had prevented any sores. She had a medium mixed American complexion, which would turn into a deep bronze color if she ever went into the sun, but now was the color of yellowed cardboard. They had finally removed the mass of hair that covered her face and wiped away the various crusts that caked her head holes. Typical eerie agelessness of a long-term patient was especially pronounced. For a startling moment, it seemed as if she was still 9 years old. She was especially short and bony, but as I came closer to her, I was able to see those indefinable signs of age that let me know she was an adult.
Hi, Karen. Can you hear me?
I was required to at least attempt communication with her, though the odds of her being able to comprehend a basic face-to-face conversation were essentially zero. Her eyes opened, revealing large, wet eyes with black pupils. This was a good sign. Some occupants were unable to even understand the concept of eyelids or blinking. The pupils roamed within the eyes. After not seeing anything more than a micrometer away for 24 years, there's no chance of her being able to see anything in the room. She licked her lips with admirable muscle control.
Hello, friends.
She said in a faint, creaking whisper. Her eyes still roamed, unable to fix on anything.
She talks?
One of the technicians muttered. Another technician, who was taking a blood sample, turned and strode out of the room.
Is that you, Ben?
I was surprised by this. She knew my name. This was supposed to be a black awakening. In other words, a spontaneous involuntary disconnection due to some physical layer disruption in her hygiene bed. She shouldn't have known my name. I'd been assigned to her less than half an hour ago, after she had been disconnected, when she was just lying in a dark hair cocoon.
Ben?
She called again. Her eyes stared blindly at the ceiling.
Yes, Karen, I'm here.
I said, trying and failing to sound reassuring.
Can you come closer to me? I can't see you. I'm scared.
I stepped closer to the bed, and the smell of the foul hair becoming more intense. Up close, her face looked positively inhuman.
I'm here, Karen.
I said, not knowing what else to do. I began the standard speech for a responsive occupant.
You've just been disconnected from your feed. You're in a hygiene bed. My name is Ben. I'm a readjustment specialist assigned.
I know all of this. Come closer.
Something in me resisted. I didn't want to get any closer. Though I had seen and handled occupants much worse than this, there was something eerie about this one talking to me, with the face of a child and the voice of an old woman on her deathbed. Still, my entire job was to be psychologically reassuring. I couldn't afford to seem the least bit put off. I stepped closer, put my hand on the hygiene bed. We were instructed to touch the occupants as little as possible, as they were unaccustomed to actual physical contact.
Are you there?
Her skin had an unreal plastic quality.
I'm here. How are...
Come closer. I want to feel your breath on my face.
I wondered if I should comply with this request. It was very odd, frankly. I was a little unnerved by it. But I figured, what harm could this wasted little creature do to me? I leaned toward her, letting out a small, shaky breath. The woman's mask-like face became a blissful smile. Pupils wobbled within the rims of her huge, glistening eyes.
Listen, you must help me.
I'm here, Karen.
A moment ago, one of your technicians placed a small pellet under the skin of my forearm. Within 10 minutes, the pellet's wax coating will melt and release a cardioplegic into my bloodstream, stopping my heart. You must cut it out.
What the heck?
Well, I'd be like,
Interesting.
word? I mean, I don't know what I would say. Okay.
What? Fam, that's crazy. Finna air this place out.
Karen, baby, you're being hysterical.
Karen, you'd be so much prettier if you smiled.
Karen, you realize that you've been on a feed for like 7 years, right?
Yeah, but it was pretty pog. It was pretty awesome on the grand scheme of it all. I got zooted and hit that Zaza all day. You know how it is. Black and yellow, black and yellow.
All right. After that, taking a break next day. That's why I changed my shirts. Definitely not because I got too excited that it got on my shirt. We are on to 51. User has logged out. General Castillo is gone. She made a real flash narrative. She was clever. She got a lot farther than any of us had any right to. But Q smelled her. Q slew her proxies. Q localized her. Q funneled her paths to one. Disconnection. It hurts. She was the last of the bread, our best hope. The ultimate soldiers fighting the final war. She and the other children were supposed to be the answer to Q, but there was no answer to Q. There never will be. Not after 10 trillion heat deaths. Not if every particle in the universe becomes a transistor, and they all cycle together, and the stones themselves cried out. The war of the mind is lost. We lost. Now begins the plague of the flesh.
Do you think that that's like more based in the
future one? I think.
Oh, I thought it was like present, or maybe it is.
I think it's the future because it's talking about the war. It opens at the beginning and says user has logged out, and then it says she was the last of the bread, which to me sounds like normal humans that were actually born in the real world.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And now everything that exists is just in these self-replicating computers. But they're all warring against Q, which to me, Q's probably Mother Horse Eyes in this future digital age. It's like we're seeing a whole different history and like picking different parts of it where she could be at. Q sounds like an entity at the end of it that everything's trying to destroy. Also, that quote, the stone themselves cried out, is another biblical reference because it says in the Bible that, you know, in the end times, the stones will cry out that there is a God. So that's another alliteration. All right. So that's how bad it can get. Everyone's dead and it's just like computers existing and the flesh takes over, which sounds like the ultimate end goal of what Mother Horse Eyes wants. So we are now on to post 52 made the next day. I'll say it. Hitler did the right thing. Please do not clip that.
That soundbite is going to haunt you forever.
No, wait, no, please. Help me, God. No, delete that. Did you know what he did? He came busting up into people's houses, snatching them out their houses, killing them. But that's because the so-called Jews in Germany were selling weapons to America to go to war against him. I see. Okay, so this is the same guy who was talking about the Nephilim and the giants before, because he was giving the hint of like, oh, us black people are the true Israelites, and that's why here he's saying the so-called Jews. Yeah. Once again,
this is like 10 or so posts ago, I feel like in the 40s or something.
Yes. Yeah. But that's because the so-called Jews in Germany were selling weapons to America to go to war against him. So he did what he had to do. He had to check them. The people in Europe who called themselves Jews are not Jews. They're the Rothschilds, the Khazars, or Khazarians, or whatever they're called. They say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. There wasn't no Holocaust. They just said, don't clip that either, please. They just said there.
Someone's going to cut these together and make like an insane bomb threat video or something like that. I'm going to bomb City Hall.
No, please. The number of out of context quotes in this episode alone, by the way, is staggering.
It's a lot. There's a lot.
They just said there was to get control of Israel. They sold arms to America so they could get the land of Israel. You want a real Holocaust? What about 100 million people killed in slavery? What about 100 million Indians killed in the New World? That's a Holocaust. What happened in Europe wasn't a Holocaust. You can disagree all you want. 5 years ago, I'd have disagreed too. I used to go to that church every Sunday and worship that white Jesus, just clapping and singing praises with the rest of them. Oh, hallelujah. Go down, Moses. That was before I knew my history. My wife taught me my history before I met her. I didn't know nothing about this, but she was so full of knowledge and beautiful, and everything she said made so much sense. She taught me Jesus was black, that the Israelites was black, that God was black. What are you going to do when you get to heaven and God's black? When you see he has a face like mine, hair like mine, you'd be surprised? I was surprised too. Oh, you'd be surprised that he even exists. Oh, you're going to be real surprised. Do you believe in evolution? No. No, the world is not millions of years old. It's 6,000 years old. And you can follow the history of our people from the beginning of time through the deserts of Egypt, through the Roman Empire, across the oceans on the slave ships. You can see how God tested us, how we have survived, because we're special. We're his chosen people. I learned all this from my wife before we got married. In the Bible, it says that man is the head of the household and that woman should submit to the husband. Please do not clip that one. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to bomb City Hall. I'm going to bomb City Hall.
My mom's going to call me after this episode goes stuff like, what were you saying?
Yeah, exactly. Hitler did nothing wrong. There was no Holocaust. Men, like, wife should submit to the husband.
What? Is that Kayla just walks in the room and starts punching me?
Yeah, exactly. She's just packing her bags right now.
Yeah. So I was young when I got married, but I had to be a man, you know? A man's wife is sent to him by the Lord, so I had to be a man for her. I learned to trade, how to work with my hands, put food on the table. We had 2 kids. You didn't know I had kids? Yeah, a little girl and a little boy. My babies. I was daddy and the head of the household, but that's when it got me. You ever seen New Jack City? Remember Pookie? He'd be like, shit, just be calling me, man. Be calling me. That's real. That's the way it is. You can be doing anything. At work, reading the Bible, playing with your kids. But if you hear it call you, you go to it. It don't matter. I can't explain how it snatches you up. It makes you move. You could walk out your door one day, just get some fresh air, and you don't come back for a whole week. Everything gets into motion, into play. You'll sell anything, phone, laptop, car. It's all gone, just like that. Because you want it. You're on a mission. I used to see the streets in my mind like a maze, like a grid. And I just walked the streets, turning those corners, just moving, looking for something. I'd see buildings behind buildings, alleyways, lights coming on in empty houses. I'd hear noises, sounds of cars coming up behind me, whispers, people talking about me, shadows. I was looking for it, but it was looking for me. searching for me. Like Pookie said, was calling me. I was supposed to be the head of the house. I was supposed to be a man, you know? One day I came back to the house. I've been out for a few days and everything was gone. My wife, my babies. While I was out carrying on, they left. That was 4 years ago. Saw them on Skype once. The scripture says, God hath joined together, let not man put asunder. I guess I did put it all asunder. I thought she betrayed me, but I know now that it was my character defects and my addiction. That's why I'm in this program. I'm going to stay sober. I don't care if you see me crying. I know that I'm going to be a man again. I have to become a man again. Because God joined me to my wife and made me a man in his image. I'm not going to defile his temple anymore. After they left, it took more. It took more of me than ever. I lost the house. I was staying in my car. Then I was at the shelter. Then I was just out on the streets. I was always moving, watching. Things happen out there that nobody knows about. They think nobody cares. Nobody cares. You might see a van pull up and some guys get out. If you look like I looked, some basehead, they don't even care if you see what they do. They're Nephilim. Come to our side of town to feast on the flesh of Israel. I watched them. Children of fallen angels. I saw what they built. I never want to see it again.
Such a cool character growth, by the way. Learning more and more about that guy.
I think Cappadeer is this addiction he's talking about is LSD, right? Got all the drugs.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
That's what made him start selling his stuff, getting into it, and started to lead him to these areas of town where he says the Nephilim or the fallen angels are feasting on, his people, the children of Israel, black people, and they're building something with it, which we know to be a flesh interface. So again, that's further reference to these Nephilim, these half angels, half people, being the people that come back out of the flesh interface, and that they're building a flesh interface there, which explains some of these weird things. I think this one's pretty modern. Like, this would be alternate times right now.
Yeah, I was going to say that one's got to be modern day.
Yeah, it's got to be close, right?
It's very doomsday-esque, you know what I mean? Like the prophet before the storm kind of thing is what it feels like.
Well, that's kind of what our narrator, the main guy who's running the Mother Horse Eyes account, said in his post, where he's like, I'm writing this down. I'm at the nexus point where I've seen everything, and I'm speaking of past that were not and futures that cannot be.
Yeah.
So, this is something that could be right now around this time in the bad timeline. Like, if we merge into the bad timeline, this is like the kickoff of it. This is what things will look like, so to speak.
53.
Love and tolerance of others is our code. Page 84, giant crock of shit. What is that? Oh, that's a page. It gives a hot link. That's a page to the Alcoholics Anonymous notebook. It's not much often you meet a black Jew. It's even less often you meet a black Jew who believes in Jesus. And it's that much rarer to meet an anti-Semitic black Jew who believes in Jesus. That's got to win you some kind of prize. That's like a unicorn throwing a no-hitter. And to be roommates with an anti-Semitic black Jew who believes in Jesus, what a treat. What an absolute delight. Don't you love it when a disagreement over laundry turns into a 30-minute fact-free lecture about the end days, FEMA camps, and the mark of the beast? That just sounds like something I'd get into if someone's trapped in a room with me for 20 minutes.
Yeah, being Isaiah's roommate 101.
Yeah.
I got to tell you something. Let me go to sleep, please.
I think they're putting the microchips in the FEMA camps.
Up. We got to talk about the FEMA camps.
I smelled them. Did you know FEMA? Anyway, just anti-Semitic black Jew for Jesus things. I don't think I'm going to make it living in this sober house. I can't live with this nutcase. Okay, so I think this is a guy talking about the guy from the previous one, right?
No, I think it's the same guy.
You think it's the same guy talking right now?
I think so.
But he's talking about living with an anti-Semitic black Jew.
Oh, okay. Then yes. Sorry, I read that wrong.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Yeah. So he's talking. Whoever's writing is talking about living with the guy from the last
whoever's in
one.
this like halfway house, sober house kind of thing.
Yeah, and that explains why in the last one he was talking about, I need to be here to get better for them. He's in Alcoholics Anonymous. Yeah, gotcha. The house manager says I'm supposed to be open-minded and tolerant. Should I be tolerant of some of the most odious and insane anti-Semitism I've ever encountered outside of a Nazi rally? I don't know. I'll concede that it is possible that he could become a cool guy if he only stopped believing in everything he believes in and believed in entirely different things. That would be a good first step. The real problem is that I hate AA. I hate it. It has the same old bullshit magical beliefs as any cult, but they pretend to be open-minded. It's just a bait and switch to convert you to believing in God. The entire program is nothing but let God make you sober. That's it. That's the entire program. Yeah, they try to distract you with all this pseudo systemization, 12 steps and 12 traditions and triangles and diagrams and slogans and little self-help exercises. But that's all just a bunch of numbers and jargon to hide the essential emptiness of the program, to hide the fact that it's centered on a God that doesn't exist. The idea that this is the go-to program for helping alcoholics is appalling. It's a crime. It's like getting cancer and going to the best hospital in the country and the doctor hands you a voodoo doll and tells you to sacrifice a chicken. You'd sue him for malpractice. They should be ashamed of themselves. To prey on people in such a vulnerable state, pretend that they're going to help them and then try to convert them to their stupid magical beliefs, it's a crime. I mean, everybody thinks the true Jew Hebrew guy is nuts, but it's not like their philosophy is any less bullshit. At least he's upfront about his being religious. And he sure as hell isn't trying to convert me. He told me that white people are the children of Esau. We're Gentiles, but we can still get into heaven if we aid the children of Israel. I let him borrow the charger to my laptop, so I guess I'm covered.
That's funny. That's what he's been using to make his post.
That's so funny. So yeah, children of Esau, that's another biblical thing. Esau, the less favored of the twin between Jacob and Esau, who originally had the birthright, but then sold it to Jacob for a bowl of soup. Jacob takes the birthright, eventually becomes the lineage of Jesus and Israel.
Priorities with the soup, though.
Yeah. Well, he was out. So Jacob knew that Esau had the birthright, and Esau was out starving from a hunt and didn't get anything. And he comes back to the tent that Jacob has made, and Jacob is making soup. And Esau is starving and begs his brother for soup. And Jacob says he'll sell it to him for Esau's birthright. So Esau sells him his birthright for the soup. Any thoughts on that?
Wait, no. I mean,
I don't know. You just
well, I don't know. Well, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty wild.
Excuse me for wanting to.
I wish I had a
twin.
twin.
Opinion.
Were they twins?
All right. They were, yeah.
Yeah.
It says that when they were born, Jacob was being born first, but Esau reached forward and grabs Jacob's heel in the womb and pulled him down so that he was born first.
I feel crazy in the womb. Wouldn't it? If you felt the baby, like, because at some point there's a pinching point, like those spelunking videos where they're just like, there's, even the Ted the Caver that we read, there's like, this is the tightest part of the cave, the pinch point. That's the two babies when they're side by side.
Right. That's go in.
That's a pinch point.
That's a pinch point. You're right.
Right.
That's good. That's good.
Thoughts?
Analysis from you. Thank you. You know what? My bad for trying to incorporate you into
I'm just listening and learning. I mean,
You know what? For the rest of the story, I'm just blazing by you.
Good. Good.
Sorry you want this to be a 10-hour video instead of a 12-hour one. Okay, I'm trying to have fun here.
I appreciate it.
54th post made the next day.
A moment ago, one of our technicians placed a small pellet under my skin of my forearm.
This is the lady from the old woman.
A moment ago.
Actually, she's like 30, right? But she just sounds old because she's been in the pod since she was 9, right?
Yeah, or she's like dying or whatever. She's like hooked up.
Yeah.
A moment ago, one of your technicians placed a small pellet under the skin of my forearm. Within 10 minutes, the pellet's wax coating will melt and release a cardioplegic into my bloodstream, stopping my heart. You must cut it out.
Hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. There was something unsettling about her face that made me believe she would tell me something urgent and terrible, but this was typical occupant talk. Like many of them, she believed that she was still inside a feed narrative.
You've been disconnected. This isn't a feed. There's no pellet in your arm. Your name is Karen Costello. Do you remember?
Scared my right arm with the ER.
She said in a bare, cracking whisper.
You'll find it.
Karen, do you know why you're in bed?
I've been disconnected.
This was a strangely lucid answer. It didn't make sense. If she had been forced disconnected, how did she know that? Also, before you read that next quote, this is the same Castillo that is mentioned a few stories back when it's like Captain Castillo's disconnected the last of the bread.
Yeah.
This is the same last name. So this is like at the same time that other things happen, it's like Q has taken over. Q now has control.
Yeah.
So all three of those stories are one.
Do you think Q then are the people that are working? If she's telling the truth then and they want to kill her, is Q the people that's...
Well, maybe, but it sounds to me like in the Q one, it's like she made a real flesh narrative. She was clever, but Q smelled her, Q slowed her proxies, Q localized her. Q funneled her past to one disconnection. So it's like she was fighting Q or like standing against them, whatever that means, in the system, in the internet, and then Q had them kicked out, forced the disconnection. So I still think Q is like Mother Horse Eyes in this future world where there's all those technology stuff, or at least an entity that turns out to be Mother Horse Eyes.
Hey, we got 2 more calls to get to.
One of the texts reminded me.
Yeah, okay, Polar.
Said, stepping back. A pair of techs hoisted her tiny, doll-like body from the hygiene bed onto our gurney and covered her with a sheet.
Please, just scan my arm.
What does she say?
Asked Ricardo, the lead tech, as he rolls her out into the bed rack's apartment, narrow, almost lightless hallway.
It's a feed dream.
I explained. These guys were looking at me to be the expert, so I had to act like I knew exactly what was going on. It's best to go ahead and get to a medical center and address her physical needs before we started countering her delusions. Until then, all I needed to do was be reassuring. Under no circumstance could I encourage her delusions. We rolled the gurney down the hallway to the... Which, by the way, she's right, because when it was first brought up, he mentions that one of his techs leads the room. And then she's like, that guy just put a chip in my arm, or the agent in my arm.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that she's going to die of a heart attack if he doesn't do anything.
Yeah. We rolled the gurney down the hallway to the elevators. Karen was making a little croaking noises. Her voice was almost useless after 24 years of disuse. Her face seemed extremely disturbed. Somebody was standing at the elevators, already waiting for us. It was Elian, one of our techs. I hadn't noticed him leave before us.
I got an elevator coming.
He said it with a smile. Even though the apartment building was a 300 cube, it had an old-style cable elevators, and they came with the frequency of subway trains. Thanks to Elian's thoughtfulness, one was arriving just now. Gave Karen a friendly smile.
Don't worry. Nobody's going to hurt you. Completely safe.
She managed to gasp a couple words, which I barely heard.
Alien.
There. She had known another of our names. How was this possible? It was hard to sort through the implications. Did she have access to our records? Maybe dispatch was wrong about how she got disconnected. The elevator let out a ding and the doors opened. There's barely enough room inside for the gurney, me, and the 3 techs. Elian stood on the other side of the gurney from me. I looked him over as the doors closed and the elevator began to descend. Was she saying that this guy put a poison pellet in her? It was strange that he would be a part of her narrative. Very strange. I didn't know much about the guy beyond his name, but I had worked with him a few times. He was just one of the rotating techs. Young guy, military hair and goatee, skinny but pretty fit. I wondered how he would be in a fight. These younger guys had so much supplementing. It was hard to tell. Elian caught me looking at him and gave me a bit of a surly look. For some reason, this irritated me.
So, friend, you trying to get out of here before the rest of us? You got a date or something?
I asked, needling him.
I was just getting the elevator.
He said quietly. He didn't seem to like the banter. Well, whatever. I looked down at Karen and noticed something. Small red spot on the white sheet that covered her arm. Blood. It must have been from where they took her blood. Who took it? Elian? The spot was really too low on the arm for that. Odd, I thought, taking a look at it. But one of the most important protocols when dealing with occupants was to not act like you believe their delusions, even for a moment. You must insist on the reality of reality. I realized that Elian was watching me. I casually looked over to the elevator panel to see what floor we were on. 238. Gosh. Man, this thing was slow. What was the deal with that spot? It wouldn't be out of place for me to wonder about some patient bleeding. I lifted the sheet and took a look. There's a small puncture wound a few inches above her wrist.
How'd you get that?
I asked. One of the texts just muttered about not knowing. Elliot didn't even look at the spot. His face was blank, unreadable. I touched her arm and felt a small nodule under the skin about an inch from the wound. Huh. Interesting. I stood there trying to process this, caught between two realities. Was I in an elevator on a routine call with a stable client and a few techs who were just ordinary acquaintances? Or was I in an elevator with a murderer and a woman on the brink of death? There was really no way to split the difference on this one. No course of action that would work for both cases. Damn, what was I asking myself? There was no way, simply no way. Stuff like that never happens in real life, but it happens in the feeds all the time. It's 100% typical spy narrative bullshit. How could I let myself get caught up in some feed fantasy so easily? But still, nodule under the skin? There's no good explanation for that. Elian turned to me. We looked at each other for a long, silent moment. I couldn't read the expression on his face. It wasn't chummy goodwill, whatever it was. I felt a twinge in my stomach and my body began flooding with adrenaline. I could feel it radiating into my limbs. Damn it. My time in the Marines had taught me many things. Many of them useless in the normal world, many of them useless outside of a bar or cat house, but one of the more useful ones was that I should trust my adrenal gland. It meant that my paranoid lizard brain understood something that my snotty intellect was too busy to notice. It happened when things were too quiet, when a certain car kept following the convoy, when somebody was acting funny. There in the elevator, I almost reached for the grip of my rifle. I wasn't wearing a rifle, of course, so I just scratched my chest, trying to keep my fingers loose. Elliot put his hand to his hips. Just like that, I was leaping across the gurney. I grabbed his wrist with both hands, but it was an awkward angle, which me splayed over the gurney, and I had no control. Silver pistol came out of his pants, still halfway in his holster.
Help! Get him!
I shouted as I slid off the other side of the gurney towards Elliot's feet, holding on to that wrist for dear life. I heard shouting everywhere, but nobody helped me and nobody got him. Now I was on the floor, wrestling with Elliot. There was a lot of awful, terrified fumbling. 4 hands were grabbing and clawing for the pistol. Somehow my head was jammed between Elliot's shoulder and the wall, and I couldn't even see the gun. I could just feel the metal. There was a shot, painfully loud. Elliot shouted. Was I hit? Now the gun was wet. I managed to wiggle my fingers around the grip. With one huge twisting jerk, I put the muzzle against Elliot's face.
No!
I pulled the trigger, a shot, and his head kicked back against the wall, mouth popping open. Everything went still. His hands were still holding mine.
Damn.
Man. So, pretty wild that there's like a conspiracy here with this. For some reason, this girl, Castillo, was important inside of the interface or the digital whatever. And she comes out conscious of what's going on, conscious of what's happening. And this guy, Elian, is trying to poison her. Maybe Elian's under the influence of Q or something like that. Who knows, right?
Well, I'm wondering if Q is a government program thing. I'm wondering if it's almost like, because in the story so far, people have been saying that they're trying to use these things and weaponize it and all that kind of stuff. So to me, was Costello a person that was in there trying to disrupt people from weaponizing something or trying to stop people from doing X, Y, and Z? I'm not sure how much of this is Mother Horse Eyes, in my opinion, or just people trying to abuse like some kind of power and take out a powerful figure, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it could be. It certainly could be. I think Mother Horse's Eyes is connected in some way, but for some reason, she knows something. She's smart, you know? What's funny is in the description for that, it says that this was originally posted in r/tales from tech support and was removed by the mods.
Luckily, though, that's one thing that you'll find a lot, though, with this so far that we haven't really dived into. But the community of people that were following along has really preserved this story in a great way. Yeah. Like it's thanks to some users who have the screenshots or are able to basically draw in and put the pieces together. The community is really, really cool with that.
Yeah. No, this story's sick. I'm absolutely in love with it. He also reposted it later to r/anything goes ultimate, which they are, like he said, there's vague connections between it because the original post was DARPA is soliciting innovative research proposals in the area of cyber attribution. So there is talking about like cyber and stuff like that. And then the story gets dropped there. It does give across the idea of someone who's desperate for people to read this. So he's like trying to find vaguely related things and comment on it. All right, post 55, same day? Yes, same day. The people were moving along the river, as the people do in the gentle days. moving from one fruitful place to another. Maid played the flute, first a river song, then a berry song, then both mixed together, and it was so flowing that the people began to laugh and shout. Resh slapped his chest and called out the names of the fathers and the deeds, and it all flowed so well that we almost didn't see the old woman in the thornflower bushes. She was an old crone, huddled up in the bushes, naked and covered with cuts. All the music fell away at once, and the people gathered around to take a look. She was very old, far into the barren years, maybe even into the years of being carried. I did not like the look of her right away. She did not have the face of the fathers and the people, but rather the hungry, untrusting face of one of the wandering strangers that we sometimes met along the river. Even when strangers were friendly, they did not know the names of the fathers or the deeds, except for maybe a few, but they did not say them properly or with respect. Other times, they set upon the people, killing and raping and committing all manner of hideousness. I was always glad to see them go on their way, leaving us alone with the mother river. Some of the other people tried to talk to the crone. She knew some of the names of things, but said them wrong. I went away from the crowd and looked out into the rocky land. I had a feeling that maybe she was not alone, that there were other strangers with her, ready to set upon us. The land seemed to be empty. Some of our cats were with us, crouching and sniffing around, and they seemed unworried. Still, I showed my chest and made signs of war in case anybody was among the rocks, watching us. Rima saw me making the signs and laughed at me, saying that she saw some lizards making signs of surrender. I made a few signs of courtship towards her, but with a snarling face, she ran off giggling. Somebody called my name. I came back to where the people were gathered. Somebody had given the crone a cloth to cover herself. Some of the women were putting good, lucky mud on her cuts. I didn't like this. Why would we waste anything on a barren old woman? This sounds like Viking times. Like, Norse.
Well, I literally almost thought it was like I thought it was the wolf for a second, but I forgot that he got mauled at the end of that story.
Yeah, but very similar words like river and stuff like that. Yeah. Somebody had called me because I was the son of Araid, one of the great men of the people. The crone had called on all the great people, the leaders of the people. She wanted to show us something. I didn't like this either. Who was this useless crone to call on the great people? The crone was talking to the great people. The way she said the names was all wrong, but her voice was like a strong music, and her eyes were very large and powerful, and she moved her hands, making all sorts of unknown signs. The people listened to her closely, and I found myself listening with them. She said that she was the daughter of the river. She did not have a mother and father of the flesh, but her mother was the river alone. I scoffed at this. The stories of the deeds tell us that the ancient people came from the river, but this was long ago. They were not strangers who came from the rocky lands alongside the lizards. She went on talking, saying that she was living with the Painted Backs, a friendly group of strangers we had met before, but they had all been set upon by another group of strangers. The other strangers were powerful and cruel, and they carried all the Painted Backs off except her. This was how she ended up naked in the thorn bush. People murmured at this. When had it happened? Just the night before. This was worrying. Maybe the other strangers were still around, waiting to set upon us. The crone asked the people to take her with us. This started more murmuring. She was a stranger, not a person, and she was an old crone. She could never become a person by birthing one of the people, nor could she work for the people. She was useless. Maid, the flute player, spoke up and said that we should show her the kindness of the people, the same kindness that Mother River shows to us. Are we not useless to the river who is here before us and would be here forever? I liked Maid, who was close kin, but he liked talking and impressing people too much. Now we were in the gentle days and things were easy, but what would happen in the dry days when everything needed to be saved? And who would carry the crone when she could no longer walk? The fathers did not perform the deeds so that we would carry old crones around, but I did not say this because I am not good at talking, and my words would seem weak compared to Maid's, which glittered and flowered. The woman began talking in her strange way again, saying that we should take her with us because the Mother River would bless us with many things, as she was the mother's daughter. Now some of the people began to scoff like I did, saying that this was not according to the deeds. The crone agreed with this, calling these people wise and saying that some of the deeds were secret. This started more talk, which started to lead toward argument. when the old crone suddenly strode right into the river and held her hands up and called for everybody to watch. The people became silent. The woman reached into the river searching for something. After a moment, she pulled her hands out and showed us, dripping and shining in the sun, 3 very large river clams. Waving the clams around for us to see, the old crone claimed this was proof that she was the blessed daughter of Mother River. Many of the people snickered and muttered the names of the fathers. Everyone knew that these were the gentle days, and it was easy enough to reach into the river and pull out clams. The woman was just a filthy old trickster. We should leave her and move on.
Look!
The woman cried, and she handed the clams to the great men.
Look inside!
Our Uncle Kel slipped his thick yellow thumbnail into a clam's mouth and pulled it open. People pressed around him to get a look. It was a nice clam with healthy meat, but clinging to the shell was a large, perfect pearl. The women all let out little sighs, and the men murmured. Other great men pulled open the other 2 clams, and they both held even larger pearls, all 3 perfectly round. At this, people gasped and shouted, and everyone began talking at once. A man might go a whole lifetime only seeing 1 perfect pearl pearled from the river. 3 was a thing that had never happened before. 3 was a thing which would live among the deeds.
Take her with us.
Take her with us!
Your switch when you said one of the women cried. Like she cleared her throat like, sorry, take her with us. One of the women cried, and soon most of the people were saying this. I found myself saying it as well. The woman was surely part of a powerful flow, and it was best not to swim against her. But even as the great men agreed that this woman would become a part of the people, and we all cheered and shouted out the names of the fathers and the deeds, I found myself looking at her strange, hungry face and wondering if she had not somehow slipped those pearls into the clams herself.
You think that's also, so one, it's a tale of like greed, like keeping her around for the sake of like an unknown force, keeping it around for your own gain, kind of some ways that the interfaces have been talked about. But then that's also true. The parallel there too of the guy slipping the pellet into the woman's arm. Like it's just like some kind of, you know what I mean? Like,
I dig that. No, that's cool. I also think it's so interesting to me because all of these are being like physically transcribed by our main guy who's dosed on LSD and sees these things, right? And he's seeing everyone's memories at once. So he's bouncing back and forth between a future with like people being hooked up to hygiene beds back to like these ancient Norse times or like Native American times, whatever, you know, whatever tribal people this is walking by the river. And he's like seeing their memories and he's recording them as well. Like it's such an insane setup for a story like this. Like we're bouncing back and forth to different times of fake history. It's awesome. You cannot quite understand the power of addiction until you've seen it firsthand. Until you have seen it eat like an acid through everything you are. It is astounding to watch. Its slow and total corrosion of your entire life is mesmerizing. As you watch it, you keep thinking, at some point, the corrosion will stop. There's no way it will be able to eat through this next thing. This next thing's too important to me. But then it does. It eats through everything. And you realize you're dealing with a vast and inhuman power. The most frightening thing is that consequences do not work against a well-developed addiction. There are ultimately no consequences, none, which can separate you from the drug. As your addiction progresses and your self-control slips away, there's nothing you won't risk to continue doing your drug. Nothing is important enough. Nothing is sacred enough. Money, career, marriage, home, family goals, art, religion, dignity, safety, health, sanity, parents, children, life itself, all of it will go into play. All of it will be put on the table. If you play the game shrewdly, you might get to keep some of it. You will not get to keep all of it. You will pay. You will pay in ways that you cannot imagine. You will look at the people who have lost more than you, and you will pretend you are different than them. You will pretend that you can walk away from the table, but the time will come to walk away and you won't. You will keep playing. You will be made a liar. If you play long enough, all your pious little promises will be shown to be lies.
I have a good job. I'd never risk my job. I love my wife. I would never risk my marriage. I love my children more than anything. I would never risk my child's safety, ever. I don't want to die.
Whatever specific promises you make will be the ones that you will break, because those are the ones you have made to try to control yourself. But you won't be able to control yourself. Your self-control will be pried from your grasp like a toy being taken from a child. And when these promises break, you will not be some mindless junkie who doesn't care anymore. You will be in many ways the same person you are now, and you will know how awful and horrifying your actions are, and you will do them anyway. You will not be able to believe what is happening to you. You will tell yourself that you are unlucky or cursed. You will watch in horror. But what you are watching is yourself. The horror is what you are doing. I realize this all sounds rather silly and dramatic from the perspective of somebody dabbling with drugs. This all sounds laughably overwrought. But if you ever go where I've been, if you ever see what I've seen, this will still sound laughable. Not because it's overwrought, but because it's insufficient. Because it doesn't even begin to describe it. Interesting. So, something that's
I was wondering
noted
if that
here
felt like the
by-
perspective. I was wondering if that's the perspective of like a counselor at the AA thing, at the sober house or whatever.
It might be. It also might be the perspective of the guy that was talking about the Black Israelite guy before. That dude.
Yeah,
in
gave him the
AA
charger.
house.
Yeah.
The charger. Or it is the guy who has been brought up a couple of times with addiction. The guy who had the story for the old woman. I forget what his second story was, but that guy who seems like an addict. Yeah.
Yeah, a while ago.
It might be him. Also, that post was made in response to r/relationships. The post says, my 25-year-old females, my brother-in-law, 30-year-old male, won't stop abusing pills and it's tearing the family apart. And then that was made in response to it. So this could also be, alternatively, because we have our main character, Mother Horse Eyes, who's like the transcriber for all these memories he's seen. He talks about having addiction. So this could also be him, just like having an honest talk about what addiction's done to him. To hunt prey, to taste righteous lifeblood, you must simply become an ordinary part of the world. Look around. What's happening right now? Nothing at all. Yet the leaves rustle, the grass sways, the birds call, the gnats dance. All of this is just a part of the world. If you become a part of the world, you become nothing at all. You become invisible. If you are not part of the world becomes 10,000 things. This is misfortune. It is easy enough to become invisible if you stay still, if you hide. But staying still and hiding aren't enough to catch prey. You must seek and strive. How do you seek and strive while remaining an ordinary part of the world? How do you exert your will without disrupting the world? How do you move along with the will of the world? This is the mystery of hunting. This is the mystery of subtlety. This is the greatest of all mysteries. Consider the mouse. It is moving through the leaves looking for food. You must not disturb it. Do as little as possible. Wait, watch and listen. If it moves away, move with it. Follow it. If it moves closer, stay still. Practice, not interference. Let it come. It should be thinking happy thoughts of food and comfort when you strike. When you snare it in your claws, do not eat it right at once. Let it struggle and give up its lifeblood. Practice non-action. You need not kill it. Let it die. To be subtle is to move with the will of the world. Do not move against the will of the world. This brings misfortune. Touch lightly the course of things without disturbing it. Touch it gently at points of inflection, and it will move as you wish. This brings great fortune. This is the ancient art of subtlety, taught to us by our form. I must follow it if I am to find any answers to the mystery of the oily ones, the mystery which has obsessed me since the death of my kitten. I must know why they both feed us and kill us, why they are kind and motherly, but also unnatural and abominable. I have decided that I will go into one of their hiding places. After much investigation, I have chosen a place. It is a very large and horrible hiding place, a sort of mountain of box-like shapes colored by unnatural light. It emits a powerful and unholy odor of decadence. What is more, there is something which makes it different from other oily places I have seen. It seems that some of our kind live within this place. I have seen them from a distance, going in and out of it, using small portals. They are different than those of our kind that I have known. It seems that some of the oily ones' corruption has mutated them. They are very fat and slow. Their faces are stupid and sullen. They fear nothing. They have lost subtlety. I'm not even sure they are truly of our kind. I will go inside. I must be subtle. To be subtle, I must become a part of the world. I may have to become a part of the abomination itself. I may find death, bloody death, as my kitten did. but I will hunt to the heart of this mystery, and I will sleep again.
I was really hoping that's from the perspective of a Discord mod.
Sure, Hunter.
What? The bloody death of my kitten?
This is the same guy from the Oily One entry, where he says the oily ones lack all harmony. They are neither silky nor subtle. They are slow nor stupid. That guy, post 44. So he's the guy whose kitten died, and now he's determined to figure out what they're doing down there, what they're building, effectively. Next is the 58th post, made same day. Now I was standing... Okay, cool. We're back to the guy who just shot Edian or Elian, whatever his name was, with Castillo. Now I was standing in an elevator, my hands covered with blood, a dead tech lying on the floor, and a helpless occupant lying on the gurney. The other two techs had hit the emergency button and hastily gotten off at the next floor. Understandable. I tried to explain to them about the poison pellet in Carrot's arm, but they didn't stick around to consider the merits of my argument. I set the gun down on the floor. This wasn't good. A couple of Elian's fingers had gotten blown off, and there was blood all over me, not to mention the bullet in my head. Shit, what now? I had shot people before. I'd killed them before, but this was different. They had given me mandatory therapy after the war. They might give me mandatory something else after this. Karen was wheezing, her blind eyes wiggling in her head. The pellet. I should take care of that before anything else. I wiped my hands off of my nice white coat and rifled through one of the tech's bags to find the C knife and some local. This shouldn't be too hard. It should be a lot like removing a rotted jack.
I'm going to cut out the pellet. You ready?
Karen's head jiggled in a way that could be constructed as nodding. Good enough. I hastily gave her the local and cut a pretty sizable chunk out of her arm, and the whole elevator filled with a burning smell that was a welcome change from Karen's existing smell. After sealing the wound, I examined the shriveled chunk of meat. There is indeed a white pellet lodged in it like a little pearl. I put it in a specimen jar. I might need it to avoid death row.
Okay, you're safe now.
Said, not really knowing if this was true. Her monitor still looked okay. What now? I wanted to get out of there, but there was certainly a camera in the elevator plus two witnesses who knew me. What would the camera show? Me suddenly leaping across the elevator and shooting a guy in the head? That wasn't good. But how would I even begin to go on the run? I didn't know the first thing about identity shifting, and hadn't I done the right thing? I'd saved her life. I had the pellet to prove it. I was a hero, right? I felt like reporting this to my CO. This didn't make any sense, but I should report it to somebody. Called the emergency service on my set and told it what had happened. It told me that officers would be sent over immediately. Tried to explain about the pellet, but this seemed to confuse it. It asked me if the pellet was armed. After a few minutes of confusing crosstalk, I just hung up. As I waited and the minutes passed, the elevator felt very small and smelly and stifling. The blood around Elian covered the floor, surrounding my shoes. I imagined the cops coming up on the elevator as slow as this one. Karen's head was still wobbling in its weird way, the gurney making little creaking sounds, little gas coming out of her throat.
Everything's fine. You're in the real world now.
I found myself saying, half-heartedly going through my standard patter. Absurd. Nothing was fine. Then the thought finally occurred to me. Why had Elian tried to kill the girl? Who wanted her dead? This was an important question. Whoever it was wouldn't be happy with me. Looking at her lying there, gasping. I knew it wouldn't be much use to ask her verbally, but she still had good jacks. It was against protocol to plug into a feed hedge jacks. We were supposed to be getting them used to face-to-face conversation, but protocol did say you could plug in during an emergency. It's definitely qualified. I told my set to find her jack's wireless presence. A flood of messages hit the set, a backlog from the last couple minutes.
Don't call police. Bad idea. We have to go. Go. Police are coming. Get out. Go. What?
I murmured as I saw the messages.
You control techs. Controls police. Police will kill you. We must go. Who is Q?
The adversary.
Yes, I was. Oh, where's my, that's, I've laid out 5 bear traps. That one just snapped so hard. Bro, okay. So the adversary is the term that Satan means in the Bible. That's like the translation or the opponent, the adversary, something like that. So Q is the devil, and who have we seen the devil alliterated to throughout the story? Mother Horse Eyes, the mother. So, yes. Oh, man. This story's so good. Okay, yeah, so she was fighting Mother inside of the system. Then she comes out of it, and now Elian, who was controlled by Mother, tried to kill her. Police are also controlled by Q. Yes. Let's go, baby. Gosh, this is good. Okay. Shit, this was so familiar to a feed narrative. It felt like I had played this one before. What was that one with Zach Okonkwa? Fatal Escape or some shit like that? Terrible story.
Why do they want to kill you? I am one of the bread.
The Bread? I had heard the name before. I wasn't sure if it was from the news or a narrative. I had a vague idea that it was one of the old art protest collectives like Anonymous or the Weather Underground. Or was it a feed cult? I asked my set, and it gave me a summary. Do you want to
read
have
that one again? Yeah, I can read that one if you want to.
Okay.
1 second. Sorry, I was also eating a little bit of breakfast.
Oh, sorry. I can go.
No,
If you're
it's good.
eating.
I was gonna say I had an egg McMuffin. The fucking egg on the inside's like gray. Is that normal?
No. No,
can't
there
be
should
normal,
never
right?
be a situation where the inside of an egg is gray. I'll go ahead and confirm that for you right there. You are now sick. You are going to be throwing up before this episode's over.
Oh shit! That's why I was like really bummed. I'm sending you a picture of it.
Is it going to be your naked body again? Is this going to be like your...
No.
Okay. I'm fully expecting to look down at my phone and it's not a picture of you with your pants down as per usual.
Okay.
Oh, ew.
Isn't that gross?
Well, I mean, maybe, okay, where it's just on the edge like that, that might be like gristle from the grill. You know how sometimes like the little runoff of the egg whites will kind of like char a little bit?
Yeah.
Could be that, but it's pretty nasty looking.
Yeah, I peeled it off. I was like, I'm not eating that shit. Anyways, God, I'm gonna have diarrhea later. It's such a bummer. You know what I mean? You ever? Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough. Anyway, yeah, the bread.
Yeah. The Bread is an alleged group of exploit experts who are thought to have been kidnapped at a young age and trained by a shadowy group. Variously identified as the Human Front, the Restoration Alliance, and the New Organ, they're the subject of a number of conspiracy theories, most of which assert the internet's combined governance corporation has been taken over by a sinister force, which the Bread are struggling against within the feed realms and the infer spaces. These theories generally involve discussion of mind control, feed conditioning, information war, and the possibility of fascist singularity, occult singularities. Regard the Bread as the leaders of the new 12 tribes of Israel.
The new 12 tribes. That's so sick. Gosh, the story's cool. Okay. So the Bread it's not like the last human. It's the last people that are resisting like Q, the mother, stuff like that. Okay,
Yeah.
Gotcha. But in this world, like, because all the powers that be are evil or connected to it, again, conspiracy theory stuff. He asked what the Bread is, and it's like, oh, the Bread's some crazy conspiracy theory group. But it's actually because the Bread are the only people who know about Q and are fighting back. And she, the last of the Bread, just got unplugged from the system. So now there's no one to oppose Q inside of it. Which also, I mean, this is probably obvious to point out, but Q is the name of like, not just like the new Q Anon thing. Like previously, Q is a title often associated with a lot of, it originally, I think the first use of it comes from like the point of view that's never directly accounted for in the Gospels of the Bible. But Q gets used a lot to describe like hidden powers or unseen forces and stuff like that, which is why I believe the whole QAnon thing got its name from. But yeah, it's just more real world conspiracy stuff that's drawing names off of.
Right.
Anyway,
Is this real or is this part of a narrative?
my set replied.
The Bread are featured in many narratives, but are perpetrated to hard exist. There is no widely accepted proof of their existence.
Can I through-gate your set?
What for?
We must go now. Now.
I heard footsteps in the hallway. The elevator doors were still open, so I peeked my head out. Police were coming down the hall. A lot of police, tactical gear. I intended to call to them, but the little lizard part of my brain told me to duck back into the elevator. There was a huge metal bang. Found myself on the floor with the gun in my hand. A bullet had hit the elevator door frame. Karen's messages unspoiled onto my set.
I know Q. Ruthless. She'll spoof calls to emergency. Multiple calls. Say you're an active shooter. Let me through-gate. Now. You want to die?
I gave her through-gate access on my set. The elevator slammed shut and my stomach leapt in my throat as we plunged downward. Man, that story's so cool. All that stuff is so sick. Oh, man. As the elevator plunged down through the building, I tried to understand the implications of it all. It was horrifying, enraging. All this time, my entire life, without me knowing it, elevators had a secret faster speed that they don't tell us about, those bastards. Message from Karen appeared on my set.
Must lure them. They will fire in here. Get ready.
They will what? This was out of hand. God, I felt cranked up. Fantastic. The elevator began to slow, everything becoming heavy.
Please move the body away from the door.
Move the dead body? No, she meant her own body. I pushed the gurney against the side of the elevator.
Door will open. Take cover.
I pressed myself up against the wall. The elevator came to a rattling stop and the door popped open. The back wall banged and dented as bullets hit it. I cowered against the wall, hoping nothing flew into my arteries. The door clapped shut again, and the floor seemed to fall out from under me as I went down. Man, this little bird had some access. Never seen anything like it. Another message from Karen popped into my set, and I read every word in a glance.
Silver Hous van. Parking number 17A. 20 meters. Please take me. Please.
The elevator came to another shuddering stop and the doors opened one of the underground decks, a dim concrete cavern filled with rows of cars. I yanked the gurney out and pushed it like a madman, rattling over the asphalt. The van was where she said it would be. I stood there for a moment, waiting for it to pull out for us, but it just sat there.
You must get me wired. I don't want to get fingerprints on its presence.
Wired? Did she mean physically? An article appeared on my set called How to Establish a Physical Link to Your 2039 Heoya Luxury Chariot. This world is so wild. It's so thought out. I guess so. I followed the ER guide, looking around every so often to see if anybody was coming. Weird sounds were emerging from the elevators. They seemed to be malfunctioning. I got a wire from my bag and linked Karen's flesh jack to a physical jack by the van's gas cap. A second later, the van's rear door unfolded.
Get in.
I did as she said. Following her orders felt totally natural. It was like I was right back on the tip of the spear. I remembered my time in Turkey and Greece, playing feed games with the platoon all day, then getting dropped right into the kinetic, right into the warm, bloody center of the war. Run here, shoot this, get down. 19 years old. Traveling the world and blowing shit up while the other kids were sitting in economics class. God, it was beautiful while it lasted. I shoved the gurney into the van and jumped in beside it. The rear door folded down.
Please secure the body. 90 seconds left.
90 seconds left until what? I flattened a seat and clumsily transferred her body to it and strapped it in. The van leapt backward and began twisting through space, throwing me against a side window.
Sorry, must go.
I got in the other seat and strapped in as the van peeled out. We found the exit ramp and went up. I felt like I was about to break a rib on the armrest as we went on a never-ending left turn up and up the spiraling ramp. Finally, the daylight of the ground level burst into view. The whole parking lot was swarmed with flashing cop cars, black armored vehicles, and cops in hard gear. The van came to a stop in the middle of it all.
Fuck.
I muttered. The cops were moving in a hurry. It seems like they hadn't quite formed a proper perimeter around the building, but they were close.
We've got to go now. They're going to form a... Wait. For what? Air.
All around us, the cops were assembling, pulling their vehicles into place, leveling their pistols and rifles. I watched our few possible avenues of exit close up. The van just sat there. Karen's eyes were closed. She looked calm, at peace, just a sick little girl taking a nap. I heard a sound and my blood ran cold. I hadn't heard that sound in years, but there was no mistaking it. It was a sound that was etched into my brain. In the Marines, we used an app called Harpy to call in air-to-ground strikes. It was a wonky, over-engineered DoD piece of shit, full of weird quirks that they were afraid to fix in the name of ultra stability. It made a little sound like a sleepy bird chirping when a friendly missile was incoming, and it was time to put your stupid head down so that you wouldn't get all the expensive training blown out of your skull. About 2 seconds after that sound, something would light up, and a moment later, the sound of the blast would hit and the ground would shake. I heard that sound now coming from my set. My God, what kind of access did she have?
Get down.
A moment later, police perimeter around us became a wall of fire, and the van was hit with a boom that felt like the earth splitting open. Put my head between my knees and let that old feeling flow through me, the shuddering rush of American air power being liberally applied. When I opened my eyes again, the van's safety windows had bowed inward on Karen's side, almost becoming liquid. Everything around the van was engulfed in fire and smoke. Slowly, the windows began to regain their shape. The van took off with a start, rushing blindly through the chaos. 2 minutes later, we were on the interstate, flying down the taxpayer lane, and I was sitting there, trying to remember how to swallow. It was unreal, just unreal. She had called in a drone strike in the middle of Atlanta. The level of access required to do that was unimaginable. It meant completely basing the DoD systems. It was beyond any exploit collective. It was beyond governmental. It was planetary. It was God level. I was sitting in a van with an infraspace god.
The the Karen story is so far the one that I'm just like I'm glued to it every time we read it.
That's so good. The story of Karen Castillo. It also says that this was posted in response to Lolly or Fuda. What do you guys think?
What do you guys think?
Gosh, that was such a good. Oh man, like the story's hooked. The story's exciting. There's controlling airstrikes, and also I love the little details where it's like, oh, we're on the 300th floor. Because it's these giant buildings. They don't refer to them as rooms. They refer to them as like cubes or whatever that people stay in while they're hooked up. And then it's talking about you go, they get down to the car and there's like an old manual for how to jack someone in. And then you have like they control their space. When the explosion happens, it's like the glass bows in, then regains its shape like a new futuristic kind of glass that's made for protection. Just such crazy stuff like that. It's so cool. And also like, so earlier when we're talking about the flesh interfaces, we know that the children have a better chance of survival, right?
Yeah.
And then we know with like these interfaces that groups like North Korea were using them to beam internet. And then my theory was that this world they're plugged into is connected to that. So maybe the reason she's so successful and can do all this stuff and the reason that the bread sent her in is because she was a child, a 9-year-old child who was a good candidate for this. And just like Child survived the flesh interface, she was able to survive with her consciousness through the internet and become like an effective fighter against Q while inside of it.
It's a lot.
That's
a lot.
That's a lot.
A lot.
But okay,
this is your realm. This is your realm of theorizing. I'm like, I feel like I'm going fucking brain dead. I'm like,
But are you? Is there anything that like you're confused on or doesn't make sense? I know it's a lot, but is it comprehensible?
No, it's comprehensible. It's just something to where I feel like I don't have any objections or counter thoughts. I'm just kind of like listening to you kind of spaz out and stem with theorizing stuff. And then I'm like, I mean, this all sounds good. I'm also just enjoying the story too. I don't know. It's been nice.
It is. It does go hard. It does, in fact, go hard. All right. 60th post, same day.
60.
I love waking up in the morning to the smell of fresh biscuits. The warm smell fills my dreams. A smell like friends and home and happiness. I wake up to see the sun so bright and lovely in my window. Hello, day. How are you? Every day is bright and cheery when you share a house with your best friends. I can hear them downstairs singing and having fun. After a long night of spooky old dreams, it's good to be awake again in the cheery, deary sunlight. That's what it's like. That's why I feel like waking up with in your house, Hunter, and just hearing Allison
I was so
beat
I was
the tar out of you.
I was literally thinking of that's how you wake up in the morning. These are the thought. This is like literally your thoughts transcribed.
like I set up in bed and I'm like, ooh, I do a big stretch.
Hello,
like,
day.
Hello, world.
Hello, day. How are you?
Hi, son. What
like I could unironically, I could see you standing at a bed. And like there'd be a window on your window, or there'd be a bird on your windowsill, and you'd be like, "Hello, Mr. Bird." Like I could see you saying that.
I would love being woken up with a bird. That would be so nice.
And you like whistle back at him. You're like whistling with him.
Hello, sunshine. How are you?
Yeah. Hello, beautiful hair.
Oh, what a lovely day!
What a lovely day.
While Hunter stumbles out of bed, completely naked.
Yeah, naked, about to shit my pants. I'm like putting my hand over my ass. I'm like, oh God, bathroom. I have to sprint off.
What's the little purple guy's name on Smiling Friends? Pim.
The little dude with the wizard hat? Yeah. Or no, you're talking about the other guy.
I'm talking about Pim.
Charlie Pim. Yeah.
Yeah. That is, I am truly Pim. And you're kind of like Charlie. That's a pretty good comparison. Oh, what a beautiful day. You kiss your dad on the lips.
Yeah, you kiss your dad on the lips.
All right. Anyway.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you, Daddy. Oh. Yeah, that's a pretty good comparison now that I say that out loud. Oh, what a beautiful day. The episode where he's trying to make that guy smile the whole time because he's so happy. Yeah. Anyway. I unlock my bedroom door and go out into the hall. Some of my friends have left fresh piles of biscuits in the hallway. Several different kinds. Wonderful. I breathe in the smell and make chirpy little sounds of glee. Hee hee, oh, another day. Chester Barrington comes up the stairs, looking very handsome and somber in his tuxedo.
Oh, Chester, how is the gentleman today?
Chester nods to me, gruff but debonair.
Proceedings are afoot, Madam Alice. Proceedings are afoot.
He grumbles and makes his way down the hallway. That Chester's so self-serious. On the stairway, Brett Turlingshire and Manzi Fairworth are in each other's arms, a lover's embrace.
Oh, dear. I'm afraid I've interrupted your tryst. Oh, madame, nonsense. This is no tryst. This is destined love affair.
Brett proclaims in his ringing voice. He looks dashing in his fine striped coat.
Brett, darling, Madame Alice doesn't want to hear all the gooey talk.
Manzi says in her sassy southern accent.
I'll leave you two be.
I say, lifting the hem of my nightgown and hurrying past them. When I get to the bottom of the stairs, I hear Brett murmur.
I wish the madam would find a destined love affair of her own. She's a noble woman and deserves somebody to treat her well.
You just worry about treating me well.
Manzi purrs, nuzzling against his cheek. I scurry off before they catch me listening. In the downstairs parlor, Raymond Dex, Montrose Pardon Smith, and Elise Rapier are having tea together. The smell of biscuits fills the room. A fresh heap of toffee-colored scones covers the coffee table. A wonderful selection of pastries lies in the corner, and several of the chairs contain more treats.
Hello, dearies. How are we today? Can't complain.
Raymond says.
Splendid.
Sir Pardon Smith intones. Elise merely lets out a little sigh.
Elise, we're not feeling well.
I ask, coming over to where she is perched on the arm of the couch.
Shouldn't we be? Life is but a vague dream which disrupts the sleep of death.
That's you. All of these characters have been me. And then I walk over to you.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm the guy getting pussy upstairs for sure.
No, you are not.
No, I'm the guy getting pussy upstairs.
Who's down here? No, absolutely
No.
No. That's never been you. I've been in your house. That's never happened while I was at your house. But you have done. You have been very sad.
Oh, Elise, must you be so existentialist? Je ne suis pas uz excellala.
There was so much disdain for the French in that. Oh, she mutters, getting up and stalking off.
Poor Elise.
I say as she leaves the room.
She is affected by that peculiar continental ennui.
Sir Pardon Smith observes.
I say she needs a dose of sturdy American optimism. Her birthday is coming soon. Perhaps we should throw her a party. Ha! A party for Elise? That would go over like a bar mitzvah for Goebbels.
Raymond says.
Oh, Raymond.
I say, tousling his orange hair.
Well, we'll have to figure out something for her. I don't like her moping about. She's inveterate mope. There's no changing her. You might be right, sir.
I say, sighing. Well, c'est la vie. Not everybody can be as happy as I am. Some years ago, I was much like Elise. Which my bear trap, by the way, is this is inside of like Mother Horseye's world or whatever, or one of the systems plugged in, which I think is the same thing, just in the future.
Also, you said c'est la vie and it's c'est la vie.
Is that bothering you?
I just really respect the French language, so.
No, you do not. After you read Je ne sais pas the way that you did, absolutely not.
Je ne suis pas un balaba.
That's
perfect. Fluent French
that
rat
almost sounds
talk.
like you're trying to do a Jamaican accent, trying to pronounce a French accent.
Yeah.
C'est la vie, man.
There you go. Oh. Just in the middle, this is all like they're all Victorian England characters, and then there's just like a modern Jamaican guy over there pretending to be a French woman.
There's fucking Eddie from Tekken hopping around the room.
What's wrong with her? Oh. Some years ago, I was much like Elise, down in the dumps, a real gray cloud. Then I met a lovely young woman who happened to be passing through my neighborhood. Her name was Angelica. It had been a long time since I had enjoyed the delights of society, but Angelica had a very mature, soothed presence, despite her youth. I lived a large house where my family had once resided, but was now empty, so I asked her to stay with me. She accepted just like that. Can you imagine it? Two strangers just making a home together? It must have been kismet. She was my precious angel treasure, absolutely heaven sent. I had been something of an existentialist myself, disbelieving in God and thinking his creation a cruel trap for human prey. But then he saw it fit to bring Angelica into my life, and I never doubted him again. I found her company such a balm that I decided to open my home to whoever needed a place to stay. Singletons, couples, whole families have stayed with me. Many children have been born in this house. Though dear sweet Angelica has long since passed away, her friendship is still a daily gift to me. For on the day I met her, I made a choice to simply not feel sadness or worry or fear ever again, and I haven't. Do you think it impossible? It is possible. If you simply surround yourself with loved ones. That's the secret. With all these thoughts in mind, I walk into the kitchen to see Reginald Strongton, Linda Mercy Chowder, and Marshall Futz clamoring for their breakfast.
Madame, I'm famished.
Reginald cries.
Oh dear, madame, we starve, we want, we waste away.
Linda says in a tremulous voice.
Oh, mercy. I left you with a kingly feast last night. Have you eaten it all?
I ask.
It was not us. We had not a bite. It was that Chester Barrington, the scoundrel.
Reginald cries.
He's a ferocious and utterly selfish. I found him down here, helping himself to your generosity, and when I tried to serve myself the smallest morsel, he attacked me. Attacked me, madame! My no-steel smarts.
Oh, that Chester does have an appetite, but I find it hard to believe such a gentleman would attack you. I'm on the verge of swooning.
I don't think
All right,
that
dears.
character...
Let's have ourselves a
back up. I don't think that character existed in 18th century England. I don't think that was a guy.
I'm on the verge of swooning. All right, dears. Let's have ourselves a proper breakfast.
I say, why does that character work its way into every story we do? He shows up
Hello,
somewhere.
princess. I'm on the verge of... I'm on the verge of gooning.
David King shows up regardless of what story it is, what's going on.
I think I can come back very well. Hello, princess.
Yeah, you keep it up. I'll bring back someone that you're tired of. You just wait. He's been dead a while, but he can always come back. I get a bag of cuisine from the cabinet and pour it into china bowls for Reginald, Linda, and Marshall and myself. I clear off the love biscuits that somebody left on the kitchen table, and we all sit down to eat. My little friends immediately proceed with chowing down, and I am about to follow suit, but I notice something that brings me a wonderful thrill. There is a stranger standing in the doorway to the kitchen. I have never seen her before. She appears to have snuck into the house alone. She stands there, tense and alert, her yellow eyes taking in the scene. I am breathless. She is beautiful, extraordinary, exquisite. She reminds me of my sweet Angelica. Oh, lovely day. I'm about to have a new friend. All right, so I think that one is either people who have passed through a flesh interface or they're inside of the system, the online program, and this is Q or the mother showing up.
Yeah.
At the very ending. But this is like one of the scenarios they put themselves into, like a perfectly romantic, happy day, like Victorian English fantasy kind of thing.
Bruh.
Next one at 3 a.m., post 61. We rode in silence for a while, the Hyoya luxury chariot flying across the curves of the interstate as all the other cars obediently changed lanes to let us through. I'd seen people pull access stunts before, like changing the music in a club or turning off the lights in a restaurant, but what she had done was outright sorcery. She had taken control of the elevator, the car, the drone, the other cars on the highway, all within seconds. She must have had control of all the security cameras to plan our escape. Every one of these was a hardened system. The drone was a DoD system, the hardest of systems, but she based it like it's child's play. Sitting there in the car, I felt like I was coming down off a high. It wasn't a good feeling. I was sitting in a van with the mass murderer of unspeakable power, and I'd helped her, given her the access she needed to pull her stunts. She had saved my life, I think. I'd saved hers. But she also just killed dozens of cops, maybe over 100, men with families. Damn, my life was over. And I helped her. That was a death sentence right there. We would become the most wanted people in the country. How did I get caught up in this? I looked over at her tiny skeletal body, so frail and weak. I could pick her up and chuck her out the backs of the van and into this whole escapade. But then what? Face the death penalty? She had to be my best chance at getting away. Who was she? She was a killer, that was for sure. Utterly ruthless. A message from her appeared on my set.
Sorry about all that. Had to hurry.
Sorry, that was rich. I asked her where we were going.
Upstate New York. What's there? Not objective. What's our objective? A way to defeat Q. Hard to explain.
I wondered if she was insane. She was responsive and lucid, but she was also capable of murder. She would probably get rid of me as soon as she could.
So you want me to come with you? I'd like it. I need physical help. You killed like 100 cops back there. The whole world is going to be looking for us. No, they won't. You don't think so? This isn't. Yeah, I kind of read that. No, I kind of read like she was like looking around,
Like being sassy. Yeah.
No, they won't. You don't think so? This is in the feed realm. They take kills pretty seriously in the real world. I do too, but they'll be too busy to look for us. Busy with what? Q. What's Q gonna do? You will find out. 4 minutes. Just tell me. You wouldn't believe me.
We fell back into silence. My thoughts were racing. I wondered why they didn't just flag our car to shut down the highway. I guess she was busy working her black magic on the police and transportation systems. Who knew what she was capable of? Was she really wanted the bread? A grown-up child soldier? It is illegal to hook children into long-term feeds, but I had heard stories about China and the FRN connecting infants, trying to create people who were utterly at one with the internet. According to the tales, the children all died. So they tried older children, but they all turned into drooling skull baskets. For some reason, the brain needs a certain level of maturity before it can withstand a long-term feed without resulting in total madness. Even then, it results in near total madness. I figured Karen was another child abuse case, but she wasn't just some feed casualty. Her mind worked well. Whoever had made her had done the forbidden, and they had done it successfully. But why did I have to get involved in all this? I just gotten my specialist license. After getting out of the Marines and just drifting around for years, I was finally hitting my stride. Now it was all screwed up.
Don't look back.
I looked over at the girl lying next to me. Was it possible that she hacked so far into infospace that she could read minds? There was a passing flash of light, like sunlight glancing off some car. Then everything around us started to get brighter and brighter, like the sun had just come out from behind a cloud. But there weren't any clouds in the sky. The light was coming from behind us, bouncing off the other cars, creating a painful glare. I almost turned around, but then I realized what Karen had said. I closed my eyes against the brightness, and the insides of my eyelids glowed red like I was lying on the beach. After a few seconds, the light dimmed and seemed to return to normal. I opened my eyes, blinked a few times, and turned around. A few miles behind us, the entire city of Atlanta had disappeared behind a megalithic wall of dark, rolling smoke. I felt my mouth falling open. I leaned back to look up at the sky behind us. The giant wall of smoke was just the base of a monstrous black tree of ash that rose miles into the sky, growing larger and larger, looming over the world. Then we were hit by a blast that rattled me right down to the roots of my teeth. I shut my eyes again. The blast turned into long, horrifying roar. The van wobbled and shuddered as awful groaning sounds passed through the metal. Eventually, the van's steering systems righted us, and slowly the roar passed. That must have been the blast wave of a nuclear detonation. That had just destroyed Atlanta. I unbuckled my seat and crawled to the back and pressed my face against the glass. The tree of smoke was still growing over us, becoming ever more massive. I just stared in silence. Slowly, it changed from one awful form to another until it became a vague gray pillar in the far distance. I'm not sure how long I spent watching it. I know that by the time I looked away, I was crying.
Damn, they tried to nuke him in the city.
So Q fired the nuke, right?
Yeah,
That's the implication.
Trying to kill Karen.
I approached the oily one's hiding place with subtlety, alert, not disturbing, letting everything flow through me. I did not search for anything, but allowed all to reveal itself. Smells were disturbing, awful. I could smell our kind, the mingling scents of multitudes. They seemed to have marked everything without any regard for each other. In front of the portal sat two of our kind. They were monstrously round and swollen, their form distorted. Dull eyes followed me with curiosity as I approached. Even as I came within the dangerous range, they showed no interest. Was it a trap to bring me in close? They did not attack. I passed them and came to the portal, slowly. I pushed my head through the folding threshold. The inside was utterly bizarre, made of the mostly box-like shapes and arrangements I could hardly comprehend. There's no grass, no trees, nothing belonging to the form of the world. Instead, there were straight, flat shapes folded around to cover up everything, above and below, all sides. In the distance, some of our kind were walking around within this odd space, slow and swollen as the ones outside. The smell was worse than outside, even more confusing. I saw and smelled uncovered droppings everywhere. To not cover droppings was unsubtle. It was a moral outrage. Still, I pushed through the mortal and entered the space. The ground was hard and slippery and smelled of legions. Everything was silent, deeper silence than I had ever known. I knew now that I was cut off from the world for the first time in my life. I was alone. I moved forward. I wanted to shut out the smells and sounds, but I let them pass through me. I was terrified, but I let the terror pass through me. I wondered if I was being unsubtle, if I was disturbing the world, if I was inviting deadly misfortune. But I felt no insight on this matter. The answer would make itself known soon enough. As I moved deeper into the space, I came upon a giant oily one. I call her Angelica because she is Angelica. No doubt about it. Oh, she looks different this time, but I think Angelica will look different every time she comes to me. She is also much shyer this time. Such a shy little thing, but the way she moves, the pure, lovely way, there's no mistaking it. It's Angelica again. How wonderful, how lovely. Would you think I'm a silly old biddy if I started crying? Oh, if I got on my knees right then and there and started thanking God, how he is great, how he has seen fit to bless me. I've been investigating this space, and I love it when it does that. Oh,
yeah, I love the switch ups too.
It's so good. It's so fun. I've been investigating this space, and I found much confusion and monstrosity, but no answers. There is a single oily one which stays here, as well as many of our kind. All of them, the oily one and our kind, are monstrously swollen and distorted. The oily one is particular, reeks of corruption and disease and death. She cries to me like a lost whelp, but I keep my distance from her. I avoid the others of my kind as well. The space has many spaces within itself. Each of these spaces holds 1,000 mysteries. It is everything I can do to not be overwhelmed, to let the mystery flow through me. Darkness has come and left, and I am terribly hungry. The oily one comes to me with food, wonderful food, but I'm afraid to take it.
Also, I want to say right now that the Victorian chick, 100% an oily one, and then she's seeing the guy walking in.
Yeah, this is the same interaction from both perspectives.
Yeah, the oily ones are basically living in that, like, Mother Horse Eyes has basically put them into a perpetual trance, I feel like.
They're in a trance, they're hooked up on the LSD and all that stuff. In their mind, they're inside of an old Victorian house living together, when in reality, they're inside of this giant flesh cave.
Yeah, just a giant cavern, whatever.
And the new Angelica that she sees, Alice, I believe her name was, Alice sees inside of the flesh cave or whatever. The new Angelica walking up is this person who we see the other perspective of.
Yeah, who sees the reality of it all. Yeah.
I wonder, what exactly am I looking for? I'm looking for some answers to the mystery of the oily ones, but what form will this take? I cannot know. All around me are forms I do not recognize. I must not look for anything. I'll simply become a part of this place and let the answer show itself to me. Angelica has been here for over a day, but she hasn't spoken to me yet. I think I understand why. The last time she came to me, I was the shy one. I was the one who was afraid of everything, afraid of the world, in despair because of the first time she left. Now I've been restored, and she is the shy one. It is my turn to help her, to give back. I've tried to give her some of our cuisine, but she hides. I don't think she's eaten anything since she found her way in here. Poor thing. Hunger forced me to come close to the oily one. Yeah, this is awesome. So yeah, maybe she is an oily one, Alice, because she was one of the children that was put in and then turned, you know? And in her mind, she's opening up her door for others, when in reality, it's other people that are falling into the prey of the flesh interface and being ripped apart and made into,
she's like
to live inside of it.
She's like a what is that? Nephilim? Whatever.
Nephilim. Yeah. Nephilim. The half angel, half human things is the one story described it.
That's
reborn.
What she is.
Yep. Hunger forced me to come close to the oily one. She set down some food and I took it, keeping an eye on her. She has an awful fleshy face and giant pale eyes. She often sings like a bird. Abomination. It was the first time eating the oily one's food since my kitten died. Would this food kill me? Only time will tell. My form commanded me to eat, so I ate. The food was absolutely wonderful, as the oily one's food always is. I am trying to follow the art of subtlety, but there can be no subtlety in this unholy den of madness. I believe I have investigated almost every place within this giant place. There are many portals in here which lead to various small places. They open and shut in different configurations, but I have watched them carefully and gone into almost every small place and found no answers. But there is one place I have not yet gone. It is perhaps the only place yet unseen by me. It is the place where the oily one goes when darkness comes. I think she sleeps there. I heard her making strange singing sounds from within, frightening sounds. She keeps the portal closed at all times. It only opens for a moment when she goes in and out. I've tried to get a look inside, but have not been successful. I believe there must be some answer within this space. Everything has a form. Every form is a story. Every story makes sense. There must be some reason for the oily ones, for their random kindness, for their random cruelty. There must be an answer. And that answer must reside within the hidden space, or it does not reside anywhere else. I will wait. I will go inside. Sweet Angelica is starting to warm to me. We eat together. She's still very skittish, but she shows up promptly at dinner time and eats like a little lady. She doesn't chat with me, but I think she will start soon. I ask Linda Mercy Chowder to be Angelica's special little friend and show her around the house. Of course, Linda responds with,
"Oh, madame, I'm too busy with my modeling career. Can't somebody else do it?"
Meanwhile, the little strumpet flirts all day with Chester Barrington, but that's another story. The oily one came to me with food. I found myself crying out to her, as if I was a little kitten again, as if she was my mother. Okay, I had the suspicion. I haven't want to say it yet because I'm sure this story is already confusing enough for audiences, but I almost feel like our protagonist in this narrative is a cat.
You think so?
Because we had one earlier that was a dog, right?
Yeah.
The way it's like, oh, my little kitten, I lost my kitten, and they're talking about the oily ones and the other ones and ones of our kind. And maybe Alice is describing here like she opens her home to cats, and the Angelica she met that she was in love with was a cat with yellow eyes. So anyway, that's just a thought.
Yeah.
But when it says, as if I was a little kitten again, that made me think, okay, maybe that's actually correct. Because it was mentioned all the way back in like the 20s or teens that animals make it in and out of the portal fine, right? Like they can go in and come out and there's no issue. So maybe that's how our protagonist here is able to walk around inside of the interface, is because it's a cat, right? It's a street cat that can leave. As if I was a little kitten again, as if she was my mother. What happened to me? How could I regard this horrid creature as my mother? I knew that I would have to become a part of this abomination to unravel its mysteries, but this is too much. I want to leave, to go back to the world, to go back to the fresh air and light. I must gain access to the hidden space soon or I will go mad. I'm losing myself. Little Angelica finally talked to me. Now she talks to me all the time.
Mother, I'm back. Oh, I've missed you so much, but I knew you would find me again. You will find me every time.
Oh, it's joyful. She's still shy and doesn't let me bug her, but to hear her voice again is such a blessing. I notice her following me to my bedroom every night, so tonight I let her in. None of the other ladies or gentlemen are allowed in there, but this is Angelica, so she can sleep with me. She stays in the corner of the room until I fall asleep, even though I sprinkle cuisine all over the bed. I hope that soon we can sleep together like we used to. Yeah, I'm calling it. I was right about my cat theory. I think that character's a cat.
Meow.
I finally gained access to the inner space, the space which was to contain all the answers to the mystery which has tormented me for so long. I suppose I have not properly practiced the art of subtlety. I pushed my way into a forbidden space, snooping and seeking and striving and upsetting things. I suppose it's only fitting that I was greeted with such misfortune. There was no answers in the hiding space. None at all. Just more weird shapes and bad smells. There's nothing that seemed of any significance. I discovered nothing at all. So the oily ones remain as much a mystery to me as ever. Why are they so monstrous? What is the reason for their kindness? Why do they give us food? Why do they call to them like mothers? I guess I'll never know. I have fled that awful space and am gratefully among the trees and grasses again. I will never go back there. Angelica is gone. I haven't seen her for 2 weeks. She stayed with me in my bedroom one night, and I really thought we were getting closer. And then the next day, she just disappeared. How could she leave like that? I want to die. I want to die. I can't wait to die. I told myself I wouldn't feel this way anymore. I just can't feel this way no more. I need to call my sister. I need help. What's happened to me? Please, God. I've been lying in bed all day weeping. All around the room there are pictures of the very first Angelica, my darling girl. In the pictures, she's not sick. She's eating ice cream, learning to swim, playing cards. I showed them to the new Angelica, but she couldn't understand. After all, she's just a cat. Let's go! I wish I would have said it sooner. I was thinking it back at the end of the last story with the oily ones mentioned. But yeah, all the stories where the characters talked about the oily ones, that has been a cat. And Angelica was a cat. And this lady, that explains why, like, our protagonist has been saying characters are, like, in there, and some of our kind, but there's an oily one in here, is because there's one human that's been succumbed to it, and then animals can go in and out, so the space is full of cats, because it's, you know, it's a flesh interface in a downtown area. Maybe even the same flesh interface the Black Israelite guy was talking about when he's talking about they're taking the homeless people from the cities and then turning them into one. Maybe this is like, you know, street cats would work their way into it, and they're one of the only things that can come and go as they please.
It's a good bear trap.
Thank you. I'm proud of that one. To hunt prey, you must simply become an ordinary part of the world. Look around, my darling kitten. What is happening right now? Nothing at all. Yet the leaves rustle, the grass sways, the birds call, the gnats dance. All of this is just part of the world, part of the mystery. Man. Woo! I felt good on that one. All right. 63. 2 days later. Big jump for like the just bangers of stories this guy keeps dropping.
God, no shit. Well, he's doing it in such a short time too.
Yeah. I mean, surely this all had to be planned out, you know, and then released.
There's got to be. It had to have been planned somehow.
I mean, it's so good. This is so good. All of it's so good. Because like you don't realize it, but all of the pieces that are mentioned early on about like CIA experiments and black sites and concentration camps, they all give you the tools you need to understand these like pieced out narratives that show up later, to where when they're talking about things, you understand what it's talking about because of like context clues you've got in earlier parts that seem to be one-off throwaway segments, you know?
Right.
Like it's so well crafted. The old crone became one of the people, and the people soon began to love her. After her bruises and cuts had healed, she became swirling and bubbly like a young woman. At any time, the people could hear her musical voice babbling on without end, telling stories from different bands of strangers she had met. It was a strong flow of words that could bring anybody into it, even me. She was also very lucky at finding clams, pulling them from the waters whenever she liked, and she sometimes snuck away from the river and came back with rare treats like snake's eggs and red beetles. The people did not go far from the waters of Mother River. Her protection stayed close to the banks, and the rocky land was known to be stalked by spirits of death, feigned evils, which became wolves and lions. Even our little cat stayed close, the alders and the rushes, but the crone had no fear of such spirits and wandered off among the rocks whenever she pleased. People whispered about this, but it was known that the crone was once a stranger, so it expected that she would keep strange ways. One day, near the end of the gentle season, the girl Rima disappeared. She was with us in the night and gone the next morning. We searched for her, going up and down the river and sneaking as far as we dared into the rocky lands, but there was no sign of her at all. Some of the women recalled that she had gone with the crone into the rocky lands that day, and at night she had slept near the crone with her 2 great cats. Now, there was argument among the people. Some accused the crone of talking with spirits of death. Some accused her of being a spirit herself. Others said she had at least been foolish in bringing Rima out to rocky lands. I was undecided. I did not like the crone, nor did I trust her, but people often talked about things they did not know anything about. The flute player maid argued that the crone had been a great friend to the people, giving us 3 pearls and much food and telling us the stories and songs of the strangers. I knew that the stories and songs of strangers were worthless, but he spoke very beautifully. As the people argued, the old crone simply watched us, her shriveled stranger's face making no sign at all, her eyes just as calm as the wide waters. Finally, one of the great men asked her to explain herself. She spoke slowly, trickling words, and the people became silent as they listened. She said the same thing had happened to the painted backs, who were the last groups of strangers she lived with. First, a few valuable young women had disappeared in the night, one by one. Then young men were taken. Finally, the painted backs were set upon by another group of strangers, monstrous men as white as cave fish, able to take the form of eagle and the lion, powerful with evil and cruelty. There was much slaughter, and all were taken away except her, as she was protected by Mother River. This brought great fear to the people. The women whispered and burbled while the men showed their chests to seem brave. One of the great men said that this crone was bad luck, that she was somehow muddied with evil spirits. She had brought disaster on the painted backs, and she would bring disaster on us. People agreed. Her journeys into the rocky land had tainted her with evil, and we must get rid of her. The crone said that the evil had not come from her and was not her fault. She said the evil came from Mother River herself. At this, the people became angry. Mother River did not bring evil. She brought the calms and the berries and the cleansing waters, but she did not bring evil. One of the people's great men picked up a rock to brain the crone for speaking against Mother River. The crone showed no fear. She said that Mother River brought both luck and evil. If we were to accept Mother's luck, we would have to accept her evil, but there were no ways to increase luck and lessen evil. She said that she had tried to teach these ways to the painted backs, but they had not listened and so were destroyed. Because they had not heeded her words, their lives and deeds ceased to flow and were dried up into dust. We all scoffed at this nonsense. Nothing like this was mentioned in the deeds of the fathers, so we argued about whether to brain the crone or drown her. In the end, it was decided that we would simply leave her behind. Many of the people grumbled and were unhappy. We left her there at a bend in the river. As we walked away, she made a sign of respect. I expected that she would ask for her pearls back, but she did not. She stayed there by the river's bend, staring into the waters. Later that day, we washed ourselves in the waters to rid ourselves of the evil that had tainted us. In the days that followed, Mother River seemed quiet and sad, without the pretty faces of Rima and the constant voice of the crone to keep her company. The people wondered if we had made the right choice. The flow of the river was hard to know, and nobody could see the cold depths under the glittering surface. But as the days passed and we finished the long song of tears for Rima, things became gentle again. Then another girl disappeared. It was the same as before, gone in the night without a sound. Now we knew we were being visited by evil. It was not just the old crone who was muddied by evil. Still, we argued whether the crone had brought the evil or not. So much could not be known, and these arguments flowed nowhere. One of the people remembered that the crone had spoken of a way to increase luck and lessen evil. What if she could prevent us from being destroyed like the painted backs? Now there were many arguments and threats, and one man almost drowned until he was saved by his women. It was decided that this evil was very powerful, and we would have to surrender to it or be destroyed. There was no choice. So whether the woman was lucky or evil, whether she was helping us or tricking us, we would go to her and do as she said. Killing her would not help. If she could bring evil from far down the river, how much easier would it be to bring evil from the other side of death, which is so close to life? No, we could go to her. I and another man were chosen to go back down the river and find the old crone. She was still at the bend where we had left her, staring into the glittering waters. She smiled as we came to her and asked what we must do. End of that one. I like that. I like that story too. That one's interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the crone kind of keeps evolving in the group.
All right, next one. Next day.
64.
This is back to the addiction plot line, the guy talking about addiction, which I theorize may be the character from earlier or even our transcriber, but we'll see. If you are horribly burned in a fire, you can take drugs to relieve the pain. If you shatter your spine, you can take drugs to relieve the pain. If you're addicted to drugs and your life is turned to utter and total shit, you can take drugs to relieve the pain. That's how the trap works. Imagine if the only cure for burn pain was fire. Imagine if the cure for back pain was whacking yourself in the spine with a hammer. The drug addict is caught in an analogous situation. The only fast, reliable remedy for the psychological pain of drug addiction is drugs. There are other cures, a notable one is not doing drugs, but they are all slower and less reliable. Somehow, the lure of feeling better now overrides the hope of feeling better later. This is the basic mechanism of addiction. The behavior of an addict is perfectly logical in the short term and perfectly illogical in the long term. Because life exists in the long term, addiction is illogical overall. What is surprising is how easily addiction can ensnare people who are perfectly intelligent and self-disciplined. You can go to certain parts of any sizable city in America and watch drug addicts totter around, looking at their blighted faces, their filthy clothes, their total lack of self-regard. You would be forgiven thinking that they lack self-discipline. How could you think otherwise when a person can't be bothered to shower, much less get a proper job, or just stop smoking crack for more than a few hours? What else could you call it but a lack of self-discipline? Imagine the Nazi troops at Stalingrad, encircled by the Soviet troops, fighting against total annihilation. Would you look at these troops, these underslept, unshaven men in stinking, unwashed clothes, and accuse them of lacking self-discipline? Would you say, "Tut tut, these Nazis are an undisciplined lot"? Of course not. You would understand that their shabby state is not from a lack of self-discipline, but rather because they are concerned with other things, dire things. While there are several notable differences between Nazi soldiers and crackheads, the same principle is in effect for both. For both, there has been a terrible reordering of priorities. The showering, the clean clothes, the job, all of these become secondary to fast access to the drug. If showering and clean clothes got them fast access to the drug, they would walk around looking like a detergent commercial. You would never see whites so white. But they don't need clean clothes, they don't need showers, they need drugs. The drugs are the solution to everything. Highly self-disciplined people are actually quite vulnerable to drug addiction. It is because they believe that they need to control their feelings, they often seek to simply eliminate bad feelings, just as they seek to eliminate underperformance from every other area of their lives. The demon of addiction looks at their grand self-discipline and giggles with glee. It knows that it will be precisely this self-discipline that will bring them to heal. They will self-discipline themselves right into total obedience to the drug. As an example, look at Prince and Michael Jackson. Were they self-disciplined? Definitely. The world has hardly been such self-discipline. They were obsessive workaholics, devoted to their careers, and they propelled themselves to the very pinnacle of professional success. They both knew the dangers of drug addiction and fastidiously avoided drugs. Keep in mind, avoiding drugs in the 80s Hollywood must have been like avoiding water in a swimming pool at the bottom of the ocean. Yet they managed to do it for a while because they had self-discipline. Now they're both dead. They were both destroyed by drug addiction. In the end, self-discipline was not enough to save them. Why not? Because self-discipline is just a talent, an accomplishment, and like any other talent or accomplishment, it can be turned and made to serve the Dark Master. What then's our defense against this menace? What is the answer? So, I think this series talking about addiction and there's one earlier talking about Michael Jackson and stuff like that. I think that's all from our narrator. And to back up that point, this comment was not in reply to anyone. This was posted by Mother Horse Eyes as an original post in r/addiction. So I think this is the transcriber of everything talking about his own stories with addiction, which of course relates to LSD and getting all these memories and stuff like that.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
All right, so now we're on to the 65th post 2 days later. Simply appeared in the primitive infraspace one day, like a hungry lion showing up on the edge of a village. Over the course of a few hours, it breached a multitude of hardened systems, going where it wanted, taking what it wanted, seemingly capable of breaking any form of crypto. Then it disappeared. That was in 1991. More than a decade passed before it was seen again. By the time it reappeared, it had already become something of a legend, in the sense that people scarcely believed it had ever really existed. Most experts had convinced themselves that the original episode wasn't what it appeared to be. Prime factorization techniques were still secure, that the attacks had actually used fairly mundane techniques. But it came again, and it did as much as it had done before, this time on a larger scale. One commensurate with the more highly developed state of the infraspace. Nobody could really be sure this was the same entity responsible for the original attacks. It was only known that both sets of attacks involved the same almost magically advanced capabilities. Now, at least, we knew we were dealing with something real. In the years that followed, it appeared sporadically, accessing government systems, defense systems, nuclear systems, real-life infrastructure systems, social networks, no latency communities, whatever it wanted. And as time went on, the appearances grew more frequent. Naturally, the governments of the world were extremely alarmed. A lot of accusations and threats flew back and forth. The activity proved that our best crypto, even our best physical security, was inadequate. But what could be done? We couldn't just roll back the information technology revolution and put everything in manila file folders, so we looked for new techniques to protect ourselves. But it was a lesson in helpfulness. It defeated everything we came up with. After the first attack, it began to use the technique of taming satellites and transmitting information to random locations in the middle of the ocean. We trained instruments on these locations and sent ships racing out to find whoever had been receiving all the stolen data, but they never found anything. The whales, maybe? Maybe the whales in the middle of the ocean?
Could be the whales.
Then one day, an attack occurred, and a tamed satellite began transmitting to a location in the Atlantic just a few kilometers from where a Royal Navy frigate happened to be. When the warship arrived at the location, the satellite was still trying to open a connection with the surface. There was nothing in sight, but they quickly detected a very large object in their sonar coming towards the site.
Whale.
Was it an accident? With all those millions of square kilometers of open water to choose from, would it accidentally choose a location near a warship of all the types of vessels? No, I think it wanted us to see. Personally, I think it guided us every step of its interaction with us, slowly revealing itself as its powers have developed, slowly drawing us in closer. It's sad. Some of the others believe that we were valiantly struggling against it, but I don't think we were ever struggling against it any more than a rat struggles against a maze.
A large stewed tomato. Rather ugly.
This was how it was described by the skipper, apparently not a poetic man. The video shows an enormous glistening mountain of flesh rising out of the ocean, dwarfing the ship, expelling streams of water out of a myriad of holes that covers its surface like giant pores. A lattice work of huge purple veins runs between the holes, pumping dark globular objects along the structure's surface. The visible portion which emerged above the ocean surface was shaped like a round hump with a slight ridging along the center. The sonar record paints vague pictures of what was beneath the water, apparently an oblong object with a number, as many as 12, thin appendages as long as the main body itself. The conceptual artists of the day produced a great many imaginative monstrosities based on the information. After it surfaced, the warship assumed a defensive posture, meaning it backed off and waited. The metallic cylinders appeared shortly after. They were much smaller than the Iwo Jima or Novaya Zemlya cylinders, but much more segmented, with thousands of cubic portions flickering in and out of existence like bad pixels. It lasted for 3 minutes and 13 seconds before vanishing as suddenly as they appeared. A moment later, the fleshy mound expelled an enormous geyser out of what was apparently air and seawater, like a whale blowing out of its blowhole and divided beneath the surface. The warship attempted to give chase, but was unable to track the object on sonar. It seemed to fragment and disappear. Eventually, the warship returned to the site and took samples of the water. Mixed amongst all the random plankton and fish cells, there was a fair amount of human DNA. In fact, we were able to trace some of it to specific people, and this was how we proved conclusively that this creature, later to be called a skin ship, was related in a literal sense to the so-called Arctic portal, which was actually underwater several hundred kilometers away from Arctic, Antarctica. So in the end, it turned out we had built it. We had built Q.
Ah, shit.
Man, it feels
God
so
damn
good. It feels so good to be right about everything all the time. Let's go. It's using the flesh of like whales and stuff like that as like they've figured out in North Korea to transmit this information. And then Q or Mother is building these giant flesh interfaces underwater that cause the portals and the pillars to come out of the ground. And then it will eventually use that power in order to assert its dominance into the digital space as people start to get hooked up into it. I'll lay out, since all these bear traps of mine keep going off, I got so many bears, I don't know what to do with them. I'll lay out another one and say that I bet these towers that people are staying in, these cubes that are like several hundred stories high that people exist in while they're plugged in, I bet those are the cylinders. Like the cylinders that appear after a flesh interface, after Mother has enough power, they quit flickering and they become solid structures. People begin to live inside of them so they can be plugged into the interface forever. That's how they have immediate access to it all the time, constantly.
I like that. I also like the idea too. Well, them almost constructing that, does it not also feel like the almost like the caves and stuff? It almost feels like a lot of this stuff is man-made, or like they themselves have made it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they're made of flesh, right? So they have to be.
It was like a conglomerate kind of thing. So, because you pictured that as the whales, right? The all like kind of conjoined together.
I think it's a giant creature or a skin ship. I think it's a giant thing made of meat, and most of that meat comes from whales. Things that can feel emotion, but they said there was also human DNA there. So I think it's like combinations.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes these giant skin ships effectively a giant mobile flesh interface underwater that dwarfs the size of a warship, however big that would be.
Huge. My God.
Gosh, imagine that being under you while you're on the ocean. Just oh gosh.
Ocean man.
Yeah, the cover of the mall is the giant thing comes up. Ocean man. Take me by the hand. All right. So same day, post 66. Started as a field trip twice a week. Get out of the home for a while, go play video games. Not just for a little bit on the staff's phones, but for hours on real rigs. Before then, my favorite thing was when we took walks in the woods behind the home, but this was even better. It was funny because the game we played was called Children of the Forest, which was basically where you walk through the woods fighting enemies. Wasn't there mention earlier about children being in the woods somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember where, but yeah.
I can't remember where it was. I mean, it's been hopping around a lot, but that does sound familiar to me.
In the game, you had to remember all these different paths, which were always branching off in different... Oh, hold on. I just thought the oily ones... Wasn't the oily ones the same one that I was talking about children can play in roads without cars, right?
Yes. See, it's blending together a lot.
If that's the case, then that was the cat talking. Children can play in roads without cars. That means that her kitten probably got hit by a car.
That's sad.
Oh, that's so sad. That's probably what everyone was talking about. But like, maybe our children could play roads without cars, if I'm remembering that correctly. Yeah, man. Oh wait, unless Children of the Forest was the guy talking to the old lady about his story. That might be what this story is talking about. It's a continuation of that guy. Anyway, just whatever. The audience, we recorded the first half of the video yesterday. I'm forgetting details. I'm sure you all can figure it out. In the game, you had to remember all these different paths, which were always branching off in different patterns. And you'd fight different enemies that had all different patterns. There was a lot of memorizing stuff and making decisions. Everybody liked the first 20 levels or so, but after that, most of the other kids got frustrated. Instead of going on, they just played the first few levels over and over. But I kept going higher and higher. The final boss was called the Ancient Queen. You were always advancing on her castle, this huge dark castle that loomed in the background of every scene. Sometimes you would come to see her floating around her castle, just a shadowy bird-like shape, and she would taunt you from afar.
Come, my child, come and face me.
That kind of stuff. Man, I wanted to get her. Even as a little kid, I got really obsessed about things. I wanted to beat the Ancient Queen so badly. I got to level 100, then 200, then 300. At this point, every branch in the path offered like 40 choices, and they came literally every second. Plus, you had to do the enemy patterns, sometimes mixing 2 and 3 enemies at once, kind of like playing 2 melodies at once on a keyboard. Got pretty insane, but I kept advancing. I was relentless. It was nice to finally be the best at something. It was way better than any other kid. I mean, no other kid went past like level 40. Sometimes they had me play online against other people. There was a bunch of battle modes. I beat everybody. At first, we could only go to play games like twice a week, and everybody was just dying to do it since there was nothing to do at the home. But after a while, they let me play whenever I wanted. This made the other kids jealous, and they started shunning me, so I just played even more. I played all the time. I started sleeping at the game place, and I played from when I first woke up in the morning or night till I went to sleep at night or morning. They brought me food while I played, whenever I wanted, whenever I wanted. One of the people at the game place tried to spoon feed me while I played. It was creepy at first, but I got used to it. I had pretty much gotten used to the fact that whenever something was really fun, adults would come in and take it away or tell me not to do too much of it, or something bad would happen, and it would be destroyed. So when they told me I could play this all I wanted, it was like the ultimate freedom. Ultimate freedom. Funny that. I remember lying in bed one night and I heard the theme music down the hall in the game room. The game was so fun, but kind of cheaply made. And it had this chintzy flute music that played over and over. I heard it now in the middle of the night and wondered who was playing, since I was the only kid there and the doctors never played it. So I got out of bed and snuck down the hall to see who it was. The game place was kind of creepy, with all white halls and everything smelling like plastic. And I was a little scared since I was only 8 at the time. When I got to the game room, it was totally dark. Nobody was there. The music seemed to vanish. It all been in my head. How much I played it. I was obsessed with that damn ancient queen. She was like this huge mythical creature in my mind. In the game, she only had like a dozen taunts, and I must have heard each one hundreds of thousands of times. They were burned into my brain. When I was on the high levels and everything was flying at me at once, I kind of just cleared my mind and let my hands play the game. That makes sense. In these times, I would daydream about the ancient queen. What would it be like when I finally faced her? What would she look like? What would happen? It's strange, but sometimes I imagined her as looking like my mother. Strange face that I barely remembered. Yep. After, Queen! Q! Duh!
Yup.
We built Q in the game, Queen. Yeah, okay. After a few months, they gave me the surgery to install my DirectSense jacks. After playing the DirectSense games, I forgot all about the Children of the Forest and the Ancient Queen. I had found a beautiful, wonderful world where I was powerful beyond belief. I wasn't just some little girl who lived in a home and didn't have any friends. So away I went. A few years ago, I went back into the CIA files and found a copy of the game to see if I could finally beat it. I got past level 800. After that, it became simply inhuman. So I botted it to see the ending. It took a long time to find a proper bot. It really was a fiendish clever game. Finally, I got one working, and it turns out there is no ending. Get to level 1024 and it just resets. Never meet the ancient queen. What's worse? Finding out there is no ancient queen or finding out there is one? Oh my gosh, maybe Pompeii was lucky there was no god behind the veil.
It weaves itself so beautifully, doesn't it?
Oh, it's so good. I didn't even see it coming, but yeah, the whole thing, the fighting your way through the levels over and over thousands of times. What's worse, that there is no ancient queen or that? Oh, and it harkens back to like the religious themes the story set up and the themes of like technology. Should we even have access to this kind of tech? Or is it better to leave God behind the veil? Are we lucky if there is no God? Oh, dude.
Just don't let it crust over, man. You gotta change.
Man.
Feel free to change.
Look. If it ended right here, this is my favorite story on CreepCast. If it right now, every theme, every piece of it. Oh my God. And I don't know who the author is. I can't find him. He's a secret.
I want it to stick the landing so bad. Like, I'm so curious to see how this person writes this up in a bow. You know what I mean?
All the themes work off each other, all these different sets. Okay, so Q is the ancient queen, stuff like that. I think this is the girl, because she says that she's a girl. I think this is the girl that's mentioned as being part of a CIA test. And then one of the agents took her to live in Estonia for 13 years or 7 years.
So you think this is the Estonian girl?
Together. I think this is the same girl. Because she's like, I went back to the CIA records and found there's no ending to it. And the way she described it, she's like, I was a little girl, there wasn't a lot to do, but they let us play games. And then they started letting me play games more than the other kids. So she was doing good. She was a favorite candidate that the CIA was interested in. And then eventually one of the CIA agents, as mentioned, took her away for a while. Then she comes back. So yeah, that's why I think this is from that little girl's perspective. She was really good at it. She was the best candidate. She was fighting this ancient queen. But wasn't that girl put through a flesh interface? Or I think it never said she was put through a flesh interface. She was just given LSD and experimented on. So maybe
I think that she was put through a flesh interface because she was one of the girls where it was like she was one of the few ones that went through and then came out and lived like a normal life for 7 years.
You're right. She stayed alive for a long time. Okay, so maybe this isn't the same Estonian girl, but I still think
the thing is we go back and forth so much in these timelines that it's not like this is a straight ahead narrative. Like, I mean, I still believe, I don't think that theory is necessarily wrong. I still like that idea of you're getting a glimpse into her time in the flesh interface. Yeah.
That could be it. But either way, it's definitely someone who the CIA had playing these games, the child soldier, so to speak, because they can react with the best. And the interface, or the, what do they call it? The infranet. The infranet is the same thing as the Mother Horse-Eyes flesh interface. Like, it's the same space they're going into, even if it's under the guise of internet and technology. It's kind of like, I didn't think about this, but there's this one conspiracy theory, or hidden truth thing I like a lot. That's the idea that demons within the world cannot speak to you directly, like because of like King Solomon's Pact and stuff like that. Demons cannot speak to humans, but they can influence humans. And one way they can speak to us is through technology, that by creating technology, we've allowed a portal for them to communicate through. So this kind of gives that idea that like
a literal loophole for them to actually be able to connect.
Yeah, they have to speak without speaking or see without seeing, but technology allows a way for them to do that. They're inside of the internet. They're in like the dead space.
A new doorway.
Yeah, it's a new doorway opened up. And here, it's kind of like there was this occult way to contact Mother Horse-Eyes, or the devil, or the adversary, whatever you want to call her, that started to be closed up. People became wise to it and started to stand back from it. So with this new internet, with this new infranet, that's a new doorway for her to get into our world. All right. Oh man, gosh, I'm gonna have to start standing up and pacing for that. I'm just like, I might, after this is over, I might have to make a main channel video about this series.
I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't. I mean, it's right up your. This is so right up your alley of the content that you make on YouTube.
This is. I'm having my Ryan Gosling moment. This is literally me. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. 67th post made same day. Society is built on interfaces. You take a complex thing, put it inside a sturdy box, and put some simple buttons on the box so that people can use the thing inside. The box makes it easier to use and prevents people from breaking it. For example, you can take the machinery of a clock, put it in a box, and put two hands on the outside along with a knob for winding it. Take all the machinery of a car, hide it behind a dashboard, and give people two pedals and a wheel. Take all the circuits of a computer, put them in a box, and give people a monitor and a keyboard. Interfaces receive input and produce output, and that's all we need to know. The clock gets wound, and its hands show the time, input, output. As far as the user needs to know, what happens inside the box is magic. This allows stupid and ignorant people to use complicated things, as long as the interface inputs and outputs are simple. Toyota uses millions of kilograms of steel every year. Does the CEO of Toyota know how to make steel from scratch? If he wanted to beat a guy up, could he go digging in the ground for some ore and whip himself up a batch of steel to make a pipe? No, he uses interfaces to get steel. He buys steel from a steelmaking company. Except he doesn't personally go down to the steelmaking company with a bag full of yen saying, how much for 1,000,000 kilos? He uses a bank. Except he doesn't even personally go to the bank. He has a subordinate who does it for him. All these people and institutions are interfaces he can use. He employs a system of layered interfaces, both metaphorical and literal, to control things he doesn't really understand. We all do. The point is this. Don't go messing with the CEO of Toyota. I assure you, he could get his hands on a steel pipe if he wanted. The word interface refers to the input and the output, but it also refers to the box. We think of interfaces as existing in order to give us access to things, but they're also there to hide things from us. The idea that some things are better off hidden. Everything will go along fine so long as a certain input produces the expected output, but when this stops happening, we have to open the box and see what's inside. Sometimes we don't like what we find. Okay. That sounds to me like it is talking about the exact thing I mentioned before I started reading that story about the demons allowed, or like Mother allowed to speak to us through the computer, through the other side.
Yeah, well, the story feels like it's starting to really unveil the idea of, once again, like ignorance is bliss, that kind of idea, like knowledge, like the knowledge is the death of purity in a weird way, like, or knowledge is the death of innocence or something. Then, yes. And I think that people, because of their greed and because of their like never ending quest for knowledge or for even answers, is opening up things that are that were never meant to be uncovered, you know, which I will say, I know people want me to say it. It is very Lovecraftian in that way.
It is. It is. Well, if you think about it, that's kind of the essence of any horror or really story involving God or powers beyond our understanding, right?
Unknown.
The idea
kind
there's
of
something
forces.
out there that we're just like the after effects of. We're just the side effects, right? We're
Yeah.
far off from the truth of it. It's like, hey, maybe Pompey was lucky that God wasn't behind the veil. You know, what a great metaphor to set up early on for the entire story, right?
Oh yeah. In several
gosh.
different ways though. I feel like they've been able to talk about it and unveil that kind of like, because the thing too is like the story is touching on the same theme in different ways, but it does it in a way where every time I feel like it's reassuring or it's like kind of reaffirming what the theme is, just in clever, fun ways. Like it never feels repetitive in that way.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It keeps it fresh. It's like I'm reminded of them in a good way. Like they've only said the Pompeii thing once, or I think maybe another character or narrator said it a second time, but every other time it's been something else. Like maybe I'm lucky that the Queen wasn't there at the end of the game I was playing. Stuff like that. It's the same idea, just reverberated through different generations. We keep making the same mistakes again. Gosh, this story's so good. Okay. I'm actually kind of upset with myself that I heard about Mother Horse Eyes before, which again, Mother Horse Eyes, like that being the name of the series and it contains all of this. I'm almost mad at myself for hearing about it forever and being like, yeah, I'll check it out one day. Like what a fool I was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair,
child.
whenever I was thinking about reading this a while ago, but then you see the length of it and you're just like,
yeah,
you need to like find a time to like kind of really sink into it. So, and also that's like the other great thing about this podcast is just being like, fuck it, let's just read it. You know,
it gives us an excuse, like a plausible way to give so much time to reading something like this in the middle of a work day. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys for watching and letting us do this stupid job
shit.
for a living. It means a lot. Yeah. Oh. All right. So same day, I think, May 25th. Yeah, this entire story is taking place in like a month. May 25th, 68th post.
We're reading all this, but literally, guys, the guy's been writing for maybe I think like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Or something.
It's ridiculous. Okay. When the old crone told me how to get rid of the evil. Okay, back to that story. When the old crone told me how to get rid of the evil, I said the names of my fathers, all of them in a row, and I spat on the ground. It was too much to bear. I had been told to bring the crone back to where the people were camped, but I wanted to hold her down in the water of the river and be done with her. She said that we must wait for the next moonless night, then lead one of our young women deep into the haunted rocky lands. One of the monstrous evil strangers would come and take her away. If we do this, the evil strangers would leave the rest of the people alone, and they would not destroy us as they destroyed the painted backs. She said we must do this at the beginning of every dry season. It was absurd, but we took the crone back to the people as we had been told to do. She told the people what she told us. The people listened and were silent for a while. I spoke up as soon as one of the great men. I spoke up as the son of one of the great men. I said her plan was evil. The people's strength is their young women, who are ripe and bear sons. To give them away is a humiliation. It's the way of cowards. When we make war against strangers, do we not take their young women for our own? We should make war against these evil strangers. We should set up a night watch, and when the evil strangers come to us, sneaking in like cowards, we should slay their men and take their women. This is the way of the fathers. This is among the deeds. Many of the people agreed. Even though my words were clumsy, they still had the flow of truth. However, some of the great men seemed irritated, because I spoke first, even though I was not a great man myself. One of my uncles asked the people if the painted backs were cowards. Were they not at least as numerous as the people? Were their men not strong? Did they not join us in war against the vile grub eaters and fight like lions? Yet they had been entirely destroyed by the evil strangers. It was not the act of a coward to prevent this. The people had many ripe young women, and just one was not too much to give away. To go against the flow of a powerful evil like this was unwise. It would bring destruction. This led to much arguing among the people. Nobody knew what to do. I became angry. I shouted that the crone was a witch trickster. She had probably kidnapped the young girl Rima and sold her as a slave. I said my uncle was a fool. Some of the men had to lead me away from the camp so that I could calm down before blood was shed. When I finally came back, all had been decided. On the next moonless night, Crone would lead Rima's younger sister, Rona, out to the Rocky Lands. I was outraged, but did not say anything. People were decided, and I could not go against them. Then Maid, the flute player, spoke up. He said that it was cruel to send such a young girl out to the Rocky Lands to be taken away by evil. She would never see her mother and father again, nor the people, nor Mother River herself. With many beautiful and flowing words, he begged the people to change their minds. Now the arguing began again. People were decided. Some of them lamented for Rona. After Maid's words, I felt an opportunity. I asked the great man if I could go with Rona and the crone to the Rocky Lands. I would make sure that the crone was not tricking us and face the strangers to see if they were as the crone had said, monstrous men as white as cave fish, or if they were just ordinary men. I was sure that the crone was trickster and that the evil strangers were just a lie she was telling. I expected her to protest, and I planned to show the people that she was lying. But instead, she just bowed and said that this was a wise and fair idea. She said I was very wise to doubt her, even wiser than some who were older than me, which made my old uncle grumble. She would be glad to show me the nature of these terrible beings so that the people would believe her. This surprised me. The old witch was more tricky than I had expected. She offered to take anyone who doubted her out to the Rocky Lands to show them the evil menace. Nobody but me was wise enough to go with her. I became worried. Was the menace real? Would I encounter something monstrous out there in the Rocky Lands? Was I swimming against the flow of something sinister and powerful? All right, so end of that one. So,
Well, do you think the crone
I don't know
is
where
like,
that story connects in yet, but I feel like it's ancient, like the first instance of mother in the world or something like that.
Do you think that the crone vibe check, I guess, is what I want to know. What do you think of the crone?
I think that she is. She said she's the daughter of Mother River. I think she's a false god. I think she is perpetuating herself as that. I think this is Mother. I think this is Mother in times long since past, ancient times, like before there were nations or people, there were just tribes and strangers, stuff like that. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, it kind of gives a Rasputin vibe, is what I kept thinking.
Yeah. Like she's a false prophet, so to speak.
Winning the favor of the people in charge, whatever. And now she's kind of like condescendingly being like, "No, yeah, that's you're smart for questioning me." Mm-hmm. You know, that kind of thing.
There's also a weird religious context to it where it's like she tells them to throw off the deeds, like their Bible, effectively their religion, which is very reminiscent of like the devil in a lot of Christian stories, which Mother has been compared to a lot. So I don't know. She strikes me as like a Luciferian figure in the Christian way of like a tempter, a trickster, so to speak, you know? That's the idea I get. But we'll get confirmation because our next post, our 69th post, haha 69, is about the same story.
Sick.
Posted same day. So this is as our main character is choosing to go to the mountains with the crone and Rona's young sister. Or sorry, Rona is the young sister, Rona. Whichever one's still alive. I had to go. To back down would be cowardly, not something that belonged among the deeds. But I would have to be very careful out in the Rocky Land. Maybe the crone was telling the truth, and the monstrous evil strangers were real. But more likely, she would try to kill me out there and blame it on the strangers. That would get rid of me and make the people even more afraid. Rona, the crone, and I set out the next day. I let the two women walk ahead of me, with Rona weeping and the crone whispering strange things to her. I stayed behind them. It was hard to look at poor Rona's red, weeping face, and I did not want the crone near me. I had taken the fishing head off my spear and attached the warhead. I had my black stone knife hidden inside my tunic, and I brought my two favorite cats, Charm and Gray Scruff, in my satchel. They both rode in the satchel well and were very clever and watchful. I wanted to be ready for any sort of trap. We quickly left behind the gentle trees and bushes of the river and went into steep, bare folds of the rocky land. I'd only been away from Mother River's voice a few times in my life, Out of the rocky lands, there was nothing but the occasional stirring of the wind, which was not warm and burbling like the river, but thin and whispering. All around, I could feel the evil dryness and the death that covered the land. Dust blew over the tilted rocks, and here and there were animal skulls and stalking black birds. The sun was sinking down from its highest perch when we came upon a huge, smooth stone which rose above everything else. It was round like the top of a bald man's head and large enough that many men could stand on it at once. The crone said that this would be the place where the evil stranger would arrive, and I asked her what we must do. She said that we only need to wait for night. Rona would go atop the stone, the stranger would come. Rona did not weep now, but looked at the stone with glittering eyes. The crone ran her hands through Rona's hair, gently pulling out the tangles, and Rona smiled at her. I asked her if she was afraid. Rona told her wonderful stories about how the strangers would treat her kindly because she was coming to them willingly. They would take her across the rocky land to another river, which was far greater than Mother River, wide and flowing with sun-gold waters, and they would make her into one of the great women of their band. I kicked the crone over. She cried out. I told her if I heard her voice one more time, I would paint this evil rock with her brains. She became meek. Rona protested, but I told her that the crone was a trickster. I tied the crone's hands behind her back with my belt and stuffed a wad of cloth in her mouth. There'd be no tricks from her now. I brought Rona and the crone atop the rock and looked over. The rocky land had many folds and hiding places. Still, the high stone was not a good place to make an attack. I let Charm and Grayscruff out of my satchel, and they stretched their legs and sniffed the rocks. If they felt any evil in the land, they did not show it. I walked far around the giant rock and searched among the cracks and folds in the land to see if there was anyone waiting. The whole place seemed to be empty. There were a few dry, dead bushes, so I gathered firewood. When I came back, the sun was sinking behind the rocks. The long, curving shadows lay across the bare world. I built a fire, and Rona and I ate while we watched the sky turn orange and purple. Finally, all color fled from the world, and darkness fell. With no moon, a small fire was the only light except for the stars. I told Rona to stay by the fire with the crone, who lay on her side, seeming asleep. I withdrew from the small circle of light and lay flat against the still warm stone with my spear by my side. I was completely hidden in the darkness. Looking away from the firelight, the world was perfectly black. Grayscruff startled me as he appeared out of the dark, sneaking up the rock to sit by the fire. Charm soon joined him. Maybe it was too dark for even the cats to hunt, or maybe the land was too dead. A long time passed. There was no sound but the fire. The crone seemed asleep. Rona added wood to the fire and drowsed. The cats lay side by side, like a man and woman. I wondered if I had ruined the crone's plan, if I would just lie on this rock all night and nothing coming. It was better than being stabbed in my sleep. More time passed. My thoughts became loose and wandering. I imagined the waters of the river flowing through the weird folds of the rocky land. My eyes closed. I opened my eyes again. I wasn't sure how long I had slept. Everything was quiet. The fire still burned well. Rona and the crone slept. Grayscruff and Charm were still lying next to each other, both awake, both looking off into the darkness, both looking in the same direction. I, looking out into the darkness, I couldn't see anything out there, just far stars over the blackness of the land. Were the cats watching something? Their eyes were wide. I found myself slowly wrapping my hand around the shaft of my spear. The cats did not take their attention away from what they were looking at. Maybe they had both heard noise, a pebble falling somewhere. Grayscruff slowly, carefully got up, keeping its gaze fixed. Charm did the same, pulled my spear close and gripped it tight. The cats both jerked their heads slightly in the same direction, following something. Something was out there. It was close. I pulled my knees up under myself and held my spear with both hands. I listened to every noise. Everything was around me. I knew I was outside the light of the fire. I would hear anybody coming up the rock. Still, I wished desperately that I could see what the cats saw. It was awful to not know. Charm and Grayscruff crouched and turned their bodies, ready to flee, but still watching the thing in the darkness, their wide eyes glowing in the fire. Slowly, they raised their heads, following the thing up and up until they were looking almost straight up. They must have been watching a bird. That was the only thing that could be that high. I let out a relieved breath. A gust of wind made the fire shudder. The cats both jumped, scrambling off into the darkness. Rona screamed. It landed just in front of her with a flap of wings and a gust of wind that scattered the fire in a spray of sparks. I was on my feet, holding the spear out. The brightly burning pieces of wood showed its shape like a giant pale man with huge wings instead of arms. It stood for a moment with its wings spread, far larger than any bird, but with no feathers like a bat's. The firelight shined through the thin wings, showing the creature's long bones and the streams of blood that flowed under its skin. It turned to look at me, and I realized that the scattering of the fire had brought me into the light. It could see me. My war spear felt like a frail little stick in my hands. Its face was like a rock lion's, but with an awful black teeth and huge filmy eyes. It was just as the crone had said. She had been right all along. Man. Oh gosh, dude.
It almost seems like she's like a witch or something, right? Like some
It's
kind
like
of
a
like
giant witch. It's the same creature that was described in the game, right?
the queen, right?
The queen, yeah, which I still think is probably one of the earliest iterations of Mother Horseeyes. And maybe the crone is a prophet of her, is one of the queen or the devils, whatever you want to call her, prophets, the mother. It's a piece of her. Oh gosh, man. Just the writing is so well. The horror of being by a campfire and you have two cats and they keep looking up. Like, what an effective tool. The idea of both of them tracking something in the darkness and they go too high for it to be anything possible. Oh, man.
Well, yeah, I like the idea of them sitting there and it's like you kind of lower your guard because, like, oh, they're just looking at a bird. And it's like, no, it's a giant bald man with wings. Whatever. Have fun.
Every aspect of this story works so incredibly well, man. Okay, well, I was going to talk about more, but the next part is still the story. It's a continuation of it.
Yeah, we just got to keep rolling.
Okay, next run. 70th post. Rona had fallen back onto the ground and the evil thing stood over her. It was far taller than a man, but very thin, with a waist hardly bigger than a cat's and legs like a mantis. As I stood there with my spear in my hands, the flaming wood lying scattered all around me, looking at this thing in the shifting darkness, it seemed less and less like a man and more like an animal, one of the sneaking, starving animals of the rocking land. It folded its wings behind itself and its teeth shuffled in its mouth like a spider's. Rona was screaming, a horrible sound reeking off the stones. I knew what the spear in my hands was for. I knew what I must do, but I could not move, and I was held in place by an evil cowardice. The thing crouched over Rona, and its cock rose from between its legs, very thin but longer than any man's. It's separated into many different parts, like the petals of a flower opening, like a man spreading his fingers apart. The many parts grew longer, very long, and wound like snakes through the darkness towards Rona, seeming to sniff the air. They found Rona's body and went inside her mouth and nose and ears and in between her legs. Her screams ended at once and the snake-like parts lifted her body into the air. Oh my gosh, dude. Many seasons ago, shortly after I became a man, I had killed a rock lion while it was at the river's edge, watching the waters for fish. I had simply found it there below me as I came to the edge of a small cliff. All I had to do was leap down and drive my spear through its shoulders, and it was dead. When the people found out, they made me feel like I was greater than even the great man, at least for the rest of the day. The only other living person to kill a rock lion was already gray and almost toothless. It was said that I would become a great hunter, but Mother River provided so much for the people that we did not hunt often. I hadn't killed anything since, except a few boar. Now I ran toward the great and evil thing, my feet slapping quick over the bare rock. I lifted my spear and leapt and drove the heavy warhead right into its side. The spear went deep into its body and a spray of black blood exploded out of the wound. It let out a sound like an awful bird call, and one of its wings unfolded and hit me hard enough that I fell back. Its wings flapped wildly, spraying fire and sparks everywhere, but it could not fly and fell back down onto the stone. Black blood poured out of its side. I pulled Rona away from it, but she was limp and moaning, and the awful snake-like things were still inside her. I pulled them out one by one, but they were sharp, cut my hands, and they came out of her body covered in red blood. When I'd freed her, I took her up and grabbed my spear and slid down the side of the rock and stumbled through the blackness until I found a ridge of rock to hide behind. There were a few bits of fire left on top of the rock, but they soon went out. I was in total darkness except for the stars above, clinging to Rona, who made no more sound. I waited there in the utter blackness. Rona did not stir, and I felt the warmth slowly flow from her body. By the time the first gray light of morning came, she was dead. As soon as I could see well enough, I went back up to the top of the large rock. The thing was lying there, its wings spread wide and coated with black blood. It had bled enough to cover the entire top of the rock with blackness, which had dried and become thin flakes that blew away in the wind after I stepped on them. With my spear gripped tight, I approached it again. Its body was the same sort of pale color as the morning sky and was covered in tiny glistening hairs. The mouth was like a spider's, with sharp black teeth. Its cock had become just a shriveled little thing, with no signs of the long snake-like parts. I went down the rock again to where I had left the crone. She was gone. My belt lay in the dust, sawed in half. Maybe it was just as well. I did not want to see her again. I called for Charm and Grey Scruff, but there were no sign of them. I left the evil rocky land as fast as I could. The weird rocks all looked the same to me, and I did not know the way well, but I found the river before the sun had climbed to its highest. It was a different part of the river that I had left, and nobody was there. I made my way along the banks, looking for the people. There was much to tell them. Would the other winged strangers soon try to set upon the people? Would we have to make war against them? If it must be so, then let them come. Could have been killed like any other men. The sun was still above the trees when I first saw men walking along the river. Their faces the normal color of sandy river mud, not the evil white of the winged stranger. I called to them happily, called the names of the fathers, but they did not answer. I came closer and saw that these were not the people. I took my spear in both hands. These men were painted backs. Stood silently by the river, their war spears in hand, signs of victory and triumph painted on their chests in bright blood. They watched me with strange, filmy eyes. Man, that part about the creature attacking her with like the long tendrils that go inside of her. It's very phallic, but it's it's reminiscent of like a rape, right? But it ties into the themes of like the mother and like pregnancy, and then the flesh interfaces looking like wombs and like a uterus crawling to that birth new people out of them, stuff like that.
Well, I immediately thought of the winged creature is an angel coming down to inseminate a woman, like breeding with humans.
Oh, duh. Yeah, you're so right. Yeah. The image. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're right. I'm dumb. Yeah, because it talks about like the Nephilim, like these creatures, like they're the Nephilim, the half human, half angels. It's not like holy angels from heaven. It's like fallen angels, like Lucifer, like the mother, is,
or even how
the devil,
how we perceive angels and stuff. I mean, it's just these divine beings coming down and like, and that's also why this like person, the crone, whatever, would be so enticed to be like, you have to like give an offering. They need to like basically reproduce or have their offering for them, and it feels like a religious ceremony,
Yep. The first ones that came, because it's assumed that like in the Nephilim, it's like, it was like a consensual, bond between the daughters of men and the sons of God, the angels. But it's like, what if it was the fallen angels? What if it was the demons who forcefully did it? And that's where these Nephilim, these half things came from that we see affected throughout history. The same things just described then and then in the future and stuff. Like, yeah, you're right. 100%. It was a forced creation of these new creatures. And they watched with strange filmy eyes. It sounds like the same filmy eyes as like the oily ones or the people that are in the like subjected to the flesh interface. Like they've already had their effects on the painted backs, whoever that may be.
Yeah, I mean, I almost think it's a demon or something, because it's very reminiscent of that scene in Evil Dead when the branches of the tree kind of uncoil and they go inside the person. It's less about it's almost like a rape, but it's also like a form of possession or something.
Yeah, like the full using of one's body and the taking of it. Yeah. Sounds very reminiscent of it. It's also very reminiscent of the, I think you may have went to the bathroom during this part, but the statue of Lucifer that was shown earlier, that one of the stories was in reply to, it depicts Lucifer as this giant thing with a, like bat-like wings, like a demon, a gargoyle-looking creature. So it's talking about that imagery for the devil, the adversary, which is also mother. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, man, that's so good. Okay. It's like an ancient legend, like an ancient Greek tale or whatever, but it's about like the first Nephilim being created. Oh, man. Okay. 71st post. Same day, I think, or day after. It's really difficult for me to tell a story with just words, so please bear with me. I'm trying to tell you the story of who I am and how I came to be this thing, but I have trouble organizing my thoughts into a single linear flow. I wish I could just show you the entire story all at once and all its many dimensions. Then I could make it clear why I hired somebody to put a pellet of poison into my own arm. Oh, okay. So, whoa. All right. So
Karen.
is this Castillo? Maybe.
Oh,
but as it is, this might be Karen. Poison a pellet into the arm, or another case of it.
I can make it clear why I hired someone to put a... Yeah, it's Karen.
Yeah, I think it's Karen. But as it is, I must use the ancient art of written narrative, so here it goes. Imagine spending your whole life in a cramped, stinking prison cell, counting the days, scratching tally marks on the walls. Then one day, that big iron door creaks open, and you're whisked off to a glamorous party full of beautiful people and delightful games, and everybody you meet is toasting you for being a genius, for being the great hope of the human race. That's what it was like to plug into the direct sense feeds after living at the children's home. Yeah, this is Karen. I can't describe that first day in the feed realm. Though I have not cried in 24 years, I still get the ghostly feeling of tears come into my eyes every time I think about it. To be looking around at the home-filled environment, everything glittering in a new way, shining in colors that do not exist, all of it stretching out before me, all the main gateways open and waiting to be explored, the feeling of that moment, of being a small child looking out at a beautiful new vastness of the realm, was the most magical thing I'd ever experienced. What I want to impress upon you is this. Every step I took towards slavery felt like a newfound freedom. At first, it was just games and social mixing with other kids. We had all played the mysterious Children of the Forest game and scored highly on it. The game had been an entry exam of sorts. It turned out that I had scored higher than anyone else, a lot higher. This made some of the other kids jealous, but most of them seemed to look up to me. I had never made anyone jealous before, and I had never been looked up to before. Social mixing and share streaming was easy and fun. You had to think of what to say, which video or Annie to post to the stream, which paste to link up. It was so much more exciting than being in real life. I had a good memory and could work the assisted recall pretty well, so I made a lot of friends. They told us we'd all be going to Harvard and Stanford and Singa? However you pronounce that, I apologize. That would be famous mixed stars and government stars, that we were the future of the world. To be fair, they couldn't have known that most of us would be dead before we were 20. That all of us would be dead before 34. But they knew damn well we wouldn't be going on to normal lives. We were part of an experiment. After we got used to the freed realm, they began the conditioning. I realize that you might not know what the freed realm is, so maybe I should explain a little about it. The freed realm is basically just another interface for sharing information and carrying out transactions. It's based on a metaphor of 3D space. This is why it's called a realm. You can move through it. You can go up and down and left and right. It feels like swimming through weightlessness. They made it this way because that's how the human mind works. Our brains evolved to exist in a 3D space. We naturally imagine things as existing in space, even abstract, non-spatial things. We think of the future as coming toward us, the past as receding behind us. Powerful people are considered above, and the powerless are below. Items belong in some categories and outside other categories. None of these spatial relationships really exist, but they are useful metaphors because our minds are suited to processing things in 3D space. It has always been theoretically possible, even trivial, to create a 4-dimension or n-dimensional freed realm. But since the human mind isn't made to process so many dimensions, it was considered pointless. But recently, a genetic mutation dating back to the Stone Age was discovered which allows certain individuals to experience and comprehend freed realms of 4 and higher spatial dimensions. While this mutation may have been useless for Stone Age people living in a spatially 3D world, it was also harmless, so it somehow survived. Though its initial origin is something of a mystery. Oh, I get it might be the Nephilim. Its origin's a mystery. It might be the Nephilim. Anyways, now scientists were able to hook people up to 4D feed realms. Early test subjects described the experience in terms ranging from nauseating to utterly horrifying. It was theorized that maybe if children were conditioned from a young age to exist in a higher dimensional environment, they would become accustomed to it. Such conditioning was deemed unethical. Enter the CIA. Their motto, where ethical approbation ends, our work begins. They used their global genetic database to identify children with the genotype and collected a group of them to begin conditioning. And that brings us back to my story. See, spatial metaphor. At first, we were just playing around in the feed realm, getting used to it. Then they started the conditioning. How do I describe higher dimensional space, so-called hyperspace? Nauseating and utterly horrifying are exactly what it feels like at first. Everybody hated it. We cried and tried to run away, but they made us go into the hyper realm. But of course, there was nowhere to run. We were all lying in hygiene beds. Almost all of us would lie until death. We were all lying in hygiene beds where almost all of us would lie until death. They forced us back into the hyper realm, a little at a time, just showing us simple shapes at first to acclimate us, but how do I describe it? It was like watching things pass through each other, but without touching each other or covering each other up in ways that made the brain go, that's impossible, stop it. There were plain gray boxes and cones and infinite planes and bottomless abysses, and the shapes would move slowly along and do things that were simply impossible. Some of the kids never got used to it. They hated it and dropped out of the program and disappeared from the freed realm. But I kept going, just like in the Children of the Forest game. I got used to 4 dimensions, then 5 and 6. I was a leader. I taught the other kids for how to understand what they were seeing. It was cool being in hyperspace, seeing everything at once like that. Was hyperspace mind-bending? Sure. But not nearly as mind-bending as hyper-time. Not nearly as horrifying. Okay, yeah, so this is Karen. And Karen is the same one who went through the Children of the Forest game earlier. I was wrong about thinking it was the girl who went to Estonia, unless Karen is also that girl, but I don't think that's confirmation.
I think I'm leaning to say that that's correct, though. The
only question is, would the timelines match up? Because that little girl was back in, well, maybe if in 1990, this is an alternate history where they were already seeing skin ships, then maybe those timelines do match up, where the little girl who survived going through the flesh interface was Karen.
Yeah. I was going to say, do you think that because Karen was in there so long, that's also why she isn't as affected, or she's still able to be alive, basically? Because everyone else died relatively quickly when they stopped.
I think she just had the gene for it. She was just accustomed to it.
So she was just kind of made for it, pretty much.
Yeah, if she was the story back in Children of the Forest, then like the CIA was doing experiments for everyone, but she started sleeping at the game place and playing more and more and more, and they would feed her what she was doing. She was just getting so good at it that she was excelling past everyone else.
Yeah.
Which explains why she has the ability to hack into everything in the story in the future, where she's busting out effectively of the infraspace. And she might be the girl who was kept in Estonia, who they tried to get away, the one who was accustomed to it, who survived a flesh interface experience and now seems to know how to master it. And she's also one of the only people that can stop Q, it seems. Anyway, post 72, all words incomprehensible to a pilgrim. Post 72 made at 3 a.m. 2 days later. A friend from rehab invites me to an HA meeting. Shooting boy was never among my vices, but I go with him. What is an HA meeting? Hyperspace Anonymous? Is it like for people trying to... Oh, Heroin Anonymous. Never mind. The meeting is out in the suburbs, and it is packed. Every bit of floor space is filled with folding chairs, and every chair is filled. I wanted to leave as soon as I sat down. It's like being in a crowded elevator for an entire hour. I felt a coffee breath on my skin. It's disturbing to look around at all the kids in the room. How are they so young and fresh-faced? The alcoholics tend to be much more beat up. All those years of excess capillary dilation give our faces a meaty quality. These little heroin addicts, on the other hand, come into the rooms at 19 with the glow of a childhood still on their skin. My friend's arms have no track marks. They are smooth and doll-like. Okay, these have got to be people who are
oily ones,
right?
Oh, yeah.
They're smooth and doll-like. No major veins left. He is 21. I've been roommates with kids like these for the past few months. They don't know who Norm from Cheers is. They don't know how to empty a dryer filter, take care of a Teflon pan. They don't know how to cook up black tar. They know how to find veins. It quickly becomes apparent that one of the meeting regulars died last night. Everyone's upset. People start crying. My desire to not be there grows exponentially. I didn't know the kid. I feel like I've stumbled into the wrong funeral. The kid sponsor talks. He's an older man with a gray goatee. He was guiding the kid through the steps. The room looks at him to say something comforting, something with the ring of authority and wisdom. The room is full of children in the grips of a problem that their parents cannot understand. Here's a grown-up who can understand. He talks about meeting the kid's parents at the hospital. His eyes grow damp. He recalls haltingly that the parents were very polite. They thanked him very politely for trying to help their son. He looks down at the floor. He has no more to say. Later, I relate the story to my roommate, Sean. He says that this has been going on with the blacks for years, but nobody cared until it came to swallow up all the little white children. He says that most problems come to visit black people first because black people are God's chosen people. They must be chastised. The program tells us to be more open-minded and less judgmental, and I am trying to be more open-minded and less judgmental about Sean's beliefs. At first glance, his beliefs are paranoid, ahistorical, conspiracy theory hogwash. Second glance, they are appallingly anti-Semitic cultural appropriation. But my sponsor says it's not my place to enlighten him with my views. I only need to be a decent roommate to him. When the Jews were sold into captivity, their narrative survived. This was not so for the slaves of America. At least, nothing like the Torah was passed on. The American system of slavery worked to destroy the history of millions of people. But I wonder, how much of the Jews' history really survived? There are certainly parts of the Torah that don't have the resounding ring of authority and wisdom, like the talking snake, or the talking bush, or the Nephilim, or 90% of everything else. How much of the real story actually survived? It must be tempting to place oneself in the context of a mythical narrative that goes back thousands of years, that extends forward to the end of history. Instead of just being the lost little individual, you become the inheritor of a grand spiritual legacy, part of a grand struggle, one of the chosen people. A new roommate moved into the house a few days ago. His name's Donnie. He's in his mid-40s and he's a former Marine. I show him the Iwo Jima segment of my story and ask him what he thinks.
So who do you think the Marine is? I'm wondering if that's
Hold on. I show him the Iwo Jima segment of the story. Is this... Okay. Hold on. Is all of the stories about this guy talking about addiction and talking about living with the roommate, Sean, as we now know he's named, who thinks he's a black Israelite, are all of those our transcriber? Because he's the one who has an Iwo Jima segment of the story, the one we read back at like part 20, about the Marines going up Iwo Jima and seeing the flesh stuff and things like that. Is this our main character who's in this halfway house in Alcoholics Anonymous? Is that the guy who's like seeing all the memories, the past, the future, and then transcribing them down? And then a Marine moves in and he shows him the paper. He shows him his story that has an Iwo Jima segment in it because he's a Marine.
It could very well be. Are you saying that he's like a manic man in a hospital?
That our main guy who's writing down and posting all of this because he sees all the futures and all the past.
Yeah.
If he is the one who is in the halfway house with Sean, and he is also the one who's been talking about addiction this whole time. That is that's our narrator.
Yeah, I would see that. Yeah.
Then after that, he posts a link to the song Store by the Mountain Goats. So the previous one where supposedly it's our narrator talking. In that one, he posts to the Mountain Goat subreddit, and then he makes a post that is the song The Store by the Mountain Goats. Which is about, do you know the band The Mountain Goats?
No, do you?
Yeah, they're really good. I like them. They're like a folksy, not really bluegrass, kind of southern like folk band. They have the song No Children and Up the Wolves, which are their most famous.
Do you want to sing this song?
Both those songs are really good. I don't know this song, but in the 5 minutes worth of lost time I had when I was passed out on the supermarket floor, I saw you at the head of the heavenly chorus, and I heard your song ringing all through the store. I saw you touch down. You were no longer dead. I was happy to see you. I had lots of questions, and I put my hand to the wound in your head. all the blood, all that warm blood flowing freely from you. In the 5 minutes when I was dead to the world, in a place far away from my friends and my home, I saw you with a smile on your radiant face amidst all the cans and the glass and the chrome. And in those 5 minutes, my signal was jammed. The frequencies that I received were so pure that I almost believed that the sight of the hole in your skull was a thing that my heart could endure. So he's talking about he's in the store, has an accident, and sees a love that he lost who was shot in the head, someone dead.
Do you think that parallels with the guy in the elevator at all?
It certainly might. It also, I mean, there's been several themes of like people like death and like people existing on the other side of death. I forget which story it was. Oh, it was the crone, where it's like, if I kill her, how much more powerful would she be in death, which is so close to life, you know?
Yeah.
All right. So with that, we move on to the 73rd post made the next day. What is this link? Okay. So this one is another post. This isn't a reply to anyone. This is a post made by Mother Horse Eyes. And the title of the post is "A Lifetime of Spiritual Failure. I used to drop mucho acid and believe in God. Then I became an alcoholic. Now I don't know what's going on." So this sounds like it's the narrator again, right?
Yeah. Well, at least it's consistent with the tone in which that person speaks, and also the addictive kind of personality that person has and stuff. But it also feels a bit less narrative based and more personal.
Yeah. Okay. So he says, "When I was in high school, I liked dropping acid. One of my favorite books was The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, which tells the real-life story of a band of early acid heads and proto-hippies called the Merry Pranksters, who invented a lot of what would become tropes of the 1960s, such as dressing up in weird shit, riding around on a painted bus while stoned on drugs. I was especially intrigued by an experiment which was carried out by the pranksters in 1965. One day, a few of the pranksters put a sign on the front gate of the group's compound that read, 'The Merry Pranksters welcome the Beatles.' At the time, the Beatles were the biggest band in the world, and the Merry Pranksters were largely unknown. Moreover, none of the pranksters actually knew the Beatles or had any idea of how to contact the Beatles, nor did they make any attempt to do so. For the Beatles to show up at their house in California was extremely unlikely. Despite all this, the pranksters put this crazy banner out on their front gate, and they fully expected the Beatles to show up. To understand the pranksters' behavior, you must understand the effects of LSD. This is true in a general sense and with a specific regard to that banner. You see, sometimes when you take LSD, something strange happens. Something beyond all the weird hallucinations and thought distortions. Sometimes you get the eerie feeling that coincidences are happening all around you. You might be listening to music while watching TV and notice that the picture and the sound seem to sync up. You might open a book and notice that the opening passage has an odd, unmistakable relevance to the current moment you are in. At times, you almost feel like you are conscious of things before they actually happen. You imagine your friend walking through the door, and a moment later she does. You look at your phone, and a moment later it rings. Sometimes these coincidences pile up so quickly that you get the feeling that there is something behind it all. That all the seemingly disparate and unrelated phenomena of your life are actually part of an underlying order or pattern or structure which is normally hidden. This order seems to be a cosmic phenomenon that pervades and controls all of existence, something which has always existed, but which you have been blind to until now. The existence of this fundamental order comes as a revelation because it is completely different from the ordinary mechanism of cause and effect that you are used to, that science uses to explain things. This feeling, to me, is the essence of the LSD experience. LSD leads to a sudden awareness of meaningful coincidences, which in turn gives rise to an awareness of an underlying cosmic order which is casual. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier, how there's a theme of like a hidden secret that everything in the world revolves around that we don't know about. That the mother, or whatever you want to call her, seems to be at the base of, or in the corner of. The acasual part is important. A true coincidence is when two things happen which are clearly related, but which cannot possibly be related by cause and effect. For example, let's say you're watching a show on TV about zebras, and then you walk out your front door and see a zebra trotting down the sidewalk, dropping zebra shit all over the place. The two events have an obvious connection, but it's hard to imagine how that connection could occur through cause and effect. It's not like your TV viewing choices cause that zebra to escape from the zoo, nor is it likely that the two events have a common cause, unless somebody is playing an elaborate prank on you. Such a coincidence could be considered meaningful if you believe that this is evidence of the aforementioned underlying order. Otherwise, it's just some weird shit that happened randomly. During my high school years, because of my little LSD hobby, I became obsessed with meaningful coincidences. I was always looking for little signs from the cosmos and hidden connections between things which weren't casually related. I tried to predict things. I looked for symbols, and I tried to fit the events of my life into cosmic patterns. I got into Nostradamus, the I Ching, Stickomancy, all sorts of shit. Unfortunately, my attempts to ascertain the underlying structure of the cosmos were heavily clouded by my own immature narcissism. You'll notice that people who believe in past lives tend to see themselves as great figures of the past, like Caesar and Van Gogh, rather than the anonymous turnip pickers and fishwives who actually populated most of history. Similarly, I was convinced that the cosmos was sending me indications of my impending greatness, rather than portending my eventual descent into alcoholic mediocrity. Yes, it was revealed to me that the world would end soon. I would be a Christ-like figure of greatness in the coming apocalypse. I shit you not. I really believe this stuff. Luckily, blogs had not become popular yet. Then I took my final acid trip. It was a bad trip. I don't want to get into the details, but let's just say that I saw some shit, and I never wanted to take acid again. All my life, I had been hoping to be visited by a grand revelation, and now I just hoped I was never visited by another one. It filled my head with all sorts of crazy shit. Not truth, just madness. I decided that whatever was underlying the cosmos could stay lying under the damn cosmos. I wanted no part of it. Oh, I guess I should tell you what happened with the Beatles banner. In putting out the banner, the pranksters had hoped that they could tap into the underlying acasual order of the universe by simply welcoming the Beatles, rather than by reaching out to the Beatles or pursuing them. But the Beatles never showed up. At least they never showed up in a literal sense. A couple years later, the Beatles released the Magical Mystery Tour film, in which they all dressed up in weird shit and rode around on a painted bus while stoned on drugs, precisely as the pranksters had done. So in a sense, they did come to the pranksters. Of course, this can all be explained by ordinary cause and effect. Pranksters helped popularize a social movement which eventually spread to England. Or you can evoke a mystical explanation, saying the pranksters somehow sensed that the underlying pattern of the cosmos would bring the Beatles around to their way of doing things. After I stopped doing LSD, I started leaning away from the notions of cosmic patterns, and I became more convinced that any underlying of the universe would have to rely on cause and effect. My earlier attempts at mysticism began to look like embarrassing folly. I came to regard all the meaningful coincidence stuff as bullshit. I figured that LSD just overstimulates whatever sort of coincidence detector might exist in the brain. You could dress it up with a fancy word like synchronicity and give the imprimatur of Carl Jung or whomever, but it was nothing more than magical thinking. As old, stupid as Stone Age tribes. I'd been perceiving connections between things where none existed. There are no meaningful coincidences. A coincidence is only meaningful if you can find a casual relationship between the two phenomena. And, if you can, it's no longer a true coincidence. The universe doesn't send people signs through the I Ching or Nostradamus or any of that silly shit. If there are rain clouds in the sky, it's a sign that you should carry an umbrella. That's an actual sign from the universe. The other stuff is just a load of crap. And it was with this mindset that I entered AA years later. AA is a God-centered program. The main idea is that you can get sober if you live according to God's will instead of your own will. People in AA often talk about watching for signs from God and listening to instructions from God and so forth. As you can imagine, I was less than impressed. I was appalled. I felt like I was being dragged back into this narcissistic, mystical bullshit that I had thankfully left behind. I felt like I was being asked to roll back my little personal age of enlightenment and go back to the dark ages. Well, screw that. I wasn't going to do it. One night at a meeting, after months of listening to the spirituality shit, I made my feelings clear. I told them that spirituality was the hugest load of horseshit ever foisted upon human culture. Spirituality, I opined, was like a thought virus that gets passed from one person to another. It was basically gonorrhea of the brain. And AA was one of the biggest disease vectors I had ever seen. I told them they should be ashamed of themselves for preying on people who are in a vulnerable state just to convert them to their bullshit spiritual beliefs. Rather than the stunned silence that is the dream of every r/atheism subscriber, they just told me to keep coming back. I moved on to the next guy. Turned out their little rants like this are semi-regular occurrence. Having no other good options, I kept coming back. I asked a lot of people why they believed in God. They almost invariably brought up meaningful coincidences or magical signs. I became more convinced than ever that it was all bullshit. I argued a lot with one guy in particular. In recovery, you meet a lot of people who are like Ned Flanders with tattoos. People who lived dirty and then cleaned up and became extra square, but they still have their tattoos. This was one of those guys. He told me a story about how he was in prison at the end of his rope and he prayed to God to send him a sign. Just then a little bird alighted on his prison window and sang him a beautiful little song. God, he knew at that moment, was real. I almost dislocated my eyes, they rolled so hard. What a bunch of silly shit. How can a grown man even believe this crap? I read the AA literature, mainly to bolster my arguments against the program. AA literature is very sneaky. It knows that most atheists follow the tradition of Western secular humanism, which values open-mindedness in contrast to the closed-mindedness of religionists. So the literature portrays atheism as closed-mindedness. Atheists are encouraged to be more open-minded, more flexible, more willing to accept the idea that they don't know everything about the universe. I wondered if it was opposite day. How were these spiritual nutcases going to portray spirituality as open-mindedness and atheism as closed-mindedness? I was simply asserting that in my entire life, I had never seen any convincing evidence of God. That wasn't closed-minded. That wasn't presumptuous. It was the opposite. I was willing to accept the evidence presented to me by the world, unlike religionists who turn a blind eye to it. I told heavy metal Ned Flanders that if the skies ever opened up to show me the majestic glory of God, then I'd be happy to fall to my knees because either God existed or I was in the presence of a technology advanced enough to be godlike. I told him that I was perfectly willing to believe in God if I was ever presented with a shred of credible evidence for his existence. Soon after, I was presented with precisely that. Who knows? Maybe it was a coincidence.
It's weird the way that the way that whenever I hear that guy talk, it seems like it does feel like the narrator's voice, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I think that is the narrator.
I think so too. It just feels so personal. I don't know. It feels so personal in the way that he speaks and stuff. But I feel like the divine thing. I think that it's going to be I think it's going to be Mother Horse Eyes that like opens herself up to him.
I think so. I think that will be the god or the technology that seems as a god. I agree.
The false prophet kind of thing.
The fallen angel, right? Lucifer, the adversary. What's that Bible verse? It's in, Paul writes it. I can't remember where, but I think it's in Corinthians. Paul says, and no wonder for the adversary or Lucifer appeareth as an angel of light. So it's like, the devil presents himself as an angel or as God. I think that theme's going to present itself to our narrator. The next post is also by the narrator because I think so, because it is posted in r/Mother Horse Eyes. In reply, let me see. It's in reply to someone talking about BBC finally notices that something's going on. I think that may be in reference to like BBC's talking about Mother Horse Eyes, and then the actual Mother Horse Eyes account replies with this. So this is probably the author.
You mean that the BBC is being like, hey, there's a story going on right now that's really...
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
So like our real world thing, not in the universe of this writing thing.
Yes, in the real world. Well, let me click on the link real quick. No, hold on. Yes, yeah. Yeah, this is talking about the BBC made an article about Mother Horse Eyes, the story online. Someone shared that to r/Mother Horse Eyes or r/9m9h. You get it. And then the user Mother Horse Eyes replied to that with this. I think it's possible it could be written on the fly. The story gives the appearance of vast scope because the storylines are... Oh, he's talking about the story. He's talking about his own story he's writing. The story gives the appearance of vast scopes because the storylines are from different eras and areas, but rather than a broad panorama, it only provides thin slivers of insight into each time and place. Everything in between these slivers is left to the player's imagination, and given the author's hints at branching timelines, he or she is not even necessarily required to link these little slivers together. People also point to the various stories in interconnectedness and claim that the work has a structure too intricate to be improvisational. But how much interconnectedness is there really? For example, the Stone Age story has cats in it, and the cat story has cats in it, obviously. This is a point of similarity, obviously. But what is the significance? So what if both stories have cats? Is this a meaningful coincidence or a meaningless one? The same question could be asked about the children of the forest, or the various marines, or the demon penises for which the author has such fondness. Yes, these elements recur, but to what end? Perhaps, like somebody on LSD undergoing a false revelation, we are drawing connectedness where none really is. Perhaps these are meaningless coincidences. The story employs a number of callbacks, where it makes references to something which was not mentioned in quite a while. This gives the appearance of careful pre-planning. But callbacks are actually pretty easy to improvise. The author can just look over the story, pick an element, and bring it to the fore again. Like a prime factorization problem. The problem is easier to create than it is to solve. A successful callback is really more of a testament to the reader's intelligence than the author's. Oh, and by the way, whatever happened to Companion 12? That seemed like it was going to be a thing. But anyway, all this is speculation on my part. It's an interesting question. How can we know whether the story is improvised or not? The author does occasionally make direct responses to other Reddit comments and make reference to current events, but as you said, this could be just a sort of superficial improvisation, where most of the story is actually fixed, but a few of the details are improvised. The author could also be combing through Reddit for the right comment to give the appearance of improvisation. Are we watching real choices in action? Or are the events of this universe occurring along some deterministic path? Is there any way to find out? Maybe some sort of test should be devised, but that would require the author to play along. Interesting. So it's the author talking to the third person about his own story.
The author is fucking Mother Horse Eyes, the devil, just like the king of deceit.
Just like, what is this story about? Who knows? Who could it be? Is this something? I don't know. You find out. Sick. Okay. That's a good question, because the interconnectedness also draws on like the rest of the themes, like how much of what happens matters, how much affects one thing or the other. I also like that they brought up Companion 12, because I was thinking about that. Like, whatever happened to Companion 12? That just went nowhere.
It'd be so funny if the next post was Companion 12.
Yeah. Hello, it is me, Companion 12. All right, so next post, 75. Posted the next day, June 1st, 2016. Okay, now I'm in my bedroom. The bedroom smells like bedroom. Actual bedroom. Oh, so definite. It smells like wood and blankets and stuff. Sharp. I wonder how they decide on the bedroom smell. I move my arms around and bounce a little on the bed springs. My body feels really natural and comfortable. Everything looks sharp too. There are no weird color trails like in Acclimation. Cool. Really crisp. I stand up and take in all the little touches. It's an attic bedroom with a slanting ceiling and wood panel walls. Night outside the window. Mood lighting from a nightstand lamp. Clothes and a skateboard and other random teenage stuff scattered on the floor. Walls covered with posters. INXS. Cure. Michael Jackson in a yellow vest. Very definite. Or should I say groovy? Did they say that in the 80s? An interrupt comes through.
Atlanta completely destroyed in full scale.
I use my illegal bypass to cut off all interrupts. I hate sports interrupts. I'll have to figure out how to change that setting. I notice a can. Okay, so this is someone that isn't Karen, but at the same time is Karen plugged into the interface, right?
I would believe so, yeah. She's like pretending she's in the 80s or whatever.
Yeah, well, I don't think this is Karen because...
Oh, you don't think it's Karen?
Yeah, because Karen just blew up Atlanta and she's in the car, right? And this is someone who thinks that that's a sports interruption.
Okay, so this is just someone who's in the infra space, whatever, though.
At the same time, that's going down.
Yes, yeah.
I notice a can of Pepsi Free sitting on my nightstand. I pick it up. Still cold. I crack it open and smell it, and the fizz tickles my nose. It really smells like soda. I take a sip. Wow. Not very good. Maybe it's a low-quality render, or maybe I just don't like Pepsi Free. Still, it's pretty amazing to be tasting something in a feed. This is really worth it. The doorbell rings somewhere downstairs. Oh, definitely. We're starting. I head towards the door and catch myself in the mirror. I'm supposed to look like a girl named Brooke Shields at 18 years old. Wow, she's pretty. What a render. The eyebrows are a little intense though. I consider toning them down. but I don't want to get caught up in character design. If you change one thing, you end up changing 50 things, and it goes on forever. I head out into the hallway and pause for a moment. The smell just changed. Now there's a hallway smell. Carpet and drywall. I laugh. Take a step back into the bedroom, and the bedroom smell returns instantly. Step in the hallway again. Hallway smell. Bedroom smell. Hallway smell. Bedroom smell. I snicker at this. The smell changes just like that. Why can't they make it more natural? What a giveaway. Oh well. Head down the stairs. The furniture in the front hall looks really cheesy. I pick up a lamp and toss it at the wall. It smashes apart, and the bulb explodes with a spark. Look at the shards. There's bits of powder and all sorts of little details. Wow, very certain.
Undo that.
I say. The lamp fades away and reappears on the side table. I open the front door. Guy stands there with swept back blonde hair and a baggy red and black jacket with the collar popped and the sleeves rolled up. Nice. Gives me a killer smile and says,
Hey, babe. What took you so long?
A blast of electric guitar hits me, and the guy floats up out over the front lawn, becoming 2 stories tall and striking a sexy pose. Colors fill the night sky. Sparkling starlight showers him, and synth beat kicks in. An announcer shouts,
Corey Lancer, high school hotshot and rock and roll renegade. He's a fast talker with a slick attitude, a guy who can make anything happen. All the girls want him, but all he wants is one thing, the Ferrari 288 GTO.
A red sports car comes flying out of the sky and does crazy circles around Corey while he strikes more sexy poses and the music thumps.
It's the fastest street legal car in existence. Only 272 produced. This is Corey's dream. Corey's obsession. Corey's life. He'll do anything to get one, and he needs your help. Can you get the car? Can you win his heart? Are you ready for 80s Turbo Ascension?
Shit, I should have looked the summary closer. I'm not really into cars, and this doesn't really seem like a very interesting narrative. Still, Corey is really well rendered. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a bit of mischief in his smile. I like it. I wonder if he'll be controlled by an AI or a Filipino. Floats back down to me and returns to normal size.
So, what's up?
He said with a devilish little grin. Wow, this is A stuff.
Just doing my hair.
I said, flicking my huge brown mane off my shoulder. This Brooke Shields lady has an absurd amount of hair.
You chicks.
Corey says, leaning forward and giving me a kiss. His mouth tastes like bubblegum. Kiss feels perfect. Yeah, just definitely. I feel Corey's chest through his shirt. Skinny, but nice. I think about toning him up a bit. Nah, it's better to just go with the default settings.
So, listen. There's a race tonight at the Speed Max track.
Corey says in his cute California accent.
The Crystal Cobras put out a challenge and they're taking all comers. The prize is...
I don't really like racing.
Corey thinks for a moment. Character animation. He looks cute thinking. Sharp eyebrows pressed together. Now he's taking too long, and it's getting awkward. I think he's controlled by a Filipino. Or maybe there's lag. He snaps back into action.
Okay, listen. There's going to be a dance-off at Club Heatwave. The Crystal Cobras put out a challenge. They're taking all comers. The prize is $100,000.
That's so funny. The system or whoever's controlling it can't work the race into the narrative, so it's like the same group is also putting on a dance off.
The Crystal Cobras are also doing that.
Coincidentally, same prize, same night. Ignore the first thing I said.
The race is actually next week, so don't worry about that one.
Don't worry, I was wrong. It's the dance tonight for sure. Unless you want it to be tonight. Dancing? Yeah, that'd be one way to try out my body.
Sounds groovy.
But I can't help but think of another way to give this body a test drive. I slip my hand down into my tight purple skirt and feel my...
There's a lot of haunting lines for you today, bud.
Yeah, it's a rough one. I'm being tested. And feel my what'd you call it? Poo-tang. That's
pussy.
Good. Feel my poo-tang.
Feels his pussy.
Oh, yeeks. They really have everything working down there. Should I do it already? Just 5 minutes into the narrative? No, why not? Everybody does it right away. Corey looks really good. I wonder what kind of cock they rendered him with. But no, I should at least go half an hour without sliding it up. Dancing will be fun. Corey holds out his arm like a gentleman, and I take it. He leads me down the front walk to his car. smeary old junk ride with dents and rust all over it.
Sorry, hon. It's only temporary.
Corey says as we come up on the car.
I promise you, by the end of this week, I'm going to have a Ferrari 288 GTO. The fastest street legal car in the world. It's my dream. It's my obsession. I'll do anything to...
But I'm not listening. There's something in the bushes by the road. I wonder if this is actually one of those fake out horror narratives. I really hate scary stuff. I bend over and look out into the bushes. A pair of shining eyes stare back at me. Ew, what the hell? There's an old naked lady hiding in the bushes.
Hell yeah.
Oh, it's the woman. It's the crone from the Stone Age story.
It's the goddamn crone.
It's the crone, but I bet. Okay, so again, I think the crone's mother, Horse Eyes, were a disciple of it. And Karen said in her story that as this was happening, like as it was blowing up, Q would do whatever it takes to stop her. So now I think she's intruding herself on other people's fantasies. Because this is just some girl who has a fantasy of being Brooke Shields and hooking up with the guy in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
So she just picked a narrative to get that done. This is what a lot of the fantasies people are living out are like. But now Q is showing her hand because of what Karen has done elsewhere. So Q, or mother, has to make her presence known to gain control.
So help me God, Isaiah. If I don't get to see the so help me God, if I don't get to see the Crystal Cobras, I'm going to be fucking pissed.
I don't know how to tell you this, but I feel like the Crystal Cobras were just a setup to get to this reveal of the old woman being in the bushes. I know that was a big deal for you. I know when we started today, you were like, what if the Crystal Cobras?
What if the Crystal Cobras are helping the devil or something? I mean, they were already doing a race. They were doing a dance off for $100,000. Maybe they're also doing a satanic ritual.
You know what, Hunter? Maybe they'll show up. Maybe they'll show up just for you. We'll see.
Yay.
Yeah, the Crystal Cobras, really?
The
next one, oh, it's about the same thing. Okay, the next one's a continuation. We'll see if the Crystal Cobras are here, okay? And it was posted on my birthday, 2016.
Who cares, dude?
June 2nd, 76 posts.
I'm bored.
That was sad. That was mean of you to say that, I think.
I'm not sure.
All right, 76 posts. Yerk. This naked old lady hiding in the bushes looks like the beginning of a storyline I don't want to go down. I really wish I had looked at the summary closer. Who knew something called 80s Turbo Ascension would have artisanal porn in it? I consider saying my safe word to stop the narrative, but I don't feel like going through the loading process again. Should have loaded my feed splits, but I rushed through the setup. That's so wild. It's like, I want to be a part of this porno and hook up in the 80s, but what if I wanted to do something else at the same time? It's like constant dopamine injection. Mm-hmm. The old lady's bony arms snake out of the bush and she grabs my ankle. Oh, certainly not. I yank my leg away and curse at her. Corey is looking at her with the same confused animation he used a moment ago. Is he already using the same animation? It's kind of low def. The crazy old lady comes stumbling out of the bush, her saggy old boobs flopping around.
Awesome.
Yeah, what kind of narrative is this? I pick up a nearby potted plant and smash it over her head. It breaks apart pretty nice, full of high-def dirt. The lady falls on the ground and starts moaning. I back away to watch how the scene develops between Corey and her. It looks like her leg isn't quite attached to the rest of her. You can see the meat inside her hip. Really low def. Corey just stands there, cycling through different animations. He turns to me and shrugs and says,
"Hey, babe, that's life."
I stare at him. Is that how the storyline's supposed to go? Hold on, what is the leg isn't quite attached to the hip? Is that implying she got segmented? Like she passed through a portal?
I think, or a part of her. I couldn't tell. I was also reading it like it was rot at first too, but I'm not sure.
It could be. We'll see. We'll keep going. He runs his hand through his hair and says,
"Cute skirt."
What the hell? This narrative's bugged up.
Let's go.
I say, going through Corey's car and opening the door. It's an old hand-driven with a fixed wheel.
"You want me to drive?"
Corey asks, coming over.
Yeah, maybe you better.
A minute later, we're cruising down the freeway, listening to some oldie about a girl named Jessie. Scenery looks cool, with the blue freeway lights passing by and old-fashioned neon metro in the background. Corey is running through his backstory, talking about the Ferrari or whatever. I can't ignore the fact I feel a little bored. I'm just 10 minutes into my first direct sense feed narrative, and I'm already a little bored. Was the surgery really worth all that money? I don't even want to think about what it costs. I slip my hand in my skirt again and touch my...
Well, this makes sense. To be
my-
fair, that they were saying that like as soon as they even get out of the simulation, they basically immediately
They start masturbating. Yeah. All right, whatever. It's gross, but sure. I slip my hand in my skirt and touch my pussy.
Yeah.
It feels really nice. Everything's super sharp.
Feels really nice.
Feels really nice. I think about screwing Corey again, but I can't go back to feed screwing all the time every day. Why am I always bored with narratives after 10 minutes? Why am I bored with everything after 10 minutes? We pull up in front of Club Heatwave, a big glittering building with a neon. Would this be your fantasy?
God,
Hunter
this is
being
my
Brooke
fantasy.
Shields.
Literally being Brooke Shields. I feel good. I'm gonna fuck Corey, and I'm gonna ride in his car later. Well, I would have been sold on Crystal Cobras and the dance party, honestly.
You would do the dance, and then you would want to be an 18-year-old Brooke Shields.
Oh, absolutely.
We pull up in front of Club Heatwave, a big glittering building with the neon sun shining over it. A line of gleaming black limo snakes through a colorful crowd out front. We park in the player spot across the street and head to the grand entrance. Corey leading me by the hand. Music thumps from within. People are waiting in line, but Corey says something to the bouncer and we slip past. The entrance hall is all mirrors and neon. I can feel the beat of the music passing through my entire body. That's cool. Singer tells me to go out of his dreams and into his car. The inside is filled with shadowy bodies dancing through strobe lights and lasers and artificial fog. Cheesy but kind of fun. Even has that fake fog smell.
Want to get some practice in?
Corey asks, give me a bump and a little squeeze. Oh, this one's naughty. We head out on the dance floor and start to cut it up. Wow, Corey's dancing's terrible. It's like a motion glitch. I guess they have to give him some old moves, but do they have to make it this bad? It's kind of ruining the storyline. I look across the dance floor and see a tall man in a black suit with black hair standing perfectly still among the dancing crowd. He is watching me with dark eyes. There's a sort of glow around him so that I can tell he's going to be a part of the storyline. I lean over to Corey and ask,
Who is that?
Corey stares at the man for a moment, then runs his hands through his hair and says,
Cute skirt.
Interesting. It's like it won't acknowledge it. Huh?
Well, it's also not a part of it's not a part of the protocol. So it's not sure
it doesn't
what
know
to
how
do.
to deal with it.
So
yeah.
these things are outside entities influencing the program.
A man in a black suit with black hair. We don't know who that is, right? Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of yet.
What the hell, Corey? The dark man crosses the dance floor, coming toward me. The other dancers don't move out of the way, and he passes right through them without breaking his stride. Some programming. Now he stands in front of me, looking down at me with his gleaming black eyes. Oh wow, what an incredible render this guy is. I mean, this is outright art, like Rembrandt style. Say what you will about the game's production, they really know how to build hot guys. The man has the face of a gorgeous, forlorn angel, just inhumanly beautiful. Uh-oh. The skin is paper white. Uh-oh. And underneath runs thousands of tiny branching veins that seem to throb with his pulse. So the angel, or the demon or whatever from the Dark Age story has come into the program somehow?
Well, I'm thinking that, yes. Well, I'm thinking, like you said before, man, where it's like the internet and stuff has given them ways to connect. Like the demons have a way to actually connect with people now, you know?
Ways
and like
to
this
speak
is
without speaking.
These programs are literally hell.
And you know what? I guarantee the only reason they're showing their hand this much, because they hid themselves before, but now they're stepping out right because of what Karen has done, of her breaking out and doing this. That's what's making them kick it into gear.
No,
show their
probably
face
right.
fully. Such obsessive definition. His lips are perfectly soft and fleshy looking, like nothing I've ever seen in a feed before. I lean toward him for a kiss. Smell comes off him. Something I can't quite place. Oh, please say it smells like roses. Please, please. That's what what's his face? John Milton said Lucifer smelled like in Paradise Lost. Please. Let me have this.
My boy Louis smells like roses?
Yeah, well, he's sweet. He approaches you as a tempter. It's like it's supposed to be enticing
I see,
for everyone to come to you. Yeah, yeah. I can't quite place. Sweet and rich, and we are kissing. And I can taste what I'm smelling. Sweet but metallic. Wow, this guy can kiss. I think this is what real kissing feels like. Man, what a sad statement.
I know, right?
Because they've been in the feed their whole life. I think this is what real kissing feels like, man. I pull my head back and touch his face. The flesh is very nice. I can see the dark blood throbbing in his neck veins.
Yeah.
Then I notice Corey standing right there, looking at us all confused. Looks like a cheap plastic doll compared to this new guy.
What gives? Fuck off.
Corey gets this really heartbroken look on his face and says,
Listen to me, Zenzins Habakin. You'll break my heart if you go with another guy. You got that? You are the most special, most beautiful girl I've ever met.
I can't really get into the speech because it's too early in the narrative for that kind of stuff. Plus, he pronounced my name wrong. The new guy reaches out and grabs a handful of Corey's face. Literally, just sinks his fingers into the face and tears a huge bloody hunk out.
Jesus.
Blood sprays everywhere. Holy shit. I guess this is a horror narrative. Is this guy like a vampire or something? Faceless Corey keeps standing there, spurting blood out of his head hole. I push him away. The new guy squeezes the hunk of flesh like a sponge and lets the blood run down over my face and starts licking it. Yep, this is some kind of art porn sampler narrative. I've really got to start reading those summaries. Crucial. But the new guy's tongue feels good on my face and my neck, and I start licking him back. We start kissing and undressing right there.
Oh, God.
My pussy. There cannot be an audio clip of my saying.
No, go ahead, buddy.
My pussy is absolutely tingling. And I can.
Those edits, dude, are going to be fucked for a while.
Someone has to clip that together with the Holocaust denial and the Hitler one.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Hitler
Please
did nothing
don't.
wrong. My pussy's tingling.
Oh, man. And I can feel my heart beating fast. I wonder what my real cat and my real heart are doing while I'm lying there in the hygiene bed. Forget it. I need to screw this guy. He strips off the black suit he's wearing to reveal a perfect white body and a huge, beautiful cock. Oh, yes. This is going to be good. And we know what his penis is. It's the snake thing.
Yeah.
Like the multiple-headed Gorgon thing.
Gorgon cock.
He lifts me up with ease, and I grip his powerful, muscled arms as he slide his rooster into me. Ah, heaven. I hold on to him and close my eyes and let him screw me. My cat feels super real. I can taste Corey's blood on my lips. The man kisses and sucks on my neck. I open my eyes and see that everybody in the club has stopped dancing. They're all standing still as the music plays in this strobe flashing darkness, watching this guy screw me. God, this narrative really combines a lot of different kinks. Who wrote this shit? Now I'm feeling like 1,000 different things in my cat. Most of them incredibly good. Some of them new. Some of them way beyond anything I felt online. The man's eyes are on me, and I'm mesmerized. The other people in the club are all slowly walking towards us, surrounding us. Pretty soon, they're packed up around us like the paparazzi in a fame simulation. Public screwing isn't really my fetish, but I don't want to have to stop everything and set up a new scene. Some of the people reach out and touch my... Oh, dude, this is going to be like the getting ripped apart in the interface.
100%.
Some of the people reach out and touch my tits and my hair and my face with this guy's member in me. It all feels good, so I don't stop it. Despite the fact that I'm on the verge of coming, I can't help but notice that the lights in the club has changed. It seems like it's coming from two angles, making everything seem doubled. It feels like I'm looking at this man's face from two angles, seeing 4 of his eyes. It's a weird effect, and I wonder if there's something wrong with my visual line. Next to me, a woman in a pink dress opens her mouth and her jaw floats away from her face. Her head floats off her neck. Beside her, a man separates into a dozen slices.
Hell yeah.
Damn it. This is definitely a fatal glitch, but I'm so close to coming, and it's going to be fabulous. I wonder if the narrative can hang together for just 10 more seconds before it crashes. All around us, the people begin to break apart, becoming floating parts. The weird lighting effect becomes more intense, and the man seems to be made of 4 sections, except each section is his entire face from a different angle. And they're all crossing each other, but staying in place at the same time. The 8 eyes are watching me. Oh no, this is hurting my brain. I can't take this. The narrative should have already crashed back into safety mode. I say my safe word, nothing happens. I feel my stomach drop in terror, except it drops at 4 different places and all around the room. Oh no, am I stuck in a crashing narrative? They say it could screw you up. I feel myself falling and expanding. One of my hands feels like it's way off the horizon. Another is 10 stories below me. Body parts are swirling around us, showing all sides at once. The man is staring down at me with his awful eyes. How are they so awful? His face is as giant as a mountain range, as the entire sky. I'm seeing too much. No, above and beneath. Everything has too many sides, screaming. He has dozens of eyes, thousands of sides, thousands and millions of eyes. God.
Might be my new favorite section.
Right there.
That was awesome.
Bro. Yo. Oh, it starts out as like an 80s fantasy romance, and it becomes like the devil or one of the fallen angels like impregnating her, and then all of the people in the club reveal themselves as the true part. It's like the flesh interface didn't need to be flesh anymore. It became digital. And now just as people are ripped apart by hands and teeth, they're being ripped apart here in a digital sense. And they're experiencing hyperspace. They're seeing fifth and sixth dimensions all at once, and everything's impossibly big and small and too many things in the same place all at once. It is something minds were not meant to represent, and it's always been there in the background of the infraspace. And it wasn't until Karen made Q play its hand that now the mother has to show herself for what it is. The demon behind the curtain. The demon behind the veil that has to speak without speaking. Oh, gosh. Oh, it's God behind the veil. They found it. Oh, and God was there the whole time.
We'll have
They
to
just
do,
couldn't
we'll have
find
to do
him
a
yet.
video like ranking every section. I really want to go back through and be like, which one was my favorite? But right now, literally 76 is my favorite section so far.
Gosh, dude. That sounds right up your alley. Like it becomes a weird sex thing in an 80s club, and then it becomes like demons and they're getting ripped apart and stuff like that. That's great. Oh my gosh, dude.
It's also too, it plays really well into like, also like just a person, like we've heard it before about people being like, yeah, people get so hooked and it's a world where it's instant gratification. So hearing this person like complain the whole time about like, oh, their render quality is not very good. But then when this stuff starts happening, they think that it's like a positive experience until it becomes something so sensory overloading that she probably like her fucking brain melted or something.
Mm-hmm.
So sick.
That was just great, man. Like all the themes of it, and like it's an angel thing that she realizes midway. It was like a Rosemary's Baby scene. Like, oh, it's pleasurable. Then you see the eyes and realize it's the devil or Satan that you're with. Like,
also, you saying cat like a flustered mom was really funny.
I know. I'm glad you enjoyed that.
I did enjoy that.
And the face as big as a mountain. You know, that's actually another biblical reference, because it talks about in Ezekiel when Ezekiel comes across the biblically accurate angels, people know, but the thrones, the Ophanim, the wheels within wheels, and I didn't even think about that. It has millions of eyes.
Yeah, it's an
thousands
angel.
of millions of eyes. That's the Ophanim, the thrones, the biblically accurate angel, the eyes within eyes spinning on wheels and stuff like that. But when Ezekiel sees him, he says it's as large as a mountain. And when she sees this thing, the fallen angel before her, she realizes its face is as big as a mountain, has thousands of eyes. It starts to reveal its true shape. That's why only certain people can experience hyperspace and can only see the extra dimensions, because if you see it for what it is, you start to see what these creatures inside of it really are. We only perceive them in 3 dimensions, but as you fall into the extra dimensions, you can see their true states. The angels appear to man as 3D objects because that is what humanity was used to. And then a special gene showed up back in history that allowed people to perceive more dimensions. What was that special gene? The creatures of higher dimensions, the angels coming down and creating Nephilim that could perceive these extra dimensions. And when these extra dimensions are seen, these fallen angels, these demons, are shown as the creatures they really are. Beings of millions of eyes screaming, turning in on themselves as big as mountains. But most people can only discern them as 3-dimensional objects because that's all their mind can comprehend. But because these demons have worked their way into technology and can communicate and be seen through it, if you see technology for what it is, you see the demons for what they are. You see God behind the veil.
I like to, what? I like that it doesn't just come out and say it too, you know? Like You don't have to have it just be like, oh my God, it's an angel.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like a lot of stories would do that, you know?
It has so much that this story, down to him writing an entry post where he's like, I don't know if my story has connections back or not. Maybe it's not interconnected. There is so much faith in the reader. There's so much like, Like, here's all the pieces. You can figure it out. And it's so much more effective than it saying, oh, it's a biblically accurate angel. Have you ever read of Thrones before? It's like that. Now, if it does it later, that's fine. But I had the revelation before it told me, right? And gosh, I can't explain how cool that was sitting here thinking, mountain, angels described as mountains. That's from Ezekiel. The same time where it's described as a being of millions of eyes and wheels and fire, which is, and then I'm reading thousands of millions of eyes at the end of that last story. And it's like, oh yeah, those are the same thing. What a cool way to give information to a reader. Oh my gosh.
This
is so stupidly good.
I'm still kind of hooked in that the author is supposed to be perceived as the devil. Or like some kind of evil entity, if I'm being honest.
The narrator?
Yeah.
The one in the AA house?
Well, the one that is just even writing this story. Like, I feel like you're supposed to take away from this that this person is like an agent as well. Like, it's a part of that Q thing, you know?
Maybe.
Also, if you see my head down during the recording, everybody, I'm trying to draw Mother Horse Eyes myself. So you can kind of put it any angle and it works, doesn't it? You going around like that?
Hunter, I really cannot stress enough how insane it is for me that this story began as like CIA black site, like hidden operations and unhistory, and has turned into biblically accurate demons manipulating technology.
I'm excited that I get to read this with you, and this is your first time through. This is something I'm so surprised you have not touched.
Dude, I'm surprised people haven't been like showing up to my house. Like, what, dude?
You have to read this.
You have to read. Because this series is popular, right?
I mean, yeah, I would say there's enough infamy. There's been people on our subreddit who have even been like, hey, you should read this.
Someone tracked down this author. I got to give him money. He's got to have a PayPal. I got to mail him a check. I got to do something. All right. Next story. Next day. Entry 77. When we got to the Clearview Hospital, it was like Karen said it would be. The emergency room was flooded with patients coming in from Atlanta, but the readjustment center was empty except for a lone staffer who was watching the lobby's wall set and praying. The set was showing footage of the black cloud over Atlanta, or maybe it was Denver or Riyadh. 12 cities had gone up in the last hour. They weren't the largest or most powerful cities in the world. Haifa, Zingzhou, Bengaluru. What was the pattern? What the hell had Bengaluru done to anybody? Karen said there was no real pattern.
This is Q's opening move. Her interest into the world. She won't destroy everything. She will kill and kill until she thinks we are ready for her demands.
I found a wheelchair by the readjustment center's interest and wheeled Karen down to the EMRT room. Somewhere, a hygiene bed's life alarm was ringing. I ignored it. My goal was to get Karen some muscle treatment. A single treatment probably wouldn't give her enough strength to stand on her own, but she could at least hold her head up and move her arms. She might regain her voice and sight. In the treatment room, I filled a treatment tube with the minty-smelling conducting gel and washed Karen off and fit her with the breathing tube. These were normally tech duties, stuff I thought I would never be doing again. Down at this little twig of a woman on the table, it occurred to me that all I had to do was tie off her breathing tube, and that would be the end of her. I asked her the question that kept coming to my mind.
How do I know for sure that you didn't blow up Atlanta yourself? How do I know you aren't full of shit?
My set was blank for a while before she answered.
Huh? How could I prove it?
Tried to think of a way, some kind of test.
I don't know. You know much about statistical proxy distillation tracing? No? Then it would be hard to prove it to you. So, how do I know it wasn't you? You can't know.
I need to know if I'm going to help you.
Then learn about SPDT.
I don't have time to learn about fucking SP fucking DT.
Then you can't know. You're just dealing with stuff that's too advanced.
I walked away from the table and sat down in a nearby chair. I felt like I was cracking up. The urge to cry had come and passed every few minutes, and it came again.
I don't know what to do. I told you. We must get to upstate New York. There's a way to defeat Q.
Maybe you are Q.
Listen before you put me in the gel. I want you to pull my jack battery. Cut it off.
And that would prove you're not Q?
Not really. I could have scripted everything.
Oh.
But it would mean I can't directly order nuclear strikes.
Oh, well, that's a relief.
Said, rubbing my face and trying to blink away the fresh wave of tears.
What's in upstate New York that's so important?
There's a resource Q can't access. Something she can't defend against.
What?
Honestly, if you don't understand something simple like SPDT, you won't understand this. Fucking great.
We sat there in silence for a long moment. Finally, another message showed up.
I'm not Q. I spent my life fighting Q. I fought Q instead of living a life. We still have a chance to win. We must win.
I sighed and stood up and walked over to her.
Well, then let's get started. Good.
I found the jack patch on the back of Karen's neck and squeezed at the tattooed points. Her battery capsules slowly slid out of her skin like a giant blackhead. I disconnected the wire. Now she was completely disconnected from him for space. Picked up her body and gently lowered it into the conducting gel. Took up a minute for her to sink to the bottom, for the gel slowly slide over her face like a closing curtain. Dialed up 90 minutes of muscle treatment and 30 minutes of eye treatment and started the tub up. Sat for a while, listening to the soft, wobbling sounds of the gel shifting as Karen muscles clenched and unclenched at a rapid-fire rate. This was a sort of spare moment where a person would stare at their set and look at game replays or something. My set was just a long list of red interrupts, telling me about how everybody was dead. I realized that the hygiene bed's life alarm was still going off in some other room. Usually, when I heard that sound, I went racing to find out what was going on. I just ignored it. Oh, you know who I guarantee you this is in the hygiene bed?
Who do you think?
It's the girl from the 80s thing.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Zin Zin or whatever. The one who's currently getting attacked by the devil. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the person was probably dead before we got here. What were the odds that they had just gone into arrest when we walked in the door? And who gave a shit anyways when 100 million people had also died today? Still, there was an instinctive part of me that wanted to run towards the sound, that wanted to help. I got up and walked down the hall. The ringing got louder. At the end of the hallway, there was a small room with 4 hygiene beds that had been brought in for in-hospital disconnection, a procedure usually reserved for really complex cases. The last bed was blinking red. Took a look at the readout, but it didn't show cardiac arrest. In fact, it was showing 260 beats per minute. Must have been pelvic functioning. I looked at the patient chart. Zin Zin Sabakan. Oh, okay. 24 years old. Total connected duration, 47 minutes. Wow, she was brand new. Must have been a runtime crash. Unlucky. I pressed the seal button. The bed lid opened up. She came into view. I staggered back, shouted for help. Oh, it's affected her in the real world. That's awesome.
Well, yeah, it's going to be interesting, too, that now that flesh caverns and stuff can be made and people can be manipulated from the digital into the physical, like the things that are happening in these digital worlds are affecting their actual molecular structure in the physical world, you know?
Because whatever Karen's doing, either Q is desperate to fight back or Q now says that she's won and it's time for the mother to enact whatever her final plan is. She doesn't have to hide herself behind the curtain anymore.
Fuck the mother.
Also,
dude.
I should mention that what'd you say?
I said, fuck the mother is what I said. I'm like, I want that bitch to die so bad, dude.
I should also mention that post was made as a comment in r/True Detective, greatest season of television of all time. So, you know, GOAT, recognizing GOAT here. All right. Post 78, 2 days later. I sat Karen up in the electroconvulsive tub and wiped the warm gel from her face and detached the breathing tube. Her head rolled back, her face glistening in the glare of the LED. I could see the shape of the skull clearly through the wet skin. Slowly, she pulled her head upright, blinking the goo from her eyelashes.
Hey, hi. Hello? Hello, can you hear this? Yeah, I can hear you. Wow, okay, it worked. Good.
Her voice was completely flat and surprisingly deep for somebody so scrawny.
Gotta readjust how I talk about you.
I am here.
There you go.
All right, that seems more right?
That's closer. Yeah, I'll take it. She said, burying her teeth in what might have been a smile.
Can you see anything?
She opened her eyes wider, moved them around.
Yes, persistent shapes.
She said, pronouncing the word persistent like a child.
Can you see how many fingers I'm holding up?
No.
Try squinting.
Oh, right. That changes things. 2.
She was right, except she was looking at a completely different direction than my hand.
Great.
Slowly, her knobby knees emerged from the gel, and she grasped them with her hands. It was a good sign for somebody in her state. It also showed that she knew some of the standard tests for emergence. We went through a few more of the tests and found that the treatment had worked well. She might even be walking soon. I got her out of the tub and washed her off and put her into some scrubs. She managed to sit upright on the table without leaning on anything. Bony arms set stiffly at her sides.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
She said in her deep, childish monotone.
What is Q?
You want the whole story?
Yeah.
She took a deep breath.
Okay, so approximately 50,000 years ago.
She told me the whole story of Q as she knew it, from the beginning of prehistory when the hyperspace code was inserted into the human genome. Yep. And she went all the way to right now and the so-called plague of the flesh. Her description of the plague explained what happened to poor Zinzin in her hygiene bed. It also explained the red butterfly thing I found the other hygiene bed. I guess you have access to her story as well. Hopefully she wrote down the whole history of Q because I honestly didn't understand it all and couldn't do it justice. Yeah, so that's the story we've been reading about, like the crone and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If I had heard it on any other day than the day Atlanta was destroyed, I wouldn't have believed any of it. As it was, I just took it all in a calm, detached way, as if I was just listening to another delusional. I guess you'll be reading her story before any of this even happens, so you'll be inclined to believe it even less. So at that point, I asked her how she knew so much about Q, like what its plans were and everything. She said Q had recently stopped hiding anything from her and the other bred soldiers. It was fully confident in its ability to win against them in any scenario. It no longer felt the need for any secrecy. I asked her why it had tried to kill her, and she said that it hadn't. It was planning to destroy Atlanta anyways. She had arranged for the assassin herself an improvisation to get her out of the city more quickly. I asked her if her ability to see all those extra dimensions allowed her to see into the future. She told me that she could only see extra dimensions in the freed realm. It allowed her to fight against Q more effectively because she can process information on a different level. She explained,
When you look at a digital picture, you can process a huge matrix of color values all at once. You try to process the same picture by looking at a list of color codes for each point, like red 101, green 254, blue 017. It would take forever and be incomprehensible. For certain problems, I have the same advantage over you that you have over a guy reading a list of color codes on a ticker. I can see many things all at once, but I can only see extra dimensions of the feed realm. Here outside the realm, there seems to be only 3 dimensions plus 1 timeline. I can't see beyond that, but I can imagine beyond that.
So you can't see the future?
No, I can only imagine the future. I can imagine a lot of futures.
Then why'd you hire an assassin for yourself? I mean, it just seems like a really risky move. Like, something that was unlikely to pan out.
Oh, I couldn't imagine many scenarios where it wouldn't have worked.
Really? What if I've just been like, fuck this, I'm out of here?
Oh, come now. Nobody would do that.
Nobody would do that? Almost everybody would do that. He had a gun.
Wrestling over firearms is quite common.
Maybe in the feed narratives, but not real life.
You see stories about that kind of thing all the time in the news.
We argued about this point for quite a while. It was like arguing with an intelligent child who has no clue about the real world. Her view of real life had been warped by seeing only the sensational parts of it that managed to leak into the feed realm. She seemed completely unaware that most basic and fundamental fact of human life, that most of it is boring. Most of it is just waiting around, that people go through large portions of their lives tired and sleepy and wanting to lie down. I tried to convince her of this, but in her short time in the real world, she had experienced a murder, a drone strike, a nuclear holocaust, so I wasn't having much success until, lo and behold, she got tired and wanted to lie down. I helped her onto a gurney, and we made plans to head towards Plattsburgh in upstate New York. She said that the key to defeating Q was somewhere near there. Of course, she was lying to me, but I didn't realize it at the time. Interesting. There you go. There's your Karen story again, the banger.
I do like Karen. I like the dynamic between them, both of them.
Yeah.
At 80, let's save just to have it, and then we can keep plowing forward.
I agree. All right, so there is a post made an r/CST. No clue what that is. Oh, critical shower thoughts. But it looks like it was just a post made by Mother Horse Eyes again. No, it was in reply to a question. Okay. And they just reply what looks like a poem that says, how the flesh dances and how the flesh plays. How the flesh toils and spins through its days. How the flesh happy and strapping and young. See the flesh sagging and dragging and glum. Shh. Hear now the giggling, see shadows grow, step down the hallway, each door aglow. Watch now the ceiling, sweet cradle rocks. Who made these puppets? Who made this clock? Ancient hand on the cradle, withered lips form a song. Golden wheel spinning backward, withered hand becomes young. The hands can spin, spin then slow. The clock is wound afresh, but is the sky turned this time by fingers made of flesh? All right, well, that's okay.
Fun. I like that. Yeah, that's a diddle.
All right, so now we move into number 80. This was made day after the last. Yes, day after the last. I'm 24, and it's a Friday night in early summer. Sun is settling down into a haze beyond the mountains, and the city's concrete is beginning to cool after a baking day. The signs for all the bars are turning off. The windows of stolid office buildings become a wild collage of reflected neon. Yes, everybody wants to party tonight. Even the Central Insurance Bank is looking festive. Ho, you minks. I've drunk 6 beers. I am right in the zone. Active, playful, charming. Oh, so charming. I'm actually charming myself right now with my internal monologue, reeling off clever little observations about the people who pass on the sidewalk. I can see a glowing doorway in my mind. All I have to do is walk through it. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Who's calling me now? Maybe it's my usual gang of friends, or the Swedish friends I drank with until 6 a.m. last weekend. Or one of the dozens of girls who are saved in my phone with thoughtful pet names like Brown Hair 2 and Metten Park. But I'm not going to answer my phone. I don't want to make any plans. I'm simply going to walk down the street and something is going to happen because the door is open. The world awaits. I stand by a food vendor and watch people pass. I smile, nod, make funny comments. Most people smile and pass right by. Others linger for a while. 2 girls and guys start talking to me. They're tourists from out of town. What are they looking to do? Nice place or just somewhere cheap? Do they like sake? I know just the place. Sure, no problem. And we're off. Soon we're sitting in a booth. The sake is arriving at regular intervals, and I'm telling crazy stories and snapping off jokes, and I'm listening to them, and they're telling me about themselves, and one of the girls keeps glancing at me when she thinks I'm not looking. And I'm 30. I'm in a darkened apartment, hunched over the glow of my laptop screen, jacking off. I finish and go to the bathroom to wash up, and there's that moment, that same moment, where I have to look at my blotchy face in the mirror and say, well, not my proudest moment, in my head. The same joke I make to myself every time. When I'm done, I stand in the doorway of my bathroom and look at the tiny studio apartment. A desk, a laptop, a futon, a small window with the curtains closed against the summer glare, a crowd of empty bottles on the floor by the door, the stink of old sweat and beer. I whimper. The door is closed. The door is closed forever. I am locked in this apartment, this little box closed off from the world. Now that the jerking off is done, the jitteriness starts to creep back in. Oh, nightmare. I want to drink, but it's only 3 p.m. I've only been awake for half an hour. I should wait until at least 8 before drinking, at least 6, but this is torment. I need some now or I will have some kind of seizure. Just 2 shots, that's it. And then no drinking until I'm 33. And I'm sitting in the 24-hour club listening to a man talk about a mouse that changed his life. He had been living out of his car for a month, and it was so full of trash that the mouse started living there too. This was this problem that finally broke him. That finally showed him the absurdity of it all. That finally made him get sober. How do you set mouse traps in a car? It's a pretty good story, but I've heard it before. Stolid Haircut walks into the meeting late again. I call him Stolid Haircut because I don't know his name, but he has a respectable Republican haircut. Silver and gray and sculpted into broad curves that recall the body of a pre-gas crisis American sedan. He wears the uniform of a retiree, bright blue dad jeans with running shoes and white socks and a plaid shirt buttoned up to the next to top button. Stolid Haircut walks in with wide, clumsy steps of a hesitant toddler. Years of alcoholism have damaged his cerebellum, resulting in an abnormal gait. This and his reddened, venomous nose make his weakness for alcohol plain for anybody to see. At a glance, you can know his most painful personal shame. His lips are permanently pursed into an embarrassed smile. I watch him ease into the chair and go back to listening about the mouse and find myself looking at him again. Oh, tragic haircut. The haircut calls to me from some golden past. It's the haircut of a man who once was. In days gone by, it was thick and brown and belonged to a man who walked with a purposeful stride, a husband and a father. The kind of guy who hoisted his son onto his shoulders to watch passing parades, who played softball and relaxed with a few beers after work, a few whiskeys after that, but always woke up bright and early the next day, who worked hard, who knew who he was, who knew right from wrong, who knew how the world ought to be. I stare at his soft, shining, embarrassed eyes and feel my own filling with tears. How it has all slipped away from him. The young son has grown, the job is done, the wife doesn't talk. Everything that was once strong and sure is now frail and shaky. How many nightmares has this ordinary man seen? I saw so many in just 10 years, and I am nowhere near the point of an abnormal gait. This man has seen unutterable things. How bewildered was he when it first came for him, scuttling darkness. Did he think he was going mad? He comes from a generation where this sort of thing is not discussed. I must have suffered. Oh, haircut. Oh, the bleeding drops of red. I'm staring at him openly. The rest of the meeting is not there anymore. A halo of light pours out around his face and he becomes a vision. Doves and cherubim swirl around him. Escher staircases extend in every direction. Mandalas expand and overlap and spin again. The door. My God, for a moment, the door is open again. What was happening there?
Can't tell if he experienced a mind opening thing or not. Like if he was experiencing a flesh interface.
Yeah, it sounds like he was, because he was skipping through time. I'm 24, I'm 30, I'm 33. He's like, I'm sitting in the club, and then I see him, and the haircut does something weird. It's kind of like that thing about people being in a coma and seeing a lamp that looks weird, and then they wake up from it. It was kind of like that. So maybe he's inside of the interface digitally or real or something.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if his fixation on one thing led him into a state of like the same state that like a lot of people in the program are in, you know?
Yep.
Like it's like almost like a mind altering thing that kind of opens up and allows a gateway.
That's what it kind of sounded like the extra dimension started to pour in. Yeah. All right. Now we move into the next story posted 2 days later, post 81. Right now, the car is heading silent down the highway. It's dark and there's nobody driving. Snuggle up in my seat and listen to the hum of its parts. I've turned my set off. It shows nothing but reports of destruction and plagues. The world is on fire. The world gone mad. So this is the two of them on the drive to New York, I think.
Yep.
Most of the interstates have shut down. They want people to stay in one place. The cars moving along the back road, switching from one lonely little highway to another. We are headed towards the answer, towards the key to defeating Q. I hope we get there fast. Slowly, the sky pales and the blue curves of the mountains emerge from the darkness beyond the guardrails. I hear once that the Appalachians used to be as high as the Himalayas. Looking up at the sloping hills under the sky, I could sense the ancient shape of the world, a world that was here before us. Man, I'm getting pretty philosophical. In my mind, another shape appears. Massive, continental, the slope of human decline, the awful descent of the human race into... God, let's just enjoy the pretty mountains. Karen is lying in the back. She's doing another eye treatment with equipment we took from the hospital before we reach Plattsburgh. The car switches highways and heads west. The sun climbs higher. We are getting closer. Eventually, the car turns onto an unpaved road. After a few minutes, it slows to a stop. And here we are. I look around. It's a nice bit of courtesy scenery. Glassed trees and gentle hills and blue skies and pretty much nothing. There's nothing here. Or whatever is here is hidden. Karen's still doing the eye treatment in the darkness of the van's rear. The light from the goggles seeps out in little flashes, sketching the shape of her face. Finally, the goggles turn green and she pulls them off, blinking and squinting. I go and help her sit up.
Can you see a little better?
She looks down at her hands, moving her fingers slowly in the dark.
Yeah.
Persistent shapes?
She raises her hands into a shaft of sunlight shining in from the front of the van. Her fingers catch the glow.
My hands.
She says softly, her voice quavering with disbelief. It's the first strong emotion I've heard from her.
Good. That's great. Well, we're here. What do we do now?
She looks at me and smiles maniacally.
We go into the forest.
She says. Her smile is unnatural and stiff, more of a grimace than a smile, but for a brief moment, as it first spreads across her face, she looks like a giddy little kid.
The key is there. What is it? Some kind of secret underground base or hidden laboratory?
If it's Solomon's key, if it's the lesser key of Solomon, I I will pick something in my room to break. I don't know what yet, but if it is.
Well, you better say now or else people are going to be pissed. You better fucking say it. What are you going to break? Break your monitor.
No, it's too expensive. It has to be something that's like, I'll pin. There's this pin here. There's this old Purina pin I've used. I'll snap it in half.
I was going to say, you could take your gun and shoot yourself in the leg.
All right, well, that was a little much, I think. But I'll just be excited, is my point. She makes a groaning sound that I barely recognize as laughter.
You played too many narratives. It's much simpler than that.
I unfold a wheelchair that we borrowed from the hospital and help her into it. When I open the back doors of the van, she winces against the bright sunlight, and again, her face looks like a little kid's for a moment. I give her a pair of huge black wraparound sunglasses that we took eye treatment center. The van lowers to the ground, and I roll the wheelchair out of the dusty road. She makes sure I take a bag of supplies with us, snacks and drinks and other stuff. The sun is warm on my skin, but the breeze is fresh and cool. It's a perfect day. You would think that everything is right in the world.
So where to?
She looks around, her head wobbling on her thin stalk of a neck, her eyes hidden by the massive glasses.
Sorry. There was once a house here. Do you see it?
I look around and spy a low, crumbled gray wall almost hidden behind the high grass.
I think I see an old foundation.
That's it.
She says. Her eyes are hidden, but there is something in her voice that wasn't there yesterday. Shivery excitement. Makes me excited too. Push the wheelchair down a weedy gravel driveway towards the foundation. There's nothing else left of the house. It must have been torn down and hauled off. Karen has me push her around in it, go down a trail leading towards the forest.
What was that house? Anything important?
I used to live there.
I turn and give it another look, as if I would see some new detail in the crumbling concrete that I had missed.
That was an old children's home? Yep. Then where are we going?
We're almost there. It's close.
We follow the trail into the forest. The trees become thick and shadowy. The wheelchair has a little power assist, but it's still tough to push it over the roots and rocks that lie along the narrowing, twisting path.
Oh, yes.
Up ahead, sunlight gleams through the branches of the crowding trees. A wave of excitement moves through me, and I push Karen faster. Come out into a clearing, a broad patch of wild grass that glows green and golden in the sunlight.
Here.
Stop the wheelchair and look around. First glance, there doesn't seem to be anything here.
So what's here?
I used to come here as a child and play make-believe before I was connected.
I take a walk around the clearing, looking for something. A hatch, a hole, an actual key lying in the grass. There's nothing. Across the clearing, Karen is slowly pulling off her sunglasses. When her eyes appear, they startle me. They're wide and gleaming with utter fascination. I walk up to her. She's staring at something. Tears fill the rim of her eyes and spill over. What is she looking at? It seems to be something right in front of her, something I can't see. Stand beside her and crouch so I can see what she is seeing. There's nothing there but a small cloud of gnats.
What are you looking at?
She looks all around and takes a deep breath and shudders.
There's more.
More what?
They said the feeds were complete, but they were wrong.
I wait for her to say more, but she doesn't.
What do you mean?
She looks at me and smiles. The most goofy, crazed smile I've ever seen. Tears still flowing down her cheeks.
The designers of the feed said that it provides a complete experience. Enough colors, enough frames, enough smell gradients, enough complexity to make it indistinguishable from reality, but they were wrong. Here, look at them,
She says, raising her hand into the air.
You mean the gnats?
Yes.
The gnats are glowing specks dancing senselessly in the sunlight. I wonder if some pattern will emerge. Can Karen control them with her mind? Is that the secret? Are they forming shapes? They just dance and dance, forming nothing, making no pattern that I can see. I feel silly for even thinking that they would. They're gnats. There's something pretty about that despite how advanced the technology is, that they're stuck there, there's still something about life that cannot be replicated.
The beauty of the real world, is lost.
The imperfections of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I turn away. A flood of angry thoughts rush through my head. Gnats? Gnats. She's nuts. She's lost it. Yeah, she's powerful and impressive in the feed realm, but now she's in the real world and she has completely lost her shit. This whole trip's been a waste.
Is there anything here? What's the key? Seriously. Don't give me that bullshit like I can't explain or you'll see. Just tell me. What are we doing here? What's the plan?
I ask, almost shouting by the end. Crazed look of joy fades from her face and is replaced by a look of scolded child. She lets her head hang and wipes the tears from her face with her weak little hands. I feel bad. I kneel by the chair and say,
I'm sorry. Please, just tell me what your plan is. I need to know now.
Karen begins speaking softly without looking up.
Q has base control of every major system in the world. Every drone, every rover, every defense robot, all orbital assets, all nuclear weaponry. She has control over most human political systems. She has destroyed or contained every existing countermeasure, including me. There's no scenario in which we could ever require control, not without 1,000 times our current resources, not with 1,000 years of computation time. So, what's the plan? What we need is a way for Q to be destroyed by just one or a few motivated individuals. I believe that there were points in the past where this could have happened. Maybe one of the Germans overseeing the early research program could have stopped it. Maybe it could have been stopped around 2020 when the portals were shut down and the interface research was temporarily abandoned. But it didn't happen. Currently, at this point, there's no way for it to happen. Q has control of far, far too many assets. The war is already lost. Irrevocably. Then what do we do? You must hope that there are alternate timelines, that somebody in one of these timelines foresees what is happening to us right now. Somebody foresees this very moment in time and takes steps to prevent it.
Yeah, so this is why our narrator is seeing this, right?
Yeah.
Because he's seeing the future that cannot be. But also that explains the significance of like the concentration camp and the guard there and the ancient tribe thousands of years ago before nations. It's because those were nexus points where Q could have been stopped, where Mother could have been stopped if someone would have done something different, but they didn't. Mm-hmm. In those alternate timelines, but seemingly in our time, that did happen, right? Because according to our narrator, we're in the timeline where this doesn't come to be, but in these alternate timelines, no one stopped it. I stare at her. She looks into my eyes. I grope for words.
Is that... Wait, alternate timelines, is that the plan? We have to send messages back into the past? In a sense. Then the person who receives this message will destroy Q in the past, and that will save us.
Karen shakes her head slowly.
No, that clearly won't happen, where everything would already be different. We're utterly doomed. Whether it be incinerated in a nuclear strike or rounded up and incorporated into Q. There's no stopping that. The only hope to defeat Q is on some other timeline. If such a thing exists, there's no hope for us at all? At all? Then what are we doing here? Why are we in this fucking clearing? Haven't you felt it? Felt what? The feeling that you're inside a narrative.
This is like the Matrix. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say, it's like getting very fucking meta, dude.
An eerie shiver comes up.
I was gonna say, she's just like, you know what a red pill is? He's like, oh, God, here we go.
He like blinks and she's dressed as Morpheus in the long trench coat with the glasses on.
Yeah, she's like, we have to become top G.
An eerie shiver comes over me. I look around at the clearing.
Like I'm inside a feed? No, inside a narrative. A story in somebody's mind. Doesn't this all just seem like a story? Two people rushing off to save the world to find some hidden key in the forest? Yeah, it all seems pretty unbelievable. That's how I wanted it to feel. That's why we came out here. So that we can be inside a story. And now hopefully there's somebody out there in the past who will write the story. Write the story? What? So there's nothing here? There's no magic key or secret underground base. Well, this story sucks. Why? It's a huge fucking letdown.
Karen makes a mild choking sound that might be a chuckle. Slip down into the grass beside her wheelchair and hang my head. I'm out in the woods with a crazy person. She doesn't even make sense. She spent too long in 5D. She's talking about alternate timelines. Finally, I ask her.
So we're just fucked, right? If you look toward our future, if you look at the series of events in which will happen to us, they are dark. They're very awful. We will suffer, we will die, but that would be true in any timeline. On the other hand, if you look at the entire story, not as a series of events, not from beginning to end, but as a single continuous connected shape,
where every event is occurring simultaneously. I think my life, even my stupid little life, which I spent mostly inside the hygiene bed, would form a beautiful shape.
I snort. I'm tired of this cryptic bullshit. Karen goes on.
Maybe that shape reaches back to some place where somebody can see it and change things.
I don't say anything. Karen reaches into our bag of supplies and pulls out one of the little paper notebooks she bought at the gas station.
What are you doing? I'm going to write a poem. You want a notebook? What for? Maybe there's somebody out there who needs you to write a story. Who would read it? Isn't everybody going to die? Who knows?
She says and drops the other notebook in my lap.
Maybe somebody would be interested.
Toss the notebook off into the grass. It's pointless. You barely write on paper anyways. Sit in silence for a long time. When I look up, Karen is staring at the same little cloud of gnats, occasionally jotting stuff down. I find myself staring at them too. They look like nothing more than living specks of dust, worked into a crazy, whirling frenzy. Is there any pattern in how they move? Would it matter if there was? Think about what Karen said about the shape of her life, what it would look like if everything happened simultaneously, if it could all be seen at once. I think about the shape of my own life. I stare at the gnats and imagine seeing every position of every gnat all at one time. What kind of shape would it make? If I could see it, would this shape have any meaning? Pick up the notebook and begin to write. That's the end of that story. So she's to the point where she's like, our timeline's dead. We're an end point, but maybe someone we can talk back to a main point and they can see this. Maybe they can see what we write. Maybe it can mean something, which is what I think that poem earlier was. The one about the flesh is everywhere. The flesh sings. That one might be one of their poems. I don't know.
It also feels very much like the whole idea of like, those who understand history or those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it or something. So it's almost this idea of reaching out and like even across alternate timelines, trying to basically shoot a flare into the air and prevent something. It kind of feels like, I mean, there's so much bullshit going on in our own world, like in the real world today, to where it's like almost just wanting to shout to somebody or something and just be like, learn from this, learn from like the horrible nature of this, to where like another timeline can live in prosperity or live in not horrible times in a way, you know? But the collective human experience is more valuable than the singular experience.
It's an interesting point to get to at this point in the story, kind of being like, maybe for us it'll suffer if you view it that way, but maybe if you view it as a whole, we meant something. And there's also something beautiful about our narrator saw those stories and were able to tell them to us. So in a way, yeah, their life had meaning, even if they weren't there to see it.
And also it makes Karen's point of being like appreciative of the gnats and just the beauty in the area.
Yeah.
Makes it hit harder for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the next post, the 82nd post, is posted to the Mother Horseeye subreddit, and Mother Horseeye said, "We're getting closer to the end, but there's more to do." And then posted a link to the song "Mom" by Garth Brooks.
That's pretty funny.
Which has lyrics that go, "A little baby told God, 'Hey, I'm kind of scared. Don't really know if I want to go down there. From here, it looks like a little blue ball. That's a great big place, and I'm so small. Why can't I just stay here with you? Did I make you mad? Don't you want me to? God said, 'Oh, child, of course I do, but there's somebody special waiting for you. So hush now, baby, don't you cry, because there's someone down there waiting whose only goal in life is making sure you're always going to be all right. A loving angel, tender, tough, and strong. It's almost time to go and meet your mom.'" Which is so fun.
Garth Brooks' song being turned into like a Satanist thing is so sick.
Because it's just like a stereotypical like, "Oh, we love our mothers out here in the sticks."
Well, it's literally just talking about like a baby being born and going to Earth, whatever. But yeah, and then it's just I love the idea too of Garth Brooks just reading this and being like, "Hey, that's not what come on, love that, mother."
God has forced you to participate on this mortal coil so that you can be fed to the eldritch being known as Mother Horseeye.
Yeah.
Out in the sticks where the truck and music plays. We simply are meant to curse and die and fight against God and self in this mortal coil. And while we may fight against the waning dark, it is simply a metaphor for our own suffering, as we're all flesh for the unholy mother at the end of the day. 'Cause I got friends in low places.
All right, y'all. I just killed my daughter and sacrificed her to the devil. This one's called Thunder Rolls. Thunder, lightning thread. All right, y'all. I just stabbed my wife to death with a pair of goat horns. This one's called Thunder Rolls.
Hey, everybody. I decided that all children are meant to be meat for the flesh interface to give back to the Holy Mother who will consume us all in the end. You can blame it all on my roots. I showed up in boots.
Yeah, even the devil's like, this is actually a good one.
Yeah, when the guy in the suit showed up in the club to kill that girl, it was Garth Brooks.
Yeah, it's Garth Brooks is the one that has like a perfect body.
Blame it all on my roots. And she's like, who is this man out of time? Who is this?
I got friends in low places where low is good roads. And he has such a beautiful voice. My blues away, and I'll be okay.
I didn't mean to cause a big scene and kill you with my multifaceted penis. The devil horn thing.
But you
Blame it all on my roots. That's so funny. Okay.
I'm going to listen to Garth Brooks later today.
All right. So there we go. All right. Next. 82nd post. Before writing this series, I wrote a novel. I worked on it for 6 years, the worst years of my life. As I sank deeper in alcoholism, okay, this is our author, I think. As I sank deeper into alcoholism and became a pathetic, trembling recluse, I held on to the novel as my one desperate hope. Maybe it would turn out well. Maybe it would get published. Maybe it would sell well. Maybe my life would change. Maybe I would escape my stinking little apartment. What dreams I had. What desperate little dreams. As my life got worse, I told myself I was on a journey of self-discovery, that I was an artist going through a period of struggle before my great breakthrough. Every famous artist has some sort of living in a tiny apartment and working a mind-numbing job and eating crap food before their first big success. Surely this was just that part of my story. How much richer would my success be after all this pathetic degradation? After a night of writing, I would get drunk and imagine myself being interviewed in front of an auditorium full of my fans, telling of self-depreciating but touching anecdotes about my ragged days before I became literary success. My audience, full of bookishly pretty young women, would titter and sigh as they related to my struggles and admired my unwavering determination. What fantasies I had. There were other times I knew that I was comforting myself with delusions of grandeur, when I was trying to romanticize my lazy failure of a life by pretending to be a struggling artist on the verge of success. Really, I was just a lazy drunk on the verge of nothing. I wasn't even some proud rebel drunk like Charles Bukowski. I hated myself. I didn't write enough or read enough or know enough or work hard enough to be a real writer. I never read Anna Karenina or 100 Years of Solitude or anything by Henry James. I was often bored when reading and bored when writing. Did I even like it? I'd half-assed my way through school and work and relationships. I'd half-assed everything I'd ever done. And I was even half-assing something that was supposed to be important to me. I hadn't even finished one novel after 6 years. And then there was the most damning evidence of all. My writing sucked. Sometimes I felt like I was a fraud. Sometimes I felt like I was on the right path. Sometimes I felt like both of these things were true at once. Like I was on two different timelines. My view of the matter changed often. At night, I tended to regard myself as being on the very cusp of fame and fortune. The next morning, I tended to wake up feeling like an untalented dilettante. Meanwhile, this supposedly temporary period of struggle stretched on and on and on. I turned 30. Surely something would happen by 40. But what if it didn't? As I withdrew from friends and coworkers and became more of a recluse, I rationalized it as concentrating on my writing. Except my busy schedule of drinking and hangovers didn't allow for much writing. The story of the struggling artist was showing itself to be a lie. Then I got fired from my job and sent to rehab. After I stopped drinking, I used my newly found energy and spare time to finish the novel. I finished it in a few months. You can get a lot done when you're not entering the void every night. For someone like me, the completion of a 6-year struggle is an occasion which simply begs to be accompanied by a drink, by many drinks. I had always planned to just go get drunk for an entire week after I finished my novel. Instead, I took a walk down to a nearby bar and stood outside it for a while. I didn't go in. In my head, my life seemed to be developing into a new story, a heroic turnaround in which I got sober and everything fell into place. Yes, surely this was how it would go. I sent letters to 30 literary agents with the hopes of getting the book published. None expressed any interest. It hurt to be rejected. I'd stopped drinking, but I still hadn't found a fulfilling job. I was able to talk to people and look cashiers in the eye again, but I was still a recluse. I'd still invested a lot of desperate hopes into getting the novel published. I felt so foolish for investing so much hope into something that is just so unlikely. But I couldn't help myself. The lure of feeling some sense of purpose and accomplishment was just too much. I wanted to be noticed. Honestly, I wanted to be rich and famous, though they may have disguised as achieving artistic success and finding my purpose. Perhaps my dreams were ultimately as crass and grasping as any Kardashians. I had given the literary agents 4 months to respond to me before accepting they were not interested. Soon after that deadline passed, I started writing this web series. As you may know, a few websites wrote articles about these series, and some very lovely people created a very wonderful subreddit about it, and this drew the attention of people in the publishing industry. They contacted me, and just like that, my long-held dream was again revived, and now it seemed more in reach than ever. I had been struggling to contact agents, and now they were contacting me. Now, what a heady feeling. Again, it felt like everything was falling into place, like my life was shaping into a story with a happy ending. Speaking of endings, I needed to come up with an ending for the series before I could finally take my rightful place as a leading light of the literati. Cough. A few people on the subreddit had expressed doubt that I could possibly deliver a satisfying ending, and I was inclined to agree with them. I had already noticed what the story was easier to write when I was opening narrative threads than when I was wrapping them up. What would the overall ending be? It had to be about Mother. That was the center of the story. But what did I really know about Mother beyond a few vague memories? I had long puzzled over these memories back when I was drinking. I was convinced that something had happened to me one summer, something beyond my understanding, something monstrous. But after I got sober, I was encouraged to digest some hard truths about myself. And I decided that it was entirely possible that I had more or less made it all up. Not that I simply lied to myself, but more that I had latched onto some vague memory, perhaps a recurring nightmare, and built it up in my mind over the years. Perhaps as an explanation for why I was so emotionally screwed up, it was easier to face life as a victim of some unknown half-remembered evil. It gave me an excuse to crawl into the bottle. I needed to provide a satisfying ending to the series and to my quest to get published. Being interviewed, both of these tasks rest on a hazy collection of sinister memories. Then again, couldn't I just make some shit up? Hadn't I been doing that all along? The solution presented itself to me one night when I was talking with my roommate Sean. He told me that back when he smoked crack, he used to bring into abandoned buildings to see if there was stuff to steal. He said that he once broke into a warehouse downtown and found a set of stairs that led to an underground room, which led to many more rooms that went deep underground. Over the course of the next few weeks, he went deeper and deeper into the complex, taking various stuff, but always leaving quickly because it was a spooky place. On the last night he snuck into the complex, he found a room where the walls were covered in human bone. Interesting. So this is, again, him meta kind of talking about the own story.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it feels like he's giving you insight into his actual life, but I don't think he's doing that.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's under the perception that the writer of everything is. Yeah.
Sneaky little fuck.
Next one, post 83, the next day. So there I was on the front porch with Sean, both of us sitting in rickety old chairs, slapping away the mosquitoes when he mentioned quietly that he had once seen a room where the walls were covered with human bone. Right away, my heart started pumping in my chest. He must have seen my Reddit post. This was something I'd been worried about, even dreading. My posts were not too flattering of him, and he was a very private person. very defensive of his boundaries. He would see it as an intrusion and a betrayal. I had taken great pains to obscure the details of his identity, giving him a new name and a different sort of Afrocentric religion. Nobody would recognize him from my post, but some of the stuff in my writing had been taken verbatim from our conversations. If he saw them, he would surely recognize himself. Sean was not a guy I wanted to piss off. When he first came to the house, he told us that his main character defect was his temper, and he wasn't kidding. On more than one occasion, I had watched anger build up inside of him until he ended up chewing somebody out. It was a sort of scene that left me tiptoeing back into my bedroom, giddily thankful I wasn't taking the brunt of his outrage. All those years as a recluse, I had left with no appetite for confrontation. Sean had been sincerely working on his temper. He was the one black dude in the house, and he was worried about being seen as an angry black guy. He often said to me,
You get up in somebody's face and they'll be like, say, fellas, let's work this thing out. But if I cross the line, they'll be like, call the police. Nope. I assured him that this was not the case. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, that's great. This nope gone crazy. Oh, that's awesome. I assured him that this was not the case, while not being entirely sure this wasn't the case. As a result of his fears, he had become very indirect about how he expressed his anger. If he felt somebody was disrespecting him, he would give them the silent treatment for a while, then come down hard on them for something small, all the while being very careful to not raise his voice or make any threatening gestures, which somehow made him more intimidating. As much as he didn't want to play out the angry black guy stereotype, I didn't want to play out the meek, affronted white guy stereotype, but I was sometimes intimidated by him. So now when he told me about the walls covered with bones, I figured he must have been feeling me out, seeing if I would come clean about what I had written. But that was such a strange way to do it. I didn't know what to say. Looked him in the eye, trying to make my face completely neutral. He gazed back at me, his face half in shadow, half colored by the yellow porch light, his expression dead serious. He went on speaking softly.
Skulls, teeth, arms and hands melded together on the walls, up on the ceiling.
Could this be the man earlier as well who's in the home?
Yeah, it's him, Sean.
So it is him?
Yeah, the black Israelite who said he saw all that.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, same guy. So there I was on the front porch with Sean, both of us sitting in rickety old chairs, slapping away the mosquitoes when he mentioned quietly that he had once seen a room where the walls were covered with human bone. Right away, my heart started thumping in my chest. He had seen in real life what I'd only seen in my mind. He was about to tell me that the flesh interfaces and mother and all the other nightmares were true. I had on some level known this was coming. It was a culmination of the strange feelings I had all week. It started when I was sitting in that AA meeting. Yep. Okay. It started when I was sitting in that AA meeting, looking at the sad face of the old man with the stolid haircut. It was him who had that vision of the old man with the haircut doing all that. I'm going to assume everything about AA and alcohol and addiction stuff is all the author of the story. It's all him.
Yeah, 100%.
I'd entered a strange and sudden reverie, carried away by the sheer damn poignancy of this man's haircut and how it symbolized the sort of strong, upright man he had tried and failed to be. I saw him in a great shifting vision, different versions of him emerging and overlapping. Here he was a young boy learning how to use a comb. Here he was a young man, the wind ruffling his sturdy locks as he experienced the rush of confidence that comes with drink. Here he was in front of the mirror, running the comb through his wet hair with a shaky hand, dropping it in the sink. Here he was with stitches just below the hairline after another accidental fall. Here he is finally face down at the bottom of his stairs, his hair ever so slightly mussed, just a few strands out of place, almost perfect. The next day, my roommate Donnie, the ex-Marine, and I went out to the river to swim. It was a perfect sunny day, and there was a lot of people out swimming and floating along in inner tubes. As I lay at the back of the cool waters, feeling the warm forest air alive on my wet skin, I saw for a moment that vanished primeval world peopled by the forest children. These children lived along the river, not working or toiling, but simply taking what the river offered, living and dying by the good mother's generosity. All of his different visions are crashing in on him, it seems. Sure, they wouldn't know the benefits of riding in agriculture, and they would drop like flies to horrible diseases and predators, but in doing so, they would accept their humble place in the universe, rather than striving to overcome it through science or religion. They would know themselves to be fragile things which lived for a brief moment and died, like glimmers on the river's water. For the second time in many days, I found myself with tears in my eyes over some trivial moment, and I was forced to turn away from Donnie as he relayed a story about a Marine buddy who had been given a humorous nickname by the platoon due to his uncanny knack for finding and acquiring venereal disease. In AA, they talk about not struggling or trying to manage everything, but rather letting God manage it. Not believing in an interventionist God, I had to interpret this as simply trying to accept the things I cannot change. I saw a vision of my life where I was able to accept life's vicissitudes. Sure.
I say, don't lean on me, bro. I'm fucking stupid as shit. So,
with humility and grace, and where life opened itself to me as a result. With it came a wave of nostalgia. The last time I had felt like this, I had been in college, taking a lot of acid. How long had I shut myself away from life? That damn apartment with that damn bottle. I had been unable to accept any discomfort or unhappiness, so I had avoided everything except liquor. I had tried to control my feelings, and as a result, I had found discomfort and unhappiness like I never imagined. But now I could accept life, embrace life, welcome all the awkwardness and frustration and pain and indignities. How many opportunities were right at my fingertips? I could talk to one of the girls wearing the smart bathing suits and be married in a few months. Or just find a friend, or be hired as a staff writer of some kind of pastry magazine. Anything was possible. I saw now the glowing door open before me. I saw all doors open and aligned one after another, and behind them all there was what? I couldn't say. The inside slipped away without revealing itself, but the fading reverie left a warm glow, and I dipped my head back into the cool water, looked up into the sky crowded with bright, weightless clouds. I could see now that so many things were coming together in my life. I was getting sober. I was learning to talk to people. Even the dream of being a novelist, the dream was coming true. So now when Sean told me about the walls covered with bone, it seemed like yet another thing falling into place. But this time it was something sinister, something so awful, I thought it couldn't be real. Now it seems that whatever force was bringing my dreams to life was also acting on my nightmares. I looked Sean in the eye, trying to make my face completely neutral. He gazed back at me, his face half in shadow, half colored by the yellow porch light, his expression dead serious. He went on, speaking softly.
Skulls, teeth, arms and hands melted together on the walls up on the ceiling.
I asked him very carefully.
Is this something you read about on the internet?
He shook his head and said,
No, man.
I looked down into his lap. I needed to find out exactly what was going on, even if it meant giving myself away. I asked him.
Have you been reading my Reddit posts?
He squinted at me and asked,
Reddit? What is that?
So, it was real after all. Okay, I don't know if that's saying that it was real, the room, as in like just Sean doesn't know what Reddit is, or if this is in a... I think Sean doesn't know what Reddit is. Otherwise, like, our author is in a different timeline where Reddit doesn't exist and he's communicating to Reddit from a different space. I think Sean just doesn't know. And now our author is like, oh, he really did see a room full of that stuff. Oh, no. That's what I think.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think that's what it is. It could be wrong, but. All right, post 84. A full-scale interface portal being below a highly populated urban center. Back to our author, okay. In the early days of flesh interface technology, this would have been considered utter madness. Also, the rest of the story may just be our author, because I feel like all of our other plot threads have been tied up, right?
Yeah, the Karen one, and then that one feels like that one's over too, and they're contributing to the things that we're reading, or like what we've read.
Yeah.
I think. So.
That might be it. The uncontrolled incident zones would have resulted in mass segmentation and total chaos. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Interfaces create segmentations and incident zones and stuff like that, yeah. And looking back on the experiment, madness was in fact the result. For a brief time, it seemed like an idea worth exploring. It all started one day when a mid-level analyst was navigating a 3D map of the Honduras contained interface 2 and felt the urge to go to the bathroom. Just as she was getting up from her desk, she was struck by an overwhelming realization. But before we get to that, you must understand some background information. First, building an interface below a populated city was now possible because we had learned how to control the size of incident zones. We could create interfaces with incident zones that only existed within the interface tunnels. instead of there being a large uncontrolled zone around the interface. This was achieved through a breakthrough involving signal cables. For years, we thought that the interfaces had little appetite for anything but flesh. Machines and other objects were ignored. They were not incorporated into the interface superstructure and did not seem to undergo significant travel, but the Chinese figured out that the interfaces were willing to incorporate electromagnetic signal cables. If a live transmitting cable was sent into a vagus corridor, the cable was taken up by the cilia limbs and connected directly to the interface's nervous conduits. Yep. I know it's kind of been confirmed at this point with all the stuff, but yes, the future technology of people being plugged in is them being plugged into the flesh interfaces. Yeah. Absolutely. At this point, we could send and receive signals from the interface. You can imagine our excitement. We had a working example of seamless techno-organic integration. It would naturally become the basis for direct sense feed technology. Those early days, we had no idea what the interface did with the signals we sent to it, nor could we make much sense of the signals it sent to us. All we knew is that it loved signals, the more the better. The more cables we hooked up to it, the more information we sent and received, the smaller the segmentation zone would become. As computing and signal technology advanced, we were able to reduce the segmentation zone to an area within the interface tunnels. Finally, we had a relatively safe and stable flesh interface. Still, we had no reason to consider building an interface below a city until our mid-level analyst made her startling discovery. Before this discovery, we knew that the size of a flesh interface depended chiefly on one factor: how much flesh it was provided. But at a certain point, the interface would cease to grow. Even if it was provided with ample building material, we wanted to know why. Why had the Navoya, Zemlya, and Artigas portals grown so large when other portals were offered more flesh but failed to grow? In addition, we wanted to know what factors shaped the configuration of the interface tunnels, the so-called ant farms. At this point, we knew only a few basic facts. The tunnels would form either underground or underwater, but not in the atmosphere. The underwater tunnels were much larger than the underground tunnels, generating more segmentation and requiring more signal transfers to quell the segmentation. While the interface tunnels avoided the surface, they had little regard for the composition of the rock, sand, or soil that they were tunneling through. They tunneled through everything at a rate chiefly determined by how quickly we fed them flesh. It wasn't possible to observe the tunnel process, but it must have happened via segmentation because the dirt and rock which was removed simply disappeared. The tunnels were self-supporting and would remain in place even if the surrounding earth shifted, unless they were wholly exposed to the open air, in which case they would putrefy. But why did the tunnels take one configuration or another? What our mid-level analyst discovered as she traveled through the 3D digital recreation was that the route she was taking was strangely similar to the trip she took to the bathroom every day. It was an odd little route through a poorly designed research facility, which included a short flight of stairs and a switchback at the end of the hall. All of this was reflected in the ant tunnel. Forgetting for a moment that her desire to use the bathroom, she took an emergency escape map of the wall and compared it to the ant tunnel she was studying. The layout of the Honduras research facility, which was just a few hundred meters from the interface entrance, was quite different from the layout of the interface tunnels, but there are certain similarities which went beyond coincidence. The analyst's discovery spread quickly through the facility, and the analyst herself was given minor promotion along with a new office. It was discovered that the interface tunnels did not copy the architecture of the research building, but rather the most frequently used paths and most frequently occupied rooms in the building. That is, it copied the layout of human activity within the building. But even this, it did in a distorted, oblique way, repeatedly copying and multiplying certain sections of the layout, as if the building map was being viewed through a multifaceted lens. For the people, gosh, dude. Okay, so it works off of human subconscious of areas people are familiar with, and it recreates those. So that explains why eventually everyone decides to hook people up to the interface, because it gives the interface more data to work off of, more human conscious experiments. But this is also one of the chief concepts of things like the back rooms, that the back rooms exist below humanity. They exist in like the areas you no-clip out of, and they're just repeated misprints of human experience, of things humans are familiar with, but reset in an uncanny liminal way. So it's effectively like they're copying what people are afraid of, but in this uncanny valley. Someone really did take everything I care about and they threw it in. By the end of this story, it's going to be like, I see Mother Horse Eyes, but she looks different. Now she appears as a 6'1" goth chick who wears low boots and fishnet.
Mother.
At that point, I would freak out, be in the corner, like, I know you're watching, whoever you are.
Yeah,
Stay back. Get out of my head. For the people working in the facility, the discovery was nothing less than eerie. Shortly after the newly promoted analyst moved into her new office, a new section of tunnel was created within the interface to reflect this. No longer were the analysts detached observers. It was clear that on some level, they were being observed and copied for some inscrutable purpose. A quick comparison of interfaces and nearby human-occupied research facilities revealed unmistakable parallels. Huge facilities such as Zemla Novoya tended to produce huge interfaces. This even held true for undersea interfaces such as Arcticus, where the nearest facility might be many kilometers away. The correlation was stupefyingly obvious once we looked for it, and it set off a wave of great speculation. People started theorizing that the interfaces were affected by all sorts of things: the mood of the office, how much coffee we drank, the health of our potted plants. This period of wild speculation came to be known as the correlation game, as almost anything was proposed as a possible correlation. Most of the speculation came to nothing, but there was one idea that gained traction. What if we built an interface in a highly populated area and gave it unlimited flesh material? How big would it get? Okay, I like how they're starting to draw connections between like the old interface, the flesh back then, and what is now, all that. Like everything's starting to connect in a way that feels natural. And also, it's like, oh, why would they be so evil or thoughtless as to see how big it can get? So you got to understand, this is the CIA team that's hyped up on LSD, which is causing their brains to want to build for Mother Horse Eyes, right?
Right.
So they're like almost possessed to build. So that's why they're like, what if we put it under a city? So. And the cables allow them to control incident zones so people don't get segmented everywhere, which would obviously give away the game, right?
Yeah, exactly. Keeps it all together.
Yep. All right, post 85. Ready?
Yup.
There was this abandoned warehouse that everybody knew about. I knew it had evil spirits when I first went into it, but the crack had me thinking nothing could touch me. Even the other crackheads didn't like to go in there, except the ones who had already fell off. Those ones you see standing around just staring through the wall. But I'm up in there like, I got God's protection. I don't fear anything. But really, it's just a crack talking. I start looking around and find some stairs in the back. The bottom's a steel door. This is Sean talking, by the way.
Yeah, sure. 100%.
This thing is big, solid, deadbolts, everything. Somebody already went at it with a sledge, but it ain't move at all. You think there's crackheads in there every night, and they still ain't broke through that door. That's a solid door. So where I was working at, I knew my boss had a spreader, like some Jaws of Life shit. So the next night, I took it and I broke open the door. Inside was just a little room with block walls and another door. Same big ass steel door. And there was a smell, that underground smell, but also like how when the spirits are unclean, they make a stank, that smell. I broke open the next door and it's a hallway with another door. I keep going through the place, breaking open doors, but it's mostly empty. Just some desks and computers too old to sell. I was like, shit. So I took the doors, sold them for scrap, heavy-ass doors. The reason nobody got in them doors before is because a crackhead can't hold on to something like a hydraulic spreader. That thing was like $400. Crackhead will just sell the spreader. He ain't gonna screw with those doors when he can just get his $400. I still had some discipline. I was smoking rocks, but I had some discipline. So I would put it back in the morning before my boss saw I took it. But that crack had me going, so one day I sold the spreader too. My boss never figured out it was me who took the spreader. I was so slick. Then some things happened with me and my wife, and I stopped smoking for a while. Things were going all right. Checked it like I was going to see my kids, but nah. I'd forgot all about the old warehouse, but just as soon as I forgot, I looked at my boss's trailer and he had another spreader. I was like, damn, I didn't even want to look at it. I've been clean for 2 months, but the crack was whispering. It got me again. And I was back down in that warehouse. The crack that compels you to go to Lovecraftian demon tunnels.
That's that good shit, dude.
That's that good. I was just breaking open doors, going room to room. There was hallways, stairs, more rooms. Kept going deeper. Found a room full of cages, a real big room like a pound. I was glad because it was a lot of metal. But in the last cage at the end, do you believe the things I'm saying? I know you don't believe in God. I know you don't care about the Jews or the Gentiles. The Bible's real, but it happened a long time ago. People have forgot. That's why they carry on like they do. They don't know. And it's just when people forget, it's when the Lord comes again. He will punish us all for the iniquities, the evils we do. The days to come will be full of terror. The Lord will chastise us like little children. The smell was real strong in that room, that evil smell. I knew what I would find before I found it. There was some bones in that last cage, little bones, curled up in the corner, still with clothes on. I got out of there. I was gone. I was never coming back, but God. I came back and I chopped up those cages and took them all out, just kicked them bones out on the floor. I came back again the next day and broke into the next room, and there was more cages, all of them full. I was supposed to be back in my old house with my wife and kids, but I was down in that room with all those little skulls and hands. That's the insanity. Wasn't even worth the money, but I kept going back. There was always one more door, one more room, just a little more money. I didn't even think about where them bones came from, who killed them, who put them in cages. I didn't care. Then I found the room with bones on the walls, and I was done. That last night, I was way down in there, down underground. I opened a door, and inside, there was just a cave. The other rooms had block walls, but this was like a mine. I shone my flashlight around, and up ahead, I thought there were crystals on the walls or something. But it was bones. I mean, people. Hands, skulls, ribs, all of it just put together. And it went on and on. I said, God, this is the valley of the shadow of death. I knew I wasn't scared of those spirits because they were already inside me, telling me don't worry, telling me to keep going back down in there. I prayed to the Lord to deliver me, and I got scared right there. The spirits came out of me, and I got scared. I won't lie, I was crying, just shook up. I knew I wasn't alone in there. I could feel the evil one down in that tunnel. It was all power in the dark. The spirits of all those dead people were all formed together to form up into the body of the evil one, formed into a beast. It wanted me to bow to it, to bow to the idol. I didn't bow, I ran. I was gone. That was my moment of testing. I didn't bow, but for a little minute, I could feel all that power. And I smelt another smell. Different from the other rooms, I remember. My daughter's more grown now, but when she was little, I'd feed her applesauce. I'd be thinking about her when I smell it. I smelt it then. Coming out of the dark, and God, I wanted to bow. Man. God.
Lord.
So this is Mother Horse Eyes.
Never seen a crackhead with such conviction before.
Well, this is so this is the crackhead who this is the same thing that was mentioned earlier with back in Iwo Jima, where, you know, the devil wants us to bow to him. He took Jesus to the same story of the devil taking Jesus to the top of the world and saying, I'll give you all the things you want if you bow to me. And this is Mother Horse Eyes / the devil / Q, all of it, down in the basement saying, hey, you remember when you used to be with your daughter? You used to see her and feed her applesauce? I can give that to you. You just got to come to me. And he wanted to bow. He wanted to give himself to Mother Horse Eyes. Oh, man. And that talk of like, we've forgotten God, and God will let us know for it. That's, you know, the Mother Horse Eyes happened a long time ago. We'll remember her. We'll remember the devil, the monster. Oh, gosh, dude. Man, I wanted to bow. Whew. Tempted by the devil.
86.
Alcohol grows great with nostalgia and melancholy. It's what gives us misty-eyed barflies, forlorn poetry, midnight phone calls, the last page of The Great Gatsby, Sinatra ballads, and 73% of all country music. That was my favorite part of drinking, the wistful interlude a couple of hours after the first flush of drunkenness, when you wander away from the boisterous party and look out into the darkened woods and see for a moment fragile past floating ghostly before you, colored in sunset oranges, all the bygone things which have slipped away in the gentle flow of time. Your breath catches in the tightness of your throat and your eyes fill with tears. Then somebody calls your name, or you have to piss, and you wander back into the party. I felt like I was at my finest in these moments. I felt poetic and sensitive and alive. Eventually, though, it all became an awful parody of itself. The gentle wistfulness devolved into me sitting in front of my laptop, drunk on a Wednesday night, watching sad YouTube videos, weeping and slurping down vodka and water. I would watch any sort of weepy videos, soldier homecomings, kids with cancer, dogs being put down, etc. Just to get a good cry on, to trigger the dopamine release that came with the tears. It was nothing more than emotional masturbation. And just like with the alcohol itself, I had found something that gave me true pleasure, then used it over and over until my feelings had become rote and dead. Same sort of thing happened with my memories of Mother. At first, I knew he had an experience with Mother. I knew it. At first, they came unbidden, stirring up a sense of wonder so powerful it brought tears to my eyes. But over the course of too many drunks and too many hangovers, I replayed the memories over and over from every angle. Eventually, I couldn't be sure if certain parts came from the original or were formed during later recollections. The whispering magic became a monotonous drone. The vaporous impressions dried and hardened into simple facts. Mother was a woman sewn together from different things. Mother would come in late at night with a bag that squirmed. Inside the bag were children. We would go down into the basement where she kept the cages. We would do things to them together. I thought the memories had no more power. I thought they were just abstractions at this point, bad data. Who could explain them? Why bother? Now I find myself waking down the street in the middle of the night, trying to burn off the eerie feeling that Sean's story had put inside me. At the intersection, a stiff breeze zipped down the empty lanes, making the traffic lights sway. I walked by a bar with a patio and listened to the low rumble of confident male voices. Smell came off the bar. Cigarettes and hot wings and liquor sweat. It was a smell of action. Smell of good times. I could just walk in there, have a couple drinks and hold court. Tell a few jokes, make a few friends. The problem with going out sober is you have to make all these little decisions. Where to go, where to sit, what to get. When you go out drunk, you just make one decision, to keep drinking. Every other decision just falls into place. Life becomes easy. It's easy as listening to a story. It wasn't worth going to the bar. It would be closing time in an hour anyways, so I walked past it, on down the street by myself. God, if there's no closing time, no tomorrow morning, just darkness and magic and mystery forever. If I could just be drunk until the end of time. All right, so now on to the next one. Posted in r/pics. 87. Mara is molting, so we can't play. I'll have to wait until she's done. I've moved out of the crowded sand burrow. I think 6 different broods live there now, and everybody crawls over each other and bickers and snips. Now I live in one of the sea caves. It's wet and lonely, but at least nobody snips at me, and it's a little easier to find food. When Mara's done molting, I want her to come here, and maybe we can live together. Is this a lobster?
It sounds like it, doesn't it?
It sounds like a lobster or a crab. All right.
Sand burrow is, that's what I was like.
All right, so now we're in the point of view of the lobster consciousness. The caves are made of Ghana black melt rock that has hardened into fluid shapes. The moon shines through the dozens of porous holes in the roof, and the sea glitter throws shapes onto the rock ceiling. I like to sit back and let the shapes tell the ancient world story. This cave is nice. I will stay here. I'm getting tired of eating sea flowers, but I don't want to go through the trouble of buying livestock. The crowds at the temple are awful this time of year. Oh, maybe this is the chitinous cruciforms that were mentioned. Remember those?
Yeah, way early on. Yeah,
it might be those. Because they seem more, they have like temples. It seems more abstract than just crabs.
Yeah.
Everybody clamors and begs, and the priests are greedy and officious. They tell us the livestock is a generous blessing from the womb sac of the mother, but I think they just buy it from the inland. At any rate, I don't want any part of it. There's never much food around during the ebbing, when the air turns cold and the worms travel away, but the plumes have not come yet. This year is even worse than usual. They say the ocean dies a little more each year. The water is becoming bitter, but since I live in the sea cave, I can get down into the cove before everybody else, so I'm pretty lucky with what I get to eat. I wake up to the sound of rain on the ocean outside the cave. I look up to see which kind it will be. Light yellow, cat green, my favorite. Crawl out to a bluff and let the rain fall on my carapace. There is something sweet in the cat green rains that loosens up the whelks on my seams. I comb through my carpus with my forelimbs, snipping them off, letting them fall under the rocks until the whole front is clear and smooth. After that, I do my joints, my undersides. Nowadays, with food scarce, it has become common to eat the whelks, but they taste like ammonia. Just as I am done grooming and feeling very new and shiny, Mara comes climbing up the rock. Her shell is brand new and looks amazing. We dance and burrow and make little snips. I've missed her even more than I realized. She moves the colors of her carapace to show me how she feels. They are very vivid on her new bone. She shows pictures of her looking everywhere for me. Searching through all the sea caves, I show her myself as I sit in the cave, lonely and waiting for her. She snips at my front legs and I dance around for her. Sweet, lovely Mara. I show Mara my cave. She likes it. She loves the sea mist and the way we can see the Teta purple moons pass through the sky through the holes in the rock. I show us living here together and making it into a nice home. She shows me leaving the burrow, colored as a question. I show her that it was too crowded and I was getting sick of all the others. She flicks her antenna at me, making slow, comforting movements. But I notice she hasn't answered about living in the cave. I feel my little plan is being washed away. This also sounds like these cruciforms, whatever they are, they're able to project through time, like Karen mentioned. Like you can see different points in time because they're showing each other times in the past and future, right?
Yeah.
So they seem advanced enough to be able to do that. Mare doesn't stay with me in the cave, but she visits often. I make sure to always have some sea flowers for her when she comes over. Lately, they've been harder and harder to find. I get so hungry that it's hard not to eat all the flowers before I can give any to Mara. I give her my best flowers, but still they are small and colored an ugly shade of Hannah blue. Despite this, she always shows me how delicious they are. Mara suggests we go to the temple to get some livestock to make a proper meal. I show her that I don't like the crowds. Mara has always loved the temple. She uses admiring colors to show the great gemstone mountain and the moons passing through the pylons and the great ziggurat where the livestock is brought out and sold. She shows the priests with their painted shells and red claws. I insist that I don't like meat. I prefer sea flowers. She wiggles her hind jaws at this. Nobody can prefer sea flowers. They taste like sand. Crawl back away from her a little. Hadn't my sea flowers always been delicious to her? Was that just a lie? She crawls closer to me. Her carapace takes on gentle yellows. She shows me that they were delicious because I had picked them. But I don't want her pity. I pull my legs in and lay still until she leaves. I don't see Mara for a long time. I don't see Mara for a long while. Third moon makes its way to the high cusp, marking the end of the ebbing. The plumes have still not come, and I'm often hungry. Finally, Mara shows up with meat wrapped in temple cloth. I wonder if she's there to taunt me, but she offers it to me. She shows me that my shell has become thin and dull, and I'm looking worse. She is right. I have not eaten enough in a while. We go down inside my cave. Before she unwraps the meat, Mara lets me know she has become a priestess at the temple. I turn blue with surprise. How did it happen so quickly? She had been studying for a while without telling me, since I never liked the priests. I feel sad about this. How many times had I complained about them in front of her while she was studying to become one? It was no wonder I didn't have many friends. Mara unwraps her gift. The creature she has brought me is soft and pale and pink. It's a human. Mara likes the taste of these the best, but I don't think there is any difference between these and the brown ones. I break off one of the 5 little feelers on the end of its forelegs and nibble at it. Mara snips at me and breaks off a hind leg and offers me the thick end. My shell turns yellow and I take it. Pretty red juice runs all over my jaws as they pull the meat from the bone. We eat in blackness for a while, then I ask Mara where the priestess gets the livestock from. It has always been a mystery, since none of these soft little creatures are ever found on the land or in the sea. I have wondered if they raise them inside the temple or if they bring them in from the inland. Mara doesn't answer at first. She doesn't want to show me. I ask again. She shows me a quick, vague pictures, the old story about the womb and egg, something the priests tell little children. I know she is hiding something, so I snip at her. Why does she hide things from me? Used to be so close. After a moment, a picture forms on her carapace. It's clear and vivid as anything she has ever shown me. I ask why I'm seeing. It is the womb. It's where they come from.
So they're eating babies.
Do what?
So they're eating little babies.
No, I think what it is this. You remember how they say on the other side of the interface, the earlier it's mentioned that these cruciforms come out of it and inhabit the oceans underwater. On the other side of the interface, literally, it leads to another realm of these giant crustacean-like creatures. And on their side, their interface is the temple. The thing that people have said, they send that one guy through and he comes back and says he hears flutes that sound like song or like the music sounds like speaking. That's what these things communicate in. So this is what's on the other side of the veil. So people are being fed into it physically and they're being eaten by these giant cruciform creatures, like in a realm where they're much larger than us. They prey on us. That's what people are being drawn into physically. And perhaps the version that comes out, the pod, the childlike one is like a clone of them or a reprint or something like that. But I think this is what happens to a lot of the people, or perhaps this is what happens to the people that are rejected. It talks about some people go through and are either torn apart or are just shoved all the way through and then are consumed. Maybe this is what happens to the people that are rejected, and other people are they're reborn into the womb and then pushed back out, perhaps.
You want to let me read 88th post? It's like a letter.
Okay.
If you want a little break.
Sure, yeah. So 88th post was posted on June 18th. Go for it.
Dear Esselandria, I hope your name is Esselandria. I will name my daughter Tresselandria, and I will tell her to name you Esselandria. These names are prettier more than my name. Anne. Too plain. My grandmother. And even though you are still not born, I am writing to you in all 100% original English. Grandmother is teaching it to me. My grandmother is your great-great-grandmother, and I call her Allie Halimony. Yet that is not true English. Whoops. Grandmother is my best friend. She gives me presents. When I meet you, I will give them to you, and we can be best friends the same. Can you keep secrets? Some of the presents are secret. I will keep this letter and your presents safe under my bed until you are here. I will give you the presents and a lot of hugs. I am learning new English every day. Cloister. You know what that is? Grandmother used to live there. It's a special house for the mountain-born. Surprise! Hee. Grandmother was a mountain-born, surely. She came out of the mountain's womb when she was a little girl. That's why me and my mom are very healthy, and I hope you'll be very healthy the same. I hope you have curly hair and green eyes, rather plain hair like me. Grandmother said she hated to live in the cloister because the monks are mean. Grandmother does not like monks, yet that is secret. Don't show this letter to anybody. It's just for you. After she moved out of the cloister, she met grandfather. He was very nice, yet not healthy, and he has passed on to the love of the imp sun. On days when the imp sun rises before the big monk sun, I say some prayers to grandfather. Grandmother never says prayers to the imp sun, rather she only prays inside. I want to tell you about your presents. Grandmother carved them directly from green crystal. The biggest one is a kitty cat. This is an animal that lives on the far world. The next one is a rose. That is a vegetable that grows in the far world. It's supposed to be red, yet this one's green and still very pretty. The littlest one is the secret one. Grandmother keeps it to herself. She will not tell me what it is still. Yet one day, she will give it to me. I think she's still working to carve it. When she started to make the rose, it was just a block and she carved it and made it beautiful. When she started the little one, it was just a T shape. Yet, now she's carved a little man on the front of the T. I know she will finish it. It'll be very beautiful for you. Okay, that's it. See you not soon, Esselandria. Ha ha ha, love. Anne.
So this is people from the Chinese mountain town from like post 3 or whatever. Long time ago when we were talking about that.
The alien cities, the sister cities.
Yeah, I think they're born from the flesh cave. So she's like literally a child born from the mountain alien city things, and I'm guessing that she's
I think rather than just the chitinous cruciforms, I think that the portals at the back of these flesh gates lead to all kinds of different realities, all kinds of different worlds. And this is another group that's been accessing them, the Sister City people.
Yeah.
89. The remnant ember of a dying star drifts along the galactic fringe, companioned solely by a tiny world. On the planet's surface, a great crystal tower lords over a vast and airless plain. The cooling star's blue light draws the tower's shadow across the land and marks the passing of the ages. Through the core of the tower runs an artery of living flesh, branching paths of blood are refracted within facets. At the base of the spire, there is no door, no entryway, but at the top, a fleshy orifice. Once or twice an age, for purpose unknown, the tower's mouth expels a living human to fall down and down through the airless space and land atop a scree of other people. A traveler passing on foot would be forgiven for wondering why so many other travelers had approached the tower and flung themselves down at its base to die. Perhaps it was in prayer, or perhaps they were searching for an entryway, for a door, which doesn't exist.
Same kind of parallels with Pompeii and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
Also the tower, what's the famous tower in the Bible, whatever?
Tower of Babel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to climb to the heights of God. Yeah. Which actually ties into the giant tower cat things that keep popping up every time someone opens a flesh interface. So that also sounds like the door opening sounds like our main character trying to see stuff that isn't there, but then people fling themselves like the knowledge is too great to know. Yeah. Similar to that. All right. On to post 90.
The final 10.
Final
It's been
10.
a journey.
It has been a journey. Final 10. Posted June 26th. Posted. Nah. Screw Reddit. I've decided to move out of the sober house. People usually stay here a couple months. I've stayed here over 6 months. Honestly, I'm finding it hard to live in the same house with Sean. He's never been easy to live with, and lately we've been getting in arguments about little shit like chores. On top of that, I'm freaked out by his story about the room full of bones. I've come up with a few theories about why he could tell me that story and why he would insist it was real. None of these theories are terribly comforting. I want to put it behind me. For a while, I had actually considered finding the warehouse that he mentioned. Maybe it would give some answers, but I've decided, screw that. I'm not going to do some damn warehouse in Crack City. I don't need an ending to my story that badly. I'll just do what I've been doing. Mix shit up. Actually, I've been stuck for the past few days. I can't really come up with anything that seems fitting as an ending. I've been considering just leaving it unfinished. Maybe not all stories should have an ending. Endings are lies. I've realized that AA meetings are just a form of storytelling. That's what we do in meetings. We sit in a circle and tell each other stories. We pretend like it's all real. But every time somebody shares, they make an attempt to storyfy their life, to make it into some tidy little parable. Sometimes the parables are profound and touching, and sometimes they're absurd or cliched or just terrible. A guy in a meeting might tell a story about how he got into an argument with his boss, and he might end it with something like, and that's how I learned I need to stand up for myself. Except maybe arguing with his boss was a terrible idea. Maybe he's trying to portray stupidity as wisdom, or maybe it really was wisdom. Either way, he's packaging the truth up as a story with a lesson at the end. And this covers up one of the essential facts of life, that it just keeps going along, not giving a shit about our attempts to explain it. There are these moments in life when the goal is achieved and the story should end and the credits should roll, but instead it just keeps going along. The guy gets the girl and now they have to live with each other. She farts a lot and he hogs the shower. Or the underdog team wins the tournament and now they have to get ready for the next season. 10 seasons later, they're all retired, sitting around and scratching their balls. That's the first big problem the recovering alcoholic encounters. We make the inspiring and courageous decision to walk away from our whole way of life to try something new. The story could end there, but it doesn't. Instead, life stretches on and we have to live another day after the grinding boredom of sobriety. So maybe the interface story should be like that. No tidy ending, just here, take or leave it. Except that's lame. That's a ripoff. I'll just wait. Some kind of ending will come to me, but I'm not going to that warehouse, though. No, I'm not asking Sean any more about it either. If I have to make up a shitty ending, that's fine. A lot of good books have shitty endings. At this point, I'm just a little bummed out. After I'm done, I'm going to put aside the writing, work on my social life for a while. I'm going to try to change my number of friends from 0 to a positive integer. I thought maybe I could find a group of friends in recovery, but it hasn't happened. I don't like recovery people. They're corny and boring. I found a room to rent near downtown in an artsy neighborhood as a soon-to-be acclaimed writer. Don't I belong among the thinkers and the artistes? The end of this chapter doesn't feel viable. After everything that this character has said previous, now he is not only writing about his own story, but writing about his own character that is writing about his own story. The end of this chapter doesn't feel viable. After everything that this character has said previously, how could he come to this decision so lightly? Sure, he's a self-deceiving alcoholic. Sure, people make crazy decisions on a whim all the time. This might be realistic, but it's not believable. A novel must have more logic than real life. The events in a novel must operate by a chain of cause and effect that the reader can follow. If you're going to have somebody completely contradict their previously expressed viewpoints, it has to be the result of some event happening in their life which causes them to change. The bigger the change in the character, the bigger the event must be. Before you post this, I would rewrite it, playing up the conflict with Sean. Make it into a full-blown fight that forces the narrator to move out, then have the narrator living alone, going to stir crazy, which leads him to make the fateful choice. Signed, K. I'm going to get in touch with some old friends, and I'm going to go out and meet people. I'll just try to get a small circle of friends started. I know how to meet friends. Always known how. It's easy. I'm just going to drink again.
Oh, fuck.
Man. Chapter in, editor note, revamp entire narrative and break into agreed chapters. Gabby made in drafts 1, 2, 3 and expanded in 4. Okay, we don't know what that means yet, but we will later, I imagine. This was posted in Mother Horse Eyes by Mother Horse Eyes as their own post. So again, that's the author. Who is K? K seems to be like the author talking to himself, right?
Potentially could be Karen as well. With the writing, just saying. It could be the writing,
that's
but it
not
could
a
also
bad.
be Karen.
That's not a bad theory. It could be Karen. You might be right. Yep, that's the K we've seen show up before. Okay,
because the thing that he's writing, it's like, she could be critiquing the thing the other person's writing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, certainly could be. That's a good point.
91.
Maybe that's what the ending of that Karen story is, where it's like they took a pen and started writing. Maybe they're putting together a lot of these stories, but the story we understand is our author, our narrator. So okay, whatever. We'll see. One time, my mom took me to a clothes store. She was wearing a blue dress and I was following her around. But then I looked up and it wasn't her. It was some other lady wearing a blue dress I'd followed by mistake. I was scared, so I ran away from the lady, but then I couldn't find my mom. Lady from the store found me crying and took me back to her. I was mad at her because I thought she switched into the lady on purpose to trick me. I was too little to know that's not possible. Is it? What a fun way to talk about Mother Horse Eyes. I woke up by myself and go downstairs for toast and jam, but the kitchen is totally empty. I call Mom, but she doesn't answer. I can't find anybody. In the TV room, there's a stranger sitting in the big chair. Uh-oh. I can only see the back of her head. Gray hair. Sneak away to my room. Upstairs, I check my mom and dad's room and my sister's room, but they're all empty. Where did they all go? It's not fair that they all left without me. Anna and Brittany always go places and do things without me, but Mom would not do that. She likes to take me everywhere. We're best friends. So what happened? Maybe they said they were going somewhere and I didn't listen. Mom always tells me to listen better. Why don't I? Wait a minute. Today's Sunday. Usually we go to church on Sunday. Mom and Dad go to the grown-up church and I go to Sunday school. They must be at church. Last week I told Mom that I never ever wanted to go to church again. Hey, maybe Mom decided to leave me at home just like I told her to. This is great. No stupid Sunday school. All the time play I want. I run over to where my toys are piled up in the corner and get all the ones I want. I've been playing this great game with my trucks and cars called Police vs. Firemen. The policemen use their guns and the firemen use their hoses, and they even have hoses that shoot fire. I play for a long time and it's great, but I'm getting more hungry. When will everybody be back? How long is church? Feels like forever when I'm there. It's so boring and the kids aren't nice to me. I remembered that last week I cried in the car on the way over because I didn't want to go. Mom was mad. I was really crying like a baby and it was embarrassing. I always cry too much. Anna and Brittany make fun of me for it because I cry more than them, but they're girls. I try not to, but I do it anyways. I wonder about the stranger downstairs. It looked like an old gray-haired lady, but I only saw her back. Is she a babysitter? I decided to go downstairs and get some crackers from the pantry. Mom keeps some on the shelf for me. I go get the crackers and eat them until I'm full. On my way back, I pass by the TV room. The old lady is sitting there. Her long gray hair is hanging down over the back of the chair. It's got leaves and little sticks stuck in it. This makes me want to giggle a little bit. What a messy lady. But then I start to get scared thinking about it. I sneak back upstairs. Now it's sunset time and I'm hungry again and I'm a lot more scared. Mom and Dad and everybody are still gone. What if they don't come back? What if Mom was really mad at me for crying last time and now this is punishment? Oh no, what if God is mad at me for not going? We're supposed to go to Sunday school to make God happy and I didn't go. That was really bad. What if this is a big punishment? God can make people disappear forever. I get down on my knees and press my hands very tight together and whisper,
I'm sorry, God, for not going to Sunday school. I will go every time forever until I'm dead. I am sorry. I am sorry. Please bring Mom and Dad and Anna and Brittany back. Thank you, God. Amen.
I get up and run over to my window. I can see the front lawn and street. It's all empty. I wait for Dad's car to come down the street. Now they'll all come back. But nobody comes. Downstairs, I hear noises. Like a dog growling, but so loud. Something banging on the ceiling. I go into my closet. I cry too much. I always cry too much.
Good God.
How haunting, dude.
Good fucking Lord.
Oh my gosh. The giant mother made of dead animal parts downstairs, growling like a dog and hitting the ceiling. Oh my gosh, man. That part about like God can punish me. I have to pray to God. And it's like, you see the dichotomy between that and Mother Horse Eyes? Man.
Brutal.
The next story is from the same kid's perspective, post 92. The person sitting in the big chair, new mother, a basement full of specimens, glistening membranes, blurred faces laughing, tower, witch, monster, mountain, apocalyptic sky infested with winged things. The dream folds in on itself and spills out dozens of new creatures, images intercourse, panes of light behind everything, ragged Muppet creatures tumbling out and chasing one another, devouring, bloody crunching, growing panes of light, Galapagos critters howling, ingesting, affixing, lamprey, succubus, Voltron, food chain formation, panes of light, a persistent locus, the window panes, persistence, triggers reality, rational bootstrapping, persistence rapidly infects everything else. The weird Galapagos creatures die off, too weird to live. All the props of ordinary reality are rushed into place just before I open my eyes. A sunlit window in a bedroom. Where is this? My new place? I rented it online before moving out of the sober house. This is real. I try to remember what I did over the last few days. The memories are dark, shifting mess, clinging mud I'm afraid to touch. My face hurts. My tongue finds cuts on the inside of my bottom lip. Brown spots dot the white pillowcase. Picking my head up and looking around the room, I recall it from the 20 sober minutes I spent here before going to the bar. Beside the bed, the nightstand had been tipped over and the lamp is a corded pile of shards. Shit, this isn't my stuff. It's just a bedroom in somebody's house. I slide out of bed. My stomach tingles, my brain tingles, my limbs are moving stroboscopically. Oh wow, I am inside the nightmare. Mind crucifying. Reddish spots make a trail along the hardwood floor. Damn. I can't handle this. I run to the little bathroom and a red-faced creature lurches into the mirror's frame. Oh God. A distorted mass of bruises. I turn this way and that to see my new features. The horrible tingling in my brain feels like it's going to eat through my skull. I check my teeth and my heart sinks. The bonding on my front tooth has been knocked off. The other teeth seem okay though. I look down at the skin. It seems to have been scrubbed with blood. Swirling trails of reddish brown cover the porcelain. It's on the floor, the toilet, the walls. Oh, it's a lot of blood. So this seems to be our narrator, and he says the person sitting in the big chair knew mother. So the dream or the childhood we read about in the previous story is his, our narrator. So that explains why he has weird memories of new mother, right? And why the opening of that story talks about one time I was in a clothes store and stuff. So that was the narrator's experience with new mother. This is his experience. Now, I don't know if he's actually transforming or if it's just like metaphorical. 93, you ready?
I'm ready. Sorry, I'm just digesting everything.
Next day, 28th. Have you ever noticed that whenever you swallow, your throat closes up for a second and you can't breathe at all? Of course, it always opens back up. That process is quite automatic, and you don't need to think about it. But what if you do think about it? What if by thinking about it, you somehow confuse everything and your throat just stays closed? What if all the gummy flesh just sticks together and you suffocate to death? This is how I think after a bender. I call it the scary swallows. I swallow, my throat seems to catch for a moment, cutting off my windpipe, and the panic blooms through my brain, threatening to take over everything. Then I manage to suck in a breath, and the panic subsides until the next swallow. So I try not to swallow at all, but then I'm thinking about it, obsessing over it, and my throat starts to twitch. Shut up, irrelevant, stupid, do something. What do I do? Liquor, look for liquor. My queasy stomach groans at the thought of it, but every other part of me shrieks with anticipation. Liquor will make everything else possible. Without it, the panic will rattle me apart. With it, I can do anything. I scan the blood-smeared bathroom for bottles. Nothing. Out in the bedroom, there is an empty half-gallon of vodka and empty cans everywhere. Drunk to the last drop. Damn it, nothing in here. Well, not to sidetrack, but I think that story earlier about the guy hooking up with the old, or afraid he hooked up with the old lady, and he's talking about a dream he had of children being happy. I think that was our narrator.
Yeah. I think that a lot of the, I think you're right.
Where's the owner? I remember that I checked into the place without meeting him, using a door code. Have I met him since? No idea. That area of memory is corrupt. What will he think when he sees the broken lamp, blood, my face? He'll kick me out for sure. What if something even worse is waiting outside the bedroom door? What if I've killed him and this body is lying face down on the floor and my entire life is over? And I was so close to getting out of the misery, of doing something, of accomplishing something mom and dad could be proud of. Now it's all over. It's all destroyed. Calm yourself. Calm this. This is all imagination of your fanciful imagination. What a delight it is. Just go out in the living room and look. Just go. I crack the bedroom door and peek out. It's the ordinary living room and kitchen of a pretty nice apartment. I don't see anybody lying face down in a pool of blood. Nothing's broken. Liquor. Now, I go to the kitchen. There's nothing on the counters. I open the refrigerator. Please. There's nothing. Oh, you teetotaling bitch. Did I get a room with the one sober mofo in this whole screwed up drinking ass city? I open the freezer. A frosty bottle lies on its side. I pull it out. It's a fifth of Absolute. Full. Unopened. Emitting a ghostly cold mist like an angel. I stare at it, my shanking hands, tears coming to my eyes. I feel flowing through my entire existence the begrudging mercy of a disapproving God. I scratch at the stupid, slippery plastic around the cap. My trembling hands are almost useless. I imagine myself having a seizure before I can get the bottle open, dying right here on the kitchen floor like a man in a desert dying of thirst just feet away from an oasis. Finally, I manage to tear the cracking plastic off. The front door of the apartment swings open, letting in a blast of horrible sunlight. A figure stands at the door. I shove the bottle back into the freezer and slam it shut and turn my back to the person. I want to run and hide to evaporate, but all I could do is just stand there. Damn it.
Oh, hey man.
Friendly voice says.
Nick, right? Yeah, good.
I mumble. I am still standing with my back to the person. This is not valid human behavior. Damn. Why did he have to come home now? Force myself to turn around. A youngish dude is standing in the doorway with the bag slung over his shoulder. Apparently the owner.
Hey, are you all right?
He asks, a smile fading from his face.
Yeah. What happened to you? I don't know, mountain biking.
Another invalid response from me. Now he's worried. Glances around the apartment, checking to see if his stuff is okay.
I broke your lamp. I'm going to go. I'm sorry.
What happened?
He asked, closing the front door.
I got drunk and mountain biking.
I mumble. I head to the bedroom, my heart pounding. On second inspection, I notice that not only is the nightstand turned over and the lamp broken, but there are broken plates and a hole punched in the drywall and beef jerky sticks strewn everywhere.
Jesus, man. What did you do?
Guy asks as he follows me into the room.
I don't know.
I say, already on the verge of sobbing. Maybe I can just cry my way out of this. Nobody likes to see a grown man cry. I've got to get out of here.
I got drunk. Please just take the month's rent. I'll go.
Say, this is a really stupid offer. I can't afford to give away a month's rent, but I don't know what else to do. I can't handle going to jail. It'd kill me. My heart feels like it's trying to punch its way out of my chest. I need liquor. I just need liquor.
Dude, hold on. How much stuff did you fuck up?
This is it.
I say, not really knowing if I'm telling the truth or not. A bunch of my clothes are lying on the floor, and I gathered them up and strode them into my suitcase and zip it up, only to realize that there are a lot more of my clothes obviously lying all over the place.
Well, we need to figure out the damages.
I can't, okay? I've got to go.
I say in a quavering, childish voice.
Just take the month's rent.
The guy starts inspecting the room as I pack my clothes. The awkwardness of it makes me want to claw my eyes out. My suitcase won't close. The clothes won't fit unless they are perfectly folded. God, I want to cry. I'm almost crying. Good. It's like a squid blasting out a jet of ink. It will allow me to escape. I throw my least favorite shirts onto the floor and zip the suitcase up. When I stand up, me and the guy who have this moment where we're looking at each other eye to eye.
Dude, you're all fucked up. I'm taking the vodka.
I announce. Man, he's not doing too well.
No.
No, he's
having a bit of rough pumpkins, yeah.
He's having a rough one. This is actually normally the state I find you in whenever I come to visit, so, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
nice.
stumbling around.
Sorry.
And in your own house, you keep looking at me like, I'll pay the month's rent. It's like, all right, whatever, you sure?
All right, sure.
I've been siphoning tens of thousands of dollars from Hunter this way.
Tens of thousands, millions of dollars.
94.
I fall asleep in the closet, but I wake up in my bed. Before I open my eyes, I know she will be there. She is. This is probably the same night that he was talking about going in the closet and crying when he was younger, I think. Standing at the end of the bed, morning time. She's not a person. She's something else. I try not to cry. Start crying right away. Can't stop. She is tall, but her body is not a body. It's just a pile of things. It's covered in a long, shiny robe, shining from a million blue gold flies crawling on her. Long gray hair covers most of her face. I look up at the ceiling and scream and scream and scream. I scream for Mommy to come back. The ceiling turns pink and fuzzy. I'm screaming so hard. He's screaming so hard that he's seeing what it actually is. The flesh interface, rather than an actual ceiling above him.
Interesting. You think that's just the emotion output?
We know that this place where like the kids go and stuff is inside of the flesh interface. It's what Mother Horse Eyes wants them to see. So I think he's screaming so hard that, yeah, his emotional output's letting him see what reality is actually above him, what the ceiling actually is. Then she is standing over me, looking down on me. Her face is awful pieces of animal. I remember her eyes. The same eyes as the white horse Brittany rides, the one that Mom said I could pet, but it bit my hand and I had to go to the hospital. The eyes are just hanging on the face, not really looking at me. Flies crawl on them. I'm shaking, scared. Please, God, please make her go away. She snorts and makes animal sounds. Her old barn smell makes me want to throw up. She reaches out and her fingers are made of crab legs, all different sizes. No, I hate crabs more than anything. When we go to the beach, my dad always makes sure to pick a part of the beach with no crabs. He says he can tell when there are crabs because... No. She touches my face with her crab hands. Horrible. I close my eyes as tight as I can and scoot against the back of the bed. The touching stops. I press my eyes shut tight. Tweets and chirps.
Drink.
A happy little voice says. Keep my eyes closed.
Drink.
Says the voice. It sounds fun and cartoony. Open my eyes just a little bit. A dozen bird heads have crawled out of the hole in her neck. They moved in different ways. I found a dead baby bird once in our backyard. It had no skin and blue lumps for eyes. It is there with the other heads.
Drink.
Says in its funny parrot voice. She holds up a big silver spoon in her crab hand. A greenish monkey hand holds up a glass bottle full of purple stuff and pours it out into the spoon. I can smell it. Grapey, like the medicine Mom gives me. Is it the same stuff? She holds the spoon up for me to drink. Please, God, make this stop. All the birds giggle. Her claw pinky pokes my neck. It hurts. I open my mouth. Down goes the medicine. I lay there with my eyes shut tight. I cry and stop crying and cry again. I know she's there. The smell, the flies, the sound of animal breath. Why won't she go away? Please go away. Go away. Please, God, make her go away. Something slipped inside my eyes. I can see it even though they're closed. Not a square, not a triangle. A shape I don't know the name of. Lots of shapes. Oh no, my eyeballs fill up with little people like a Where's Waldo book. There's a million of them all doing different things, moving around in an old city with castles and flags. They're running through tunnels and climbing up towers. I can watch them all at once. Wow, there's a baker and a knight and a clown and a queen with lots of... They're all dying. Cartoony blood pours everywhere, and they've all got scared looks on their faces, and the blood washes away, and they're all playing and smiling again. The places and people change. I see stories. They happen all at once, 100 stories, but I can watch them all at once. It's different people crying and laughing and living and dying and doing all kinds of things. It's like seeing 10 movies all at once, and it's so much, too much. I open my eyes. She's still there, piled up on the edge of the bed. The Where's Waldo people are still here, playing and laughing and bleeding and dying. The animal pieces of her face open up, and look, there's another face inside. It's a woman's face, or maybe a man's face made of wet clay. It's smooth and beautiful, and I'm not scared at all looking at it, and I feel like I'm floating. Clay changes, and the face turns into other faces. An old man, a young man, a Chinese guy, a sad black guy, other guys, a cat. The shapes of the faces change, but something in the eye stays the same, staring at me, telling me something. The face changes one more time. It's a woman's face. Mother. Maybe very old, maybe very young. Mother. The eyes say something clearly. Mother. I can feel my heart beating. When it beats, it says mother, mother, mother. The eyes are sad, so old and sad and kind, so kind, like they're sorry for me, like they wish they could help me. But the face is still and the lips are pressed together like she, mother, is trying to hide that she is sad. Trying not to be sad, trying to be strict because she is going to punish me. It's the same look mom gives when I've been bad and she puts me in timeout. The face is mom's face, but also 1,000 other faces. They feel sorry for me. Oh no, 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 no. I scream and scream, scream and scream. And that's the end of entry 94.
Kind of interesting that he sees all the faces of everyone else in the stories that we've read.
Yeah, the cat, the sad black guy, the Chinese guy, all the different characters we've heard of before. He sees their faces. And in this moment where he sees all the stories told at once, this is definitely our narrator when he was young, because he grows up and remembers these stories and writes them. And that's what we're reading now.
Right.
He saw everything at once. It's like Karen talked about. You can see all the dimensions. You can see all of time exercised at a singular point. And that's what happened to him. That's probably why Mother Horseyes gave him the medicine, gave him the stuff to make him see all of this. All right. 94, June 29th.
95.
95, June 29th. Thank you, comrade. Outside, the midday light and the heat are mind-bending, like some kind of damn UFO raid zapping me. Sweat rolls down my burning face. Squinting makes my cheeks ache. The wheels of my suitcase rumble over the gritty sidewalk. I have no idea where I am or where I'm going. Some street, some neighborhood. I desperately want to drink from the bottle of liquor I'm carrying in a grocery bag, but I'm afraid somebody will see and report me. All the internal alarms in my mind and body are ringing at once. Each passing car seems like it will pull over. Each one seems to slow and veer toward the curb. Each one is surely filled with gang members or undercover cops ready to beat me down. Each one passes, sending a wave of warm air and panic past me. I am insane. I do not belong in normal society. I must be isolated. I must keep moving. The sidewalk ends. Shit. The road is turning into some kind of freeway. Can I walk along it? Is it allowed? I don't know. Why don't I know things? Everybody knows things. Here I am wondering, tits out, no clue. This wet bottle of liquor is showing right through the plastic bag. I've got to get somewhere. I've got to get this liquor inside of me. I trudge through an abandoned lot, trying to get away from the road, dragging the rebellious suitcase over rocks and weeds. There's a bunch of high grass. It's some kind of sloping concrete drainage thing behind it. I don't even know what it is or how to describe it. I'm not a novelist, never was. I plop down on the concrete so that the weeds shield me from the passing cars on the road, and I spin the cap off the bottle. Stomach cringes when the cold liquor hits. Relief begins to flow almost immediately into my brain. Merely psychological, I'm sure, but psychological is exactly what I need right now. I breathe deep and shudder and take more sips, shaping my tongue into a sluice to send it right down my throat with no fuss. The panic slackens. Perfect relief. All the nightmarish feelings are still inside me, but now there's just a bit of distance between me and them. they're at bay. Pretty soon, I've taken down a quarter of the bottle. Wow, look at me. Just a few days out of the sober house, and I'm literally lying in the ditch with a bottle of liquor. At least it's a concrete, man-made ditch. No declassed dirt ditches for me. I snicker at the thought. My panic of just moments ago seems ridiculous. Underneath it, though, the awful horror is still there. I know my snickering is just an empty little show of bravery. What to do now? Usually at this point, I would do forensics. We have to find out what happened over the past few days. For example, who beat me up? But it could be anybody. Who even cares? I used to get punched out all the time. Whoever did this really had it in for me, though. I must have unleashed a few of my delightful bon mots on an unamused stranger. I checked my phone. All my cringe sensors are on full alert, ready to fire when I see what nonsense text and 3 a.m. calls I've made. But it's just a few ordinary texts from my new landlord. He says he won't be back until Monday. That's today. I left the sober house on, when was it? Wednesday? A 5-day bender. And only a handful of memories from it all. Scary. At least the owner was out of town for most of it. Take a sip to my good fortune. It occurs to me to check Reddit. I have a vague memory of being on there, chortling at some outrageous comment I made. Let's see. It turns out I posted a piece I had been working on, and the title was Chode or Chode? Let's settle the debate. Wait, which one was that? That was
the one from 2 or 3 up.
It's the one where he's like, screw Reddit. I've decided to move out of the sober house. Okay, yeah. That one. Yeah. So that was written on his bender. Got it. God, how stupid. It certainly undermines my claims of possessing otherworldly knowledge. Hey, some guys possess the power to see into alternate realities, and he's using it to make Cho jokes on the internet, right? The wave of ethanol relief is fully washing over me, caressing me. It's easing my worries. I could feel the euphoria of the booze, but I can also feel the dread of the withdrawal at the same time, and I know that both feelings are lies. Soon the euphoria will be gone, and the dread will reign again. It will be like this for 3 days or more if I keep getting drunk and this turns into just another day on the bender. I have to try to taper down, but tapering means always drinking less than you want to, always remaining in barely tolerable misery. I groan and my babyish instincts tell me to take another drink, but I don't. I shouldn't drink for another hour. Then 1 shot every hour until it's time for sleep. Then 6 shots to speed me through the nightmare realms. God, the math. 17 drinks in a fifth. 9 hours until alcohol sales stop. The body processes a drink an hour. For all those months, I didn't have to do the drinking math. Now I'm back in it. I groan and lie back against the concrete drainage, whatever. I know I look like the picture of a drunk, but I don't care. I wallow in the feeling. Good, I say. One of the lies that leads you down the road of addiction is that you are just visiting. The first time you end up in the drunk tank or the trap house, as the kids call it, or the rehab, you look at all the other guys and shake your head at how sad their lives are because they're regulars. But you're just visiting. You're here because of a crazy screw up, but you'll go back to your normal life. Heck, it'll be a fun story. Even when it happens for the second or third time, you're still just visiting. You're just a tourist in the land of misery, not a resident. Well, no more lies for me. I am not visiting. I'm returning home. Everything is just where I left it. I wonder if the author, like the true real world author, actually struggles with addiction, because there's a lot of insight and thought that goes into it.
Yeah, it feels like maybe something they've struggled with, or at least it has affected their life somehow in a
it feels
impactful way.
All right, post 96. So this was a week later, July 5th. So, Mother has put a nail in my brain. The nail stays still. Everything else moves. Last year, me and my family took a trip to California. My dad got to drive on the Pacific Coast Highway. He really loves cars, and it was his dream to drive on that highway since he was a little boy like me. But he didn't get to drive on it much because I got really car sick. We kept having to stop, and then we just went home. My dad didn't say anything on the way home. Why did Mom and Dad leave me behind? What, is it because of stuff like that? Because I'm too much of a baby? I feel like I'm car sick now. Which I'll say, by the way, we've talked about a few times that the story does this thing where it will have 2 different narratives that are like talking to each other, throughout. And now our entries are switching back and forth between him now and him when he was a child.
Yeah. It's way
Doing
more
the same thing on
concentrated.
a larger scale.
Yeah.
Yeah. The medicine makes everything look like it has colored shadows. Everything is going different ways and different colors. I can see things that don't happen and things that do. Things that try to happen but don't get to. It's too confusing. Outside it's sunny, but I stay in bed so I don't feel so sick. If I lie in bed, I only see a few things. Me lying this way or that way. But if I get out of bed, I see 1,000 different things. I'm doing different things and crowding everything up like Where's Waldo. It makes me dizzy. Mother comes in and puts 3 big stones on the floor by my bed. I don't know why. I watch them. They just sit there, doing nothing. I think about pushing one of them away, and then it's covered with color shadows. The shadows show things that could happen but don't. So I make this a game, watching what could happen. After a few days, I start feeling a little better. I still see colors, but they don't make me sick all the time. When Mother comes to give me more medicine, I tell her I'm hungry.
Make some food then, dear.
She says with her bird voice.
How?
She points to the stones.
Command that these stones be made bread.
Oh, Hunter. This is a Bible story.
Yeah. Isn't that Jesus?
Well, when Satan was tempting Jesus in the wilderness, the same story that got mentioned earlier by the Korean soldier with, I'll give you the things of the earth. Right before that, when the devil is tempting Jesus in the wilderness, he says, if you're so hungry, why don't you make these stones into bread?
Oh, that's right.
Basically trying to tempt God to use his power. Yeah. So this is him. This is, again, the devil tempting them to use power in the same way. I'll also say there's a lot of numerology I've noticed that's biblical, like the 3 pearls in the river, the 3 stones. 3 is a holy number in the Bible. It's mentioned twice, people being 33 years old, or there's the mention by Karen that everyone died by the time they were 34. 33 is the age Jesus was when he was crucified. So there's a bunch of, again, like religious symbolism like that, just constant throughout. But yeah, the 3 stones and then commanding them to be made bread is an explicit Bible story. She says in a new voice, a man's voice. Oh, and she says it in a man's voice. I imagine Lucifer, right?
Yeah,
Because that's
I would
his
think
quote
so.
coming through her. Yeah. I look at the stones. Now they are colored with more shadows moving every different way. It looks like colored fire, but I don't know what to do. I say,
Stones turn into bread.
shake my finger at them like Harry Potter pointing his wand. I see a color of fire I haven't seen before. It works. Stones are bread. Mother laughs. Mother leaves and I eat the bread. It's wonderful, just like my favorite bread from Tony's. Warm and squishy. But how did it happen? Is this magic? Like real magic? I drop the bread and run to the window. The street is empty. Almost sunset. Close my eyes and make a special magic spell. When I open my eyes, yes, there it is coming down the street. Mom and Dad's car. So, gosh, he's using Mother Horseyes is using his ability, the things he wants to get him to fall into her, because it's her power that's doing this, or the devil's power that's doing this, and now he's falling victim to it, because the devil is offering him the things that he wants that will lead to his own downfall, as we see years later. All right, post 97, you ready?
97.
The back of my neck feels all hot and boggy when I wake up. I hate that. The air conditioner in this motel room makes a lot of noise, but it's just a big show. I close my eyes and hope sleep takes me away somewhere dark and cool, but it doesn't. Reality persists. I've been tapering off booze for the past few days. It's amazing how timid and jittery I become when the alcohol is oozing its way out for me. I haven't even worked up the nerve to call the motel manager and complain about the air conditioning. To think, I lived for years in this helpless, reclusive state. What a waste. The whole time I thought the alcohol was giving me courage when it was stealing it from me. I can't drink anymore. I need courage. I'm down to my last $200. I could call good old mom and dad and ask them for some help, but what kind of conversation would that be? Why am I broke? Well, I took some time off work so I could write a book. About what? Oh, well, tripping acid, Nazis, finger blasting, cats. No, I'm not going to call old mom and dad. I'm not going to go back to the sober house either. I'm going to get some answers. I'm going to call Sean. Sean shows up at the motel right after he gets off work. I'm surprised because we had gotten into a lot of little arguments towards the end, and I left on pretty bad terms with him. I'm standing in the parking lot when his black truck pulls up and my paranoia starts to flare. Maybe he saw the story online and was outraged. Maybe he's been looking for me. He strides up to me and gives me a quick hug, patting me stiffly on the back. He steps back and squints at the dingy face of the motel.
I know this fucking motel.
Says quietly.
Come on, man. Let's get your stuff. Get my stuff? You said you're sober, right? I already talked to the house manager. He'll take you back. We got a bed. I'm not going back to the house. I asked you to come here because I want to know where the warehouse is. The one downtown.
Sean turns and looks me in the eye.
Why you want to know about that?
I tell him the story. I tell him about Mother Horse Eyes, the Nazis, the CIA, the LSD, the experiments, most of the stuff I've told you. Man, that sentence really encapsulated for me how cool this this whole
It's
thing
everywhere,
is.
man. It's all over the
That one
place.
sentence. I leave out some parts, like the fact that he's in the story, that we're in the story, that all of this in the story right now. He listens to me, but his face darkens. Maybe he thinks I'm crazy or high or full of evil spirits.
Listen to me.
I say, working myself up to deliver my big speech.
I have lived things which are impossible, which could not have happened. So have you. Those tunnels, those cages, the bones, none of it should exist. But you saw it. I've seen things too. We have to find out what it is. I lived with that monster for a whole summer. I know she's down there, and I want to find her.
Sean narrows his eyes as he stares at me.
What's down there is the devil, Nick. If you go down there, you won't come back. I want to see her. I want to know. Please. I just want to know why I'm so fucked up. You're fucked up because you drink all day. You got character defects, like me and everybody else. That's it. Don't you want to know what's going on down there? You're not curious? No. It doesn't eat at you? You don't need any answers?
He shakes his head.
God doesn't promise answers. God gave us all the answers we need in the Bible. That's all we get. I don't ask him what's going to happen in the future. I don't do horoscopes. I don't practice witchcraft. God's not going to come down and give me the answers to everything. All he wants from me is obedience. Come on. So we shouldn't try to figure things out. We shouldn't ask questions. That's just some anti-intellectual, anti-science bullshit.
When we were roommates and got into disagreements, he would start quoting the Bible at me, and I would start picking at him with snide intellectual arguments, using as many big words as I could. We're falling back into the same dynamic.
Anti-science? Shit, I'm not saying don't be a scientist. I'm saying don't go into a tunnel with the fucking bones on the wall, man.
I find myself laughing at this. He smiles with me.
For real though, man. It's dangerous.
He says, the smile fading. I look out across the crumbling parking lot. Long evening shadows are drawn across the asphalt.
Man, I don't know. I just feel like if I could figure out what happened during the summer, then maybe I wouldn't be so fucked up. I've obsessed about this shit for 25 years or so, and now there's a chance to get some answers. Just let it go. No. There has to be an ending. There has to be some kind of payoff. Moses and the people wandered the desert for 40 years looking for the promised land. One day, the Lord took him up to the mountaintop and showed him all the promised land. And Moses died right there, without ever setting foot in the land. You know what kind of Lord does that? Messed up one. The Lord knows that we are generations. Man is a few days. Generations might pass before we get any answers. For the last 10 years, I've been living like the world might end any day, but I'm not doing that anymore. I have to remember that we know neither the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man cometh. That's why I'm going back to school and all that.
Man, to compare it to Moses and be like the God that knows we work in generations. And the entire story is about one story being carried out through generations. The devil versus man, Mother Horse Eyes tempting children, trying to see its end through. And for him to say like the God that knows we work in generations, like what a counter. Oh gosh. And also him talking meta because he is a character within the story that he is writing about and saying there has to be some kind of payoff, but he's talking about the story itself. Like, how does it end? Man, I nod. Through the course of our little debates, I had told him many times that the world wasn't going to end anytime soon. The world was going to go on and on like it always did in a screwed up and confused state. Maybe some of it rubbed off on him. Maybe some of it should be rubbing off on me now.
I need answers. I've tried just accepting the mystery and whatever, but at this point, I just need to know why I'm all fucked up. Why I can't stop drinking, why I can't be normal. Man, I could tell you where the warehouse is. What are you going to do when you go down there? What are you going to do when you meet the devil?
I haven't told him that part of the story. It's a part that I'm not sure I really believe myself.
I think I've been given a reason to believe that whatever's down there, I can destroy it.
All right, end of post 97. I really like both of their character things. Like the author and Sean, both of them.
Yeah,
are
Sean's
interesting.
really came out to be a pretty sick. I like that. Well, it's a really fun way of introducing a character through absolute chaos and then just like kind of like wiping away the fogs of like craziness from him and then just knowing the man after a while. Pretty cool.
And as it gets to that point, it's like, yeah, a lot of his beliefs are crazy, but he has a foundation in him that matters a lot in a story with so many weird, like unexplainable things happening around it. You know, he knows where he stands. As soon as I see the car, I rush downstairs. Mother is in the kitchen making noises, but I run right by her. Outside, the car pulls into the driveway. I run to it smiling, but I slow down. Something is different about the car. Whose car is this? The door opens. I stop. Dad gets out. He's got that grumpy look he usually has. He's wearing his pajamas, but they have no buttons. Mom gets out of the car too. She comes out the same door. She's wearing her blue dress. I start to cry and run to her and hug her legs. She pats my head and says,
There, Nick. It's okay. Where'd you go?
I ask. I'm crying like a baby.
Why'd you leave me? Why'd you go? We went to the store. But you were gone so long.
My face is smushed up against her side.
We went to the store and bought some dresses and Dad got some stuff for his car.
I look up at her. Her face is all blurry because I'm crying. I wipe my face. She looks down at me smiling. Her face is smooth and glowing.
We stayed at the store a few days,
she says and pats me on the head. It doesn't make sense to me.
Why did you leave me with the monster lady?
Mom stops smiling.
Monster? There's a monster in the house. Nick,
she says like she thinks I'm telling stories.
You weren't at the store for 3 days. Where were you?
Nick, that's enough.
I look at him. The shape of his face is weird. He usually has freckles on his cheeks, but they're not in the right places. I let go of Mom and look at her. She makes a little smile like she always does when she sees me. It's her, it's Mom, it's her face, but it's too... What's wrong with it? Mom's shirt moves. There's something underneath it. It's pushing and trying to get out. I step back. Her face sags like a water balloon and her cheek falls off. It hits the ground right in front of me with a big wet smack. It's lying there like a big raw piece of chicken. I scream and Mom falls apart. Her face falls to pieces and her whole body hits the ground like a sack of potatoes. The same thing happens to Dad. Their clothes are just lying on the driveway, but there's something inside the clothes moving around inside. I scream and something screams back. It screams again, a little scream. It pokes its head out of my mom's dress. A kitty cat. Yeah, because he's inside of the flesh interface. So like cats, those things are the only things that can exist in there. Other cats slip out of the bottom of the dress and out of my dad's pajamas. A whole bunch of cats, all different colors. Mom and Dad's clothes just blow away like tissue, and the driveway is full of cats and pieces of meat. A few cats run away. Some of them cry. Some wander around and sniff and lick at the meat. Something pinches my shoulder and I scream. It's Mother's crab hand. She yanks my arm and drags me back to the house. I shout and scream, but she holds me tight. She slams the front door shut and pushes me into a big metal cage in the kitchen. Her birds are pushing out of her shoulders and her face. They're missing eyeballs and covered with big golden flies, and all of them are tweeting and cackling at me.
Your magic isn't strong enough to make whomever you want.
The birds all giggle.
Never will be.
One of them shouts. Man. Oh, I love this bouncing back and forth between the two. Okay, this one looks like it's still with the sun. All right, so this is posted 1 day later, 99th post. Mother locks me in the cage and sits down at the kitchen table. I scream and cry, but she doesn't move. Her horse eyes stare at the wall. The sun sets very slow and the room goes dark. She is just the shape of a black mountain sitting at the table. When the sun rises, her eyes are still on the wall.
You were bad. Your magic was bad. You won't be bad again.
I hate you.
I do. I hate her. Hate her, hate her, hate her. Mother's birds giggle. She stands up at the table and all her golden flies scramble around. The bars in the cage slide to the side like magic. She reaches in and grabs me with her crab hand. It hurts so bad and I scream and kick at her, but she doesn't care. She lifts me up and carries me into the living room. It's full of cages. When did they get here? There are naked kids inside the rows of cages. They're not scared like me. They're sitting cross-legs with their hands on their knees, sitting nice and still and straight with their eyes closed.
I will show you what will happen if you are bad.
She says. We go to the back hall. There's the door to the basement. I don't like the basement. I cry and ask her to please let me go. Please, please. She opens the basement door. Usually the basement is dark, but not this time. Lights shine out of the door. I look inside. Inside, it's not the basement. It's alive. Grim stuff on the news lately. Oh, brother. Oh, my God. We're switching back.
It's been a while. It's been a while since we've switched up like
that. Grim stuff on the news lately. Gunshots popping like fireworks. People scrambling through shaky footage. Cops dead in the streets. It hit 100 degrees today. It's supposed to hit 100 every day this week. What a strange summer it's become. Nobody can agree on the truth. They say the media is ignoring the problem. They say the media is creating the problem. The protesters are the problem. The cops are the problem. The whole thing is a false flag operation so Obama can take our AR-15s away. It's a false flag operation so they can crack down on Black Lives Matters. Chemtrails crisscross in the sky. Conspiracy theories clash in the comments section. Single women in your area want to date now. Across the ocean, they're crucifying people again. I feel so much different than I did in the spring. Less optimistic. I thought maybe I would achieve the dream of publishing a novel, and gee, wouldn't that be neat? But now I don't feel any excitement about it at all. Whether I publish something or not, I'll still be this friendless little specter, holed up somewhere sneaking drinks. Money's pointless for a recluse that never does anything, and fame, a bicycle for a fish. There's nothing in my future. I'm going back to the past. I'm going to kill it. Mother doesn't care what I do so long as I don't bother her. I make sure not to bother her. When she comes into a room, I sneak out quiet as a mouse. I never go into the rooms with cages. I never, ever go near the basement. I just stay quiet and make sure not to get in trouble. I've been practicing my magic, doing small secret things. I make bread for myself out of stones. I make yummy cookies. My stuffed animals walk around and do fun things. My trucks race around a little track I made. Magic's a lot of fun, but I'm afraid of making Mother mad. How long will Mother stay here? Will it be forever? I think it'll be forever. It makes me cry when I think about it. I can't even think about Mom and Dad for a little second before I start to cry. I came up with a neat idea. Lately, there are a lot of ideas in my head, like a crowd of people all talking at once. One idea was very strong and clear. I tried to bring Mom and Dad to the house, but I couldn't do it right. My magic fell apart and they turned into stupid cats. It's because Mom and Dad are on the outside. I can't make them do things with magic. I'm not strong enough. But I can make myself do things. Sean told me where the warehouse is. I'm going down there. I'm being called. By the shape of my entire life, I am being called. The story must end this way. Mother will be down there, and so I will try to destroy her. I've thought about bringing some kind of weapon, but what good would a weapon be against her? She, who is everything, who has shaped my life across time and space. I feel exactly like I do when the evening comes. I've woke up so many mornings swearing I won't drink that day, but 7 p.m. comes and I'm walking to the store, feeling none too wise. And I don't want to be walking to the store, and I know I'm making the wrong choice, but my feet keep moving me closer and closer. I know what I'm doing is wrong, but I'm doing it anyways. I'm coming, Mother. I'm coming.
This is it.
That's the end of post 99. Man. All right, ready for post 100?
This is it.
100. I am being changed. Mother's lessons are teaching me things, transforming me. At night, I lie in my little bed eating cookies, watching the ceiling. Then the seams open up and wow, just look at what's behind them. Colors without names, stars from long ago, tunnels through the beyond. My magic is growing stronger. I can make things happen. I pray and wait and they come to me. Every morning, little sparrows land on tree branches outside my window. Mother says I can't be too greedy. Press at the curve, she says. Direct the flow. Don't move against it. I'm reading the Bible with the new words I've learned. Christ had blood magic. The magic of suffering, of desire and limitation. At night, Mother and I watch his soft flesh writhe and struggle on the hard architecture of the cross.
Mother, behold your son. Father, into your hands I commit my spirit.
Soon I will call my own little Christ unto these yellow sands. Oh, whoa, back to come to these yellow sands all the way back then. Gosh, what was that, part 9?
Yeah, super. I would say within the first 10 for sure.
Whoa, so, okay.
Because that was during
this
the
makes
Perry
sense
thing,
now.
I think. I remember.
Yeah, so the two of them, they can see all of history, so they watch the crucifixion. And it's the last words Jesus says, Mother, behold your son, when God or Jesus is telling Mary that John is now her son to look after each other. And then he says, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit to God the Father. And he says, soon I will call my own little Christ unto these yellow sands. So that goes back to what the girl was saying when she came out of the system earlier. And we know this to be the devil. So this is talking about like Antichrist imagery. That she is, maybe that's what all this is. She is trying to bring about the end times by finding the Antichrist, by finding someone that can be her magic in the real world, that can be her vessel. Because if she can't communicate with the real world directly without so technology, as we've talked about, then maybe she needs a vessel to do it for. And that's what this kid is, or he's supposed to find the Antichrist. The other passengers on the bus seem unaware that I am heading towards a showdown which will decide the fate of all mankind. Am I still sane? I feel pretty sane. I'm not drooling at the mouth. I'm not shouting at the pigeons. But what really makes me feel sane is that I can still recognize that my actions are insane. I'm going to confront a sinister entity which has been shaping the course of human events since prehistory, which may one day enslave all of humanity, and I'm going to do it wearing an old Garth Brooks t-shirt. As I step off the bus and onto the blinding summer sidewalk, I am reminded of the brave Marines piling out of their landing vehicles onto the beaches of Iwo Jima. Yes, brave warriors are we. They say one hallmark of delusional thinking is grandiosity. The delusional man often thinks himself to be a part of some grand struggle, which really there is no struggle but that in the mind. A pigeon bobs across my path. I mutter,
Fuck off.
Google Maps leads me through the streets. I expect to see a bunch of crackheads milling around, but everything is empty. In the sunshine, it looks like an ordinary factory street. The warehouse itself is just a dusty old brick building with scribbles of spray paint and boarded up windows. It's not even especially shitty. The front door is chained up, but I check the boarded windows and find a board that bends back easily. A musty smell seeps out of the dark. Damn, am I really doing this? Sweat already coats my face. I fish a flashlight out of my backpack and turn it on. Inside the warehouse, my sweeping flashlight finds dusty shapes littering the floor. Old boxes, cinder blocks, and a gleam on the floor. Yes, it's our first crack pipe. Or maybe a meth pipe. Is there a difference? Listening to people in the rooms has made me feel rather worldly when it comes to drugs, but it's all been secondhand stories. What do I really know? Sean said there was a flight of stairs that led down to the door. The floor of the main room doesn't seem to have any stairs leading down, but there are a few doorways on the far side. I make my way over, stepping carefully through the debris. The middle doorway sits at the top of a short staircase. At the bottom is another empty doorway. Flashlight catches a glint of metal, a pair of torn hinges. When we were roommates, Sean always had such a cool demeanor, cool and poised and confident, but now I see a new picture of him. Working the hydraulic spreader, prying the door off its hinges, the metal groaning, then shrieking, sweat coating his face, his eyes bright and wide with that terrible craving, that thing beyond hunger. I shudder and step down the stairs. Sure enough, they lead to a tunnel. I move slowly, forced to press against some basic animal instinct to go back, get out of there. But the tunnel is strangely plain and featureless, considering that it lies under a cracked in and leads to a possible flesh interface. It's just dusty block walls with no light fixtures or anything. The tunnel leads to more tunnels, more stairs, empty rooms. Man, this truly is like the Minotaur's maze, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It feels like it. Or at least the 9 layers of hell kind of thing.
Yeah, 9 layers of hell, the Minotaur's maze, very, very like back rooms, strange, a space beyond spaces. There's a creature in it roaming around, but yeah, it feels like the Minotaur. The black air teems with bits of dust that shine in the flashlight. My skin tingles all over. Is it the dust clinging to me, or is it just the low-grade terror that has filled my body? It reminds me of The tingle that filled my limbs on all those mornings before the first drink. How I had begged for that feeling to end, but now I know it will never end. There will always be another awful morning, another screw up, another withdrawal, unless I go forward. Not away from the nightmare, but into it. But it goes on and on. I cannot believe how long the tunnels are, how many rooms there are, how deep the stairs are. I can taste the dust on my lips and I pull my shirt up over my nose. Occasionally I come across an old metal chair, some rotting boards, but nothing else. I'm hoping to find some scrap of paper or maybe a name tag, some clue as to who built this monstrosity, but there's nothing but dust. More and more dust.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is going. I'm wondering if the story is going to have the same outcome as us, as Pompeii did. Like the kind of reoccurring themes of looking for something and then finding it. And there's nothing.
There's no God behind the curtain.
Yeah.
It simply is. Yeah. Their job's done. You can't do anything about it. Yeah. I stop and watch the dust float across my flashlight's beam, holding out my sweating, shaking hand. I let a dark speck settle on my fingertip. Look at it closely. I see that's the shape of a flake. Is it dust or is it ash? A wave of dread moves through me. Could it be from a burned interface? Is it human ash? The wave of dread is followed by a flurry of nervous wisecracks. Dust? What do I know about dust or ash? I'm not some dust expert. Maybe it's just flaky dust. Maybe it's dandruff. Maybe I'll find a huge cache of used wigs down here. Did you find any interdimensional portal? No, but these wigs are in pretty good condition. Look, we got a mid-60s Dusty Springfield here. I wipe my hand on my shirt and keep moving forward. Just a few steps later, my flashlight finds the end of the block tunnel and the beginning of the rock cave. Just like Sean said. God, can it be real? Maybe it's an ordinary rock tunnel. Maybe it's just part of an unfinished, reaching out from the shadowy wall with its bony fingers splayed almost elegantly is the shape of a human hand. I stare at it for a moment, letting my eyes flood with tears. Before I have to kneel down and wipe my face, I am not crazy. I have not been crazy all these years. Something happened. Something happened to me when I was a child, and I'm not just some screw up. I'm not just some piece of shit loser who can't keep his hands off a bottle. I've seen something. I've been touched by something vast and unimaginable. I stand and approach the hand. Yes, it's a human hand. As real as my own hand holding the flashlight, except it is little more than bone wrapped in a gray, papery skin. It extends from a wrist that is fused to a distorted mass of gray and black shapes. The flashlight passes over an awful collage of desiccated anatomy, rows of teeth, racks of ribs, pairs of eye sockets and hip sockets, snaking vertebrae and femurs and tibias and clavicles. For a moment, I feel like I'm not standing on the ground, but am suspended over a pit full of bodies, like one of the great burning pits of Treblinka, only much vaster. These are not just the bodies from Treblinka, but from all the camps, all the prisons, all the pogroms, all the wars, all the plagues, all the indifferent machinery of history, the great unfeeling clock wheels of the cosmos, which rolls sublimely along, generation after generation, rending and crushing the human form into pieces, into powder, into dust, into ash. Vertigo encloses me. I totter and find myself sitting on the ground, sweating and gasping. The jumble of party parts spins around me and I close my eyes. What is this vision of death? This dead clockwork universe? Stars and abyss, atoms and void? This is something beyond Mother, even more horrible and fundamental. Mother is at least alive, monstrous and devouring, but alive. Virulently fertile, she writhes and struggles within this vast tomb universe, binding times and worlds to. But the dizziness passes, and with it, visions. The ideas slip away like fish in a stream. Sitting there in the afterglow of this near revelation, I think of what Sean said happened to him when he came to this cave. He said he smelled applesauce coming out of the tunnel, a smell that reminded him of his daughter. He said he could feel the presence of the evil one tempting him with dreams of only family and love. I opened my eyes to pick up the flashlight and shine it down the tunnel. Is there anything down there? Anything to tempt me? The flashlight catches awful shapes along the walls, extending on and on until the beam of light fails. But I don't see anyone in the tunnel. I don't sense anyone waiting for me. And I don't smell anything but dust and ash and cookies. Little sugar cookies. My God, I remember they weren't like the ones my mom used to make for me, but not quite the same as them. These were the ones I used to make for myself out of stones. The memory of it comes flooding up to me so hard that again my eyes are full of tears. God, I used to sit in my room with stones and turn them into cookies. I tried to make them like Mom's cookies, but they always tasted a little different. And that made me miss her even more. Impossible, completely impossible, and yet real. Real and floating in the darkness before me. I stand and brush myself off. There is something at the end of the tunnel waiting for me. Good or evil, it will be an answer, a resolution, an end. I walk into the dark. I say my prayer and look out the window. For a long time, the street's empty. Then he comes walking down the road carrying a flashlight. Oh my gosh! Bro! Dude! Whoa! Whoa! Hunter!
Yes.
Then he comes walking down the road carrying a flashlight, even though it's light out. I rush downstairs. Mother is sitting at the kitchen table. I think of saying goodbye to her, but the gleam in her eyes tells me there is no need. I go into the dim little front hall. A beam of daylight is shining through the peephole. There is a knock on the door. I wait. The knob turns and the door opens. This is it, the beginning. I walk into the light. The end.
God damn.
Bro, I can't. He decided when he was a kid, I can't. Mom and dad are outside. I can't change what they do, but I can change what I do. And he uses his magic, so to speak, the power of it, to call out to himself in a different timeline and futures that are now gone and have them come to him. They have them come to them through the void. He has himself 30 years later come save himself from the house. All of the things he had as an adult where he's like, I can't quit drinking. I can't quit thinking about this thing that happened to me. Everything that led him back to the house was himself.
Yeah.
He was the God that was calling out to himself on the other side of the veil to come save him from that house when he was a kid.
My God. So do you think that in this metaphor, I mean, is he God? Kind of? In a way?
I think he was supposed to be. I think he was we will find our own Christ. I think Mother Horseeyes gave him the power to do all of this, to make the Antichrist, or to at least bring Mother Horseeyes' influence into the world, which I guarantee you, the futures we don't see, or the futures we see that don't happen, of humanity hooked up to these computers and stuff like that, where they're feeding the interface constantly, and we know that the devil or the mother lives inside of them, and that's when, like, the woman in the 80s dream gets assaulted by the demon and all that. That is what happens if little Nick follows through on it. If he decides to carry out her vision, go into the world and use his magic for her. But instead, he showed himself the visions of everything, because the reason he got this ability is because he was in the house. When he was a little boy, he could see everything happening at once. He saw all the timelines, all the possibilities. And he said, I can't get my parents to come because they're outside, but I can get myself. So he finds himself in the future, gives himself all of the knowledge that he has as a little boy of all the different timelines, all the different possibilities, all the past and futures. He gives that to himself in the future and uses that knowledge that his future self has to make his future self come back and get him out of the house so that that future never comes to be. That's what it means in the beginning when he says, I have seen futures that I've seen pasts that have not been and futures that cannot be, because that is the objective that his younger self is giving him in the past. That is why he was given those visions, so that he could save himself from the house.
God damn, dude. My brain. Right. It's. God, I don't even know what to say. It's a fucking. Jesus fucking Christ. It's like 12 hours of fucking recording, and I'm like, I don't know. God, I don't know. The story is awesome. I mean, I think that the parallel too of people that have been looking for another, it's almost like seeking an answer, like looking inward for your salvation or something. You know what I mean? All these parallels with the Pompeii thing of people like looking for some kind of outside source or something to help them is like it's almost like it was never there. It's like almost like it's always internalized. You know what I mean? Is what I kind of thought too, because it kind of leads itself up into that way too. You know what I mean? Like we get that beginning. We get so many of these parallels at the beginning of people like turning in, and they kind of parallel with the Pompeii thing, and they end the same way. And then at the end, finally, there is a bit of salvation at the end. It feels like, you know, like some kind of light. Kind of feels. Do you think too that the thing is that whenever he goes there, and then his future self, like his future self going and confronting his younger self to save him, is it something that like, I guess, how do you read the idea then of like what does Mother Horse Eyes do? Do you think she tries to stop him, or do you think it's just something of like, or do you think it's like a bit more metaphorical in the sense of like being able to, I guess, like connect and find peace within yourself? You know what I mean?
I think what it is Mother Horse Eyes is something that always has been. It's the devil, right? It's the embodiment of all things bad. She's always been there since prehistory. She's been calling the shots. We saw that with the tribe story with Mother River. So she's been there from the beginning. You can't stop her. But Nick was made to be her agent, the one who saw everything. We don't know why. He probably had the gene or was just a good candidate for it, as we hear mentioned in other stories. But we have little Nick, who was supposed to be the one to like carry her into the real world. And we see a future of what happens if that's allowed to come to be, you know, nuclear annihilation. And Nick says no. Nick uses her own power against her. Nick will never be a willing participant because he's not a willing participant. He's not going to be her antichrist. And he uses her power to save himself with himself, quite literally, in the future, to come back and get him from that house. So yeah, I don't think Mother Horse Eyes can do anything because he's not going to do it. Like, even if he did give into the trick of Satan and turn the stones to bread, he's not going to stay falling for that trick. He uses that magic to pull himself out. It is there's so many themes of religion, of stuff like that, of like higher power, of divine intervention. And ultimately there was, but it was through himself. It was through like he was his own Deus Ex Machina to pull himself out of the house, right?
Man. I hate to say it, but this may be, and I'm so curious to see what other people say too, might be the most interesting thing we've ever read. It might be the GOAT right now.
I have to agree with you. I can't think of anything I've read that's hooked me this much. Not only are all the themes like perfectly tailored to me, but just how it's done. It reminds me of House of Leaves, where it's like, yeah, I like the characters, but what's more so than the characters is the experience I had reading it was one of a kind. And it was great, every bit of it. Like on part 30, I think I told you, I don't think this can get any better. Or part 40, whenever the Pompeii thing was. And it kept going up after that. It ended on such a high note. Of all of it being him sending the messages back to him because he can see all of time at once, so he manipulates himself in the future. And then there's stuff like Karen writing the story, which I need to reread it, and I need to go back and like look at other stuff. But like, I think you're right about that message from Kay being Karen editing his own story. So what does that mean? Is he interacting with like other futures, people that never existed because that future never came to be, and they're like critiquing his story or they're writing some of it?
I look at it like parallel universes is what I look at it.
Yeah.
Like, is past and presences from alternate timelines and that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I think, I don't know, like, it was weird. I feel like this is the one episode where I feel like I didn't say much. I felt very, it was for a bit, I wouldn't say difficult to keep on, but I think it was just mostly like, you are really thrashed around. I mean, granted, we read it as if it's a book or whatever, which, I mean, this is basically a novel. This is probably our first actual novel size read. But I guess even just the way that it's put into comment sections and the way that it's the interactive nature of it and the mystery behind it of even the anonymous writer, it's just very impressive. And it's something that's so one of a kind. I really don't think I can think of anything else that is like this. You know what I mean? And it's very unique. It used
its medium so well to build all that out, you know? Like,
it's just I don't know. And here's the thing too. That I mean, like we've had to record this over days because of how much it is. I do think that this is one story that is going to like, I don't know. Like I feel like I want to like almost reread it in chunks of like I'd love to map it out to where you get to like read one storyline in a linear manner. Because that's another thing too, is like non-linear storytelling is all over the place. Yet it was all cohesive in its own way, but I'd love to just digest all these like individual things and how they set up. And the horror to me comes from just like almost just like the inevitable fate of so many of these storylines are crazy. There were some moments too with like Mother Horse Eyes where there was like, body horror stuff. I was less freaked out or, less interested even in like these fleshy caves. I mean, I love that shit, but more so the insanity. I mean, it feels almost like a schizophrenic man's journal. Does it not?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, just that mentally ill human element to me was the most like horrifying, gripping thing. And then you just get all these like beautiful little character moments, character arcs that go through. You get invested in the characters, you get invested in the scenes. There were so many times I got propped back up. You'd be reading something and you're like, oh shit, we're going back with Karen and them. And you kind of like it just kind of continuously keeps like re-engaging you. And I wonder too if that lends itself to where if it was just one character the whole time, would it be as impactful as being able to like go through all these other different storylines and these like connecting threads? And my gut reaction is no. Like the way that all of it is woven together is what makes it so
this way.
Yeah. So I'm almost exhausted.
There's
I'm like it's so much. It's so not only is it so much, but also like I feel like whenever we read these things, me and you, well, you're in your zone whenever you get to theorize and all that stuff. To me, I'm just trying to process the information and stuff too, while also trying to get a handle of being like, I see what you're doing, the story. But with this one, it was just so much information to where I feel like I was constantly just kind of like just trying to keep up and just be like, oh shit.
What's it at the end? There is code, but it's not binary because it's in 3. Let me search this and see what it comes up with. There's a code and it doesn't turn up your results. Okay. So I think, official rewrites and additions start today, September 29th, 2016. There's a bunch of stuff. He has a little note at the end about meta narratives. And then after that, he has a page where the author's kind of explaining some of his thoughts and the stories that he draws from and stuff like that, which is interesting. We'll leave that in the description for you all to read. I think I am going to go ahead and say that I am going to make a video on this on the main channel. At some point, I want to do the thing you were talking about, Hunter, where I break it down, map it out, look at it. I want to look at it again and dissect some of the themes about religion and stuff like that comes up. I want to see if there's extra stuff. I want to look into some of the specific symbolism callouts. I'm going to read on the subreddit for a while, the Mother Horse Eye subreddit, and see what other people have made of it. This, not just on CreepCast, not just for like, the show and stuff. This is, for me, one of my favorite horror stories I've ever read.
Wow.
On anything, across any author, across any time period, bar none. This to me goes toe to toe with some of the best like novels, horror films. It's one of the best pieces of horror media, or like psychological media. I think I had just everything from the flesh interfaces to people being shoved into these, to unhistory, to the CIA, to the Nazi death camps, to gosh, dude.
And we got to hear you say pussy.
What a ride.
Yeah,
that was big. That was
huge
rare
for me. I do think extremely creative. Also too, I just want to see how in your video, even how it's broken up, of how either the community or how someone basically archived this and made sure that it didn't get lost. Some of these, as you can see, well, like, and we'll leave the link in the Reddit, but there's little notes in there to where it's like, this was preserved by this person. It was deleted, like mods deleted it, because I think sometimes there for a while, I mean, obviously, people just don't know what the fuck this person's talking about. So any of these just come off as ramblings of a madman, and you're putting it in a random subreddit. So of course, there's going to be mods who come in, especially if there's like stuff with fucked up stuff or like people squeezing pussies and doing all kinds of stuff. You're going to get that stuff flagged. But it's very cool to see how it has kind of kept up. It's created a name for itself, and we're new to this too, but I'm stoked to see how people, very curious to see how people are going to react to this. It feels like is this kind of storytelling as compelling to our viewers or our audience as much as it is to us? And I'd like to think so, but also it's just a whole nother round of people that can tell other people about it. You know what I mean? That's the best part of these stories, is just being able to pass down these other stories and everyone just kind of hands them off to new people in ways.
If there's a bunch of there's a bunch of people in the subreddit, the Mother Horse Size subreddit, who are making custom books. So like they have like books they've made with images and stuff reprint to try to chronicle the whole thing. I've got to learn more about this. I have a new obsession. I have a new thing I want to read about, theorize about, stuff like that. And this is insane. I'm reading right now. No one knows who the author is.
Yeah, I mean that's the big thing. Anonymous, dude.
How is something this big? No one knows who the author is. Something this good. I will find this guy.
It's insane.
I've got to give him money. I've got to do something. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah. So there'll be a main channel video about it. This is one of the best horror stories I've ever read. One of the most memorable, and one of the, dare I say, the coolest horror story I've ever read, with all of the elements it had. It incorporated everything that I loved. If there's a goth chick in it, I would die. You could kill me now and that'd be fine. And that goth chick's my wife and I love her. Yeah. Gosh, dude, I have so many questions racing through my mind of the story, of themes, of stuff. I'm going to sound stupid right now compared to when I make a video and I have it thought out, like final analysis. But yeah, I love this. This was worth every second of it, and I would do it again in a heartbeat. That was awesome.
There was just one part where when we were reading it, there were so many times where I was like, okay, I think that was my favorite excerpt. Like that was my, okay, number 70, like that kind of thing. It would be cool to see a list of like, these are like, just really impactful stuff, and not so much
each of our top 10. Each of our top 10.
Yeah, just be like, this is my favorite one. Because I feel like so many of them, that's what's so great about the story too, that just needs to be said again, is that these are individual short stories. Every single one of these are short stories that are just posted in a random comment section. So you can just hop in randomly and read it in this weird way. And it works even in that like r/no sleep, and like that it's just a user on the internet dropping a random comment on something. It's like the purest form of that storytelling. It's just really fucking cool. And to have it just intertwine in such a fun way. And I feel like if there was one complaint I can see people doing is like it's bloated or too long or all this other stuff. But I just feel like it just does this really beautiful dance of like, you just get invested so much into all these other characters. Like, my God, we were in a fucking Nazi camp, and then like you kind of like figure out that like, one of the Jewish guys like kills the Nazis, and like you get like more and more like, what are they experimenting on? CIA stuff, weird VR game stuff, like weird dystopian, like futuristic futures of like basically where people are at now with like being sucked into their phone. It's just I don't know. And also very philosophical. There's a lot of times where I feel like I wanted to put a fucking gun in my mouth and just be like, well, yeah, there really is no reason to live or whatever. But it like
despite everything, at the end, he saves himself. Like he gets through all this evil and it through himself. Yeah.
That's the thing, is there's so much about it that is a nihilistic approach to how hopeless everything is. Yet in almost every one of these cases, in almost all the cases, it ends with almost an optimistic look inwards of like finding purpose, not only in yourself, but like the good nature of, I guess, like humanity and stuff is what I think of, like with Karen and stuff, and the Marine that saved her, and even our main protagonist, and even Sean had like a great revelation of him kind of like finding, I feel like by the end he was less like pointing fingers and just like less abrasive and more so wanting to change for the better as a person. And I think that's that was just a nice touch, you know. Then it's dashed in there. It isn't kind of cheesy. It's like